discussions with Mark Grauner. Like, he's not always that funny, but I think his take on movies is really good. And I really like, I mean, like, you knew music really well. Like, I talk about you like you're dead. But you are, you know LA really well, man. If anything I could ever do for you in the future is just clean up the fucking metro. He would say, my whole show is worth it if we can do that. And I just think I really like the cult movie classics on the last night of the week. I really like that. You gave shit away. You took calls. This fucking station doesn't do it anymore. Everything is so. We'll do a talkback and formulaic. At least you took live calls. Radio doesn't fucking do that anymore. Dog, I think very highly of you, and I don't normally just talk about the media that I experience, but you grew on me, and I can hear it in your voice. When you were talking to George Norrie, I mean, you affected me so much. I'm going to dig through all your shit and tell you how much. One time you upvoted something that I wrote, and that was really cool. That was really cool. I forgot about that. So you and I have had a connection. Dog. Like hearing him, like, you know, there's innuendo in all this. Yo, what's going on? Oyster Dex. Can you hear me, big dog? Yo, can you hear me? Yo, my friend, are you from Twitter? Can you hear me? Do you speak English? Big dog, how's your day today? I hope you had a good day. Are you from Twitter? Oyster Dex 18522. Are you from Twitter? It's cool if you are. It's cool if you're not. I'd love to talk with you. I'd love to find out whatever you want to share. I hope you're doing well. She got promotion because of you. What would you tell her? I think she's done a really good job taking over for Jennifer Jones-Lee. Still kind of shocked Jennifer Jones-Lee isn't there. She'll always be the early morning wake-up call for me. She read my live reads on the radio and sang my jingle. And I'll never forget that. I remember where I was in Long Beach when it happened. And I was like, no fucking way. It was like that scene in Goodfellas when Henry hears that the Lufthansa heist took place. It was just like that. He's like, no fucking way. Well, I was tired, but in my head I was like, no fucking way. This bitch is on the radio. And so, but Amy King's still there. I think she does a very good job to keep things professional. What would you say that Bill Handel? Bill Handel, you're a scumbag. I just think you're a scumbag. And I think you're surrounded probably by good people. Your ex-wife, Marjorie, put up with your shit for far too long. Your daughters seem as normal as they can have you as an asshole father, but you're just living in your own fucking world. And I can't stand it. Mr. Mulkelly, though, I'm in shock. Did you like Tuala? He didn't make or break it. Did you like Tuala tonight in SoCal Saturday? Yeah, that show was just getting off the ground and then it just disappeared. And so I was really disappointed. To this day, I still don't know what happened to it. Tiffany Hodge does a really good job, though. I think she sounds great. She sounds super hot. Fortify your mind. That line sticks with your whole thing from beginning to end. The 3 arrows into his body while he was down. But like Mr. Mulkelly, he lived other places. He falls down like the kid did. Young little kid. And then he pops back up and then he gives like the best post-fight speech in the history of the sport. It was like he wrote it already. It was, dude, I remember how much you could feel this one time in your life. Yeah, there it is. Oh. Now watch this. She hot? Yeah. Bro, and then watch this, he finds his son. He remembers. Look, points to you. Look, you. Check this out. John and Gordy? Check this out. Look, you think I forgot? Was he low like him? But Mr. Mulkelly, he always had something new. Never knew what I was going to get out of him. He brought in that lady on Thursdays. I think she did a really good job. The tech lady. And they did the fucking... I'm going to miss everything about that show. My favorite part were the songs that they played. And with Mo Kelly on KFI AM 640. I fucking love that. Later with what is it? Later with Mo Kelly on KFI. I don't know. I got it fucking recorded. I got every one of your fucking things recorded. I don't think there's like there's not a lot that I didn't have recorded of that. More than probably KFI has. Probably not, but like aside from them. And I'm just in fucking shock. And they didn't allow you to sign off like they did Ken. Fuck, they gave Ken like 6 months to fucking sign off, and he wanted to leave before then. It seemed. So it makes me wonder, what are they gonna do to replace him? Whatever they have now, it sucks. Man, that's just Mr. Mo Kelly. I'm looking you up right now. I'm gonna look up everything about you, Mr. Mo Kelly. Maurice O. Kelly.
I mean, he's the reason I never got into the idea of UFC. I never, before he got into, because he was into the nerd stuff.
Dude, did he take his?
There was a guy who was like, yo, I'm a nerdy dude. I like nerd shit. And
His shit down? It was Mr. Mo Kelly. I bet they made him take it down for some amount of time.
So fun. Just to hang out with, shoot shit, silly, smart. Oh, dude, playful. You know, it's just a real good guy, real smart. Oh, he took us to a club.
At Mr. Mo Kelly, yeah.
And we just danced.
Because if not, people would be like, "Oh, that shit sucks."
You know, but he's the man. He's just fucking man. But yeah, the nerd shit, baby.
Dog, that shit is so fucking stupid.
It's the same thing with this. Like, how do you have a regular life after you get died? We did that. We did that in front of the whole world. The whole world was watching. There's so many consequences that fight because you were winning. He was winning the first fight. He was winning. You know, he was ahead on points. And then the fourth round, or the fifth, we got put out.
What would you say in one sentence to Mo Kelly? Thank you for trying so hard to build the best radio family that you could in a short amount of time that you could do it. I think you did a really good job. What didn't you like about his show? Not a whole lot. I mean, he did everything he could, but we just read the news and shit. But he always had like interesting people on.
A lot of strength and conditioning work since then. Like he didn't doesn't what he said, but then as he does now.
I think I talked to him.
More strong, and so he knocks him out, and then they fight the UFC. He knocks him out.
Who the fuck is this Andy guy? He sucks. There's no way.
Yeah, I know. That was like he didn't even think of that. He just did 3. He just felt like doing 3, but it was really the 3 times a week. And it just came out of his body. Came out of his body. This motherfucker.
Dude, but Mr. Mo Kelly used to have lunch and dinner with him and shit.
Oh yeah, you just I'm in the middle of a joke, you just hear 30 people in the green room go.
Dog, I cannot believe he must have just taken the shit private. Latest.
Was inspiring that speech. Whenever I'm working out,
Marsha Collier, and she's really pretty. Like, really pretty.
It's like one of the greatest speeches of all time. And, you know, he asked me for the microphone, too. He did. Yeah, I need to say something. Listen to me. I hope every one of you behind the screens on this arena can feel this level of happiness just one time in your life.
Tech Thursday.
Just one time in your life. But guess what? You never feel this level of happiness if you don't go for something in your own life.
Dog, she would tweet a lot. I mean, I'd expect that out of her, but.
When they talk shit about you and they try to put their foot on your neck, if you stay down, you will never ever get that resolve. Fortify your mind and feel this level of happiness as you rise.
Mr. Mo Kelly.
To be able to feel this shit.
Dude, nobody has said anything about this.
I mean, fuck, man. What ride? I mean, it sounds like something from a movie, like a speech before war. It sounds like
10 hours
like
ago.
15 writers sat in a room, came up with the perfect launch. Yes. And then, if that was in the movie Gladiator, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's good. That sounds good then. And that just came out of the moment. I didn't even should have asked the next time. I think that just came out of the moment. It was just right there. It was a perfect. It was perfect. The way it went down. You wouldn't have to script that better. You see him flattened out cold, and then put arrows in his unconscious body. Knocked out an Easter egg on him, man. Guy fucking Photon's huge.
And the Venera.
Photon's Easter egg. Oh, is that an Easter egg? Yo, let's do it. Another Easter egg. Bro, Alex Brenner is the scariest kickboxer who's ever competed in the sport. He's like the one guy above all that I would say, if he hits you once, you're dead. He just has to hit you once. Out of all the guys I've ever seen.
Dude, look at all his shit that he did. KSI.
Including in kickboxing. In everything.
Man, he did everything he could to fucking promote this show.
I don't think I've seen anybody that hits harder than that guy. Anybody.
I don't think he could have done better. I mean,
except Francis. But Francis Ngannou was 265. You know what I'm saying? But in weight class.
Dude, what is up with this fucking app? It's so shit.
But it's not at the same skill level as Peloton. So when Peloton does it, it's like
I don't think they could have put anybody else in there who would have done a better job.
Jesus Christ. Like, what? Fuck, man. And he KO'd him already in the first round. Yeah. He's terrified. That dude's terrified.
I really mean that.
That power is from this like from God. It's like you got a gift.
What is up with this?
You know, there's this machine where you punch it and it registers.
This app is so shit.
It was like 130 something. Something like that, right?
So bad.
Like 130 something.
I would not trust this with a real fucking coin.
191.
It's so bad.
With his right hand. And I don't even think his right hand's out. I think it's his left hook.
Dude, but they kept Mark Ronner. Yeah, he's going to be out pretty soon. You better watch it.
His power, it's not like anybody else. But is he not that guy out? That, you gotta understand, that's different. That's different. Like, that's the top of the mountain.
Rating
That's the top of the mountain in the
sucks.
sport. It's like one of the greatest accomplishments in the sport. Yeah. Really? Would you say Peloton is the fastest rise you've ever seen in the UFC? To 2 division world champions? Yeah. No one's pretty close. That
Dog, I cannot believe I'm fucking in shock.
It just fights. He fought with a broken toe. He fought with a broken hand the last time. Listen, hand was broken and he had a norovirus.
He became a friend. On Monday night, he did
I remember he gave another shit and they
the
were scared. Like, it was terrifying because he was like, I'm going to be Joe now.
fucking Aquarius and Capricorn shit. Oh, that shit. And then Tuesday, he had, like, he focused on shit nobody talks about, like women's basketball. And he knew it pretty well. Tiffany Hobbs, I think. And Wednesday, he had that. He had like a sex doctor on, but then he also had like a lady who did some kind of fucking gymnastics, like Taibo or something. And Thursday was Marsha Collar, and she did really good well. Really well. I learned shit, and I'm really into tech, and I learned shit from that. I mean, not a lot.
He was like one of the first guys to figure that out. He did like this hacky sack move. So
Get her book.
Instead of just checking it,
And then Friday was
and his leg just kind of goes like this.
like they could have maybe gotten rid of any show aside from Tim Conway, and
pounds on his calf, so he pounds on there. When it's just straight boom.
so it had become my second favorite show.
Has a different style.
Oh, Coast to Coast is first. So it's like it. So Coast to Coast is first. Tim Conway Jr. second. I'd even say Broken Mission Kelly's third. Wake Up Call is fourth. I don't like Bill Campbell anymore. He's lost his touch. He's so The Sharon
just be a regular
and
guy?
the other guy.
Yeah.
Shannon and the other guy.
A
Sharon.
shop? Yes.
Gary and Shannon.
Podcast.
And then the John Colville show, they could fucking cancel that. Nobody. That's but I don't know. I think it's used. It has a place in it. If he doesn't critique the government, and
like comedy. How's that guy go be a regular person? How do you do that? You can't. Yeah.
then Bill handles the last one.
There's no coaches for that.
No, I'd rather listen to Bill handle the John Colville.
Yeah. R.I.P. George Foreman, man. He feels like the only one who was like, he found the grill. It was like, we spent a lot of money with that grill. But he also came back when he was 36. And won it again, didn't he? He went all the way through to his 45 and knocked out Michael Moore, which is crazy. Like, nobody did that back then. When he came back at 36, I remember a news article about it. I remember feeling sad because I knew George Foreman when I was a child. Like George Foreman on TV, when he knocked out Joe Frazier, when Ali beat him in Africa. That was a famous story because Hunter S. Thompson went there and he was supposed to watch it and write a story for Rolling Stone about it. He was so sad that Ali was going to get fucked up that he decided not to go to the fight. So he stayed in his hotel and just floated around the pool, and he fucked up the whole assignment. And it was kind of, in the documentaries, it was kind of like a pivotal moment, the downturn of his life, where he kind of like fucked his life up. Really? Yeah, because he failed in his assignment. He didn't, and back then you couldn't watch the tape. You know, we're talking about the 1970s. Yes. So after the fight's over, you missed the fight. You don't have a story. And so he didn't have a story. And he went all the way to Africa and just fucked off because he was just being silly. And you're like, oh my God, I'm a failure. I failed in my story. And it was like a downturn in his lifetime. Dark turn. God, it's crazy how much you hear that. That speech that Ali gave, which is also one of the most inspiring ever, when he's like, I know you got a pick. I know you all got a pick. That, you know, he gets that one. I'll show you.
Dude, this app is so shitty.
Like, oh wow, every casual must have been like, oh, Ali's about to be fucking. But you gotta understand, George Foreman was a shit. You ever see George Foreman punch the heavy bag? No. He punched the heavy bag because he winds up. Not only does he wind up and punch the heavy bag, he has it stay still. And he just hits so hard, and it's so terrifying that that's all he has to do in a boxing match. He just has to kind of cover up, close enough to just walk. And a lot of it is arm punches. Look at this. Listen, give me some volume.
Anything else you want to say about Mo Kelly? I wish you the best in your endeavors, dog.
Foreman hitting the heavy bag is one of the more prodigious sights I've had in my life. It seems to me that all the people I've seen hitting heavy bag, including some of this, no one ever had it what Foreman did.
Did they change the schedule? What the fuck is a squad cast?
He's not trying to slip.
Notorama with Mo Kelly and Tuala? Is that even a thing anymore? We can't find the page you're looking for.
Tyson hit the heavy bag better than anybody in history. Better than anybody. Because he hit the heavy bag with all these crazy angles.
On air. There, he's gone. How about on the weekend? Rank him on the weekend.
I think, a lot of people shit on me. I just think
my favorite is Home Team Shark. And then, and Dr. Wendy. I like them both. I like Hannah Law. I like Rich Uncut. Fort Report can be okay. Their weekend shit is great.
People like to discredit things because of the whole group.
Dog, I cannot believe I'm like, dog. And I don't like that they don't tell you
of Sean Sherry
I'm in
and
fucking
Joe Daddy Stevenson when he did that. I'm like, that BJ.
What did I say to Mr. Mo Kelly one time? And he
I would have put that BJ Penn. I would have loved to see
he
that
liked
BJ
it.
Penn versus BJ. That would have been fucking crazy. And a lot of people think that's ridiculous to say because he's dominant and BJ lost a bunch of times. Like, you're right. Argument, I accept. I mean, I'm not. Khabib might have beat him. He might have taken him down and mauled him the same way George St. Pierre did. He might have. Khabib's a big guy.
What's BBC Radio stuff? Is
He's
BBC Radio Scotland?
Khabib grapples and does fantastic.
Has he got a new position?
World championship caliber amateur wrestling.
Back to Minnesota.
Khabib dominating guys in the gym at AKA that are elite wrestlers. That's how good Khabib is. But he might have been able to do that to BJ Penn. BJ Penn's not a god, too. BJ Penn, especially in the training, he had an unstoppable gas tank. Because he went and trained with Marshall Innovations, a psychopath football player, but these radical plyometric training methods, and just all he did was strength and conditioning. You know how to fight. Stop all the fight, which then gets you in the most insane shape possible. And when they did that, BJ Penn, if somebody could corral him and got him to stay with that guy and then train all his skills outside of camp and then only train that way when he has world title fights, never fuck up, who knows? He could have been great. He was so talented. That motherfucker, BJ Penn won the Mundial, okay? He's the first American to win the Mundial for World Championships.
No, you did really
As a
well.
black belt, 3 years into training.
He never got a chance to interview Eddie Murphy. Maybe someday we'll make that happen.
But to get a black belt in 3 years and then win the world
Dog.
championship is insane. It's insane.
And that's, without even hearing the context, that's crazy because I know 3 years isn't long enough to do most things in life.
This is a brown belt. I was.
And you were dedicated. It's not like you weren't busting your ass.
Don't get those out. Let's be real. Unless you're a terrible gym. You're at a legit gym. Yeah. John Michael Child was in about that. You gotta choke a lot of people. And BJ Penn
Other famous people.
Yeah, that's just natural gift. God given.
It's he's an addict. He just said it to me. We had a conversation before. I was talking to this guy and he was really young and he was like,
I felt like something was up
BJ, I admire you,
when he took that cruise
and he goes, man, you got so good.
or whatever.
And I'm like, dude, I'm an addict. He goes, I'm just addicted to jiu-jitsu. It's like, fuck, man, I realize that that's it. I'm addicted to jiu-jitsu. I got addicted to something really good. I'm addicted. And I'm like, that's right? Yeah.
Nice.
Anything that can turn you into a something. Unfortunately.
Just with that style and that he was like, I knew a dude who was a world championship player. And he was
He ate well, drank water, never drank alcohol, didn't smoke cigarettes, didn't do drugs. Straight as an arrow, super focused, world championship caliber player.
Paul Kelly, a political and cultural affairs commentator on KFI AM 640, spoke earlier about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
He talked about the seeming inevitability of the shocking attack. Here's what he had to
The
say.
same thing that
It's
made him
it's not something that I think you can say is unforeseen. We may never have been able to predict.
They got the Mo Kelly shots. Later with Mo Kelly.
But he was like, one time, my buddies were hanging out with him. He fell asleep in his match. Just fell asleep. They were just grayed out pills, ready to do his food.
It doesn't even work there anymore.
This is a guy that was extra. Clean as a whistle. Super focused. Always dressed nice. Always looked good. You know? Yeah. In shape.
just one
That didn't
click to the left.
Accident and pills, and then no one understands how addictive those fucking pills were. The doctors
No, you see like the doctor like how people you just like broke a leg or something, and then they give them the pills and next thing you know they lost the same way
If you're watching this, you got left behind, so we did not know.
they got injured, got on pills, lost it. guys, friends, especially that's what you do. Now everybody knows. Painkillers are super, super. Everybody knows someone in their family. Everybody knows someone that can't get off them. Everybody knows somebody who died. I know multiple people who died from painkillers. Yeah. And so that's what got them. But it's the same thing now.
But that addiction is what makes you great.
Yeah, it's that thing in your head makes you obsessed with something. That's what it is. It's like this thing you're trying to figure
Did he
this thing
move?
out. Just want to get better at it. But that could be hijacked by gambling. That could be hijacked by video. That could be hijacked by anything.
I've seen guys.
Yeah. That seems normal to me. That makes sense biologically. But the gambling is the craziest one. Yeah. That's the weirdest one. Because that might as well be most people. That whatever they're getting out of like risking $100,000 on a football game and just yeah. So much.
Oh, you ever in Vegas? You're walking through the casino, you just see people at that slot machine, and they're just glazed.
It's like the dumbest shit.
There's 70. You got that right, bro.
Everything on the game, or risking everything on roll the dice,
The roulette.
Yeah. And here.
That kind of thing is so nuts. It's so nuts to watch. It gives me so much anxiety. Like, you ever see Uncut Gems at Adam's Family?
One of the best movies. I've seen it 100 times. It's unreal. And it just shows Adam Sandler in a way. This movie could actually
I'm in shock, and I can't get the fucking after it.
But yeah, that movie, I remember being in the theater, and I'm with my wife, and she squirmed.
Did you think he would be there longer?
She's like, he's making me comfortable.
Well, he's the shortest tenure run. Honestly, I would fucking tell. Yeah, I would have kept him, and I would have gotten rid of Gary. I just made the shadow show. Dude, what is up with this fucking app?
There's always something happening.
There's some movies that can lock you into a character like that, where you're like, I don't
So
know
bad.
this person, and I'm so invested.
Spoiler alert. It's one of those fuck moments. What? Fuck.
Yeah.
That movie, right? I should have thought it was really heavy.
I like a movie like that too, where you're like, this feels real. This feels like it can happen. It happen to my neighbor, happen to my best friend. Like, this can happen to anyone. You just get lost in it.
Yeah, your mind is weird. People's minds are strange. Like, minds can go down these weird pathways. It's like most people don't have a good management system for it either. So it's like you're driving this car with no traction control and too much horsepower, it's flying all over the road. You're freaked out, you're always on 10.
Yeah. Another movie that makes you feel the way is There Will Be Blood. When you're watching the guy just go through this life, and you're like,
Did you hear another civilization monitoring us? It's like Gary said in that one Star Trek episode where he's going to intervene before we wipe ourselves out. I actually think it was in Star Trek. John Watson.
you needed to experience
Yeah,
it.
it's gonna be tough.
That's how good this movie is. I love a movie like that. You can experience it.
And for experience, just like for sheer, like, just becoming. Yes, it was that. You believe every single second of it. It was no soap opera at all.
No, dude, this is my son. The way he talks, the way he is. Oh my God! And you see like it evolve into this crazy ability. Because when we see crazy ability, it's not really, and it's like to see how a person comes. Because he's not a regular guy to get into it. He falls, breaks his leg, and then old. You know what I mean? A regular dude.
I would normally do this, but I'm gonna log in to my main page and go to his shit.
He's posted about it with like laughter emojis. Like he's having a good time.
I mean, he is. That would be like watching the There Will Be Blood guy also tweeting his thoughts right now. Yeah. He would you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, he's not that way.
No, not that great.
It's fucking psychopath.
Your
I drink your milkshake.
legend.
He's not that.
No, but I just it's a little bit innovative.
Echo
Well,
To conquer like that.
your
well, I think his drive is different than most of them. And his drive is accomplishments and innovation.
will
Like he's obsessed with getting people to
Yeah.
Mars. He's obsessed with the engineering involved in what they've accomplished already with SpaceX. The ability to take a booster, shoot it off into space, and the booster comes down and lands,
And
it's caught with
your
robot arms, is so
future
off the charts beyond anything anyone else has accomplished in the world of rocketry and space science and all the engineering involved. It's off the charts. What SpaceX has done is it's not appreciated enough because he's so polarized politically because of his affiliation with Trump and because of all the propaganda that has been spun his way. There's some definite natural reactions that people have to him that are organic and real, and they don't get upset at some of the things he does. That's real. But also, there's a gigantic propaganda machine that's trying to paint him as a literal Nazi. And they're doing it because they have a vested interest in keeping
That's
all
so
these
sad.
NGOs, all their funding in place exactly the same way it's always been, and having a genius go into all of your fucking bookkeeping and accounting.
There you
is
go.
not good. If you've been unchecked for decades and you have a fucking just an unstoppable budget and a lot of waste and a lot of incompetence and
fucking
probably a
serious?
bunch of fraud and theft too. Yeah, I mean, they've acknowledged that. You know, one of the things they said, which is hilarious, they said
This is so shitty.
I think it was
You
Social
don't have- it's
Security
so
had a
bad.
bunch of fraud, and then they were saying, well, actually, the government had already identified this 2 years ago. Okay, but why didn't you have this press conference and say, you know, why didn't you just cover it up? I mean, they really stop it in its tracks, reverse it, prosecute it, play that. Why are you saying yes or no? That's not good. How come we didn't find out about that $250 million in the You didn't notice that one? And you said $21 million in Iraq and 73 people You didn't notice like it was fucking but there's so much money and the way NGOs nonprofit work, other than solvents.
It took all my videos and made them all sideways for like the whole
Around,
trip.
why it's unchecked? They've been doing it forever.
Yeah,
That's
dog,
almost
I'm not even just
$36
sideways. It just didn't
billion. You know,
record the
it's not
video.
good.
I'm so pissed I can't see straight.
But then there's also the
Okay, I don't even know which one of you assholes which to yell, but everybody in Texas sucks. So sluts. You know, it's just and so sluts. Baby, hey, because
allow
give it some sideways. Come out.
to go free in one person.
Give them some
You know,
right
I
where
love
they're at.
that side of it. That's my thing. I think due process is for a reason. The reason is it is terrific for someone to do something that you didn't do, you prison time, you didn't know, and then you live yourself. Instead of 100 million persons in the state, then 1 innocent person should suffer. That's that has survived.
That's too fucking close to the Raiders.
It is the foundation
Could take
of freedom. We have to make sure that we're actually guilty of that. What is that when we fight monsters? Yeah, that's very important. It's very important. But also, you also feel the fact that the current administration is doing passion allows no government terrorists right through the board unchecked. There are a lot of them who know got they don't know the exact members, but they know there's millions of people who just walk through unchecked, and a bunch of them have to have criminal records. A bunch of them have to do crimes that have to be committed. It doesn't help anybody on the progressive side to deny the fact that that's a real problem. And if it happens to your family, it's not the one that's happening.
Pick any fucking running back.
Unlike anything that is crazy in your life. You'd be like,
Yeah, baby.
it's one of those things where to support one side
This is just a test to make sure.
some like basic either way, like to support rounding people up and just assuming they're all family members. I'm not sure, but this is the truth, right? You get a bunch of people on the road, they rope them all in one guy, someone's cousin, someone else is right. And now you're back on the one, yeah, it's a person, now you're right back. And what does that mean? You're not doing anything wrong, you're supposed to shoot them inside, or now you're in prison in El Salvador, you're not supposed to help yourself. And now, tattoo on the man of man. Came over here and he got a green card. No, he was just given asylum. He was Venezuela given asylum in America. And he's just El Salvador. We're not even from that side. So the fact that that was but also the fact that they're just letting terrorists and gang members flow freely into the country is fucking horrible. And when you talk about innocent people, what about the innocent people that got murdered by terrorists and well, not terrorists, but gang members? This treasure Magua, they were taking over those apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado. That's scary shit, man. Arms, machine guns taking over apartment buildings. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're letting that happen. You have to stop this. You think that wouldn't be your case? Colorado. California, they refused to support California decisions and fighting to keep a known ethnic free in America. It's like almost like you don't want to go full tinfoil hat center this time. Decide that they're trying to destroy America. But if I was going to try to destroy America, that's how I would feel. Yeah. Like they go through the political process, they on all the like gaslight people to know this people. I just go through stadiums filled with people pretending to support something, pay them to manufacture a movement, and slowly but surely bring chaos to all the cities. Allow DAs to get elected that are worse to protect the people and prevent violent criminals. And that's the good of this. Send out, send murderers back out to the streets. You just create chaos. Defund the police. Defund now you have no people. But if I wanted to destroy America, I would do it. I mean, that's not what you just described. Sounds like a kind of like a plan from another place. Oh, you wanted to destroy America. We really wanted to get it out of war, but let's just slowly let them kill themselves. And then have them attitude back. Every case closed up. I mean, I'm constantly having to fight over political issues. Get rid of Roe v. Wade when the liberals were up and on. Which was getting rid of Roe v. Wade was actually a good move if you were a Democrat. Because then you were upset. And then they really wanted this. Like, you probably ignited a lot of people. And that was like, this is famous videos, one famous video that we celebrated that Kamala Harris. And she's like, we got your freedom. Women came out to vote, and that's their number. I'm sure it's this video of this lady mocking this guy working at the liquor store. It's so good. It's so good because it's like this lady, the way she's talking, like, you can't be a good person and talk to someone this way, or even about someone this way. You have to be the way you have to. Like, it's like, people like to be shady to people and think that it's justifiable to be shady if that person is against you. Where the guy in the story is not being shady for her at all, and she's being super shady. But she talks about reproductive rights. Like, that was like one of the big things about the Democrats. If I was going to 40%,
Yesterday, he literally just took my pants and he was sucked. You don't know what he was talking.
So you would do that. You would do that. You try to do it. We're gonna get raw. I'm gonna get up and go home. You know, and then you would say, you go to population collapse and start to say things like that. Who's gonna pick hockey? Essentially, marketing is because they say Americans don't want these jobs. You have to bring people in to pick up crops. Who's going to clean up your toilet? People are openly saying that, but not realizing how racist it is.
Who's going to clean your toilet?
So there was that going on. If you wanted to destroy society and make it worse, would you bring people into third world countries? Don't have them change anything. Financially incentivizing people, give them free money, not help them. It's what you do in America. They're giving them debit cards, free housing, free food. You're putting them up in the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City. Why? Well, shit. You want to destroy society. That's what you do. That's what you do. That's how you just keep doing it. So the problem is things are going in rapid directions, and then there's overcorrection. So the overcorrection is lack of supervisor. The overcorrection is like round them all up, ship them to jail. Like that's like some things that you say when you're not thinking things through. Like, what do you do about the criminals? Take them all, fucking set them down south of it. Yeah. What about due process? No, fuck that. Well, here's the problem. Fuck that. What if you are an enemy of, let's not say any current president, let's pretend we're a new president, totally new guy, 2028, and there's this common practice now of just rounding up gang members with no due process and shipping them to El Salvador. You're a gang member. No, I'm not. Prove it. What? I gotta go to court. No due process. That's right. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. We gotta be careful to be come on.
Dog, if this shit doesn't work.
But then again, you gotta find these motherfuckers that are here that are terrorist cells.
Yo, what up, Trey? How you living, baby? What's good? Absolutely. That's what I fall asleep in here, my friend. This is your new home. I'm lovely. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, bro. I'm tired, so when they in here, 1:30 a.m.
All right. Well, this is the perfect place to sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna be watching the streams and
Do whatever you want to do, my friend. Mi casa, su casa. My home is your home. If you need anything from me, I'm here for you, okay? Excellent, my friend.
For free every month because you're in a sanctuary city. You get free food and you're a criminal. And then one of them, like two of them, assaulted cops in New York City and then got out. Got free. No cash bail. No cash bail. You just get out.
What Cat Williams can't get you in? What? You got 7 inches.
Did you see that?
108 inches. Under 8 inches is a pretty good eating. Alright, well, I guess we don't deal with it, dude. I'm here to be Cat Williams. Alright, so let's see the next clip. Shout out to the Go K-Dubs. This one's called The Few, the Proud, the Comedians. Posted by, what is it? So is this the wall? This is so funny.
How much of it is
Let's see here.
right wants law and order? You don't want law and order. The right wants to punish prisoners. You don't know. No, that's racism. It's like, what is it? Yeah. But also feeling manipulated as well. And maybe more so than so, what I mean by that is a country that's racial recognition everywhere, social credit score system, it's attached to all the banking, your ability to travel, everything you do,
be some sort of essential business.
anything online that's getting stuff like about Ukraine and Russia.
What are you, Skorsky? God, that ending is hilarious. The ending with the shot. It's like, which one would you use? The it's a great choice. I think it's either that or name the movie. But I think this, whoever it was, that person in chef, Clinton G. Oh my God, that was so funny, dude.
And they lock you up, and then all of a sudden, Ukraine with American weapons.
I really don't know. I say that they're well, but everybody says it's great. The earthquake used to go around the open vaccine. I remember that. So I did see that one time. It was good. It was amazing. And it was so hard for you to be upset that somebody was dropping you because you're not going to get your name. Right? Back in the day, Liza. But then earthquake. Fuck. Until like earthquake came on stage, and that was where the book was. Oh my God, that's the worst I've ever done. Alright, so this one's posted by Taylor Swift, not that one. And it's called The Difference Between Shane and Pop. No, see what this is. Technically, I do have a pretty fucking sick, like, resume. Yeah, because I played Steve Wonder Wall, and if you join West Point, if you join the Army during active war, you are technically a decorated veteran. That's a medal. I quit right away. I quit West Point. West Point right away, first month. And then, I got SNL. So technically, I'm a division as a decorated veteran. He was cast on it. And do one of those things. That's my resume, technically. Never judge a book by its pages. West Point is hard shit to get into. It's also hard to have a cappuccino at the Buffalo Bills. But did a lot.
Fucking finally.
Is that one of his lines? I had a cappuccino with the, what does that even mean? It means he went to training camp. So like they had, like he's saying that he was at the training, they had a coffee machine and he used it and they left. Dude, I've been waiting for T-Fat K to do an episode about the cat. I've had a coffee and Netflix and I'm saying this, but dude, I've had that cold brew coffee. Oh, you haven't been to Netflix? No, I've had coffee. Oh, yeah. I worked at Netflix for a day. Oh, yeah, what were you doing? That one, what's it called, sketch show? Astronauts, Black Astronauts. Oh, you told me about that. Yeah, I forgot. They had a cold brew machine on tap. I didn't know what cold brew was, and I was fucking caffeinated with shit. It was like a fucking Panera lemonade. Cold brew is like rain energy drink with salsa on it. That's true. Pretty good. Alright, so let's get to the next one. This was posted. It's called This Awkward Cuff Line. The ref made me LOL more than anything. It has never released. Okay, so maybe they haven't seen the Green Republic.
Just saying, I can't let these dudes lie. Cedric sitting here telling you why he ain't a movie star. He don't really watch a war. You didn't say nothing. He can't even get his arms off his stomach. Sitting on it. He never wrote anything. Remember when Cedric the Entertainer starts, he's supposed to be singing, dancing, and telling jokes. That's why he's called the Entertainer. We found out he can't sing, can't dance, and doesn't write jokes. He did 4 comedy specials. They're so bad, Shannon, they're not available on Netflix or Tubi. Can I say that again for the audience? They're so bad that they're not available on Netflix or Tubi. The world doesn't think that Zara had 12 comedy specials. He has 4 specials that are not available on Netflix or Tubi.
The Netflix are That's our Tubi thing reminds me when we were desperately searching
Russia's 100% accurate with their
cannons. No, I was just saying you might be surprised. It was like a hard thing. Like, we couldn't get it. We knew it was on Showtime, so we just signed up for Showtime. I signed up for Showtime. It wasn't on Showtime. And then we found it on some like weird app. It took a long time to get. Yeah. I'm not making that up right now. You're right. We both had to independently research where to watch this. And then we found it. You were mad at me because you thought I was lazy and like that. You're like, it's on Showtime. I was like, I signed up for Showtime. It's not. You didn't believe me. You came here and you treated me like Baba did Bobby Lee on camera. You were Brian Callen. Yeah, I definitely did yell at you. I think you were. Yeah, it wasn't that.
It's military.
Oh, dude, him calling him a walrus is the highlight of my week. I watched that clip maybe 5 times a day. Makes me laugh every time. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I've never seen he got him pretty good. You over here looking like a walrus. You didn't say nothing. Like you're supposed to tell someone that you're supposed to say that. I was like, you didn't even. Like Michael Blackson, I thought he had a pretty good comeback. It's like that. Oh, he called him a dehydrated leopard. Oh, okay. I mean, but walrus is one word, dude, and it's perfectly. They're both good at it. I've heard both ways. Tell me said they're entertaining us. And it's funny because he does kind of look like a walrus. The arm thing sitting in this one. It's more the same direction that I was talking about. I didn't hear the whole thing. It sounds good. Yeah, I saw walruses on New Year's Eve. I was like, shit, this is special. You saw walruses on New Year's Eve. Yeah, and Burrito Del Rey had walrus. Oh, that's cool. You hear it all the time. Alright, so we got another clip here posted by Haphazard the Goat. It's called Chris Caught Some Shrapnel. You seen this one? Let's see.
Single cat guys. Cat guys are, by the way, I think the nicest. They're not going to review. I don't think Cosby had cats. I don't think. Did Delia have cats? They never have cats.
Confirmed. You don't have kids. They had to get tattoos. Be cool, Garrett. That Christina, be cool. What show is this, Steven? It's not your mom's house? You're seeing that Pensiski. Tom's wife. That's the guy that does the dollop. Oh, yes. Yeah, the dollop is dope. Yeah, it's good. I watched it when I first started.
You want to hire someone to do something. You have to hire someone under the same structure of evidence that we've recently for all the
that's true. What do you think about the whole situation that way translates lower? What's going on there? Well, there's chatter about the YouTubers that it's
they can afford food, they can afford housing, they can afford
they're accusing Tom Segura of being outrageous. Oh shit.
All of a sudden you prop up.
I hope that's not true because you know us small boat floats all tides, and I want all podcasters to do really good, so we can do good too. Good shit for myself, right? I'm not gonna wish there to downfall. We haven't even risen yet.
All over the world. And Southside Chicago,
so can you please try to get let's talk about bread. But yeah, there's a bunch of chatter, dude. Turkey Tom, shout out. Shout out. You know what I mean? I want to get as big as them. Join our Patreon so we can have red candles and liquid death. All we have is one rain. Come on. These red chairs were a promise, dude, that we're willing to do that. Yeah, I was going to show the entrance today. Because the cat lands up soon. No, because, you know, whatever.
it's all the same problems, same errors, nothing's being done. Same arrest, same violence, same this, same that.
Let's see here. Alright, so this next one is posted by Reynolds 69. It's called Wonder Who Theo is Talking About. You seen this one?
Where a bunch of people
No, I don't think I saw this one. Let's see if you can guess. How many chicks this guy fucks. Ready up?
When's the last time that you got like?
But I think that's just that hard to let what I feel like I have to do better.
Where you're like, I'd like to fuck
It's
this
nice to know you're doing better than somebody else. This is about doing things when they like it, and then it's time to do it too. You know, if you are investing in
with the timeline that we have to pop. There's only 1 month ago I could pick up. What was the whole podcast one thing? What is that? Like a while. Oh, okay. September maybe? Oh, okay. But maybe it's something working or something along those lines. Yeah. I wonder, I don't know. But did Dale make the mistake of trying to do something again with Buffalo? He went back. He's like, I miss those times I had with Fitzpatrick. Yeah, he was so goofy. He wouldn't have missed the hot chips. All right. Rat thick whiskey with green teas, dude.
It's not like
Straight talk wireless. Maybe that would be some fire merch though if you just put stick this in rat on top of the type. I mean, but you get our number for good money. Yeah. Only 1,000. Let's see here. So this next one is posted by Technical Gap 4581. It's called End of an Era. So anyway, this is my favorite of the week before watching that. Oh yeah, let's see.
Oh yeah, let's talk about it. Oh yeah, George. Let's talk about George for a second.
All right, yeah, that guy that was the main character. Yeah.
George did not get fired. George was cast.
I like how Brendan always acts like it's unfortunate. It's just not good. He's also doing the thing he always does where someone says something and then he goes, yeah, definitely. Oh, of course. As if they don't believe the other person. And Brendan is he's telling a lot. We chatted this week about how Brendan let Brian cook on this one. He didn't really interrupt the
The Blacks who runs the company, Blacks runs the offered him something else. You are not a good person. Of course, you fucking works. Speaking the truth, but he has other opportunities. Look at the way to facilitate him. He has two good ones, which I help him facilitate. I talked to George probably all day, but he didn't besides you. I'm not doing it. Here's the problem with you. You get emotionally attached to everybody. Well, it's not that you're a bad reader, dude. You're just very optimistic about something you want.
What about
Imagine, like, him dressed like that, someone dressed like that firing you. I don't know what he was wearing the day of, but it would be so funny if it was something like gigantic black shirt, tight black pants, huge red shoes, and a yellow hat, and he's like, listen,
confidence in law enforcement,
moving a different
confidence
direction.
in community,
You gotta move
feeling
on. I got an opportunity
ramp
for
up
you.
everybody's
It's
level of
really good. Here it
anxiety,
is.
and then
Figure it out.
offer a solution.
I wonder what, I wish I knew what the other opportunities were. What is he doing now?
The
We're
solution
going to
is
find
to
out
clamp
about
down further
the
spur
bigger
on
and better
gun laws,
things.
making it very difficult to have a gun, get a pack deals more
To
than
need a
a round,
30-year-old person who has a lot of experience to run shit, and you have to be a background check. Let me just tell you about Reddit, so just so people know, you are not a good person. Finish my sentence. We have a 22-year-old who we all care about, who we are, who we want to win, and he will win. Yeah, he came in today, made him talk to Foxy just to tell me, like, if it's going to be a part-time thing, like, I'd rather just go somewhere full-time. I get that, dude. I get that. Good. You know what? Chad, you're the Asian Dwayne Johnson. No, he's not sick. He's pushing things. God bless him. Yeah, no,
identification of like sawed off. What are you talking about? I love that you're driven to that point. At that point, there is no rule that's going to stop. Have you ever seen that show?
Anyway, all right. So, how about changing lanes? How about the? Are you familiar with the Gypsy Rose?
That's the George Scott time to talk about Gypsy Rose. It's just so, it's crazy. I didn't know that George was that young in Georgia too. Oh, I didn't know what's going on. I still don't know. That's true. They're not they don't seem to care whether he lives or dies. They don't matter who counts. Oh, and another thing, that guy's like, where you want to know? He's great. And the thing is, I'm not a guy that like does the kind of stuff. I just told him that, focus on count here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
homicide is justifiable, including among others, in defense of the habitation of property. The bill will additionally clarify circumstances in which homicide is not justifiable, including among others, when a person uses more force than necessary to defend against a danger. What does that mean? It means you shoot that more than once. I know it now. Right, but you killed him.
Is very up to date on all computers, so
But you don't understand. This bill is like not understanding fight or flight and violence and the chaos that you realize you were right for your family.
January 29th, 2023. The next one.
Okay. The bill eliminates that provision. The bill would also specify certain circumstances in which homicide is not justifiable, including when a person was outside their habitational property and did not retreat when they could have safely done so. When a person used more force than a reasonable person was. So that right there. A person was outside their habitational property and did not retreat when they could have safely done so. When someone's breaking in your house, you're on the outside of the house, you don't go in the house.
This is something, especially on Reddit.
You're supposed to retreat. What if I have family?
This will already.
But no, the thing is, you're doing the context of the sentence. This bill would also specify certain circumstances in which homicide is not justifiable, including when a person was outside their habitation or property. But it's not, like, it's not your outside. Right. But what if someone's in your home? It doesn't
Somebody was like, what do you think about those Timos guys?
But the certain circumstances listed, including when a person was outside. It's on. I know. It's not necessary. And did not retreat in negotiations. So when a person uses more force than a reasonable person, that's so subjective. You don't know what that's about.
Just look at our hidden comments. I guess they do hide them. But we still see them.
Yeah. But people have to.
People threatening our lives.
Which is so
yeah, that's some people are on Reddit or on YouTube. Somebody said as we're eating our mom's dinner because we're in our mom's basement, they're going to come in there and set up, 10 constantly to happen to where all 4 walls fall down. And it's just then that we see.
Specify that homicide is justifiable if the initial
It's very offensive because there's actually 3 walls here.
and in good faith tried to stop fighting and indicated they wanted to and tried to stop fighting as specified, or in cases of mutual combat, the initial aggressor gave the opponent an opportunity to stop fighting. So if someone starts fucking you up and gives you an opponent, gives you an opportunity to stop fighting, and you don't, you keep fighting them until they've already started fighting. They've already, like, that's, you're in danger zone, but to be reasonable while your life is in danger is to open yourself up to get fucked up. Because it's like, no, come on, man, motherfucker, and then you're out cold. Like, you're already engaged in violence. It's so subjective whether or not you should stop or not stop. Like, when you should stop is when that person's 100% incapacitated, and that might mean kill them if you don't know what's going to stop them. If you have a gun and someone is charging at you with a fucking machete, and you bang while they're still alive, and that might be killing them. You take stop one. You take the entire story, and they can say, you can stop the first bullet. And then you have a coroner to get the first bullet. Or, yeah, the first bullet will stop the shot. You like, now you're in jail. Now you're in jail because you're terrified of your life, and you thought you were going to die, and you did something split moment where you're not expecting to. Like, you're it's going to help to keep this shit together. So the message you have is, and the fuck is the probably the same
ways. Let's see
Like
here.
that's just
There's nothing up in
you know, like when somebody
Clearly, I'm
hits a
very
level
happy
of
for Brian
nutrients
Candles success.
you're
We
supposed
got
to
another clip right now, dude, posted by PP Stains in the front. I
response.
don't know why, but that's
Oh.
even me. This sticks with me. I think I'll be like driving DoorDash or something, and I'll just think to myself,
I
PP
just feel like
Stains
we
in the
have to
front.
be really
I swear to
careful in this
God.
country
Yeah,
that we
it's
don't
like, what are you,
more value.
Shakespeare? What does he say, Shakespeare wrong?
Fucking
I
tourists.
read that way. Shakespeare.
You gotta be real careful.
Where you at in Austin is the name of the clip. Let's see.
This is not.
I'm in Austin, end of the month, Austin. I'm in Nashville, Austin. I think it's 27 through 28 nights. I'm in Nashville one night, then Austin for 2 nights. Where you at in Austin? I'm at Vulcan.
Inside, like you said, like
Right across the street.
of course, I don't think you should be
Mothership.
but I also do think women should be able to do what they want with a fucking baby in their stomach. You know, do it. That's a good point. That's a good point. But like you said, women got raisins and fighting now. Like, yeah, what are we doing right
So
now?
loud at the end of it.
Where's the human?
Yeah, Mike, you can do just a song. Yeah, well, he's just not in there yet. He's not ready.
Like,
When he's ready, I'm sure he'll headline the mothership.
you know, I think the process of getting
It's building material. Maybe it's more than these specials going to be.
how many can you like what kind of a strain is this on? What kind of strain is this on? You know, is there a way to from better?
No, I want him to film a special source. Like, special to him. You know what I mean? Like, see
Another
that?
country right next door that's buying, trading, and making tons of money. What
Let's
is
see
better?
animals.
Like if they stop being a third world country, first world country,
You know how like organs trying to kill themselves before?
so why don't we just
Like,
kind
what if they
of make this
it
place
might be
a
too
better
much?
place?
I mean, like,
This is what
Blackfish 2, bring it and then get it in Gringo 2 instead of Gringo 3. No kick out.
unless you
Yeah, no, I mean, the animals, I don't think it's necessarily safe. If they try to kill the traders that feed them, what will they do to somebody who's like, natural foods and all this dumb shit that he says? Do animals understand this? So this one's called Cavaliers Anti-Woke. Ethnic G2C. Unsolicited by handsome black man. I don't have to the point at which you say I don't work every day. Right? I don't know if you saw that, but Taraji P yesterday. So yeah, obviously shout out Bob with the clip, right? This was work ethic, 17 shows, which he hired himself to do. He's like, I mean, I'm the boss. I do all, this is not a bad thing. It's not, he gets fired from the show time. It's not sad though. So hey, I'm starting my own thing. But then I'm gonna complain about it. So I'm like, you tune in, he's doing that, he's saying, look at how hard I work. Good. He's saying how hard he works, and then there's clips like where he's doing the donuts in the truck. I just love that. And it's funny that he literally did do what he said. He fired a guy and then he did a trick thing. Oh yeah, great. He bought a demon rat rabbit. Fuck you, I don't care. He's not a trick guy. I mean, it's so crazy for Bobby to be like, alright, so let's be honest. Numbers going down. I know what's gonna sing it. It's fucking shit. 210. Yeah. 210, baby. Oh, aren't you known for UFC? 210, dude. I'm into drugs. What's this right here? And nobody ever is ever real with it. It is more real. He's like, you know what? I think we do is like a show about drugs. He's like, I think a lot of guys, like drugs. And we'll get more views. People will like it.
Okay. Yeah, you can tell he got something. He took something that morning.
Alright, so let's see here. This one's posted by Nathan WD.
It's crazy you let him do that because now
Looks like the puns are part I work on these YouTube shorts. I wanted to show you this one because I like your reactions to these TikTok videos. Sorry for stuttering.
That was all auto.
Look at these comments, dude.
He didn't sign those.
Your voice or your videos are always very clear and easy to understand. Thanks for that. And already it's just like some porn bot that's fed up about the two that's gonna kick the asses. Just like shitting on for no reason. I like your clear and concise presentation of material. It's done intelligently. 35 black arms and blue heart with an asterisk. Why black arms too? I don't know, the butt appears white. Very interesting. At first I thought it was people just like Gadushian physical fear, but now it's more like a 35. But like he picked the wrong company to write fake comments, you know, and then they just get like these weird. It's like people in India just like they don't know what these things mean. Just posting it. It's a weird random Indian company. Yeah, so hired. If you go to the comment section of this one, I was laughing so hard at all these comments. Obviously 35 is an appearance, right? But look at the auto log here. 35, your comments are tracking that auto.
For the second term.
So
While he's ready to go, then there's so we're saying something wrong with this.
there was another comment that made me laugh hard. Yeah, when profile pictures are passes, too much generic sentences, but they break down like the formula that's obvious. It's like a random emojis. Like, why is there a fucking apple emoji? I would love to know why Hilton hit the middle finger is so funny. Is that just like oops? But what is it? Is it really just some random stuff online? Is it a company that Bob hired? Is it one of the interns that's like, oh, I have to make it look weird? He Bob it and give them any direction, or just like make it like look kind of great, like normal, like just a random account. Maybe put butt on it. I don't know. It's from CT Brain.
But automating is when you think about what that means.
Either you trust or you don't trust BGM, right? He apparently paid for this shit before, and we both to YouTube, right? And I never get these fucking comments, dude. It's true, we don't get fake comments on our stuff. Like, we get purposely fake stuff. Like, the 35, that pops up every once in a while. I don't know. Have there been a lot of fake comments? I guess on Instagram there is fake comments from time to time. You know, like send this reel. Oh yeah, podcast communities. That's different. They're not asses. I got a fake comment in the crowd tonight. He asks much. But I think where the smoke is fired, Bob is paid for something. You know, maybe like residual for what we're paid for. Alright, let's see here. This one's called Bob Meets the Biggest Thing for the First Time George, posted by Ronaldinho. Let's see here. You haven't seen this one, have you? What makes me laugh, dude, is I watched this like 3 times just watching Papa's face. Oh, okay. Yeah. So let's see. Before we go back, I know too much. Thank you for your direction. Obviously, listening to watch Papa's face and the music.
Or so funny.
Number 2 active over 6,500 individuals for
Drink is big, brother. It's like that, the face you make when you want someone to leave, right? Like, you're going to go, good to see you, but then you've said everything you want to say, and you're like, let's hope they'll leave soon. Because I got nothing else. Isn't that the find it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And then he did a 180 and he was like, no, you move here. You work for me. And then I fired you.
Pretty normal. Yeah. Like how many
Look at times here.
almost 2,000.
Yeah.
What about Trump?
That's what's really happening in this one.
Let him go.
That's what's happening in this one. I like the guy coming. There's always somebody in this circle getting a drink. It's too bad there's no plants. The guy enter plants. Yeah. Let's see here. All right, let's go to the next one. This one's called Rent Free. I mean, it's pretty long, dude. It's posted by Pharrell 80s. We'll go see this one. It's really good. All this time talking about redhead. Yeah. Well, check it out on Chang's. It's called Rent Free. We're going to go to the next one because this one's 2.5 minutes. This one's called Papa Talk About Chin's Alcoholism. Posted by Chin's Second Pop. Look in the mirror, Papa. Well, Chin's alcoholism.
Just got drinking. That's all Hamilton. You ever seen that? No.
Liver problems.
I saw it on they brought it to Texas back basketball. And then in these last 3 weeks I have studied I'm addicted. Joke. It's the second greatest piece of art to ever be art. Everybody. Everybody looks at the wall. Trying to figure out the Bible. It's like, get the fuck out of here, dude. That's not even close. It was Joe. It's already the second greatest selling book of all time, and it's only been out since 1997.
I'm just trying to
think about that. I'll tell you what, I kid you. It's when I read it off of short like I just found out what I told you. And I do everything. I'm not going to
I like that Rampage just carried all the greatest thing ever. It's like it doesn't strike me as important. But yeah, we're to talk about
it's like a hero story, not hero tale, but man, it's so fucking good.
It's like kind of intervention talk, but surrounded by alcohol. How would Papa fuck up?
But Hamilton is one of the great art. And I mean, like anything else, painted,
exactly.
Musically sung.
Exactly. You got it. What? I mean, there's so much alcohol on the table, right? There's an empty bottle of Tiger Things on the The drunk person telling you, this looks like this is you can do this. So I catch it, just stop drinking stuff. Think about it, search it. I like that, Steve Bradley and Black Page.
If you like history, I'm not a history guy. I'm not. I love it. I know what I know, but I'm not looking for it. I watched it, and it was so cool. Everything is the whole thing. Then you think it's like, oh, it's musical. Everyone's like, why is Thomas Jefferson black? You know, like, everybody's black. They're all playing these guys. You just watch it. But everything is the whole thing is so the writing is incredible. The story of Alexander.
All right, well, let's see if we can find another comedian here. This one's called Papa Has No Idea What He's Looking At.
And you know that
KRC 366 never means this.
Let's see. Trump was vice president. When he killed the president,
Just commenting on that because nobody has it. So, like, the way he's holding it.
dad left him. He's from the Caribbean.
I don't even know what it is, but
When he had to come out, he
on a little field trip today,
never heard the trust fund.
what a great group of people, American born American man, best in the
Never
biz,
what you
American
hard
flag.
close to his chest and never showed anybody what he's thinking. True
Papa,
politician.
yeah, I mean, it would be fun to watch him as
Just the
do
way
anything,
he is like
go on any kind of field trip, and you hand him those things, he's not going to know
a
what it
loud
is.
guy.
So, yeah, I agree with
He's
that.
just rambunctious.
All right, so
And didn't follow the rules.
we got one more clip, but if we still have time after this clip, I'm going to try to find another one because I want to shout out our boy, Aristino Zuniga. Great guy, great guy. He had a pretty solid commentary. We got a little more more time than Kittle.
Earl's gonna be
Okay. But this one here is posted by these teams in the front. Never seen that. Gathered some scraps from redacting this the latest cow bass fight companion. I think he was on that. Let's see here.
Jefferson president over her was Hamilton. And so that, and then of course, I'm talking more shit about him, and then Aaron Burrows. We're doing
Tell me, man. It's coming. I see it right there. You heard that?
Let's go.
Yeah, that's what this happened. Me too. I had one that. Rampage is so mean, man. So fucking good. He's like he's legitimately good at making fun of shop.
Yeah, so he shot him right.
Yeah, I had a kid like 2 and now I'm bald.
Miles away, maybe like you, right in the same spot where Hamilton's son died.
Right? Thank you. That's what I was. That's how I'm bald at 42. Thank you. You feel me, bro? I can work out
But I thought you just missed. How am I supposed to?
Did you say he's devastated?
You know, they have a dream. You have that other people that have representatives, all this stuff. But everyone turned around. So that
Devastated. Why is he saying he's devastated? Because he's gonna worry about his hair coming down to his eyebrows.
and it ruined the
Oh, look, I guess there's
rest
C
of her life.
I guess.
Hamilton's love watching him right. Man,
Put that on the board.
one of the reasons he won the award. He was the, I remember when David Levine got caught cheating and was like, I'm gonna go out and I'm not gonna get black. I'm gonna go out and say I cheated on my wife. Get the fuck out of here. Like I'll take the heat. Hamilton was the first guy to do it.
Damn, dude, Rampage is on our fucking side. He wants to see that version.
A woman fucked this lady.
Yeah, he almost got him. Chop almost said something.
Like, hey, you owe money.
Look, I see where
Like,
that
her husband, like, hey, you fucked my wife. I know you fucked my wife. I know who you are. You can keep fucking her. I think she's a whore too. Really? Yeah. And of course, I'm like, I think it was like $30. But I don't know if that was at $1,700.
I mean, yeah, that is ridiculous.
I don't know the number. I think it was
That's why exactly.
beneficial to everybody. Oh, everybody. You just need a little money. Oh,
Everything about Chop. Rampage goes in there like, I'm trying to make fun of Chop this whole time.
But I think he also spends one.
I doubt he even knows the Red exists. He does it for his own entertainment. And he doesn't make fun of Bradley. That's not his good. I know everyone's losing their mind about it. I can't believe he's like Rampage every fucking minute. You're right, dude. Rampage is a 17. He's coming.
Yeah, watch him roll up.
Oh my god, look at Rampage. That's crazy, that clip.
He was saying something that,
He fucks up things that you think would be impossible for him. He's the Filipino
there's people that still
he's a
think
congressman
shit out
from the
to get
Philippines
money
now.
because they're assholes.
Manny
I
Pacquiao.
totally understand that.
There are many.
However, this lady said, find it.
Name the movie. Good morning, Pacquiao. Name the boxer.
I watched this.
Alright, let's see.
What the fuck? Smart guy. No,
Los Angeles, sir. There's no chance you met a Filipino. Oh, sorry, Vietnamese. Saying. There's so many Vietnamese and Filipino people here. I had no chance. Maybe the ending is just proceeding. It's water, dude. Great. Hell yeah, dude. Do you want to find that one clip I was talking about? Yeah. What do you think about that scrap? Fight opinion. Very good job. Very good. Yeah. Solid. Could have said it better myself, Jim. Yeah. It's all corners in one basket. Okay, so first and foremost, the actual explanation of George leaving video is this one here posted by Haphazard. It's called the explanation of George leaving. And, let's see here.
How you doing? I'm doing right, Jen. You're all quiet, man. His hair's all fucked up today. What is like a sponge? Are you a little depressed? Are you okay? I'm not depressed. I'm just on the side. Why are you losing? This one just listening to why. Oh, yeah, let's talk about it. Oh, yeah, George. Let's talk about George for a sec, guys. So, okay. So there's been a lot of misinformation. George did not get fired. George was asked you need somebody with more experience in running a house. Tech Boy's expanding into different areas. Like full producer. I'm 22 years old. This is different. So everybody loves George. So what I think you did was offered him the different kind of Lex runs the company. Lex runs. Offered him something else. You are a good person for that job to go even to. So they got rid of him because what? He was there paying him to be like an editor, like the editor. But they need somebody who can do it way better. That'd be interesting if they like George leaves, they get someone else, and it's like, you know, that meme where it's like LA or the future, if everything goes right, that's how, they can just get so much better. George is stupid. But it doesn't make any sense. It makes sense. You know, given the reality, don't you think it would be a smart idea to hire a chef?
His family lives back
For definitely as a consultant. I think we talked about that before, yeah. I mean, the chef can give some constructive criticism that the chef desperately needs. Yeah. Like if they got half on this, it's like half we need to do it. It might be too good of a show of him because he'll take out the stuff that's bad. Oh, you're right. He'll have good advice. Or he may be conflicted because he's like, this is so funny for the Reddit. I'll leave it in. But then, it's bad for them. But the thing is that they have to feed up because we're not truly happy. Right. And his happy was like great. $2,000 an hour. So, we're gonna to George, because you're very attached to George emotionally. Let's be proud for a second, guys. You're very attached to him. You're terrible at any kind of repositioning, firing, or anything. You're the worst. You're the fucking worst. And so, we know this about you. So we have other people that actually run the mechanics and day-to-day operation of Victor. Yes. Okay. I'm just speaking out. Tell me what I know. So, doing what I said earlier, this the whole thing. It's like, he's like, yes. He's almost doing like what the earthquake did. Way more like in his version of that. At all the most, I run at the most. Legs is actually control. Oh, yeah. Legs does every decision. Who's this Legs character? You're the CEO, you're on every show. But now there's a guy named Legs. Who's Legs? How do you say increments? George is somebody all of us here care about him, and right now I think you guys offered George something else within the house. He doesn't have to, because now he's killed himself.
It stops at red light, changes lanes, it like slows down, the traffic slows down, speeds up, and the traffic speeds up.
Every day, 7 days, 7 days a week. That's crazy. What's he doing all 7 days? Why does he have to come in if he's there? All he got to do is edit on a computer. Why'd you have to? Is he going to get flash drives or something? And where's he coming from? Where is the Gray Studios? That's, you know what, I've never asked that question. Do you know where it is? I'm assuming Santa Monica. I could be wrong. On the west side? Yeah. I don't know. They've posted the patches before. I've seen that. Because I guess it would absolutely be killing yourself if you were like in the... you far away every day. I mean, you would do that though for a big show event. Like by they, I mean like TVK. I'm pretty sure they had like a vlog and they showed the business part that it was in. So you can see the other business. So the other stuff, I'm pretty sure it's like all the websites. I think it's funny the idea of somebody driving in Santa Monica traffic back to the valley to do this. They go in, it's like a slow to get there, and then they're just stuck in traffic thinking about all the clicks I gotta hit. No wonder stuff gets lifted. By the time you get home, it's like shit. They're gonna the driver's fucked up. He doesn't want to do that. His thing was, it's not that he doesn't want to be here, but he has other opportunities. Which is why I'll find other opportunities. Yeah.
So he has two gun ones, which I, yeah, it's like the fire does. No matter what he does from this point on, it's because of oh, right. Yeah, he's going to take credit for George's success in the future. It's like, no, it's good for him not to come over because he was killing himself coming here, but he's got good opportunities, which, by the way, also me. Right. You know what I mean? If George has a big success, he's going to be like, and another guy that came through here, like there was Chappelle, I launched his career. Okay, I relaunched Adam Sandler's career on this favorite comic. Now George, yeah, George, what does George make you think? What do you think?
Help him facilitate. So I understand. Like if those don't work out, he can come back here. You know that's always open. I love George. I talk to George probably more than anybody besides you.
Yeah, I talk to George. I talk to George. So I know as much as he talks to you, right? Well, he said he talks to George. The first most person he talks to is Brian. I don't know if I believe that. He didn't talk to him very much of the Green Group. When he came, he wanted to maybe I become better friends. Let's give him the benefit of the group.
And then all of a sudden, you're like, oh, maybe
we're going to I can help the game. I said, I told you this will be under. You know how far Georgia, this is my conversation that I haven't talked about. How far Georgia has come. You can't think about it. I mean, Georgia weighs 450 pounds. On King in the State, he's had a submission because Michael's get down to 190, blah, blah, blah.
It's so funny that Brandon is the one struggling with a parasocial relationship when he's the influencer. You didn't meet him. When you met him, you were like, okay, let's hear it.
so it's like, where's the money?
He said, Georgia, you get down to 190, I'll fly you here. Live Stadium. Year later, calls in, he's 190. I fly him in, he's such a good. If you ever meet George, can't help but love the kid. Fly him in here, I love my dude. Go to San Antonio, ever stayed in a nice hotel? Never. Cool. It's the first time on a plane, too. Fly from San Antonio, put him up at our favorite hotel, and I give him a presidential suite. Stay like a king, bring him on stage. And then obviously can't stop here, dude. I'll find a job for you. That's you. That's you. That's me. That's you. That's you. That's you. So we went from zero skills to he can edit now. He cut clips. He can do social media. Here's the problem with you. You get emotionally attached to everybody. And I also don't. I think that is a liability for you. Like sometimes you've got a bad reader. Well, it's not that you're a bad reader, dude. You're just very optimistic. And some jobs, if you're running,
I'm talking about
this company, you are going to need a 30-year-old person who has a lot of experience to run shit, and you have to be a background check. Yeah, but you also have to be the kind of guy that is like people that run a business are way more ruthless than you. I go, it's not working. You gotta get out of here. That's why I like that. Not like that. Let me just tell you about Brendan. So just so people know, the number of people that we had who we all loved, and they were all great. But there were things sometimes where this person, I'm not talking about George in this case, I'm talking about the 12 years we've been here. I think we've had probably 8 or 9 real discussions about you calling me and saying, I don't know what to do with this person, they're not doing their job. And it's driving me crazy because I'm paying them a fortune, a fucking fortune.
I always pay him so much. What is their job, Jim? Are they people that do the house socials? Is that what he's checking and they have it posted or at 35 something? Yeah, we're talking invoices on that. Yeah, dude, it's a lot to keep up with. It's fucked out.
That's the only market for running.
And I would be like, okay, then what we always say? You finish my sentence. I do anything. I'd say, you know what we're going to do about this? They'd say, absolutely nothing, because I can't confront them on board for another year at least.
And then they stop allowing people to
sell. Whatever the case, and that's not the way to run this. So we have a 22-year-old who we all care about, who we want to win, and he will win. And I'll do what I can, to help him get. George has a great resume. He's also a great kid. And also, when he came in today to tell me, he did a great job here, by the way. Of course, let's put that on record. But
Yeah, it's so funny whenever they say that people they fired did a great job. It's like, what's the point of the firing? He was so good that we're like, you know what, you're too good. You're like, the show is below you. You being yours next to you.
I can't even tell you, man. Talk to your person just to tell me, like, if it's going to be a part-time thing, like, I'd rather just go somewhere full-time.
Like, team-ups full-time. Let's go. We didn't have I had that situation where, like, I was, like, losing work, and I was like, well, I need a full-time job. And I went to the boss, and I was like, I'm going to take this other job because it's full-time. And he was kind of like that. He was kind of like, oh, really? Oh, you're good. All right, that's your takeaway. Yeah, that's your takeaway. I was like, yeah, I need to, like have enough money to live, and you're firing. So, essentially, I keep cutting my days up. Whenever that's the conversation George had, I was, like, thankful for the job at all. Because, like, hey, I work 1 day a week, dude. Like, what do you expect? I really appreciate it. I mean, I did that for my whole life. So, my lease is not up until 6 months from now. So, sometimes the way rich people talk to non-rich people is just insane. Yeah, I mean, I just expected you to kind of work here 1 day a week. And this, what? No, what are we doing? All right, let's see the rest of this clip here.
Well, that's a win. That's the goal. To go from here. That is hard. He's 22. He's not this first job. He's coming straight out of 22. Yeah, his background. So it's like he's just getting more experience. That's all it is. Well, I mean, yeah, I told him when I talked to him, I said, this is good. It's that Jocko Willing thing. Good. Now he's just an opportunity to even get better and build bigger skill sets, dude.
So you get in, you get your creative, and you get out. That's the worst mindset ever for a boss to have is the Jocko Willing mindset, where you get terrible things happen. Your job is hard, and then you get fired, and then your boss goes, good. It's like, what? You fired me? You ain't good. Fuck you. Well, we're running out of time because we got a guest coming in right now, but I wanted to say the Augustino Zinga clip. Oh, right. He watches that, and he's like, you're the CFO of a YouTube channel that proposes Best brains, dude. Yeah, that Augustino chick, that's funny. Yeah, that whole clip is fucking fire. He's just fired up, yelling at the screen, like, talking about Brad. We should watch that. Yeah, we're going to watch it right now. See you next week.
Yeah, plants make noise and release them. I can't move.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you tuning in. If you're interested, join the Patreon neighborhood event. We review stand-up specials, and we do extra shows, sometimes even callbacks. Those are the ones where we really get good deals.
And shout out to everyone that see the comments, dude. I heard you guys. You said your New Year's resolution is to check out Rabbi from Tweeties, dude. And it really, brings a tear to my bear. And thank you very much. Yeah, check out our other show, Rabbi from Tweeties, if you're interested. And if you want to check that out, check me out in Long Beach, dude. January 24th at George's Greek Cafe, apparently. And sometime in February, I'm going to be at Flappers Daddy in Burbank, February 4th, right? Yeah, something like that. Something like that. That's another I'm going to be at Chatterbox headlining. Chatterbox February 4th. I had COVID the first time I was supposed to do that, so I didn't get a chance to do it. Thank you to everybody that said nice things to me and posted.
YouTube community that had COVID and all that. But I better now, didn't count. I'll tell you what else didn't count. The vaccine. And how it is what it is. But anyways, that's not why you're here. No. You're here to watch 10 minutes of shit out. So, play a chain clip, start the timer, man. Alrighty. Well, it's been quite the slow week at Chang's, probably the longest episode we've ever done. Okay. Sometimes in Chang, you can't stay away from what's happening. You hear about it. Join the Discord. We're going to hate right. It's free. We talk about it. Mainly about the podcast. And we only discuss the podcast here being, But, apparently, George was introduced. Yeah, that's the narrative on Chang's. So let's just dive in, man. Alright, let's check it out. This one's posted by Eddie Pool, 8mm. It's called Never Meet Your Heroes. Let's see. First of all, George's got his face. He's got a really lovable face. Yeah, it's hard to really not like George. He has sort of I don't know everything about him, but his just his presence is kind of unique for us. And I do want to reach out to Jordan and say we did get rid of a dog. Unfortunately, the dog you had, we won't get rid of you if you want to join us, right? We did not get rid of the dog. I still have the dog. The dog, is that your fucking dick? Listen, okay. I thought about giving it back to the guy that does shows or whatever. This is a show dog. As one does. But he was like, no, keep your dog, dude. I was like, alright, I'll keep it. That's vicious.
First thing I ever put out,
Brett didn't communicate one of the fishes this year.
and don't tell I'm not really interested in because I feel like the tone you get is interesting, like late night and American count is like a different thing. Whereas this is more like guys are more my age, who are like, all right, they come in the middle of us, and you put it on yourself, and you got the money to make it look nice, we'll make it for you, and give you the first few happy first. Where did you walk?
So much to get our T-Fat K. And to lose 200 pounds and fight a guy. That's how you get on the best podcast there is. That's that
You were the first guys to the chairs.
What are you
We're almost said, fuck it. All together.
I can't lose that much weight because I never weighed that much. They don't want to fight you. So I guess I'll just do a show here quickly where I watch it for 10 minutes. But that, Eddie, that's pretty dope. Also, what you can't do is learn all 24 minutes to read about Poppy. I know. I want to. Dude, that was their whole thing. That was their whole bit that I never actually finished. You can reach out to them. These Carolines did. So no one's ever really done that as far as I know that our old guy Levon and the clip of him came out and sitting in bed, and then Tim Heineker's show ended up in kind of some stand-up. The full thing, I don't know if it's ever done the full thing. I can see you sweating right now. Yeah, it's a lot. I'm up to the challenge. I'm trying to
George, I lost a bunch of weight and got hired, so now I'm here. Your journey is going to be a huge example. In a positive way, 200%. Because fat people are fucking miserable. Really. And I'm glad Brandon found you. I'm glad the sport Brandon says best because, I don't think you realize what your ripple effect is. And you're that young. And I think all of this happened for a reason. And George is one of the best people I've ever fucking met. He's one of the most disciplined people I've ever met. And now George, the plan was to be here for 30 days. And now it's June 1st is tomorrow. And what I'm going to do is you're crushing us so hard, kicking ass. And we had that talk the first week you were here. I wanted to go home. I gave you the Al Pacino fucking Any Given Sunday speech on
oh my god. I wish I could have been there for that. Embodiment speech. We fall for that bitch. On this team. And
the speech in the beginning, Al Pacino, he's like shitting, he's douching himself. He's like, I pissed away everything I ever had. My wife doesn't even look at me anymore. She's like Cheetos all day. He throws himself in his own life. She's basically, she keeps selling our stuff online. Weirdos. It's him as the shop guy, CEOs. Oh, she's got this mom. She thinks keto equals taquitos. People on Reddit talk about me all day long, saying horrible things, hurt my feelings, but I've never seen any of that. I don't understand Reddit. People call me a bully, and I say, it's fine. We crawl for that 8 inches. Or should I get out? What else? That would be good. Okay, James, idea alert. Cut up that again someday. And that speech, and then, oh fuck, I missed it. I mean, it'll be cool, like, if we did, like, what is it, the song for the Everyman, for the, I don't know, was it, the patriotic song, where you can make a sub speech. When you play it, comment, I'm at comment for the only man, fair for the comment, fair for the camera, man, I give a different, like, well, maybe next time. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. The chicks fucking look it up, dude. It's just a little week. We need orange chicken still.
Anyways, I'm doing with that crime. I think anyways, I want your full-time job here. Because you just don't go home, brother. You can stay here if you have work to do. And that's how you represent your family and give back. That's a regular day. Me teaching George things that he was once confident about, but then I shattered his world, and then we build it back.
That's how you get some of the weight gaps, like
shouting when people like you that they're on 8, just like these people here.
That was a whole brag right there, dude. Come on, there's a lot of people like you.
Scale, if you walk around like 8% over your weight, I would obligate you to go weight next weight class. Just if you have for example, if you're fighting at 100 kilograms, say 10 kilograms, when I go to the halls, I do the drug test, I do my scale, and the weight is 110 kilograms, I would force you to go to the next weight class. Yeah, I think that's realistic. That makes sense, and I think that they should have more weight classes because the weight class gaps are just too large. Or maybe that's an option. Yeah, I mean, at the lower weight classes, it's 10 pounds, which seems reasonable, but really, at the lower weight classes, like 125 and 135, it can easily be 5 pounds. 5 pounds is reasonable. But Dana doesn't want like 12 weight classes, or 12, 15, 20 weight classes like boxing. He wants it like the UFC has now, but it's not that. I don't really know the real reason behind that, but I would love to talk to Dana and ask him these questions also because it's kind of dangerous for the guys. And many times you put them in a show for the people and you don't really know if they're going to make the weight. Right, exactly. And they're going to be compromised. I mean, there's a lot of guys who fight just deeply dehydrated from the day before, and even though they've rehydrated themselves, their brains not rehydrated. Exactly. It's not smart. It's also not necessary. Like, why would we would make for better fights? Why would you want someone to be physically compromised 24 hours before the fight? It doesn't make any sense at all. Like, at the same time, the way blood takes something out from the food, that's great. It's like putting a dog inside the room for 20 days without any food, and you open the door and you put him in a different room full of food. It's like the same thing. When I'm cutting the weight, I'm a different person. I felt my mind goes different, my thought process is different, everything is so different at that moment. I'm not so tiny when I'm cutting weight. Yeah, more focused and dialed in. Exactly. Dominic Cruz says he says he likes weight cutting because it gets you dialed in. He says it gets you completely dialed in for how much you have. I don't think he cuts that much. That's why 35. That's why he likes it. Ask Alex Pereira if he likes it. Because when he was fighting at 85, he was weighing in at 85 and fighting in the cage at 225, 226. Which is crazy. I don't know how that guy was. I don't know. That's he's huge. He's so cool. But how about Dricus Duplessis? How the fuck does he want 85? That guy's huge. a tank. There's a lot of these guys like, but it's very deceptive because the general public thinks that's 185-pound man, but he's not. Drickus is probably, when he gets in the cage, he's well in his 220s. He's a big guy.
I don't know why he walks around, but he's a huge guy. Also, he comes up. He was fighting in the 70s.
Yeah.
He was almost killing himself.
The craziest one was Anthony Rumble Johnson. Remember Anthony?
Yeah.
Anthony, I ran into him once in between fights, and I said, "How much do you weigh?" He said 230. He was fighting 170.
He switched how many weight classes? He started from 170 to like heavyweight, and then he ended up fighting the heavyweight.
He went to middleweight and didn't make it. He missed weight and lost that fight, and then he fought heavyweight outside the UFC, and then came back and fought light heavyweight in the UFC.
You know, something similar happened to me also. I started fighting in Canada.
Really?
Yeah. Before the UFC, like in Cage Warriors, when I was fighting in Cage Warriors, I actually missed the weight goal. So when I was fighting for the belt, I was fighting at that time in the bantamweight division. Then I kept fighting in the featherweight, and now in the lightweight. I don't end up fighting in the lightweight.
How old were you when you first started fighting?
In MMA, you asking, or
Well, when did you first start on?
with 4 years old, my dad moved me with my brothers in Europe. Then we went to Georgia. We kept practicing with the Greco-Roman wrestling, and then we moved to Spain when I was 15 years old, and completely by chance we find a gym and we started training the MMA mixed martial arts.
Totally by chance.
Totally by chance.
Wow. So were you a mixed martial arts fan at all?
I didn't know anything about the mixed martial arts. I didn't know anything about the BJJ, the ground game, anything.
Wow.
So we went to Spain and we wanted to keep with the same discipline we were in Georgia, regular wrestling, but they don't have it. That's good. So we were a little bit sad, because we wanted that sport. My brother was really, really good on that. So my mom was working in Salomon with college for years. She went to him and she asked me like, "What you doing?" Because my kids want to do wrestling, do training in some gym or something. I'm gonna show you the gym. She came home and my dad and my mom they started to convince us like there's a gym, they are practicing jiu-jitsu, MMA, I don't know what's this. And my dad started to show me the videos of the races. He told me like this is one of the best sports in the world right now. You're gonna guys love it, this and that. And that day we went to see I started since for a second.
It's actually a great base to start out. Starting in judo and then Greco-Roman wrestling, and then going into jiu-jitsu. It's really great. You already have an established grappling where everyone is.
If you want to have a career in MMA, you should start with wrestling because it's much easier to learn in the future boxing than start with boxing and then with wrestling.
Really?
For me, yes, I think so. And I saw that with many people.
But how old were you when you first started boxing?
17 years old.
That's fairly old. Like when you think about how high level your striking is.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
But when I started, I was like, okay, I'm very good with the wrestling. I can take people down. I can control them. I have a great ground game. But what if I go to the highest competition and I find some adversities? I have to be able to fight in striking. So I had to develop my game in the striking. And I started from that. And I started with my brother. We were like the first people to go inside the gym, the last ones to leave it. So we were studying every day, all of it, like so obsessed. We were watching like all the videos of videos as a child and all that, practicing all the techniques, and then putting in interaction and sparring and all that. And I was like finding my stuff that I really like to do.
Well, it's interesting because Spain doesn't have a long history of mixed martial arts. So you are the first champion from Spain in the UFC. So it's very interesting that you got in there as a young man and there wasn't really like a big established community.
So I was the first guy to get into the top 15, the top 10, the top 5, and the world championship. We had a guy in Spain who fought in the UFC. I don't know if you remember Enrique Wasabi.
Okay.
I did the Ultimate Fighter. Then we have another guy also, Joel Alvarez. He's doing a great job also. But before that, we didn't have any.
So when you first started training, were there amateur competitions in Spain?
Yeah,
There was amateur MMA?
I made 3 fights in amateur. And then I started with professional game. I did 4 fights in Spain, and at some point it was so difficult to find a fight for me that I had to start to travel and to walk into the territory to get a fight. Yeah, started from that.
But it's fascinating because a lot of world champions generally, well, there's a good percentage of them come from an established gym that already has elite high-level competitions. But it seems like that's not the case with you.
It wasn't. So I don't know what was the reason, to be honest, to came this far. I don't know.
Well, that's always the question with champions. Like, are champions born or are they bred? Because there's gyms that develop, like Marvin Hagler came out of the Metropolitan Gym in Boston, Massachusetts. They're not known for world championship fighters. Marvin Hagler is one of the greatest of all time. It's like there's something inside of him that made him himself.
The same thing. There was something inside me that made me just cry.
Did you know when you first started training, when you first started doing MMA, that you were going to fight professionally?
Yeah, since the first time. So my mindset always was the same, exactly the same as I have right now. I'm like, if someone did it, I also can do it. And if no one did it, I can be the first one to do it. This is the mindset I always had. It's like, yeah. I think that the champions they are not born, they are made also because you can really the extraordinary situation that you can end up solve matters and all of it. The opposite also. You can go in a crazy situation and that hard.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing because all champions are not the same type of person. You know, you got guys like Sugar Sean O'Malley, who's silly, smokes weed, has crazy hair. And then you got guys like Alex Pereira, very stoic, very serious.
So everyone's very serious. I met him in Sydney. I went with my brother because he made his UFC debut. Yeah, he was kind of quiet.
Yeah, he's intense.
So serious.
Yeah, he's intense. I remember watching him fight for the first time in Glory kickboxing. I was like, Jesus Christ. This way chaos people. Like, this guy is different.
Huge.
Yeah. Crazy power. His power is just ridiculous. I mean, like, hit guys with people love watching you fight. I love watching you fight.
Yeah.
I'm trying. I like all styles, man. I'm fascinated by the game in all different styles. I like watching all the champions. I mean, I love watching Rob fight. He's a fucking animal. He's the machine. I love him. He's an animal. I mean, I just don't understand that cardio. His cardio is fucking crazy. It's like superhuman cardio.
And I want to tell you something about Rob that surprised me. That maybe you see him as
Let's look at their lives now. Perspective. A calm perspective. The way you fight mom is what she does. She can bad mom fix my job at fix. Kind of good fix. Yeah, fix the mom too. You couldn't introduce the mom at the same time.
right now you ask
Your mom's got no perspective. Before George and his mom met
quiet.
Rashad, they didn't have
I would
anything, right? They
take
had
my
nothing. They were like
and since
mad, loose, they were fucking
right
fat.
now at
They were
this
getting
time
homeless cats, and they
well,
this time I worked out a lot, I'm fucking fat, and I see You were fat, your mom was stupid.
He was so skilled, so
Fucking
high
hey,
level.
alright.
And, to see him
You got a
and
great
Umar
ass.
start to
Great
build.
ass.
See Umar,
Buy a pack of gum, try to chew it.
guys start getting fatigued. He was like a little bit of a, you so much, I'm so proud of you. He's like, none, zero. Just shooting like he's in the first round of the big round. Because this is what I want. I'm so proud of you. You start Miraz outside.
Like, we
So
should
you start training, you're fighting, and you're like,
we should have a segment called Badly Placed
and
Bubbles.
then you get inside of
Oh,
it.
yeah. You're just getting started. Come on, Dave. Where does he get these, like, weird speech meters? He talks like he's at different times. There's like some dude from the South or like an Italian grandmother. And it's a lot. It's like he picks different characters to be. We used to see that. Yeah. We really like that. Did he prove?
George, I'll be dead honest with you, brother. I think that motherfucker, I do it behind you. I have all the trust in you, and I do like 5 because
You make that for the rest of your life. It's your gripes. That first selfie you sent me, I said, there's no chance. This guy's gripes. Okay. I looked at that and I said, good. And his wife has no respect. There's no way he's waking up at 4:34.
Yeah, it was so hard.
and he's one of the ones what's easy. I figured we can 30 days and he's on the first one to play down here.
Okay, so this is where the controversy started. Apparently, first of all, let's start from the beginning here, dude. Mark Harley kicked off a Reddit. And I don't even know what to start with that. I don't know. Somebody comment below why Mark Harley got produced in the first place from Reddit. Great guy. I've never actually met him, but probably only the live. Yes. They do what they did. So, Mark Harley posted this to his Instagram story. If you don't know the story, I'll tell you the whole thing. Fucking, I'm so ridiculous. Balls bullshit, dude, right? It's apparently George's mom saying, guess what? Brandon didn't. I thought this was like a douche way of saying Brandon's name, but I guess she just didn't know how to type. Yeah, she's respected. But it says Brandon's law just called George and they let him go. Said they can't afford to pay him. What the fuck now? Wow, now George has to figure out how to get home, yo. What little savings he has. Wow, life is really strange. So and Mark responded with, wait, are you serious? Like the joke. It's so funny that Mark makes the mom sounds too. Like spelling and fork wrong and all that stuff. Like weird spacing, Brendan's lawyer spelled wrong. Flower. Like she's from Moody Town. I do like how moms, that is a very momish thing to do. The dot question mark thing. You see that? That's a very mom type activity. Is it what Rose says? Oh, you Rose. My parents do like full-on paragraphs and it's just love mom and dad at the bottom of it. Like it's a, like that together, like celebrate or better. So it's a little careful. Let's see if there's anything more to this. I think that might be ending right now. So, some fucking slow music. I'm sure he would, say that it's for sure real, right? And I'm sure it is for sure real. It's just like, I don't know. As I've said many times, I never know what to believe in Chang. And a lot of times when I like think something, as many of you have pointed out, it either goes over my head or I don't fully understand it. So, yeah, let me try to pull up the other email with, did you see that one where it was Brian Keller? Yeah, I saw that Brian Keller. Keller, yeah, where it was like Keller was saying, like, I know the kid, he did get fired, I'm trying to get him good
flat
job. I
fee
like
for
it or
weekly
something like
sessions,
that.
save you
Yeah.
money and time
This
because
was
it can
posted
help
by
you save up to
Significant Sky
50% per
7544,
session.
maybe the
And you
original
still get
source
quality
also
care.
of the
Therapy is a good
first
tool
messages.
everyone can use. Whether
BG, I'll get your
you've
response from
experienced a
Brian.
major trauma or not, it can
It
teach you valuable
says,
skills
actually, I
to
didn't
use
hire
in
him,
everyday life,
nor did
like
I
how
know
to
he
better
was
manage
fired
all
until
that
Lex let him
stress,
go.
tasks
Apparently,
in your
we
brain,
are still
or
paying
how to
him. I
communicate
also
better with
talked
your
to him
partner,
trying to
or
find
even
work.
how to be more
I called him the second
use
I heard
BetterHelp
Remember, he's
and work
not my
towards your
employee,
goals
but I
at a
care about the kid,
reasonable cost.
obviously.
It's
So try to
also
help him
more
any way I can.
convenient
If you
because
have
everything is online. It's easier to work in a therapy session no
Okay,
matter how hectic
that's
your
real.
schedule
That's
gets.
nice, I guess.
And it's one of the
I
largest
tried one
online
Callan
therapy
as my
platforms.
reference for a
BetterHelp has
job.
access to thousands of therapists with all sorts of specialties, so you can find the right fit for you. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE and get 10% off your
Me and
first
the
month.
wife sometimes
That's
we watch comedy, so
BetterHelp,
check it out. They did it there that night. Right, yeah, Brian's
So
doing that.
it's not a tactical or technical. It's just wild
Tell that
thoughts.
story on a
It's just
warrior.
wild. I mean, that's why I'm not the channel.
So,
That's cool. Yeah, that's what we need to guys.
if you don't know, Callan does a random African man voice in this actor. And we're not calling an African man voice. He calls it getting close to like medicine man or something. That's very bad. Which we can get to that later. Remind me to go to Callan's Instagram. Shout out to, I think, Rich Boy Pro or somebody sent me, oh yeah, that was funny. Yeah, he's still doing it. But anyways, let's go to this post here. It's posted by Eric Pumper. It's called So Does This Mean No Surgery? So we're just going deep into Georgia. There's no TFAC episodes, which, by the way, George Clinton, we DM'd British Shop many times saying, where are the episodes at? We depend on you guys. We're patrons, subscribers, send Brennan, we, like, send money and periodically an envelope to TFAC Studios saying, hey, good job. So it's like, we just want more content. Let's see.
Type of champions to go. There are champions who prepare themselves to win. There are other ones who prepare themselves to come. I prefer myself. I'm
Getting surgery in your skin.
I want people to be entertained. I want people to be like, while I'm happy that I spend the money, here's what I'm doing. It's what I do. Some of this stuff, I don't remember who
Name the thoughts, dude. How many years I've got a third of that was Brennan.
There's people that train to compete.
Like, oh yeah, I can say he's probably his mind is thinking, like this Zach Galifianakis man. Yeah. His mind is like, okay, well, let's say I would pay for some of this, but that is a quick intelligence test. Be like, what's a third of 10K? Well, you're saying you don't even know. He's like, I got a third of that. Brendan's like, hey, it's on 10 grand.
I started with MMA.
He's like, you're not going to give him $90,000. You're just going to just some random number.
After that, I was watching my sparring. I was like,
Oh, God.
will I?
That's why it's going to be thirds going on. By the next third, you hit me up. I got fucking $3 grand.
And this is how I was like,
Well, you definitely
when
is.
I started, I was very
Dude, I like how he has to wear the rain.
with myself.
This
This is how I felt.
Mr. George names. The rain energy drink has a new era brand name.
I want everyone to
See that rain
wow,
energy
what
drink?
just did.
That's wild.
He was
Going all
great the
in.
whole
So he's
time.
gonna wear the energy drink hat. Let's see, I guess.
This is what I want. I
Thick
want to
white
change the
poison.
game.
Yeah. Let's see.
I
That's
want
you.
to make it
That's
for
right.
what's
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, well, they should come first.
Yeah, he's got a motion on Georgie.
And now, you know, I don't understand why they want to do this.
He's even got money.
Because many times I was like, that's right, right away.
There's no He realizes now he's the king. He's like, wait a minute, I don't like paying people. This is why George got fired. So it's like, I had to pay him for his fucking stomach shit. You keep doing this, man. He's like, how much is $3 grand? Okay, $3 grand, but how much money is that? John probably just, yeah, John probably just, he said this, and then he went outside, did the donuts in the truck.
The big space.
You
Have a
gotta
warning track. You can't hear the truck. It's like a warning track too many times.
shout out to whoever gave us the fast car voice.
So when someone takes you down, I also think at the end of a round, like say if you got a guy mounted at the end of the round,
If it's pretty crazy,
I
man.
don't think because why would you keep him in the head getting up when he never got up? He never got up. You have to earn a get up. You have to stand up on yourself. No stand up. Unless somebody gets a foul. Somebody gets a foul and you stand them up, you take a point away, that's fine. If the guy's at the bottom, you commit a foul. The guy's at the bottom, you gouge someone's eyes on purpose. Take a point away, put it right back
that hard at something that's not fun.
because
Like, it's
otherwise,
not a
like,
bad
fighting a
joke
guy
or
like
whatever, but it's not like,
who's never taken
man,
anything.
Fury's gonna be getting rid of skin, dude.
Why
How
would
do you
you
think of
let
this
him
shit?
back up again if you have the advantage of standing up again? At the beginning of the round, start standing up again. Now you gotta take him down again. But also, you don't think that and elite fighting is you gotta get up. Like if a wet chick takes you down, it just does this to you. It's not entertaining. But if you can do that to you, that's bullshit.
Just another damn T-Fat kid, dude. One day you're fat as fuck, the next day you're skinny as shit, the next day that kid isn't good
The
douche.
good thing about
Affects
5
people.
the good
It's
thing
a
about 5
life
rounds
thing.
is
It's your
it's
brother.
sustainable
You
and you
go
guys can
there,
fight at a high
you know you're gonna be taken
If
care
you
of
have
until they
like
fire you.
just in one 15-minute round,
And your mom doesn't ask about lawyer.
and the end of it would be sloppy, it wouldn't be the same, the pace would be much slower, it wouldn't
I'm
be.
like, are you okay? Like, I'd be
So I think
very
there's
worried,
nothing
but
wrong
my
with
mom
that,
would be
but
very worried if
one
she
fight
was
is
yell
not
in
5
the hospital.
fights. So why do you stand up
That would be
and
out of
put it
character.
down? But then when the guy takes you down, and this guy out
Allegedly,
with
his
like
wallet's in your shit.
trapped his arm, and he's punching your ribs, trying to secure an arm triangle, why is he get to stand up in that? That doesn't make any sense, especially if he's a striker. And you waste all that energy getting to the ground. You've got so
He's
close
like,
to
yeah, I'm not
cinching
giving
up
that
a
surgery,
position,
dude.
and then all of a sudden he's got their feet again, and you didn't even earn it. Start him right back
You've
down.
seen other
No
people like
pain,
it.
no stand-up. No stand-up ever.
He's like, yeah, Mark's still complaining about his dad. He's mad,
Go watch
dude.
it.
No
Go
chance of
watch,
getting the surgery.
go watch something else. You wouldn't like to see a champion world championships in mixed martial arts, like let's
That's nice of
say the 7 best fighters from the United States in heavyweight class against 7 best fighters from
Dude, I never nailed that like that.
Russia.
We never tried that laugh. You know,
The best flyweight
against see, you've done this before. You're a savant, dude. You're a savant when it comes to that big meeting. So you can do the opposite, dude. Not do the laugh. Go for it. Oh, really, dude? Yeah, dude. You're fucking amazing at what we do. You know that? I appreciate it. When I count, no matter.
That idea is
I appreciate
and
it.
also
Have the confidence.
there is a
All right, let's go into more some more. All the content this week is George relation. Yeah, and you know, whatever. Yeah, like George seems nice. No, we don't. We try and keep it when we discuss the podcast, but this is what
someone can fight the
always a
PFL.
heavy part
Say,
of the
oh,
podcast.
PFL world champions everywhere.
Right.
Come on. Come on.
Oh, well, I have eating
But at the end of the day,
Let's do this. Let's talk about Eddie Polite millimeter. Smoking mirrors. Let's do this.
I
On the Alberto Crane show.
and I watch some of those fucking animals that they have over there, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, some of these guys are good. Some of these guys are good. And, you know, they're calling them one FC world champion.
Jerry, this guy's Latino, dude. That sounds
I'd
like
like to see him. I'd like to see him. Because some guys are really good. Still,
Can you come to Earth and grab Rain out of the corner store?
some guys
Yeah,
are
wait for me.
destroyers.
Can you come
They
and
get in the
cool off
UFC,
the meeting?
and guys
Feed him his Advils and vaccines. Yeah, keep eating healthy.
What happens is that I think that one championship, most of the time,
They asked if he was gay.
you don't know who you're going to fight
Wait,
next.
sorry,
So wrestling, maybe you're going to fight Daniel Maya, wrestling, you're going to fight Bruce Brown, maybe you're going to fight Alex
Was that
Pereira.
what they said?
You don't fucking know.
So that's your takeaway.
And you have to be prepared for everything. In one championship, maybe you are good at striking and you can be a world champion.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there are some people out there. But my point is, I really wish there was no organization. I really do. I really wish it was just all the best
You know,
fighters.
we've talked a lot
But I
about
love
the
the
pod, how they don't get it and take stuff out.
I'm a loyalty to
And part of that may be I'm now realizing that they just hire random dogs like George and Mark to hit it with their hogs. I don't know. I mean, Mark may know a little bit of the animal, but like, it just seems like just random guys. They don't know anything. They don't. There's George. Maybe he knows something, but I doubt he's like editing history. Is it that easy to just edit reels?
They have, like, for example, let's say,
You can teach yourself
the Real
that.
Madrid.
You also think it's really easy to spell lawyer.
That's why I would, what I would do,
I guess my point is they hire random people, and that's why they don't ever
I have
take out
Real
the bad
Madrid.
stuff.
I design, like, the best
And they hire too many of them.
whoever I want.
So it's like a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
And you have, for example, Barcelona.
Went to
You design the 7 best players around the world. You train them in one place. You do, like, all the strategy.
references.
And you need to start to see, like,
I don't know. Maybe COVID helped.
and you do, like, the whole year
I don't know.
calendar.
They get them off of fucking, what is that one thing called Craigslist? Like, okay, Craigslist, like, modern environment. Come on, dude. Well, maybe out of all those interns, Mark definitely maybe keep some Craigslist, right? For you,
I would do something like that. That's
what were you gonna say? LinkedIn? LinkedIn? Dude, shop on LinkedIn. Does he have a profile on LinkedIn? That's so funny. I doubt it. LinkedIn seems a bit. Yeah, no, you said Craigslist bottom of the barrel. LinkedIn seems above. Oh, no, you're top of the barrel. Yeah, top. I wonder if there's a fucking Glassdoor for Thick White Nation. Oh, please, somebody make that. Does that link there? Reviews?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You see, like, reviews for best boys, like, never was paid. Softball Steve Donuts and Trap After Jelly Bean could give me reviews. And I like how at the same time, in between all these conditionings, you'll see Brendan Chop on the podcast saying, like, I'm always here, dude. Yeah, because you're fired. Of course you're always there. You have that. Yeah, you're the one that keeps me there to fire people. You're also the star of every show. There's 17 shows. They can't go on without you. And then you're always, it's your business. And I'm sorry, Dean, but you're going to always have to be there. It's very strange. All right, well, let's go further into the redacted zone, dude. This is posted by, what's that name? Cruel Ambition. Cruel Ambition. It's called Papa Claims George still works for him. Big redacted line response. Fix it with George, that shit wasn't right. It's British response only way to do that. Not sure what dumbass you're getting your info from. KG still works for me. What's the case?
And let's make this
George, I don't know how I get excited. That's what I guess. So let's see this, back and forth here. So he responds, not according to his mom, their concentration, are you still paying for his surgery? So kind of some cold man, you should just say, okay, he wasn't even waiting for the response. Let's be honest,
for new customers to get
Cal said himself, which dimension you referring to George's mom or Callan? Okay, are you saying that you didn't have your beast of a lawyer to fire him before Xmas week we hired him? These people are asking the hell of questions. Carly, he's getting his info from George, his mom, your lawyer, and Brett Kenn's two dumbass nurses. Now I'm coming back to being a unique engagement jurisdiction to and I like how it's trying to be nice, but it's like conversation. Yeah, they came with 300 pages there. You had an interesting point about this. What were you saying before the show about this? Like, Shab always has this opinion about regular things. Yeah, he's always like, well, what's the narrative? What's the narrative? Everything you're seeing is incorrect. It's like, we keep saying things you do, right? It's like Cat Williams' joke. It's like, if one person says you're a crackhead, the public, if fucking 60 people are saying you're a crackhead, you're smoking crack. You know what I mean? He also said, like, he's always like 100% of it is false. Whereas, like, is 100% of this not true? Just like with Theo, where he's like, yeah, Theo had to eat some shit. But then it's like, he's just, his career is exploding. Well, see, the cool thing about Shab is that we're learning more about psychology. I'm sure there's going to be a class on David universities across America on shipping, language, and guest speakers. He's pushing the envelope on, like, what is a big deal and what's not a big deal. Everyone just jumps on whatever they can, right? Yeah, and I mean, and also, I want to say I have no idea whether this story is true. Because everything changes. Could be or could be not true. I mean, we're just
guys just falling apart. They were just
we don't got 300
boxing style, great wrestling, incredible chin, and just indomitable will. Which is why he wound up towards the end of his career. His body was period. He had so many back injuries, neck injuries, shoulder injuries, he left on his hands.
And they have posted TFK, so when you reduce one of your employees in the midst of a fucking breakup episode, Chase don't be bopping with that fucking employee. Yeah, maybe have more episodes if you start firing. Yeah, maybe we had a tank in the background, you wouldn't get so much fucking flack from fucking George. Yeah, what are you even doing? It's not like you're walking her down. Yeah, what are we doing here, dude? What are we doing here? Alright, so this one's posted by Unusual 4416. It's called Hits Differently Now, knowing that George was good. Douche. 9 days later, safe to say, Raver coming knocking. Sometimes I wish they could just write quickly because okay, you're right. I mean, for you, I understand why you suck at reading. Look at that face. No, that's that face where it's like you're holding a camera. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a person that pulls the smallest straw object thing. Like, let's all take a picture together, and it's like, you're going to hold the camera, and then you think you're like, this is straight up like small business picture, right? Like, 2 people dressed in Christmas spirit, the boss, and his like little intern. One guy is just like dressed up in a t-shirt. Callan is in a sweater. He looks like he's just got done giving like a speech to the climbers, and then the random person who's like fully decked out in makeup and earrings and shit. It's a small business vibe. Clashing. I do like Shop's look though. He's got that rolling look with the fucking mustache. You know, some say I watched the guy emulate that Taylor Lewin. So how bad was 2023? I wasn't bad. Well, personally, yeah, you got that right. I got kicked out of my house for a little bit. COVID. You said CJ twice. Right. Well, if the house got flooded, then okay. Then I got COVID at the end of the year. Yeah. Oh man, you should work on TFK. Usually want my bad junior to have enough. It was 2022 is pretty dope for me, dude. That's true. And I'm happy the show did well. Exactly. Overall, I mean, I fell in love and the show did great. So, audio is king. Alright, don't pay attention to our YouTube. Right? Yeah, but the show's doing really good.
Minor attractive person is the one that make it a protected class and say it's like someone being attracted to someone of the opposite sex or someone of the same sex. No, it's not.
It's very strange.
No, it's not. It's victimizing.
Why do this?
Vulnerable.
Can you imagine if we did this? We should have like one other person who's not ever been on the show holding the camera like she is. This is not why are we doing this video phase? Yeah. This is very strange.
I know.
George is just like, yeah, I know what's happening. He's about to get fired. Chin's the only one reading the cue cards over here. Nobody else is. Let's see here.
Happy holidays, guys.
You're just going to ruin lives. And not just their lives, but you're going to ruin all the people whose lives they ruin. They're all
okay, the hair transplant to your team. Yeah. Thanks. If it's broken, fix. I mean, what's it called? If it's not broken, fix it. Yeah.
So that's
TRT, Joe Rogan, transplants.
He was out for a while.
Got all your corners in the basket. Dolphins, fuck. And then we got this post from the man himself. I saved it for last. You know what I mean? We don't want any confusion, dude. Right? The horse's mouth. Yes, the horse's mouth is spoken. Posted by Rodya Raznik. But it's a post from George Harris, 48 himself. Georgia got promoted to an unpaid intern. Okay, first of all, that could be a misleading title. We don't know if that's true. Right? I don't like saying that kind of stuff on the airwaves. You know, let's talk about men on airwaves today, dude. And he's a man. It says, if you want to read it, for anyone concerned, I will be working remotely for Brendan Schaub for the foreseeable future. I appreciate everyone's concern. And while I have a lot of big decisions, I love my Los Angeles family and I look forward to my future. They use the word concern twice. Yeah. That's a good sign. But I'm happy that he's employed, I guess. He's working from home for teeth, I guess. So he's editing video at home. I wonder if they got him a laptop. They got him an Apple laptop to create questions. He's using Premiere at home, is he? Maybe he's got the best brains. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's true. They don't want him in studio anymore. I was going to say. He's not going to be on camera. But then, I mean, he's kind of like his glasses. Makes funny faces. I mean, him and we just talked about this last week. Him and Chin together are like, yeah, you know, right? Isn't it weird how life works out that way? We just talked about this, and they didn't listen to us because we don't count on them. We're big fans. That's what happens. I mean, well. Just be careful, you don't listen to fans. See what happens. Don't meet your heroes. Never meet your heroes. But anyways, listen to the call before the storm. Don't put all your crayons on the floor if it's not a smart box. Right. Is there anything you want to say to George? George, we'd love to have you on the show. Not if that would ruin your, relationship with what you got going on now. You're always welcome. No. I don't want to have George on the show. Why not? I don't know. I mean, that'd be part of the show. Okay, yeah, well, if you want to come here, that's actually hire George. No. Oh, I don't have the money to hire George. Okay. So you already fired Miguel? Yeah, on the streets. Oh, man. But George, if you're listening, dude, don't listen to Reddit, dude. They're a bunch of fucking, dude, they're people with, like, cats in their profile picture. Yeah, they're meeting up at Starbucks and P.F. Chang's. They don't matter, dude. Why would I listen to the opinion of, like, a homeless person? Why would you listen to the opinion of someone that brings you honey chicken or Mongolian beef, sesame seed buns, or chocolate souffle and cake? I don't know how many downsides of that hotel next week. I ran into fucking Nick Diaz and he was like, oh, you're that Mexican that does that one show. Really? Yeah. That doesn't happen if you listen to people like this. You know what I mean? But it also don't matter, dude. And you're finding out the hard way. Alright, well, let's get to some other clips here. Like we said, this one was left earlier. It's called, it was posted by Final 80s. It's called The Time He Stole McGregor's Labs. I love it when he takes other people's shit. Mannerisms.
It was, obviously well documented that you said on the Joe Rogan podcast that it was not in his best interest to make this move, to put it mildly, right? Can you expand on that? Why do you feel that way?
Can you do McGregor impersonation for that shot? Is there a way to do that? Even if it's just the McGregor impersonation. I can't do it as Brendan. I know. I gotta put you on the spot. Put the Muppet thing is where you should It's a lot more McGregor than John. Yeah, you're right. Is there a way that maybe say blockbuster at the end? Oh, okay. Blockbuster! That's good. You know, Muppet! When you do it, it reminds me of like the freaking, what's the video game where it's like Hayuken? Oh, Street Fighter, yeah. McGregor's kind of like Macho Man, Randy Savage a little bit when he does that. Why is the ghost here? It's too bad that Shaw is. He doesn't, as ridiculous as he is, he doesn't really have that WWE figure.
So that would be a year of no steroids before your body.
Why is
Wow, they're just gonna douche themselves right now, dude. Alright, let's go to what's it? Episode hands. Okay. Let's go to the next one here. It's called Another Joke Flies Over Toes, 5'3" head. Hey, be cool. Bow. Posted by Lumumba Bow. Let's be glad to. Let's see. Did Mark Curry have a Bronco? That has a Mark Curry had a Bronco that fucking tree fell on it. Mark Curry's a car guy. Yeah, Ray Underwood. Show them that. That was the joke. Ray Underwood. Solid. Speaking of Curry Underwood, oh no, this is Kelly Clarkson. Worst fucking Christmas song of all time. Underneath the Tree. So get the fuck out of here with that. I don't think I know that song. You're blessed. No. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Hey, don't talk about females on your way. Females on your way, too. You're right. Mark Curry's Bronco a few years ago. We're still on Robin and get trucked out. He sprayed the comedy store. What happened? He doesn't get it, dude. Doesn't matter, don't count, dude. I'm gonna be in something I didn't understand at first, but now it's Carrie Underwood, the singer. Yeah.
Stay up all night.
Just saw you, like, the crash, the fucking tree fell on him. Curry Underwood, tree. Oh my god. That's really Curry Underwood. Wow, that's clever. Yes. That's a funny thing, dude.
I'm gonna prescribe you.
It's hilarious, dude. Fuck you. God damn it, you're taking it so literally in your mind. Alright, let's see this one posted by Dicey Redact. It's called Closer to a NFL field than Chubb ever has been. Well, I've seen some cappuccino stores pretty close to the field, so just saying. What was it? Wait, sorry, what was the title? Closer to a field than Chubb ever been. Good title. Let's see it. Oh, that's funny, dude. That is funny. What about Curry Underwood? Well, did you see me laugh at that? No, but I laughed at that. Listen, hey, I'm blockbuster. Don't worry about me, I'm better. Alright, let's get to the next one, dude. This one, it might get produced on YouTube. It's posted by Mark Wicks. It's called Message to the Homeless Cats about hard work. Let's see here.
Like, say, like if you were
You're over there watching me and talking about me. I'm working hard. I'm taking things to the next level. I'll keep gossiping and I'll keep working.
It's Jocko Willink, right? That's why I think it's funny. I'm not going to talk about Devon Airways, but I do think that the crossing out of the price, it's way lower. That fucks the shit out of me. That's kind of funny. When you see that though, as a little corporation that doesn't like, the 70 really is it 70% off, or are you just selling it for fucking $50? Same thing as some checks, is it real? No. I see all the time people like post this and start talking about the bubble racks. People will say that so and so, or if it's not a real sale unless it's like 70% off, and then I'm like, well, is that true? I don't know. 50% sounds pretty good to me. That number's good. MSRP's a fucking joke.
Talking smack and I'll keep working. If you keep focusing, seeing on everything and everyone else, and I'll keep working. And when you finally look around at where you are and where I'm at, realize that you have nothing left to talk smack about.
I just want to say that I can't believe you lately.
What?
so at the weight, that's like an intelligence test.
I'm dying.
Like if you cheat,
That was a farty preacher moment. That wasn't real. That's no chances. Dude, she's not me, dude. She's not gonna post that online. Maybe she's the one that ate the fish. fish thing. That was hilarious. You know, because fish can't be bad for your digestion, especially when not fucking cooked.
that they were clean by the time they got to the camp, or by the time they got to the lake. So when they're on the scale,
Alright, this next one's called Papa, starring as Alf, Beast of a stand-up comedians, posted by a successful egg, 8345. I picked this one because I know that fucking Brendan loves anything Gringo Poppy, dude. The things, dude. He's trying to have all the money. There's a cat, and there's shit. I don't know Alf, so that's an Alf joke. I know like the lip, I know that the face is shot, and like the Starbucks thing and the lips and all that, but if there are Alf jokes here, that's a bit before my time. Okay, Alf, you don't know Alf. I used to be terrified of Alf. I remember that it was a show. Yeah. I think it was like you'd either watch Alf or Married with Children. I did that. Married with Children. How you, dude, that was rock hard. That's on to that. Like, all my life. I know that's a crazy thing to say, but also me too. Dude, yeah, 100%. Let's see.
I'm a God believer.
Okay, right now, I'd like you to give a very warm welcome to a newcomer. He goes by the name of Brandon Shumley.
So I don't want to have anything because I want to have it. He decides it. God decides. I will do everything to get it. I decided.
I'm pretty sure the show is about Alf. Was this a spin-off?
I decided I had to pray. I would get it.
Don't worry about that. Let's see it really quick.
And the reality is,
You guys. Nice. He's not used to that. My demo, 18 to 36 rows. That's what I specialize in. It's a real talk fest usually at these things. I don't mind it though. I'm the real West. Take what you fucking says.
So funny.
Dude, giving me 8 bean cheese, bean cheese. Dude, giving me 8 bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese. Like, what the hell, man? Should I carb load year round? We never kill off the carbs. That's a game plan. I've been running comedy clubs forever, but you have redefined comedy in America. I've been chasing my bros. Zero.
Brandon Schwab. Perfect. Drinking a tiger thing. Yeah, I should say brain energy on that thing. But what do you think, dude? I want to go to, I mean, that was amazing. Well, God bless the chef. I want to go to Alamo Draft House and like get one of their milkshake. They got a tiger thing. I wanted to end the show with a different clip in the bathroom. Sorry, I was thinking see. Yes, this is one of the constantly references. This is one of the funniest things of all time. Already do it. Already do it. I can't do it. But yeah, that's all it was for today. Alright, thanks for tuning in. See you next week. Hope you had a great New Year's. Bye.
I don't know. Right now,
Welcome back to Tim as a Shop. Thanks for tuning in. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. Hope you're having a great time. Whoa, yeah, we're trying to get in the holiday spirit. Very redemptive. There you go. Turn Santa into like Santa's some Chabonese. Oh, so you want a gift? Right, Kelvin, it's nice. I sound like it. Who's your favorite person in the shop person at Santa? Hey, if you want to get a gift, you gotta see me in the belly room for 30 minutes, you know what I mean? What do I do in the belly room, Joey? I don't know, you gotta do some something else. Or Diddler, do you have any Diddlers? Oh, Diddler. I got you. That's kind of like Calvin Diddler. This year, I got you a dolphin protection parapets, so they don't fuck you dolphins like people. I gave that my best. One gift they could give us is joining the Patriot Deity. Never heard of it. It'd be nice, but no pressure. Do you have any shows you want to plug? I think I do, but we're shooting this a little bit early, right? So December 28th, I'm at the Ontario Improv, but that's not why you're here. You're here to watch Tim as a Shop, so start the timer, play the Jake clip, play the clip, Gerardo. Here we go. This first one is posted by Secretive Fox. It's called Snoop Dogg Knows What's Up, dude. You ready for this? Look at your fine little skinny ass sitting up there. What's fat on you? But you big ass around a little bit more. But right now, things are popular with y'all. Everybody in Hollywood is talking about it. And they all say the same thing. Think that bitch gave me herpes. Whitney's about to get caduced up in the ism. That's no dizzle. Mr. Whole Foods, but she put her nacho cheese in everybody's nacho cheese. Didi. Whitney, you get laid? I heard it both ways. Oh, I can't do a good cigar. No, I can't either. Yeah. Ism for shizzle. That's all I have. Go ahead and change. I don't smoke weed anymore because I saw a shop up time and I was like, damn, is that what I sound like? I like how Donald Trump is just trying to act like he can listen to Snoop Dogg in the back there. Dude, Snoop is doing great. I don't know who this woman is. She's very annoying. She's not funny, not good. I went in there and said, oh my god, she's not funny. He's like, I heard it. She has herpes. I don't. People are saying that she has herpes. I don't know whether that's true or not. She's a great comedian. She's one of my best. She's one of 8,000 that can do it. Okay, so this next one is posted by King Demo. It's called Richard Simmons Tried the shop up in West Hollywood while he was in booty shorts. Is it true? Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, imagine that. There's this whole promotion based around this ice fighter who's fought Islam in his first fight. Short notice. Which I'm really very close decision. Very close fight. Armand's gotten a lot better. He's gotten a lot better. Then he's going to fight again the day of.
Hey, where you going?
Yeah, but he was in the place.
He's a real place, so they believe me. It's like that video you watch, Patriots, the comedian, stay a fan. When you're bombing, always stay a fan, yes. Corn chicken place. But shout out to Bradley. Bradley, do you have like a friend that's like, I believe it right away. He just needs to know a story, right? He's just on Brad's a friend. Yeah. That's right, kind of.
That's the fight. You know, he doesn't want to fight 45 years, fight 55. Well, another show. And nobody would argue. I didn't know that. I'm just right there.
Everybody does this to shop. Rampage, Rick Glassman, anyone that talks, they repeat what he says because it's so ridiculous. Now we see another instance of it. You look at that Weebo with booty shorts. So you had booty shorts on here in West Hollywood, and Richard Simmons saw you and asked you to hang out, and you were leaving the courts. And then he giving you every out possible to be like, yeah, it's fucking around. You decided to stick with the story.
But if they don't have that fight, they should do it the number one contender fight. When would you like to
Is it a ring? I don't know. It'll be the first time I've seen him drink ring. No, it's definitely a time I've seen him.
Is that an actually hotline type thing?
But also,
Go ahead.
most popular, like,
Actually hotline. Yeah, so was it true that Brittany wore booty shorts? That might be true. Is there more context?
you say that you are
You just want to know if he wore booty shorts one time? Well, I mean, I kind of like the other part where you said Richard Simmons tried to have sex with him. No, that's not true.
So you would just
I am confident that Richard Simmons has never met Brendan Shaw. Any other question? Well, he did say he was the white boy that walked too much in booty shorts.
I would think.
Brendan might have said that might be true, that he actually said those words. Okay, no, he's never met Richard Simmons. I'm sorry, there's a lot of calls after
And my next one.
This next one's posted by Stone0777. It's called Behind the Scenes with Chin and George.
So
I gotta love the behind the scenes thick boy stuff. Let's see.
They give that chance to everyone with one line at me. Yeah, they gave it to
Nice stuff here.
and I proved that I deserve that. He said, I knocked out $2 on break.
They should have a podcast. It was like it was electrifying, right? Yeah. It was like watching Brian and Shaw before they got started. Yeah, they started out by doing just like that. And look where they are now, dude. Top of the world, tens of thousands of views, dude. Right?
I agree.
Industry.
Yeah.
Shout out to George. That nipple looks weird, but I like it. That's kind of like my nipples. Alrighty. Has he ever put Sharpies inside of him? That's the question, right? This is posted by Scamby. Remember Papa's carnivore diet?
If you look at it, like,
Have you seen this one yet? No. I think it's pretty old, but I think it's hilarious.
I mean, Armand's got to build himself back up. He's not going to give up that title shot. I would choose that as Patty.
Oh, he's expecting a cold hot dog? He's so used to Thick Mike Studios food being cold. Yeah. Treating him like shit. No, you did a good job. My team always messes up. You know, they give me uncooked meat. It's like dangerous. The other day, I went to the fridge and the milk was like, you passed it. So guys, milk, come on, what are we doing here? All right, then I peed this thing in front of my mouth.
He chooses to scare him.
Well, you've got a lot like, I mean, you're right. Yeah, no, hold on. Well, Art dismissed her fucking carnivore diet. I don't have to put it on because I'm a friend. Listen. When you're still telling me all the I know, can I get some mustard on a bun for the thing?
Yeah, dude. Just another damn thing.
I think that's your mindset. I think Justin Gage's mindset is to be the most violent person alive. Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why he lost some fights early in his career.
It's lives. It's called Mortal Freedom. I think you got a little taste of this earlier this season.
He took a lot of risks still. He was more intelligent about it. He was more intelligent about you might have slowly it's like Michael Chandler, but
I forgot that class you had. Oh, he is, isn't he? Yeah, it's open to the effect it has on you. You're like, it keeps you just that awake. You're like so tired that it's like, make sure eyes open just enough where you can sing the Mortal Kombat theme songs. Dude, you're a marketing genius. Just as fun. What do you say? How do you think of that? Well, that's a terrible ad for Raymond. Oh, yeah. He's like,
you're natural.
Yeah, I got so much energy. Here's the What's another like video game theme song? You think of any off the top of your head? Play your ringtone. It's called. I couldn't even think of doing that. This is like electrifying content. This next one's posted by Smiling Ivan. It's called Theo Going Through Some Stuff. I'm assuming it's not anything bad.
That's never.
Bad
That's because you're not
What's up, guys? Happy to be in the building tonight. It's always the best night of the year, baby. Christmas came early, son. Let's get it.
It's not the best for focus.
Definitely rough times. Yeah. All right, we got another classic, dude. You know, whenever Chin is singing called Fast Car, Chin.
That's a scary one.
Together we can get somewhere. Many places better. Start friends or got nothing to lose. Maybe we can make something. Me and myself, I got nothing to go through.
Which is your
Damn, dude.
But it does come back. It's
What do you think? I think it's, it writes itself, you know? Yeah, right? You got a fast truck. I'm a comedian that just did a set. I put my baby outside. Cause I just crushed all my fans. But you haven't made someone laugh. You haven't made someone laugh on stage. It's like my hand from 80s back then. You got a black and I'm going make fun of it. Yeah, you're a hot guy in the crowd. I've got a straight, but I feel gotta get higher. What a circle your baby. When I wonder, just you got some hot Cheetos. And you throw it all over the place. You got some nachos. I've got a microphone in my hand. You just jumped your nachos. Right inside your nacho cheese and so you stick your finger in. Have a special last 25 minutes. You got my child. Gonna drive my truck to you.
Don't say anything, but no one.
Alright, let's go to the next one. Shout out to Chin. Always make those bangers come through, dude. This one's posted by Mars Operando. It's called Heavy Lies the Crown. Let's see here.
If they offer me a flight,
They make a lot of money. Heavy Lies the Crown. A lot of pressure. It's down. The Reds mom plans. The Heavy Lies the Crown play. It's worked out.
That's the thing.
That's true. Heavy does lay the crown down. Yeah. I mean, Chop knows that more than anyone. Yeah. He has the on top of podcasts. Audio is what? King, right? So what does a king wear? Crown, right? So he's talking about himself and also Leon Edwards. And the crown is literally like some of Chop's hats are literally too. They're big hats. Yeah. They're big trucker hats. He's a Chop with hats that he's not wearing visors. No, okay. Definitely not. No. He's gonna show up with a big camouflage Chief Wahoo hat. Now, and, especially when you're wearing crowns, they lie heavy. Right? Especially when you're building the crown that we want. Right? Exactly. Heavy lies the crown that the king walks on the line of not putting all your corners in one basket while maintaining shooting for the stars and ending up somewhere. Definitely. Being the sharpest tool in the shed. The crown don't fit tight. The king wakes up at 4:34 in the morning before his enemies. And when he gets news like, hey, we're in a rain energy drink in the office, what does he say? Good. Right, yeah. Oh, fuck, that's a big God damn it. Alright, let's go to this next one, dude. It's posted by Haphazard. It's called This Is How You Start a Show. Great way to attract new listeners.
Well, yeah, 2023 is coming a bit because we don't hear a lot of excitement for 2023. 2023 was tough. We got to figure out our schedule as far as shop show goes. Our last one tonight. Christmas is next month. We take holiday and I'll take yeah, because I'm going to be in Florida. Charlotte.
He's the one that started the conversation. He said too much, right? Are you
Except for 2024.
against that.
I mean, 2023 is going to be rough. You know, I don't really hear a lot of people talk about 2024.
Because I saw
We got to figure out what we're going to do with this show.
other in a hotel or something.
Because we're not meeting Monday. Oh yeah, no, wait, because you're gonna be somewhere else, right? Yeah, Alarcon show is not happening. Today was the last day for Alarcon show. I thought you were gonna be in like Melbourne. Oh, I'll be in Ontario Improv. Yeah, that's right. In Melbourne, Florida, and I'm gonna be in Raleigh, North Carolina, September 27th. And if you're in Australia, that's 7 days ahead. All right, that's enough, right? Yeah. Dude, come on. That's what they talk about at the beginning of their show. What dates they're going to be at for a long time. Not skillfully like these two guys. I do them just right away. It shows you say it, and then it's like, well, that's not why you're here. Right? That's what we do. Yeah. Talks to fucking good concept. That's as they say. Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, can I ask you a question if you put your psychological hat on? God damn it. You're so good at this game. All right, let's see there.
The conversations will just have
talked about this in the last interview. I think that's a very sneaky trick.
take the eyes off you, like psychological speaks. I know Wednesday, like next week, or just no, he's saying Wednesday next week. That's it. Monday, Wednesday. That's it. I don't know where, so January 1st week. So we'll take a week off. So I think Wednesday. This Wednesday's our last day. And then
Who watches The Watchmen, dude? If Chin is like egging him on to go further with this team, how about we take the whole week off? How about we tell him to a week off? You know? And we weren't going to, but you know, we like not doing stuff. The cheers are so much thicker. I know. It's wild. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, we need to get full chair shots. Their chairs look like newer than ours. Maybe we have someone freshen them up. We need to figure out who freshens up the TFK chairs.
Completely different than when
George
we
Ross is
walk in
already
striking, brown games.
He treats them like he treats Chin.
Look at these guys. Never. That's a different color.
yeah, the fall was that's when Christmas is. And so this is next Monday. So Wednesday would be the 27th. So we're good there. No, I won't be on PayPal. I could. But then I have to come back, and then I have to go right back to Charlotte. And then this Wednesday, I can do it.
I think
You think somebody is watching this like a huge TFK fan, just like super into whether they're going to be there or not? Every time he hears like a days off, he's like, fuck, shit. What am I going to do Wednesday? Fuck. Losing Thursday too, kid. What are you doing? What are we doing here? Oh, it's a show. It's all I have. It's the best show. It's riveting, though. It's riveting them talking about when they're going to be there or not. Dude, if you really want to get into TFK, go to episode 784 at the beginning when they're talking about the schedule. It is so good. Why? They were talking. They talked for like an hour about whether they were going to be there or not. And they did there with a sword cane, in a cane, and he was like, oh, check it out. And he's accidentally on Chin's face like that. Their boys, you just get like injuries and scars and stuff like that. Like Chin has a neck problem, been working there. It'd be fun to get more shit. Like the other guy, shot artist, I was gonna say Chappelle hurt his leg, but actually shot him. He could have though. I mean, the kid also, has a crown, dude, so they got injured too. Theo's not doing very well, dude. We're seeing, this show's kind of cursed. It curses people in that shop. Nothing bad's ever happened to them. It's past the studio. It's cursed in their schedules. Yeah, they're too busy. This is the price of fame, success, and talent. Something we would know nothing about. Yeah, this is more amateurs, two freaking guys who just, we're studying the greats every day. We're at that one. Heavy lies the shoulder of looking over the shoulders of giants with the claws of a hawk. The giants are fucking. Alright, so this one's posted by Haphazard again. It's called Is Someone Forcing Papa to Do Fight Companions? Let's see here. More riveting content.
I hear the tennis guys. Yes. Sorry. I didn't say that. Can I get a few truckers? I'm not allowed to still. Definitely. Not now. I'm not the truck.
So when Connor,
We missed you like you usually could be. Of course. It's good. Bradley and Rampage is the best. He's the best. He's got a lot of flat earth. He's the fight you a little boring. He's got a lot of flat earth. And then, Rampage, he doesn't watch UFC fights. He's not into the UFC. It's just, he apparently doesn't. Not really. So it was like, I can't go too deep. I call Bradley,
it's Chico. It looks like
He's picking people that don't know enough about UFC to talk about the fight. How would you sell that? Well, I would definitely go for Brian Callen because he's very well trained in MMA mixed mental arts. Oh yeah. What do you mean? That was some pocket. I was thinking you were gonna say you picked Brian. You were like, I can talk to like another guy and like realize he's got like a lot of hair. It's like Spanish hair. It's like and they'd have to focus on waiting until he's done with this weird bit that has nothing to do with anything. And then, alright, yeah, definitely, Brent. Alright, so this fight, even if they don't like fights, it's better than that. Man, Rampage, let me see your thigh. Oh, that's a thigh. You got it. He's so busy. Alright, let's keep it moving, dude. This one's posted by Joe DeMofo. It's called Genghis Khan Ranks.
even in the animal kingdom, when the poachers would come in and kill the big male elephants and take their tusks, they have long tusks, what would happen is the adolescent males they didn't grow up with the big males telling them how to behave. So they would start bullying everybody and coring the older females, and the entire structure broke down. Genghis Khan, when Genghis Khan was taking over the world, the young boys would follow, they would watch the older men so they could learn how to be warriors. But the younger boys would watch the older boys come in, rape, kill, just indiscriminately take shit, right? Guess what happened? Those younger boys would go back to the camps, and they would do that to the women in their camp. They would turn like, what? That's how I fucking broke. Other does that, my dad does it. What's wrong with it? They'd see a girl over there and they'd rape her. And then Genghis.
Oh my god, so wise, dude. Dude, just like, they're so wise. Like, how does he know all that stuff? The way he gets speeches, it's like, I'm just listening. I'm like, fuck, dude. That's. Couldn't have said it better myself. I'm sitting over here thinking, I can't wait to do it. And, yeah, man, I kind of want to end the show now. I was like, dude, Genghis Khan, like he said, when he was around the young guys who watched the old guys, and that's how they would know what to do. Exactly. Right? And then they would assault. That's why Gen Z is so fucking stupid. No, they're not. Gen Z doesn't watch it. They're on TikTok. They don't have time to even see older guys assaulting. And what are they doing now? Audio. Yeah. They're on the audio. They're not, I guess, well, they're just, they're on audio TikTok audio. Yeah, well, basically, they're not watching people do bad stuff and repeating that. Exactly. And that's the only way what are they going to, we're not going to be men. Yeah. There's going to be no more men. Not like, or at least not men like Brian Shaw. Yeah. You got a fast truck posted by unit contest 4667, dude. Shout out Genghis Khan. See this one.
somewhere, many places where started from zero, got nothing. Baby, give me something. Even myself, I got nothing to control. You know what I'm picturing? I'm picturing Shab. He's before this. He gets in this truck to do like donuts in the parking lot of his office. He's in his own office, and somebody comes in. They're like, "Hey, Brent, I don't make a big deal, but I'm missing like 2 weeks. Their last week's pay." And I was just wondering, like, is there some issue with accounting or whatever? And Chop looks up at him. He's like, "Oh, God, dog, I'm so sorry, bro. But dude, I'm just so busy right now. I will look into it right away. But right now, I'm like up to my knees in it. All right, can I get back to you?" And the employee's like pissed off, but they think, "All right, well, that's unfair. He's very busy. So I'll come back." And then he leaves the office and he walks in. I want to say, dude, look how much fun this guy's having. That's just like, it's contagious. The fun is contagious. Pretty awesome. This is how Shab, this is how he really gets you. Yeah, I mean, look at this. You got a fast track. I mean, it's important to stay tuned. He's not really driving the truck. Yeah, somebody is doing donuts for him, right? Do people talk about that on like King James, that he doesn't really drive the trucks? Someone else is? Yeah. Yeah, you don't really see him driving on the truck. A lot of what you see is him like revving and when actually see him actually pointing at it and saying, "Look at these blowers." A lot of valves in this one. Skip-dee-dip-dee-dip. I wonder if he skip-dee-dip-dee that truck. Alright, so we have some explaining to do, dude, because we posted a clip on TikTok. Ever heard of it? And we're trying to do more of that nowadays, right? Yeah, trying. And people had a lot of stuff to say about this one, dude. It's newly posted with an update. If you're down to watch, oh shit. It's posted by Otherwise Fox 2482. It's called Brendan Finally Comes Clean About the Mustache. Parentheses, one of his dumbest lies ever. Let's see here.
I don't have carbohydrates. I don't have any sodium, salts, and all that.
As it keeps going, like so it starts off, and then it gets
I'm not having carbohydrates, sodium, and fiber. I only have
39
fat
cents.
and protein, very small portions. And like 8 liters from Sunday, 8 again on Monday, 6 on Thursday, Wednesday, 4 I think, and then on Thursday I don't think and before the week I start hydration. Like we do one session.
I want to say that there's some posts about how his new look is redacted, dude. I don't think so, dude. Look at that. He looks fine. He's good. The rampage, though, I mean, like, him saying all that stuff to me, I would get angry, and it would suck because he would just beat my head. Like, there's no comeback. I'd be afraid to say anything bad. Like, he's kind of crazy, too. You try to say it for yourself, and it's just him looking back at you like that. Yeah. I think I'm sorry.
I did it
I
twice.
apologize for what I just said. Shut the fuck up, Korea. Small ass team, you got small team.
I was fighting with Jackson.
And you ball too. But you don't care about that because you a homeless cat. A homeless cat don't care about that kind of stuff, right? That's such like an insulting thing to say to somebody. You don't care. You married. So you don't care about how you look. It's supposed to be like making you feel better, but actually makes you feel worse. Well, let's see. I'm sure it doesn't stop here, dude. It's Rampage isn't afraid to speak the truth. Posted by King Demo. That's like one entire thing that he sucks. Why is Shab? He's a masochist. He likes bringing people to training. Well, UFC Rampage. It's a big name, right? But would you? I guess Shab's okay with someone just making fun.
But then I was like, I don't feel
right. He's a man of the cage. You can take it. You can take it back. You're right. Yeah. He's a bastard.
crazy. It's fun. It's fun because everyone wants to. I don't know. Everyone is almost dying that night. I was like partying my TV shows, drinking wine. I'm like, what the fuck we're doing? And after one day, after face a monster inside the
Brendan Chums, yeah, right there was way too easy. Yeah.
And so then
I'm just imagining we're painting the stand like,
what is the
buy stupid ass chairs. They sit them with Santa Claus hats on. We're like, yeah.
And so I don't
Dumbass biscuit with salsa on them, ball guy, big guns. You know what I mean? People do that shit. I hate it.
almost 3-4 hours in small portions.
Yeah.
Right now,
Well, I think too, the subtext at least on Chang's is, you know, Brendan Chums living in the beginning. Jeez.
So I started drinking half liter of electrolytes. So let's say for 20 minutes I have to drink more. I can't drink more. Then one that 20 minutes passed, to be another bottle like that. Progressive. And so once you start to eat and you like
My name's and when I'm out and about, what I like to do sometimes, I'm waiting for long periods of time on that. So what I do is I download the T-Fat app. I listen to every day. My favorite people in the world are Brian, Cannon, and Brendan Child. I listen to it at work. I listen to it when I'm driving. It's one of my favorite things. Goodbye.
glucosa.
Can I do an extra?
That body pizza at that time.
Hello, actually, hotline. Hey, I was actually wondering, I wanted to get some chillers, but I was told that I would look like Liam Neeson. Yeah, Morgan Freeman. Yes, that's right. If you get chin fillers, is very well known. Regardless of your race, you will look like Morgan Freeman or Liam Neeson, two of the actors, famous actors. Only if you're a woman. Yeah, it doesn't work with guys. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You're welcome. Have a good one. Fuck you. Fuck off.
And I'm struggling for 12 weeks.
I couldn't see the rest of this.
So once I finish the treatment, I know that in 1 week I'm not gonna have another treatment. So I'm gonna have to eat whatever they tell me to eat. Like I wake up, I know that I'm gonna have 2 eggs, 1 slice of bread, and I'm gonna have to I don't know how much in the morning, and then afternoon I'm gonna have to drink again. I'm gonna have the same food all the time. And the great thing about that is that my wife,
I would be like, I'm married. I've been married for a long time.
my
Can we
wife,
talk about something else? You know, this is live, right?
my diet
Hey,
is
don't.
more fun.
All right, look at that. Look at that punch there. That was good, huh?
When I was
It's a
started
punch.
that,
I mean, well, honestly, look at that punch.
all the time.
Looks like they're going to the ground. They're going to oh, it's all over. It's not. It's like just begun. Just trying to get them to stop fucking
the
music.
opportunities that I have right now.
How often do you
Right
think
now,
that
I
these
have a
guys
job,
maybe independently of each other and talk
set
about
up my
it?
own with everything. Everything is so comfortable. But
I mean, the fact that it's coming up like this, I feel like probably not a lot of it's probably a constant, especially these two. Like, they're very into their body, so I mean, Chris Bradley's.
everything is very
So
sustainable.
it's supposed to make things go
So
quite a
with
bit.
this extra 10 pounds,
Well, let's find
how
out.
much better do you think you'll be able to perform inside the octagon? Because I would imagine physically, that's got to take a toll on you. As good as your performance is,
Think about what else would I be talking about?
as good
We're not going to be talking about books.
your body, you're not looking
Like a great film, you know? This is exactly what they're talking about. They're not going to be like discussing philosophy or getting shots or read a poem.
I feel
I wonder who Shop's favorite poet is. Chin. You know, Chin's got poetry. He's got that voice of an angel. Right. It'd be funny if you went over to hang out with Shop and you're just doing a puzzle.
Do you think that a lot of fighters need to diminish the
He's like, I got bored. There weren't any bananas or anything to eat. What if he's really good at puzzles, though? Like, they just savant.
I'm a
And
fan.
puzzles.
Yes,
And be interesting. I'm sure he'd say he's good. Puzzles seem like one of those things that Sean just claims to be really into, but he's not. And you're like, you're not into puzzles. He's like, dude, come over actually. And you go over his house, and there's like all these puzzles that have clearly just been bought. That he made someone do it in the back. You hear noise. You're like, what is that, George? He's like, no, it's not George. You open the door, and George is doing a puzzle for Sean in his basement. That's so funny, dude. Yeah, I can't wait for the puzzle phase, dude. We're kind of like out of the fish phase into the truck phase. You know what I mean? The puzzle phase would be funny as fuck. That would be a funny thing to go into. Every week he just brings a portrait out and like, check this one out. This is dude. My girl and her son puzzles. If I was like, you know, you're kind of like shy because you both like puzzles. She'd be like, it's okay.
I remember when the first movie let's see. When I went there, without them, you wouldn't see many like that. A lot of people would taste the labels. That's how a lot of people. So with 155, you're going to eat more, you're going to be able to train more, you're going to recover better. They really
That'll be so funny if he was just burger right now. It looks like he is, dude. I would change my posture. Sorry about that. So I'm going to put big things up.
what is a typical training? How much strength and conditioning do you do? How much do you concentrate on technique? Outside of
You called it, dude. They went to the fight. Oh, look at that punch. Yeah. Eventually got to go back, dude. Gotta watch the whole point. It's a fight companion. Alright, so I don't really understand this one. I don't think the show is over. But this one says end of an era. Maybe they're changing studios or something. When it's posted by Glow Year, it's called End of an Era with the truck and walking to it. Quite funny that you haven't seen it, right? No, thank you. Yeah, our CEO. So real, what are you doing? You don't talk like this. Dude, Jason, appreciate your reviews are just incredible. Then why don't you just review what it's like to move to a certain amount of time?
And I can get better if I only go and train MMA. My head is
hilarious.
getting stuck. I need to learn to back. I feel that
if we were to watch them do a shot of Tiger, what would you want? They do shots of Tiger Thing. That's wild. Wow. That's good. Yeah, they have Tiger Thing in the studio because he left it there when he was there. I don't know, maybe. Interviewed him. I don't remember that. Yeah, let's see.
You shop like shop.
I can take medication.
This is my hair as well. You guys do it on your advocate long look. We didn't do that whole Colombian power over YouTube.
There it is. Yeah, that's one thing that we should recognize the bottle. The bottle is very hard to miss. So I'm gonna now give him credit for that. It's spottable anywhere. Yeah, most bottles probably are, I guess, but that one. Well, there's some counterfeit words with juice. So you gotta watch out for that, kids.
And this is always on Shop's channel with Shop. We lost the bomb shelter and launched for a comment. It was on the Golf channel. These are many shots, but that's all
right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, my name is Luke Thomas. That's Brian Campbell. This is fine. I'm not going to fight you for it. Hold on, by the way, you want okay bet? You want okay bet? You want okay bet?
Well, this is Alan Price from England.
I don't know. For one last time, what is it? It's Columbia. Columbia. I think that's probably Luke's hat. Columbia, not Columbia. Yeah, okay.
Because Josh
there we go. And the last time, I'm going to show you. So here we go. Hey, everyone, thank you for making this studio what it is. We love you. We'll see you on the other side. LT, BCMK. Arriba, abajo, pasen. Pasen dentro,
Incorporated.
Imagine
Well, that's big. That's big.
Josh.
That's big. 3 C's.
Two dudes.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, what drug yet? So good, dude. Yeah, that's how it's done. Yeah. That's the real gold standard for no skins and bits from us. You know, try to actually do skins and bits.
Everything
Skins in here again. Let's see this. That's what it looks like. It's a shop show clip. It's called Papa Thinks Cal needs to quit doing stand-up by Minimum Sky 2305. Very misleading title, if I do say so myself. Let's see here.
That's
For Tony stuff. You never
So everything I had to do, all the time, I didn't have to
It's like telling Cal
change.
he's not doing stand-up. You can't.
I had to let him
I
show
know.
me all the time to roll his right hand and then start with right hand.
We can cover when I
That's
was
what I
running on
do.
the road.
I was
Oh,
working
you're not.
on
Well, you keep doing it.
then I was working for my combinations and long
Wait, can you play that again?
That's for Tony stuff. You never do that kind of stuff. We all do this. We want to do stuff. It's like telling Cal he's not doing stand-up. You can't.
4, 5, 6.
I know. You need to stop.
Oh, so it doesn't like saying that he should, that Callan should start doing stand-up?
Getting 2
Yeah, it's
punches,
kind of
everyone
because
blocks 2 punches, but after the second one,
people think Tony Ferguson should stop fighting. Yeah, that I know. He's lost like 6 fights in a row or something. But then you're also making assumptions that Chop understands symbols. You know what I mean?
if I change the level,
It really sounds like he's douching Callan hard. Because Ferguson absolutely should stop, right? Because it's fighting. He's risking his life. He's old. He keeps losing. And it's very bad. Okay, so comparing Callan doing stand-up to that is crazy. Sure. That's like him saying that his stand-up is so bad that it's causing him like harm to his health. Awkward tactic, dude. I thought it was a bad football like title, but it's true. He's telling shit. What is the title of the club? Papa Thinks Callan needs to do stand-up. I'm stupid. Sometimes I go so fast I don't hear what he's saying. I mean, they're always the same speed. They're just not listening. But dude, that's so funny. He's like, I just don't understand why he would say that. Yeah. That's like I'm telling Callan you gotta quit. You gotta pay my bills. Like, Callan sounds sad. He doesn't make enough for the T-Fin and Crowder show to support himself. He also has to get a number. It's so sad that the guy that cannot talk or do things correctly in front of a camera does 4 shows a week. And is also way better than you. Not you, but like Callan. Like, Callan has been doing stand-up longer and is probably considered more legitimate, but Shab is way funnier than him. And now Shab's like, yeah, you gotta quit, man. Fucking stop doing stand-up. You gotta be here all the time. You can't be like my nonsense. And it's like, is he silent? That club is wild. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go to this other one, dude. It's called the Meeting of the Minds, but meeting is misspelled. Big surprise. Post my otherwise Fox 242. Let's see.
Back on campus, so now that I know what's going on, that's why I'm not back on campus.
takes a lot of you start developing yourself this part.
She's older. That's about it. That's where that makes more sense. She is.
It's interesting how you guys really work.
Is there pasta?
That's one thing about
It's like waiting to have time. 76 actually sounds way better. I'll say interesting about this fight.
Very good at
That doctor just offered him that was some sort of like normal vaccination for children, and he was like, he got really mad. He was like, you see Rusty Nails? There's like, Rusty Nails. You know Rusty Nails? You see Rusty Nails? I was like, I guess not. He's like, this white motherfucker. Never offer my daughter a fucking vaccine again. He turned kind of macho man, right? He said, hey, what's that polio? You see any wheelchairs? And then he sees like a guy with some chips. He's like, wait. You see any fucking nacho cheese? You see cheese anywhere in there?
He was doing a lot. And I remember pointing it out. He wasn't doing it as effectively, where he was like crippling guys.
You know, it's easy to get him out of that kind of thing. If the doctor would like ask you a question, then choose the page. Yeah, that's how you trick shot against man. Just ask him if he can ask me a question. If he met us, he was angry at us, but our show, like, can I ask you a question? Just to get fucking out. He's like, fucking no, man. It's like my kryptonite is flattering. That's a self-destruct. A chance to compliment myself. Shut up. You can ask me a question if you want. How many chicks you think? This was posted by Haphazard, another studio tour behind the scenes from Chin. You know, we're like, damn. Let's see. You hear this? What a case? What's up? It's a lot like the hostage room. Yeah, it's a little bit smaller, but it's about this. Yeah, it's very similar. What are you gonna say? It's the same guy. That's the guy I keep saying is an ISIS or whatever. Oh yeah, he's always dressed like that. And he also has a beanie in it. Shit, I can't like that.
He's not twisting his hips. He's not. And still, he hits so hard that he doesn't have to turn his body weight. He's still fucking you up at the same time.
It's kind of like Hard Knocks. You know, you get to see the grounds, but all that, you cut the grass and all that shit.
Yeah, he said that to me. It's like at the end of the round, I was like, oh, this motherfucker did it again. I can't believe he got it again. He's like,
It's like a coach or like assistant coach. Oh shit. Making sure everything works.
Both of and Matt Holloway are all-time great. Two of the greatest featherweight champions. So if you're a great featherweight champion, you're the greatest.
Can you imagine being that like hardware dude?
It's not the most skill.
It's like cool, dude.
There's an argument for the most skill. It's 45.
If I lost like one hard drive from TFAK, I don't think I'd have to do like a month. You know, or something like code. Like a thing of solitude and something where you don't speak anymore. Mute. Yeah. Like a veil of silence. Yeah, there you go. It also has so much pressure. Yes, around 40 times. That's like our show. What is that? Is that a tab for everybody?
I don't know.
He's got 40 tabs open, dude. That's a lot of tabs on a laptop. Why so many tabs, B? What are we doing here? Alrighty, dude. Each one of those tabs is what else you got, shit? That's why. That's fine.
I'm fine. Well, I know
You see what I'm saying? Just to double check. Yeah, usually wikis more. Hello there. It is now, as you can see there, 6:54, which is actually pretty early for me, considering I've done with pretty much everything as far as uploaded stuff. So I'm going to show you something real quick.
What did you think? What are your thoughts there? Very dedicated to his craft of producing, you know what I mean? Yeah. And also, I noticed that shot, like, he came right in, he was like, what up, fans? I am the most, like, he's ready to go. There was no, I guess maybe it could be edited a little bit, but it seemed like he right away just like, like we've seen. He's a professional. Yeah, he's done a lot.
And it's also like
Good morning, Vietnam. Name the movie. Yeah, that's, that was the way he sat down that day. Just like, this is my driving this whole way there. He's just like, dude, that's what we're going to do.
one left foot.
Yeah, the Chris Bundy morning, you know what I mean?
Good at taking a shot.
Let's see,
All of a
one more
sudden,
time. One shot. That's usually the best part.
he's just, there's some eerie
So,
that
funny, doing well.
fight. Crazy. He's like,
Yeah, they start right away. They don't know that it's there. I mean, it's a scientist. Yeah. Ready for launch. 10, 9, hang us up. 2, 1. Good morning, Vietnam. In the movie Houston, we have a show. Yeah, Houston, we have a pro. Alright, so I got another one from Otherwise Fox 242. It's called White Boys Who Work Too Much are Public Enemy #1 right now. It's an old dicey title.
He's an older guy.
Do you know what they're talking about? Yeah, whatchamacallit, Colby said, like, your father's a fourth player of Hell or seventh player of Hell or crazy. Because his dad was recently murdered, or I don't know if it was recent or what, a while ago, too. I don't know. There's a lot of narratives going around about that. But, well, there's Colby's narrative, and then there's Lynn. In any facet, I don't know. Public enemy #1, dude. That's right. Also, since I'm public enemy #1, I just found out I gotta be careful about my words. People are coming for me right now. You probably have seen, right? I have to fight them off when I get here. I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate you sticking up for me. Yesterday, I took a scooter here and I threw you off. But I didn't want to tell you that I was chasing down 4 different public, or I was going to say bad. So you took a scooter here because you didn't want people to see you come into the house of a white boy. Yeah, I get it. A lot of people coming after you specifically. Right. Well, listen. Keep your head down, dude. I'm messing it up. Okay. All right, let's see here. This next one is called "The Rampage is Not Impressed with Brendan's Truck." It's hosted by Peach and Schwab.
I changed my pronouns. No, the ladies old school. I got real famous experience from 1999, 2004, where like generation 2, generation 1s are done. From 93, 95. That's it right there. That's amazing. That's my example.
They have a rematch. And the rematch, they fucking
Truck, your car sucks, man. Women that you like suck, they got BBLs and fake.
I think the fight time's come out because I think it's going to be a lot of money.
Does your car have BBLs? Your whiskey's got a stupid name. It's a stupid name that calls money. Schwab. Or Rampage. Yeah, Rampage is great. Yeah. Alright, I'm your main antagonist. We're on our last thing for the day, dude. It's a picture post. I thought it was pretty funny. It's posted by Fucking Dense. Fucking Dense. It's called "In Any Facet, These Sneakers Look Familiar." It's a post by Russell News saying, "Breaking news: Nike is suing social media influencers for promoting counterfeit sneakers." This is great news. The whole unauthorized, authentic industry is just another way to shrill counterfeit products. The lawsuit against Cedas is a whopping 76 pages, almost 300, and is seeking 3 times the amount of damage and related expenses for the lawsuit. As you can see, is the Freddy Krueger's. Oh shit, dude, the plot thickens with 3 C's. We're getting the real Hollywood. Hilarious. That's so funny. And so it's like it's probably an article they got from somewhere else. They put an overshot. Yeah, it was a joke. So there's that's that chop.
One round
They're just
fight.
wearing, no, he's just wearing shoes. Oh, yeah, it's probably not chop, but chops. He's talking about
Because the
that.
chances are
Pretty
you're not
sure.
finishing the first round.
You know, Shop just finds a way to get himself to be like in the story. Like he's always gonna be there. He's the Force Gump, the redacted Force Gump. He
It might be great. Might be great.
nailed that machine and everything. So good. The redacted Force Gump. I think you've said that before. Well, I don't have the best memory, Chan. So roll back the clip. Alright, well, again, happy holidays. If you want, join the Patreon as your gift. Enjoy everything. Bye.
It's undeniable. So there's no question. We can get everybody out.
Welcome back to Timbers and Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon. The Joe Rogan catalog. Yes, and goodies for my code. So go to hear about that. Go listen to Record Tweeties. I've got a couple shows coming up December 21st at the Stand Up Comedy Club in Bellflower, opening for Jesus Sepulveda, and then December 28th. Opening for Eric Schwartz at the Ontario Improv in Ontario, California. Absolutely check those shows out. One last shout out and thank you to everybody in the Patreon that wish me well.
After that fight.
I'm okay. I took all the ivermectin I needed. But anyways, that's not why we're here. We're here to watch 10 minutes of Shop. So start the timer, play the jingle. Alrighty, so it looks like we have a clip posted by Mark Wicks. It's called The Rakes, calling out Papa's truck grift. Let's see this one here.
We're just talking about trucks and subculture that is trucks. I get you all onto the truck side, dude. I gotta get on the truck side. That's like me talking about wide receivers being a flop. Like me faking that I'm in the trucks with me. I can imagine if I was like, alright, this is my angle. Guys, I'm in the trucks now. That's not my love with car builds. It's in your turn. Wheels, tires, wheels, and you got tires from Toyo. Jimmy Decker, there's suspension, and then a description of what it's like when you're faking something. Drifting or anything like that. Donuts. Burnout.
Which is really interesting.
We're going to see package. And that way you can see firsthand what it's like.
Very good. I dig it. Don't kill me. When you're faking something, he said to me, so we're talking about this one guy, he goes, he says he's straight, but whenever he talks about women, it sounds like a guy who is pretending to speak French, but he doesn't know French.
Rogan got best brains, man. Alright, maybe the devil's assistant. Okay, he is a guy that just gets in, maybe. He's a guy that just gets in the niche, you know, like any guy. But he goes a little too far. He's redacted, and maybe he sees things that other people enjoy. He's like, oh, I enjoy that too. And he pretends like he's really into it because he wants to get it quicker. He's not a guy that earns a lot, right? He's used to, he was blessed with this amazing athletic ability, so you can try that. It became an athlete, right? And then comedy, he he's friends with Joe Rogan, so Joe Rogan got him into sort of used to the fastest way of getting things, right? He gets there quickly because he's one of the greatest comedians. Like, he's got the brains and the bronze to, like, he feels like he can tackle almost any situation. So, of course, drugs. And he goes easy. Hey, couldn't have said it better myself. Right? Yeah, nothing else needs to be said, no. And hey, guess what, Brian Cameron? Watch yourself, dude. I know. Yeah, definitely. Kind of a duck. But yeah, whose show is it, dude? B-Shot. B-Shot. 8 inches. That's how far you need to stay away from these controversial topics of him not being in the trumpets. But we do have another video about that, though. I was skipping forward a little bit. This one's coming up. It's posted by High School House Party. It's called Papa buys a Ford V8 Lightning, claims to be 500 horsepower, according to dyno around 180 horsepower. So it's a duck on the internet talking shit about Papa, like always. So let's see what this is. I want to hear your takeaway from this.
Mercy is having an influx of fake car guys recently. I'm on the show in Town. I thought it'd be great to cover it. This is the guy that told Joe Rogan he had a V8 Porsche, and Rogan had a correct. He's on this video one time about shops to get up before lightning. So let's go.
Just because the crowd's booing, the referee's like too involved. Get the fuck out of it. Get out of it. Let him work. Because if he gets to the ground, tomorrow might be fine. And there's 2 minutes to work. Just let it out. This day starts with horsepower. Yeah, he's constantly off base. And you know that if you make any mistakes here, that right hook is coming over, the arm's coming over the top. As soon as he lets go of it, yes. So as soon as he lets go of that arm just got trapped. That arm just got trapped with his left arm. As soon as tomorrow, if he hits that arm over the top of the shoulder,
Buys the car in Arizona, takes it to get dyno.
and for the referee to separate them and not let them know, I was talking to Matt Taylor about this.
It's 125 horsepower. How do you not realize it drove like shit when you bought it? Big triple that horsepower stop, and that does what any car guy would do. When your obviously non-stop car is broken, he takes it to a Ford dealership. Look, I am all for non-car people getting into the scene. Everyone has to start somewhere with their knowledge. But I don't like being able to fake it and pretend to know what they're talking about. I've been working on cars on and off for like the last 17 years, and I will be the first to tell you I am an idiot. I am all for Sean making this kind of content. He just needs to be more honest about what he actually knows.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a pretty nice take, I guess. He reminds me of, he's like a James guy, you know, but for trucks. He's like, he wants, he's okay with new people coming in, but he wants to make sure they have their heart in the right place. They don't matter. He wants to make sure that they realize they don't care. Nobody. More trucks instead of posting clips about Bob. Also, I want to know if all truck guys just have mustaches. Is that why mustache is such a big thing? Like Papa, they accused him of copying that guy Taylor. Oh yeah, football guy. I don't know if this guy's also doing that. So maybe somebody should have a video about him copying Taylor. Or he's copying Papa. Yeah, for sure he's copying Papa. Papa's got the best brains. I mean, you would be smart too. You're not a good Detroit, right? But you know what, dude? It is sick that it has a step up. Why are you making fun of that? The step to get on the truck. I thought he was saying that was good. Okay. Yeah, I think I missed because he was like, step ups are cool. Oh, okay. Does that mean sarcasm? That was sarcasm. Is that what it was? Yeah. Papa, I believe Papa more than that fucking weirdo. What are you going to do? He didn't even say skip detecting or whatever. Yeah, Papa saying skip detecting. Like the truck guy, I didn't hear the word raptor. I didn't hear the word blower. You know, I didn't hear demon. Never mentioned it all once. No. So it's like, how do you know who's telling the truth? Yeah, we really need fact checking here. The truth is the smartest tool to shed. If we believe him, then that's us putting on our corners. And honestly, if a crane's not sharp, it's not in my box. You gotta be sure. Alright, well, this is posted by Eddie from 8mm. It's gonna be a lot of rain this is the shirt. The shirt is it's a lot of sharp. If that Sharpie's not black, another my ass. Alright. This was posted by Eddie. So I am the people that don't listen to record to us. I
footage of me when I was very young. Okay, so this was posted by Eddie Pool 8mm. It's called Shop Question on the Fallout with Theo Von. It's going to be a lot of clips from this little podcast he did. One major thing I have an issue with Shop going on this podcast, I don't have an issue with Shop doing more podcasts. You already know that, right? But the audio engineering is so fucking bad. Oh, and like this, it's like they're just using the camera mic or something. They need a chin. Yeah, you guys need a chin desperately. Let's see what happens.
I don't know how to talk about it, but the Theo Von. Social media, I just saw everything's continuing. Social media,
Sounds like it was never before. They not doing the thing.
I guess it's social media. It's the Real Housewives of YouTube. There's a drama of kids clicks. And I talked to Theo yesterday. He's one of my close friends. My kids call him Theo. The thing there is so many people started getting together. And then the pandemic moved to Nashville. And he thought he could just zoom in and do both. And he just
This is like, I can't not address that. I'm glad you brought up the audio, but so the plan of whatever this podcast is that, all right, we're going to meet at a hotel bar. I'm going to wear a full suit and tennis shoes. And my co-host is going to, who is that? That's Jay. That's Jay. I can't really see his face because the visual is not that great. Also, he's blocking the thing that gives you not to listen. This is Jay. I have defended, and I will defend Jay again. He looks fine to me. But that's so Jay, and then bring your brother. I guess then I take back my only criticism now is that they're in a hotel bar and guys just tennis shoes. It's one thing to wear like a blazer or jeans. I'm not finished. Maybe he's a typical break. What is this? What's the name of the podcast? I can look that up for you later. Yeah. And also, obviously, it's a news that pretends not to know what that he doesn't have any idea that people are saying they have a rift. This guy's like, there's so much drama on our feet. Let me tell you how it is. He just goes through like the history of his life because it was super interesting. I mean, if Sean was smart, you would say people are not like a Latino. You know what I mean? And he never addresses it. He would just say he's got a certificate of. Listen, stop this guy.
Fly back to LA. Yeah, they do it. So I was beating him up. I was like, dude, it takes too much when you find someone to film when I'm out there. Just they would always fill in. Eventually, he was just like, I just can't do it. His podcast is massive, so he's like, hey, I can't do it. I just have time to keep flying back every one of these. I slept in there, and I'll come do my thing as your right say less. Yeah, that's it. It's weird. Yeah, I love this.
But you didn't let home. Because like he was so excited.
I never noticed that. I'm doing this in shop. It's exciting. I love it. Someone wrote this shit for us. Just like the Matrix or whatever. Or just the characters that films with this will really make me enjoy a laugh. It'll be in a random hotel. Jam will be there. They'll just have like a random old lady who doesn't belong. Just walk in, stand. She's like, order a drink. Even though it's really close. She's like, where's the continental breakfast at? It's so fucking. She's trying to get she's trying to find some dick. He's trying to actually get some dick. She was the best part of this. That's a real tell. Like, there's one clip of a famous comedian and some podcast. The most interesting part is the old lady who goes. That's what caught my attention. You know, we don't have an old lady that walks in our put on my honest hat for a moment. Shout out to like these random podcasts of people that are Vegas fans or whatever. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't find any fault. I like them. These people need to like invest more into like making a good product. Jail for you. We saw that. So I'm just staying with that. I would leave it. Yeah. As I say, like the cost of living yet. To grab up my yeah, I mean, all that was BS. What the fuck is that noise? That's the water bottle.
Like Pantoja,
it's just that much water bottles together. There's also like a full one in the back. Or sorry about that, I was trying to get rid of that noise. We can't complain about another podcast audio production. Like a buzzing sound, you know. Oh, it's buzzing? I didn't hear it buzzing. Yeah, there's the water bottles. So there's many water bottles on the ground. We do a weekly 3 weeks. Every 3 weeks. I think it's a funny bit where it's like we do things that we criticize and then we comment on it and then you don't know whether we're doing it on purpose or it's like meta or what and you're just like these secret acts. Alright, so this next one made me giggle. It's called Congratulations to Whitney and Her New Baby, posted by Full Barney. And whoever has clipped this chin is fucking hilarious. Congratulations, Whitney. The baby looks healthy. He already has a mustache and he grows that much hair as a baby. Different. What's up, baby? A lot of ladies in the crowd tonight. Baby alert. A lot of hair follicles above that lip tonight. More mustache than head on the hair. Alright, this next one is just a picture post. It's called Goodwill is Blockbuster B. That's the Gringo B. Why don't they have the Gringo Poppy poster on a shirt just like that? That's right. I would love that shirt. I have a Gringo Poppy shirt. Yeah, we don't have it tonight. Oh, really? You gotta start eating kiwis. But check this out. This is Goodwill is Blockbuster B, posted by Matt VPM. It's a shirt on sale at Goodwill. It says, we don't matter. Well, you gotta buy that. I hope you buy that. So, yeah. Shit posted, not mine. Yeah. This one made me laugh. It's called Mothership, posted by Dicey Reed Actor. Let's see what this is about. Have you been on his Mothership yet? I have not. I'm there Saturday, but when I come in, I'm there for the fight companion, and the cars out there start at 9. So we get done, sometimes a 3-4 hour show, so we get done at 1, 2 in the morning. And I don't want to go up to the Mothership guys, 2 in the morning. So we need to figure out the time when I'm out there doing shows. It's just tough on my schedule, too. Like, don't get me wrong, I'd love to be able to restrictions. What's the best time for shopping for me? 8 inches. I was thinking, okay, noon, 4 months. Or even on a Chris Monday. Yes, Chris Monday morning. That's when he does his best updates on Instagram. Maybe. What's the best place for him? The shop studio, I guess. Texas, Dallas. What a great room. Okay, Dallas. Yeah, I live in this stuff too. Somehow, it's also, I mean, what's the fascination with donuts, dude? I gotta know. I was big into donuts. I sort of given that up somewhat. Where I had my big donut face. Well, every donut place. That makes sense because, you know what? You talk about it, dude. When does Papa talk about donuts? He doesn't necessarily talk, from what I mean, we don't know the catalog as well as some cats, obviously. But, you're right. I haven't really heard him talk about donuts, but he talks about food so much. Food trip, he calls himself a thick boy. So I guess it's just like this idea that he's kind of chubby or whatever. He eats a lot. Donuts are something that those kind of people generally like. So he's like, Maybe just, it's weird though, right? What's his favorite donut? Yeah, we don't know anything about Papa's donut. We know his favorite shoe, but we don't know his favorite donut. Yeah, I never really know what kind of food he eats. So then, Dan Morris really good market. Yeah. And also, the fucking Power by Rain sign is, if Rain made energy donuts, dude, that would be awesome. So disgusting to drink an energy drink with a donut, dude. It's like the most crazy construction program ever. You see him eating like a glazed donut and slamming a ring. That gets me to die. That is crazy. I never thought about that. Yeah. That I never realized that you're right. Because like everyone's like donuts are all dripping. Donuts don't drip. They also don't drip. Yeah. But I'll tell you what does drip. His outfits. I mean, today he's honest. He's got the drip. Yeah, I mean, he's wearing that super ass hat with plain green shirt. I'm a fan of a plain shirt. Yeah. Especially if you're going to be on a podcast, but yeah, go for it. You know what I mean? I'm wearing a hot shirt. That's because I'm running to town, Danny. I'll go. Let's see here.
Go ask him. He'll be there. He's tough with us. His schedule and stuff. And he also doesn't bug it. You know, Adam just goes in Adam's my boy. So we just got to figure something out. That makes sense. But it's with kids, it's just, I don't live the life of some of these guys, you know, like 30s or that don't have kids or don't have life. And I was younger, if it was, you know, before my son came home, Tuesday night, I was doing comedy on 6th Street, doing the thing, but now it takes a lot for me to
When I hear these explaining some questions, I'm like, this guy has to.
You know what? You're a lousy kindergarten teacher. I see no fingerprints you're putting on me, sir.
I'm sorry, man. Days like you explain like way better than anyone else. I think that you put 10 world champions together.
I am not spending the rest of my life with a loser. God.
Well, I've learned how to explain it.
Well said. Choice of what was happening. Like, we're all acting like Papa doesn't want him.
In the beginning,
Papa
nobody
doesn't
understood.
want Papa to go to
You know,
Belgium.
and I'm
Are
a
you
black
fucking
belt
kidding me?
too, so when it goes to
That
the
would be a
ground,
sold out
I can
weekend.
explain.
Just in Melbourne, Australia,
Like sometimes I'll be watching with my wife
sold
at home,
out.
so we watching fights that
I
I'm not
mean, if
calling.
anything, we should be talking about
What's
how
going on?
the comedy
Like,
match was
just
going
right
down
behind each other.
not having
Like,
Papa
see
there.
what
You know
see
what I
where
mean?
his elbow is? No,
Yeah, I
get
mean,
his
this is
elbow
like
past his
a
foot.
morning call for
He's
them.
fucked.
Over
And then I
and
would explain it, and I would say,
alright, so this one's posted by Haphazard. Give him, thank him. Give him his praise. Give him his flowers while he's still here, right? I'm a huge fan of Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll and Tocho. Yeah. Jelly Roll and Wheat Bread.
and if you don't love it, you
This sounds called the strong opening to the episode.
Like, if you're just a regular sports guy, say like you call hockey.
I still ask for money upgrade sometimes at
You're
Subway.
gonna
They're
learn
like,
about MMA, and you're gonna call MMA.
a bunch of trans fats.
There's no, you're not gonna get a word because you gotta do it. Like if I was calling hockey, like yeah, there's fucking toughness in there. I don't give a shit.
That's what I'm saying. You disassociate when you're in a conversation like this. You need something. This Adam 22 is smart to bring on chapstick, something to do. When you go to the T-Fag Game podcast, it is the best podcast out there. Yeah, it's not too bad. But in case they start talking about number and shit, you don't bring something to do. It's too, you don't want to bring a book because that's like too crazy. You can't bring a book. It's like chapstick, maybe yo-yo is a good thing, yeah, something like that. A dreidel, something like that. Yeah, Christmas, and you have a calendar. Yeah.
The person I'm working for is UFC. Everything else is
He just looks really, really smart about that. Yeah, Bob, the online thing is something he's told me before. Yeah, but what would he not say that he's done? Like that one, some guy that was a child star, like, why is it? I did that too. My dad had us fighting in Uganda. Every night I slept with an AK-47. Alright, this one's posted by Jay Bree 777. It's called Joe Brings Up Callan's Fake Persona. during the most recent stop. So, I don't think he is, but
Like a guy who, like, brags about reading old books.
it's like watching a good art film or whatever.
You know, when I first met Cal, first time I ever went over his apartment, he leaves books laying out as if he's reading them. He had, like, Steinbeck or something like that. So I'm like, hey, motherfucker, I know you're not reading this.
oh, so that's really reading nice one.
That's right. So I was like, you don't do you? You want people to think you're interested. You leave these books out. Which you do, by people, I mean girls.
Of course,
Yeah, girls that think you're interesting. So you leave these books out pretending that you're like worldly.
You know what's so funny is that books are the least of your worry if you're in Brian Callen's apartment. If you see a book, you're like, thank God, it's just reading. Reading is better than other things. Would you use books as bait ever? No, I mean, it's so crazy to say that. This is not something that I would even think about. I don't want a gadoosh Rogan here, but it's like, this is not something that would ever enter in. You know, well, you're not one of the 1,000. Yeah. That's true. That's your fucking line. Like, hey, you're absolutely right. I apologize. Yeah. You know, comedians nowadays, it's the hardest job. There's no time to read. Yeah, right? You have to be thinking about jokes all the time. I've had conversations with comedians that are like, yeah, I wish I could. I wish I could read. It's like, dude, you can read. Just let it done. You gotta look at these pitches. My agent wants me to do a sketch about how white guys always wanted to do a certain type of character. They just focused on that. I don't have time to read. I think I have time to read my own packets. Yeah. I don't read my packets, dude. I'm trying to get out cold air. Alright, this one's posted by Into the Murky Waters. Never heard of them. It's called Cheese.
Brendan's missing half of his children's lives being fucking performing in Boise next week. So what do you say, Brendan? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the pandemic made me realize I toured too much, man. So I cut it down to 2 weekends a month moving forward.
I like zone out completely. And just make me laugh. And also, like, the B stuff is always going to make me laugh. I can't help it. And I've said this before, I just think it's too crazy. Yeah, the B has cheese with dynamite. I don't get it, dude. Everything involved is like slightly childish. And imagine being like a graffiti artist and drawing the word buzz and telling your friends about it. You know what I mean? Exactly. That's not like a dull profession like us. You know, we get these big red movie chairs and Trash Tuesday stickers. I mean, this is mature. This, that truck thing that we got on something called Redbubble with a rain energy, professionalism, hyped. You know, we got a lot of it. You don't do beats.
It's crazy.
They keep you busy. Do we wake up? Oh, 4:34. Exactly. Before interviews do. Let's see here. This one's posted by Khabib Time. It's called Thick Boy Doesn't Recognize Bobbin in the Wild. So let's see what happens here, dude. That's Brian Callen.
I think he's actually in your city tonight. I think he's playing the Butler. He's only in town this weekend.
They're just harassing that poor man. He's like playing along with them, like, yeah, that guy is famous, yeah. It's like, I hope I can get away from these people soon. Yeah. When you got Carmelo Anthony, Adam Sandler, and people at The Rock, you know, when they're recognizing Bobby, it's some fucking person that don't matter in Chicago can't recognize Bobby. You don't gotta tell them your name. Right. Exactly. Right. Yeah. That's not what happened when he met Al Pacino. What happened? I forget that. He was like, oh, you're that guy that fucking used to do UFC. And man, you got a great ass. That's what he's right. Yeah, he was Al Pacino's favorite fighter. Yeah. I like how anyone that Baba meets, they end up telling him what he does.
I don't do it because
He does.
sometimes
You know,
training camp.
they're like, oh, you're that guy that got fired from Showtime. Do you think it's out of concern that they do that because of the CT? They're like, you're Brendan.
Outside training camp, I enjoy it.
Used to be a
Even
big
if
fighter.
I retire tomorrow, I will do training camp. That's something that
Oh, you're the guy that
is
fucking.
very interesting.
You're the guy with Monster Lawyers,
Right
dude,
now,
right?
I'm
300 pages of. Yeah.
in
Alright, so this one's called LeBron James exposed by shop for having a baddie wrangler. Posted by Successful Egg 8345. Let's see here.
If LeBron James has signed
It's just like not even dry snitching, but it's wet snitching. I mean, yeah, you have to ask yourself why. Why do you do this? But it's because he has no active brain cells.
It's so hard to
Just come on, times they got 2 4. Yeah.
slacked off.
someone like that,
It's the best moment we have.
he's super smart. Yeah, but what does that mean? He's never engaged with like people that fuck with you.
My 5 have cheated on his poor wife. I did hear a crazy story about LeBron James. About smashing a bunch of people.
Because the way you
Oh,
think
I have no idea.
about
Yeah,
life,
I mean,
the way you
how
decide
famous
to
that
approach life, changes
athlete
your
cheating
whole
doesn't
direction
surprise me.
of
Yeah.
the future.
I mean, who told you?
100%. So,
Anthony Davis, a woman that was there.
how we listen.
She wasn't one of the 1,000, but she was there. She was filming. No, she wasn't filming. She was actually working on a jump shot. Yeah, she's playing basketball. I fucking submitted LeBron James. You know, having sex with a bunch of women is still giving you pointers like, oh man, your footwork was terrible, you know?
I was talking to
Coaches the girls, they sign a contract. That guy's 30 and helps 2 years in a row. And then it's just
flashbacks. Not only was Mark Brendan's handler, but he was also his baddie wrangler. Mark was talking to all these girls for Brendan. He would text Mark and tell him what to say. And it looked like this was a full-time job for Mark. It was like every day there's a new baddie to respond to. And even on Mark's birthday, Brendan texted him. He's like, dude, I know it's your birthday, but when you get a moment, you want to check on the baddies for me. Shout out to Too Lazy to Try there. Famous narration. Yeah, you know, iconic voice. It sounds almost exactly the same as voice wrestling. Nearly the same guy. They might be, and you know, come from homeless voice critic right there. Alright, so this one's posted by Brendan as a hack. It's called Shop Compares Himself to Drake and Matt Wright. Oh man, do you wanna guess on any of the comparisons? Came up the same way as Matt Wright. Okay.
everyone's showing you the best part of their life.
His biggest trick.
Show you how they're
That's my guess. Yeah.
most people are doing this stuff right now, right?
Drake or not show you. Look, I have a sweet in my face.
They're not doing anything. Yeah, they're just reacting creative. Yeah, my creativity.
That's 100%. That's it. I'm glad he told that to Tucker Carlson. So, you gotta stand up for yourself, TJ. These haters that make these shows that say things about Brendan Schaub, it's like, you're not doing anything, okay? You're not, listen, I'll even tell you what you're not doing, okay? You're not waking up at 4:30. Tell them. You're not, doing whole tours in Europe. Yeah, not scheduling. The scheduling is scheduling. You don't have music production company in a podcast studio where there are 7 to 8 rooms. You with other people talking about numbers. You're not discovering killer rules. No, don't trade. Okay? So, you know what you should do? Become friends with Joe Rogan. Do a standing special. Man, I'll listen to your bullshit. Your mom's fucking amazing. Yeah, dude, you're all in your mom's basement. You're all homeless. And cats. And no fucking matter. They have never mattered. You think Brendan Schaub is going to pay attention to some cat that has like a cell phone and is like homeless and is fucking talking about bullshit. Yeah, using CapCut to make clips of drugs. It is flash. I give up. He's definitely not talking about us. I don't think so. I still think he doesn't know who we are. I hope so. But listen, every song, Brendan, it's us Jones. Every song we dedicate to you. And we don't hate us. We love Brendan Jones. So that's why I know he's not talking about us. I don't think he's talking about us because we have other things that we're doing and he doesn't know who we are. And we didn't matter. I think he's talking specifically about people criticizing that line. Yeah, or accidentally. Oh, yeah.
It's not like
The various people he's fired over the years. Hot take by Brendan, dude, but, we got chairs, dude. This is a big one. We're doing things. This is creative. Yeah, not doing things. Yeah. I bought a whole energy drink. I'll never drink that. Not a good one. Yeah, not a donut in the room, but we fucking love you, dude. Alright, let's go to this one. It's called They Don't Respect His Comedy, posted by Haphazard. Another halfway. Consider ourselves lucky. Let's see. Why is it uncomfortable?
I think because I like it too, I love it too. It's such like it's so different from your life, especially because this is so personal to you. This is like your life. You're letting everybody in on your life and your recent things that you're having. So I think so. I haven't seen you in a while. So I got you. You're not doing the birds.
Yeah, true. And also, but that's why. After Ghost Rider. Montez, hilarious. Montez is definitely the best race on that show. Yeah. The bestest. What do you think? Do you think that he goes for the Crystal special? Probably not, but we're talking on the live chat about we want to do an A-Dab shirt. Oh, yeah, all dolphins are bastards. That'd be good merch, I think. Yeah. Keep that in the mental Rolodex. I mean, I hope he never got rid of the dolphin stuff. Nah, he grew up, dude. He's not doing that kind of shit. Now it's like real hard-hitting personal stuff. Like about Caitlyn Jenner or whatever. Personal. Look, she fucking killed somebody. What did I do? Alright, this one's posted by Parent Shop. It's called The Shop Taking Shots at Ian's Wife. I don't know who Ian Gary is. Ian Gary's an MMA fighter. I don't know what happened with him recently. His wife is like way older than he is, and she used to, I guess she wrote a book about like being players, and you made a funny joke that misremembered. Oh, yes. Yeah. Wife of a gearhead. Yeah. Wife of a gearhead. Let's see here. That's like context, but that's a good play. But again, his wife is like, Call Francis. Okay,
I ran to Dubai.
Ian Gary fighting for his Sagano. I don't know if that would be good. Of course, talking about Shop is the impression of a woman. Yeah, is that what Shop thinks of? But is that what he hears because he's a misogynist or because of the CT? Or because he's hot?
She said, call Francis. I don't say bullshit you do. Call Canal. Just doesn't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? Just deny about her. Don't make her face like that. Well, it's fucking stupid. What you've never seen his face. I've never seen that. It's a place so too.
that service.
Maybe she was saying, maybe I misunderstood. What they were saying is like, call, I don't even know. I'm not going to try to get, if I try and get into her shop for it is right now, I'm never going to get out. Yeah, it's like getting COVID. You're not for CTA. Yeah. CT,
Swapping them out.
Well, hopefully you stay big.
I'm such a lead.
Speaking of being big, this is posted by Stone0777. Again, from that terrible audio production. It's called Tiger Thing. It's doing great with the Upstream Radio Posture podcast. Yeah.
Entire thing was
We started. Guys, let's find a smaller table. I need a table that's closer to the grill, please. Guys, can we get more background noise? Me and the old lady back in.
In life,
What would trigger the old lady coming back in? We need to open the bar. We need to open the bar. Sean brought up his whiskey and bring the lady back in. That'd be funny if he's really funny.
you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, not a chance. Let's see.
I think for my not for
Great start for 5. I mean, as you know, by the time you work, just dealing with like liquor licenses and it's like you watch the show Yellowstone. It's like how it's all territorial. It's like it's just liquor so it was a beast of things, but it's a big.
Yellowstone has all this like intrigue, like violence, and all this. I've never seen it, Rich, but I know the prequels did. So it's like there's no way. And also it compares Kevin Costner's character. I think as like big ranger, like big business guy in the state of Montana, Sean's comparing himself to that because of this big boy clothes. Oh, so you're saying that makes
I don't know what it is.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's like I'm always doing the other thing.
Could have said there was one.
You know what I'm saying?
I wish I lived there, dude.
And I'm very
When you're out here, it's
invested,
different.
and I love what I do in this business. It seems like it's always
Alright, let's see.
I got a special but it's not, it wasn't,
I would never be the one to question but don't you want to supply the demand? I think so, right? I'm not a numbers game. Oh yeah, I'm not the marketing guy, but I would think that you would want the supply to fulfill the demand. But I'm also not the best brain. What is the demand? What if there is no demand? Like just dealing with, sometimes you're dealing with a situation like that. Oh, but you wouldn't know. There's always he doesn't read the comments. So like the comments are saying, if the stores are like, yeah, we're not selling this like Tiger thing. It's backed up. There's so much unsold that we not even have any space in the back for other stuff. We need to get rid of it somehow. Mark it down, half price, do whatever we can, start giving it out to most people. And all that stuff. The demand becomes like, whoever will take it. If I told you I was supposed to keep it, I would.
you don't want to hear it, but
Alright, this next one is again from Stone0777. He had a lot of the best clips from this show. This one's called A Message from Papa to All the Haters. So listen up, B. If you're a hater, not us. We'll just tune out the just not for us, man.
It's crazy, meeting individuals that get exposed to a real level of humility, so you realize that it's not real. Yeah, not real. That's some team, man. We don't hate each other. We don't beef. It would be disappointing for people like, oh man, really? Yeah, there's none of that. So, I'm thinking,
I said that we're straight. Yeah. All of that is true. Without it painted. Well, you gotta keep in mind, it's a lot of people like cats is the profile picture.
I don't know.
They don't
But my wife
like
says
names on Twitter. It's like, why would you read
my
that?
wife says
Yeah, it's all to make, it's all to get buzz and stuff for their different projects. Yeah, it helps out. It's Papa doesn't mind looking like the bad guy because he's a marketing genius. He's like, at the end of the day, this all helps my show. Yeah. It don't count.
God gives
But it don't count me. Right. The internet is bullshit. Audio's the best, and all these people too. Honestly, you know what I mean? Possibly, like, name the scent of that fucking basement. You know what I mean? Just, yeah, the people in the basement, dude. Like Cheeto dust or whatever. 2 words, dude. Orange chicken. For sure. Yeah, Cheeto. Oh, you're on. It smells like that. For sure. Yeah, it's like they just got off their shift. At PF Change or whatever, you know, it's like you're gonna tell me how to the greatest comedian of all time. Guess what? Mr. Performance did natural international cheese. I'm eating one dinner on the menu. Alright? Comedy. I'm just going to go with it. Breathe energy. Okay, entertainment. Alright, so this is again Stone 0777. It's called the Redax. Redac's favorite nickname. Dicey Dice. Some of these nicknames are real hybrid name. What's your favorite? Where does it come from? It's kind of my favorite. That one's just, Trolls and fans and Adventures Just Took a Life of Its Own. Trolls. I like that there's a meshing of the two. There's no way to tell the difference now. Every fan could be a troll. Yeah. Kind of a fun. Yeah, why not? All that matters in them days, fans, right? Maybe there's some of them are trolls. Yeah. I mean, I believe that all of us can confidently say that we love Bob. You and I. Yeah. I think all. You can speak for all humans. I mean, there's 149K grand homeless cats. I believe there is 150K grand homeless fans. It was hard for me to say that. It was like trying to say the correct way. I think that deep down all of us are fans of Bob, but that's how it all started. You know? Yeah, I mean, I can only speak for myself. Yes, yeah, dude, there was one glass window. There's not two. You know what I mean? One person got thrown through. I'm sure there'll be someone else thrown through a glass window. That's not it. He should join the WWE. That'd be lit. Yeah. ROTHSCHILD. Oh, shit. Yeah, I know Schultz, but what you give Bob was wrestling? The conditioner. I like that. So does he come out to the thing? Yeah. Is that the happy against him? To the thing. Yeah, dude. And then he's like, you know how they have the hallway shots of WWE? He's just like going through the numbers, and then like somebody comes like Logan Hawk goes to him and he tries to kick him, and Bobby grabs his foot and he goes, oh. He's like, you take away, dude. And then he fucks him up. Shot would be good for the WWE because, you know, there's always these twists and turns and the wrestling supposed to be shocked. He'd like fall for everything. He'd also forget the storyline, so it's surprising anyways. His best thing could be the salesperson. That's true. That's another good name. He sells your soul. Sells your soul. Oh, okay. And then he has to scream, good dude. And in the middle, maybe like 4 fucking fights in, you know, after he's been doing this for months, you know. He's got his 10,000 hours in. The audience does it for him. He just goes to visit. He says, before his finishing move, he's like, good dude. Maybe the good dude sure is the actual finishing move. Yeah, and it's like, the finishing move is like, at first, he pretends like his Achilles or whatever it is broken. And then, so something go over, and he's like, I just got you. And he puts him in a headlock. Yeah, you did really, you brought the job out right there, dude. When I say Achilles, you would say that. Okay, so what did I say? Did I say Achilles? Yeah. Dude, I got that part down. I hope he never tears his Achilles, dude. This one's posted by Benny Bull 8mm. It's called Whitney wants to name her girl Billy Dicey Dice. And if you want context today, you could go to James. Let's see.
No one believes me. I think I also talked very publicly about freezing my eggs, like in a special, like a couple years ago. So everyone thinks I'm like to Tesla, or like, no, everyone's like, it's from a human being.
Alright, so first of all, how would you fuck a Tesla without a dick? In my brain, I think that it's probably the charger thing. Like the coach probably sticks the charger thing in.
They don't like something about themselves.
This was by Selected Tom. It's called This Redact Giving the Worst Advice Ever to Up-and-Coming Comics. Love the little jab at the end, too. What's the advice? Name the set.
It's not. This is not easy.
I know this one. This is what I've already seen.
Here's the real formula.
But
Just go out,
it's
follow
pretty
these
funny
3 steps, and you're gonna be
there's
rich
a great
and
punchline.
It's not that. It's just that
These comments posting clips on social media, that's the trendy thing to do. You see everyone doing it. Everyone's posting crowd works. They want to ruin their whatever 15 minutes or 30 minutes of their special material. For me, I had advice from Rogan from Brian, like, don't do special yet. Wait. And there's a reason they say that. So it's like, don't be the best right now. It's be tempted. You want to get it out there. You see all your friends doing it. Comments you look up to do it. Just wait. Just wait. So why didn't you wait?
and they think somehow or another
I met that guy.
this is just how relationships are. They're careful in that relationship.
Is he good?
And then
I don't know.
they never be
8 inches. Alright, so this one's posted by Pharrell 80s. It's called Never Knew This About Jay, the one man upmanship. As you can see, Liberty. Dude, he sticks out like a sword. He sticks out like a sword.
The Rodney King riots were going on. I grew up in San Antonio. It was overwhelmingly Hispanic. And I remember when I was growing up, like, the only thing I wanted to be was black. And they kicked ass in all the sports. All the girls liked the fucking religion. Crying like a couple years later, my brother should cry at like it's supposed to be okay, because I'm dead serious though, but I'm dead serious. I'm like, this right. I was like, this right.
Oh man, that's actually not my thing. No. I did not used to cry at night because I was not black. I turned it. I would call Brent. He calls Brent. Hey, this one's. How do you even find something like that out? Your brother's crying, and then you ask, hey, why are you crying? That's wild. But it's a crazy thing to say, and it's so that you can tell it's crazy because, like, you're looking at this clip, look at the 3 guys there, and that's the craziest thing is what's said. I can't imagine having a conversation with somebody that looks like that, no shirt. Why not put a shirt on? Can you put the shirt on for the podcast? That's wild to me. Oh, my favorite part of that whole clip is at the end when he goes, I would love to conduct business with that guy around me. They're just like, if I'm hiring somebody to make a job interview, okay, thank you. Well, thanks for coming in. I'm Brendan Kudin, the supervisor here, also training you with Liquor Kim. He would be also made some questions for you.
What if it's a nightmare and then you miss out on whatever $400, $500 you would have
How do you feel about eating from raw and testicles? I don't know what that is about, John. No, I wouldn't do that. All right, well, take that picture. Well, I'll go live for tonight. Oh, man. Great job, Kudin. We're gonna, Never King, if you're watching, we will hire you here as our chair. Yeah, you can be third chair. Yeah. Alright, so this one's posted by Wear a Damn Helmet. It's called Diddler, unironically wondering if he has to keep not cheating on his wife. What do you think of this background? Hi, friends. I like this. Not giving up on his sayings. Yeah. It's a Tupac skateboard. He's got a lot of playing shit. No Dance, Kuda. He calls people very. So, there's a little bit too much going church stuff we do now. Because of this, we're becoming active and research starting. That's all that matters. Trash Tuesday. We got the church. Yeah, let's see. Because if I think about me in my 30s, I was a fucking dum-dum, you know? I was funny and being silly and shit, but I was living like a dum-dum. And now I'm living right. But then it's also like, so I have to just keep living right for 40 more years. Yes. Someone tell him yes. Would you have a sticker of your face on your laptop? Because I don't know. I would have a picture of Mom and my laptop. Yeah, exactly. We gotta get that. Yeah, we can do that more stickers. 2024, baby. More stickers coming. Speaking of that, keep them coming. Posted by Haphazard here, dude. This is my favorite clip of the week. Florida's favorite thing. That's why it is a big compliment. Yeah, you're right.
If you take compliments well, you're so dude.
That means you're normal. You're supposed to take it. We're there to try. Yeah. All you gotta say thank you.
So what's a compliment that you would get where you'd be like, all right, cool, yeah.
Big dick. I know. So that would really no shit. What's this one? That's my CEO. Oh shit. It's posted by SXANTH. I don't know if this is funny or not, but you sure will enjoy it. It's easy. Yeah. Easy to lose always a big thing. Let's see.
And I'm not bad.
Well, I don't understand the reference of Eskimo Bros in the UFC. I mean, I don't know either really, but I'm sure maybe that's somebody to do a shop and what's her face? Oh, Rousey? Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's get to the bits. Shops. I don't know. Okay, so this one's posted by Eddie Paul 8mm. That's called I Love Bobby. Let's see here.
Very first thing I had on my notes was the Bobby Lee controversy. So he started his very first thing. I mean, there's not much there, brother. You know, it's like, I love Bobby. You know, it's, good comic, stuff happens, shit happens, but it is what it is. I moved on, you know what I'm saying? But nothing but love for Bobby. Shit happens,
Absolutely. Back to the first question, This guy's gonna keep trying to busy. I'm glad it didn't go off the rails after that. Like, if you start off something like that, and there's confrontation, maybe the podcast is gonna be bad. Not as good, but this. He did something to bounce back. So the other things are so electrifying. I will say that Sean is kind of like a police chief. He's like, people are coming to them with the issues of the community. Right? And he's just like, we didn't find it. Right. Yeah, he's keeping the line. Yeah. Towing the line. Yeah. No funny business. Right. Just telling it how it is. Squashing these big corners of things happening in Fulton County Jail that are really happening. So what about Mark Harley? He's like, I've never heard of him. I don't know who he is. He's a great guy. There's just nothing there. He makes you feel stupid. There's nothing there. You know what I mean? There's nothing there. Okay? Me and Bobby Lee were best friends. What happened? What there's the whole thing where we all talked about happened and never happened. Alright, so this one's posted by Brendan is an hack. It's called Shaw's Dick Bits Didn't Work in Kentucky. This one, I think, is going to be Brendan Cooney's favorite one of the week. Let's see.
Valuable intel for advertising and insurance companies will take any excuse to raise your premiums.
I like how his face doesn't change.
And that is with ExpressVPN.
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah.
With ExpressVPN, 100% of your online activity is rerouted to secure encrypted services. This makes it impossible for third parties to invade your data. ExpressVPN also hides your IP address, which is the number used to identify you on the internet. Without your IP address, your browser can't use it to track and sell your activity. But ExpressVPN is easy to use. Just takes one click, and it works on all your devices, phones, tablets, desktop, even TV, and on up to 8 devices at the same time. This is why ExpressVPN is the #1 rated VPN by the experts at CNET and the
And the best part is the podcast is you get 4 extra months of ExpressVPN for free at expressvpn.com/road4 by tapping the app. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can get your 4 free months by scanning the QR code
Somebody be a that much of a shot fan and not know that that's the kind of stuff he does. He's decked out. First of all, I don't believe that anyone is decked out in their merch ever. But if somebody was, and they don't know that Chuck does jokes like that, it would be surprising to know.
That's when somebody clips this up and puts it here with the Tiger Thing jersey and the Gringo hat.
Oh, yeah, well, I guess let me correct that. The only people I know that are decked out with shot there are you and me. Because Brennan Walsh just bought us. So
it sounds like
that picture of all the stuff on the couch is so funny. Yeah, so just me and you. And we would clap and we do standing ovation for game material to see shit. The host of the show, the podcast, he's laughing. Probably the same way we'd be laughing. Like shot talking, this is not here. Nothing he said was true.
It's just another painted narrative, in my opinion. And you know what, though? It's like, to me, it's like Van Gogh whenever he paints a narrative. You know what I mean? Like, I would love to have that in my hallway. Just that clip, playing over and over, talking about those two dudes. It was like Cam Amazement to the show, they're done with Thick Monkey.
I mean, Van Gogh is somebody who definitely stuck his nachos in the nacho cheese.
Mr. Whole Foods. Alrighty, well, let's see this one. It's called Future Too Bright, posted by Mark Wexkin. You already know what it is, dude. Let's see. Chris says this, you know why I gotta buy these, dude? Future's too bright. When he would have been like, and they close to near. You know, actually, that shock might have to tell you. That's be with me and chill out. We'll head you to a log cabin and party, dude. And by party, I mean drink coffee. We'll get on stage. So we'll also do some stand-up. And also, we get fucked and sucked a lot. Whoa! Hey, he's a baby. And they go, you wait, these girls. He goes, well, first of all, I gave them a tour. Second of all, I gave them my dick because they don't get dick like this in Japan. And third, I fed them pasta. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, he was outraged. I was like, didn't like it. If he agrees, all this. There is the shit out of it. What? Yeah, that would be 4 seconds for the 3 of us. Hey, just chill here. We gave you the narrative and we just asked you. People around here like who would do that? Eating after a workout? What?
Strange topic. Don't know if I would do that one. But that beginning is harsh.
It's a hard watch, honestly. Yeah. I don't know if you've already seen this one. I don't think we have. But it's called Sean's new narrative is all the videos in a form of promo. T-Mo's. Whoa! Oh, I didn't see that. Dude, what the hell? I really didn't see T-Mo.
Oh, Brennan is a hag. Look at that, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, Brendan is a hack. Posted this one.
Shout out to rare acknowledgement for the show.
Yes. Let's see here.
See, you care. I care. So, like, when I see, this is Joe Coy's thing, he's like, man, whenever you see someone, like, tag you on something, or they're going to take, it's just promo for you.
Yeah, it's 100%.
We do not, I have not tagged him on anything.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a compliment. No, absolutely. The show originally was fully designed as a Brendan Shaw podcast, right? I know it seems like we did it randomly. We just watched one thing, but it's all planned. Me and Jordan have been fans from him for like basically since we used to watch him play high school. We should watch him play high school football.
I mean, I was there for that cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills.
I was there. Dude, I'm one of the kids that bought a watch. You know, was like 2 years old. Yeah. He was like whatever, 12 or something like that. I watched for the comic book. You bought, I once I originally, I bought some comic books because I bought some comic books from the shop too, and I eventually gave them to her because I knew it was your big fan. So it's all planned out to support shit.
Yeah, I know. My mom's mom. She knows you. Yeah, but she shit's so good for you.
See, I wanted to see people so bad.
But she's known you.
To make this a formal YouTube video on this Instagram or whatever, it's a formal promo because
Kind of a fucking shot there. We do not make horrible. Our shit is complimentary. It's like tongue-in. It is very deep. I don't know if there's anything out there that's like specific, especially things we made. Mainly made so it's just those songs and then the Terror video and the Christmas special. Yeah, those are all sort of like pretty tame.
Natasha was
Dude, if there was a metal detector for sarcasm,
like, people say like comics shouldn't take comics. I don't know about that because sometimes it fucking works really well. What do you want to do?
they don't get all that this whatever troll made this video. It's just people have their own opinions, so it just comes to Jared. I've been doing it long enough now, man. We're in the business of having fans, travel pay-per-views. So
guys, cheers. That's right. That's ridiculous. All right, let's go.
Fires and they just want to see you get like Virgil Window. I look at the Paul brothers and I'm thinking to myself, like, should I just start challenging people on shirts and like boxers? These guys are making money. Like at the end of the day, I respect the hustle even though I look at it. It's a little different though. It's like, I think with like Logan and Jake, like I was saying, what they're doing with their, I think if you were, especially in your age, like people who look at Logan and Jake, like, all they get is hate. Bro, you know how much that large of his fan base is. Like, it's like if he walked down the street and shut it down. Yeah. So like if you go on Vegas and you can paint a skewed picture where people think like, oh, that's the most hated guy on earth. You know, it's like that guy makes a living off selling things on like building videos. So it's like Instagram and YouTube, the algorithm set up for negativity. So we think getting so negative. Those guys sell products, they sell merch, they sell tickets. They go around. The companies will sell $3 or $4 million.
It's like
as if like you want that. Just like, I mean, sure, the money, I guess, but
this is scary.
If I could choose a way to be like very wealthy, it wouldn't be off selling an energy drink to people. Almost anything else. Energy drinks are so bad. Except for Gatorade is amazing. You should always drink Gatorade. If you want to improve your cognitive ability, it's just such a simple thing. No, I mean, that's all I have to say. Your cognitive abilities to have that shit. I mean, I'll drink it every day. Yeah, it's crazy how we do it every week. It's like, we wanted it in the studio, but then, yeah, dude, I drink it, like, even if I have to go to sleep,
I think you should, on stage, I mean, like, there's hate, but anybody doing anything like that just comes with the territory. Yeah, it just comes with the territory.
Sadly true. You know, you do anything, you're going to get trolled. Yeah, dude, shout out to Shop like always, dude. Telling it like it is, Papa. Yeah. Alrighty, so this one is hosted by Eddie Pool 8mm. It says, Brendan Chop says he'd encourage Tiger to take steroids to beat the system and get paid. Let's see if that's their takeaway. Second here.
It'd be tough, especially, since the baseball being older, it's like getting more sore all the time. Whenever I got this big new Culture World Series coming up, if I could no hitter, I'm going to get right on the under from the Dodgers. It's like, if you do right, Ron, because all those steroids, it's whatever, like 60 home runs. So it's just a medical deal that gets busted. Last year, the pay its ass. I don't see why you wouldn't have it before.
Luke is for, not necessarily that, but he's for, I think, legalization of steroids and fighting. Yeah, I think I am too. I mean, I don't know. My only hesitation is steroids, and like, who cares about my redacted opinion, is that maybe health-wise, they're good for you. Yeah, I mean, then it becomes the new norm where it's like, okay, if you're not taking steroids, that kind of sucks to your head. Yeah. So I think it's better if nobody's on it. Maybe. I don't know. Not even like for integrity, just like the peer pressure of being like, oh, fuck, I gotta go fight this juiced up fucking crazy person. Oh, yes, fighting. Yeah. You wouldn't be able to go into it and fighting. Yeah, but if your theories are that, dude, mine's even more redacted. You know what I mean? I think we should probably run things through for the next episode. I think steroiding on podcasting should be a necessity. Yeah. So, Martin, help us out. Martin, Addis. Let's see. Alright, so this one's posted by Haphazard. It's called Acknowledgement of the Cats Theo Money Controversy. Let's see. Okay, well, this question. Hang on, hold on. I did that. I got it, buddy. Thanks to the guy with the podcast. We did that. That's good. Yeah, I think that's cool. Well, I mean, look, especially up to the little-sided cat. As long as you know right away, like, this is how much you get, this is how much you're going to that's where it gets nice. Yeah, you gotta know up front what the fucking deal is. Close boys, like, that talks where it's like, hey, this is what it is. Yeah. So it's all, like, out in the open, and somebody doesn't slide it. It's a weird question. If you're opening up a car park out there, it's a bad idea. No, but it can be nice if you're friends and the business gets stressful, especially with the crowd. It can affect relationships. So that's why it makes sense. It's a weird, bad idea. It's a big part of the fail.
Some of the same crowd.
Well, no, it's a different podcast, and now it's a different podcast. And then the ending here is just comment from Mark Harley. It says, reposting my reply from another friend here. I'll expand further, but yes, on several occasions, public transparent accusations that you had acting off like I keep for episode over many episodes. And he only vaguely brought it up to him because he's discussing it socially with him. I overheard an hour-long convo on speaker that retrospective about the podcast.
On Prize Picks.
And rest of feels like, bro, your fucking money's not coming in. You're bad at business and making money. And of course, Brandon didn't take that well on road Theo off as being mentally ill just to work with it. Just still wrong. How that worked out so that he shut his game. The false accusation was too much. $255,000.
Your basketball dollars. New players get 50 and pick 6
This is what happens when you start competing in
just $5.
Exactly. Yeah.
Basketball players are
People that focus too much on the money and what you're owed and whether someone's stealing from you and all that stuff. What does it get you? Fucking end of the greatest podcast that's ever known. The world's ever known. Now there's just bees on the wall, money everywhere. Whether it's the honey's not even flowing.
The crowd is you. Gambling problem? So 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problems gambling. Call 888-799-799.
Alright, so this one's posted by Stone0777. It's called Another Lie with the Flare Watch Me There.
Jurisdiction. Fixes not available everywhere, including New York, Ontario.
And Rodney goes
Shot privilege. Oh man, dude, driving while shot. Imagine how dope it would be to be riding shot. This shit just happens. Yeah, when I got pulled here, like, guess I gotta show my cool car. My cousin came with my shoes. Yeah. He's like, fuck that, Hell's Angels are here. It's gonna be a wild night. Every time you go anywhere, Starbucks, Target, they're like, oh my god, look at you, you're so funny. Yeah, oh my god, look at your joke. If you go to an Antifa rally, it's just like, fuck everyone. Yeah, Antifa rally, yeah, Proud Boys. Dude, you know what do you think the hardest place is to go and shop? Great question. Because I know when I do one Make you some time to think about it first. Yeah. Alright, so easily the hardest place to go.
And I did
By
God's
if you're
store
in a shop,
one in
Mexican
testing. Like I remember doing,
because you know they're just fucking chopping it
or
up.
else
Dude,
there
they're
was a
yelling,
Johnny
punching
Walker
you.
competition.
In the back, dude, they do punchlines by accident. Danny.
God's store,
For I just think I saw them.
Johnny Walker.
No, for sure. The hardest place to go at a shop is turkey hunting with Joe Rogan. Oh, right. It's just on sound effects alone. He's gonna be the sassiest person.
And after the show, it was
He doesn't
straight
much turkey. He doesn't like hunting. No, can't blame him. I don't think Alright, so this one's supposed to be haphazard. It's called Too Many Cooks with asterisks over the cooks. Let's see here.
and the guy who took the money was out of
You're
jail.
talking about the
And
video
look
they
what he
took
is.
whatever you guys do. I think you're
I really would say, what is Black Buffalo? You see that mark? I think they've asked that before, but it's probably like, chew or whatever.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
kind of more like,
Did they offer you the money? I don't, and I was
like a way to stop smoking.
when I first started,
What's the other one? There's Xan.
what was his name? Dominic and Cat Rogan or something. They might or something. They would give me spots in this. And I would get either money, but I would buy coke from Mike, the drug dealer at the Colombian store.
Is that how you see that?
He was the
I
drug
don't know.
dealer.
I don't know.
I would
Probably
stay
not accepting of
behind
it,
the
maybe.
connection at the Nomo
I
Hotel.
think it could probably get away with accepting too, I guess. Maybe not the perfect way. We're also an hour and 30 minutes into watching Shop, so we're not covering my brains. Also, yeah, just recovering. I've been in COVID brain for the next 2 to 3
The
years.
last time I was up in Boston,
What you guys don't do is how do you deal with like all that hate we get, or like people like, I can't believe you let your wife do that, or what do you hear?
Another classic brain and Shop question. Yeah, what the rest?
yeah.
I love that Cal gets you, dude. It is fun.
So I'm working.
How funny is it? This now I don't want to ever talk about
And this week,
this stuff. It's a good clip, but how funny is it that this is the only time we're going to talk about it? Like what's her face? And this is important. Oh yeah, Jason this way. But this guy, I guess, had a war with his wife and somebody else. That's what they're talking about in the clip. But the most embarrassing thing in it is that Callan works for his boss is Patrick Crowder, whatever it was, Steve Crowder, whatever that is. And so Crowder, the most embarrassing thing is that he works for this Crowder guy, and then even more cringe, as they're making fun of him for working for Crowder, Callan's like, I'm not drinking Patrick Crowder, but does a promo for them. Yeah, he's tight. That's the real fucking that's probably like the, in the contract with Magic Mind, it's like, right, if you're about to come your waves, you have to shut us up.
we stopped on the way up in Hartford.
I'm sorry, I should get his name right. I can't. Steve Crowder? Charles Brooks.
Fucking blood started flowing out of my nose.
Alrighty, well, let's see here, dude. It's one's, we got 2 more clips left, so we're almost there. This was posted by Parent Shop. It's called Professionalism. We'll take it from here.
And then
So there's like 2 minutes left. Must be 10. Yeah. Let's see.
I was going to settle up and just get back. And, get
Okay, so okay,
Well, anyhow,
remember this kid coming in, you talked about that.
that was
I think we can play this.
about a year or 2 later.
That show. They should call it the Chin Show.
So if I did,
That's another thing I wanted to talk to you about. We do there's the one for not editing things out, but we have to remember the shop show is live. So give the shop his flowers while it's live.
and I spent all the money I was.
Yeah, but you can still edit it out afterwards. Sure. Yeah. Anyways, let's see here. This one's called Best Brains for the Arts. Posted by Haphazard. Last clip of the week. Danny always has that time here. So let's see.
I'm working
I'm not trans, you piece of shit. What do you think of the Tony Ferguson? Just so the audience knows, so Gary's actually 26. That makes him even younger, which is amazing. That's 5 years of being 26. I'm 40. 26?
You're an idiot at 26.
I'm stupid. I'm less of an idiot. I'm less of an idiot, barely.
and
Well, that's just seems like, I mean, I don't know what's going on at the beginning of the clip, but Franklin, it just seems like a moment of truth. They're all admitting, you know what, I'm kind of dumb, right? Sometimes when people say, like, in my 20s, I'm so dumb, like, I don't know if I'm an exception to the rule, but I feel like I was smarter in my 20s. Is that weird? That's funny. Why? Just because I'm such an idiot now. If you've gotten worse, I think I've gotten worse. Did you do any, like, fight sports or anything that you can see TV? I did. When I was in 8th grade, I got tackled and broke my wrist playing football. And never played football again. But that's more like a different. That's more different. It's more like WCT because I got my wrist broke. You know what I mean? So you prove now that you're just by saying that, I think you're proving that you're saying that. There's not a lot of video of me at 26, but I was like fucking, I was basically Stephen Hawking. It would be funny. What a strange. But it would be funny if they showed not a lot of video at 26, but then they show you, like, my abs or like a one of those lab coats on, like a mathematical thing on the board stuff. You're also like putting something in like the test kit, like stuff on it. And then it shows you now doing Brendan Shaw jokes on an internet chair next to a Trash Tuesdays thing. Like, but also when I was 26, I did vote for Donald Trump as a joke. So there you go. Yeah. So giving myself one of your waves, and it was a joke. It was just not funny. It was also California. Yeah. It doesn't really count everything to do. All right. See you next week. Bye.
We like to take off Gatorade tastes good. We drink to get drunk. What are you drinking beer? You know? And it's just, and then on stage, my yard quit, somebody goes, "Quit, shut the fuck up. You're here having wine from this bitch. Sell your most cardigan. Go fuck yourself. You don't know anything like that. Ooh, you're fighting with people on. I don't, I'm just telling you how it happened." You're in the shower arguing with these guys. Oh, you know how many fucking arguments I've had? I couldn't even bring in the whole pro-Palestinian crew that I was going to fight today. I have stuff printed out for you later. But that's so funny. I can fight you. You don't ever lay in bed or have arguments with people that, no, you've never had. I did when I was young. Yeah, I figured that out when I was younger. It's stupid. And when the impulse comes, which it does, I talk gases. I just coach myself. Yeah. You gotta have like another voice in your head. Most people have one voice in their head, and that voice is like, we should do this. Yeah. You have to have a second voice. And the second voice is like, what advice would I give you? And the advice I give you is like, you're wasting your time arguing in the shower with somebody who doesn't even, you don't even know you're arguing. You know, you're not even there. You're like replaying it out in your head so you have a better thing to say to them. They say they're living rent-free in your head. Yes, that's what it is. Yeah. I don't allow anybody to do that. You know, I had the second thought. I do, and I'm not religious. So I'll say, God give me up to this. What's my purpose? What can I do? But my main purpose, besides being my main purpose, so I'm dead, easy, and everything I know. Then my family, and my career, all the shit I put about Israel, and that's my life is gone. But I think in life, it's not hard to, like, there's a solution part of the problem. What's going on in this world, mainly in this country, the anti-Semitism in this country. The anti-Semitism in this country, because it popped up like it was hype. After October 7th, it popped up like it was hype. Like, weird. It's just it was weird. And I think there's a lot of it on Twitter and these places that I think is not human beings, and that inspires human beings to care. I think there's a lot of it that's bots. There's a lot of it that's bots. I see these. I like when someone says something outrageous on Twitter, I'll go to the account and see like what they do. And sometimes I go, oh, this isn't a person. Like you can figure it out after like a couple of pages. Like this is not an actual person. This is a person that jumps onto every
controversial subject and says something insightful. You see with abortion, you see with immigration, you see with voting, you see with the rigged elections. Like, there was an FBI analyst who took a look at Twitter before the purchase and said, I think as much as 80% bots. I think we're getting played as a civilization, back and forth. I think so many people are vulnerable to like following America. And I see, and I've said this, and I believe I only talked about this. You didn't agree with it, I didn't agree with free speech. No. What I said about the internet, some people in life use that platform. Shouldn't have a platform, right? Because they're nuts. They're nuts. Like if you had someone in the audience that's nuts, you're gonna get rid of.
Right, but that's the difference between an audience and the internet. Is you don't have to engage with the nuts.
Okay, but there's people that are following. Okay, you take whatever's going on in the Middle East, whatever side you're on, Israel, Palestine, whatever. Why are college campuses letting this happen on campus where Jews can't go to class, where they're being harassed, where they feel threatened?
Well, a lot of that stuff is
Yes, fine. Or whatever.
Whoever's doing it, there's most certainly there's funding and organization involved. These aren't organic.
Yeah. No, of course.
Everybody wants to think they are because some people train organically, but it's not. No, these are all people. Of course, including the anti-Elon protests, including the end to oligarchy rallies that they have with AOC and Bernie Sanders. All this shit is it's all getting funded and astroturfed and like busing people in. They're manufacturing food.
Of course, and I mean, listen, they didn't all go out and buy the same tents. Right. And there's I don't know how many that are getting funded and they bring in. It's just like
the tents are crazy.
It's just
camp out in Palestine.
Yeah, it's just like I don't want to get into the 80s and 40s closures on farms. When banks were foreclosing on farms, Jews were closing on the Jewish bankers, and they weren't even bankers doing it because the Ross bankers, Jews barely worked at this early 80s or 70s, but they did. But they played because it's easy to go after, so throughout the Midwest, South, it's easier to build up hatred or a group to go after a smaller group of, hey, these people are closing on the farms. These are the people that are doing it. And these people don't have the knowledge, and the hate just grows and grows from generation to generation. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, same with, I got shit pointed out. I'll show you later, maybe. I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm a comic, but I really, you see what I post sometimes. I post some shit, and I'm not anti. You're pro. I'm just pro. You're pro-Jew. I'm pro-Jew in this country, and I'm not religious by any stretch. I don't fucking. I think it's a holiday now. It's best or something. I'm not religious. My cousins were my family as
you think about this.
I think about it as, yes, as a people, if what was happening in this world to black people or gay people, these colleges would put an end to it. It would stop. If people were ripping down posters of hostages, or black hostages, or gay hostages, when that was happening, it wouldn't. That was crazy. That was crazy. People were upset. People wanted to bring the hostages home. Like these hostages, some of them were Jews. Yeah, some of them were people that lived there so they could help people in Gaza. The whole thing is so crazy. But I wonder, how did they get turned that way? Or were they, what I was saying, they were entitled? It was anti-Semitism. See, as a person who's not a Jew, I would hear all the anti-Semitism. Yeah, there's always going to be some. Yeah. But maybe everyone's exaggerating. But then when this after October 7th, oh Jesus, fucking everywhere.
What's your background? Italian.
Yeah, mostly with 1/4 Irish.
Okay. If every surrounding country
Right,
is
it's
Italian,
Oh, I get it.
you're going to fight back by any means necessary.
I 100%.
I'm going to tell you some stuff. Now we don't have to talk. I don't know. I got to do a little of it. A little.
Whatever you want. I don't care. Do whatever you want. I'm joking around. But yeah, no, I understand, and I think that's also one of the things that people like.
My wife's a keeper.
When people get angry about Jews is because they think that Jews always stick together, and they're like Jews above all else, and then it's like, fuck those people. You know, there's like that walled garden approach. You know, when you got the vanilla envelope with your fucking course, I couldn't charts. Did you bring graphs? What's that first page? Is that a photo of Israel? What is it? You got a map? You brought maps? He brought shit. He brought maps. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, they're surrounded by a bunch of Muslims. Now you spot three.
So
They should probably move to different spots. It's like, you know what I mean?
no, I got other better stuff. I just start off with the weaker stuff.
If you're a black guy moving the KKK,
Yeah, I mean, so what do you think, by any means necessary, they're going to do what they fucking have to do to survive?
Yes, I totally agree. I understand that aspect of it. So,
I have my wife. I don't know how to get my number. Start the call.
It is crazy when you look at it. It's not just that they're surrounded, but they're surrounded by that's all enormous country. All the way up. It's interesting. You go down Saudi Arabia, the end of it, you forget. It's really
And yet, Turkey hates Israel. Fucking Iran, they're being attacked by 4 or 5 different nations at once. And everybody's going, well, they're committing genocide. First of all, those numbers are coming from. What do you think those numbers mean?
Okay, but the drone footage coming from the drone footage.
Yeah.
Cover like Gaza and the drone.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
I bet you if they release the hostages October 10th, their shit would have. During the Clinton administration, Arafat was in the White House probably 6 or 7 times. The head of the CIA during the Clinton administration visited the White House twice. Arafat 6 or 7 times. And they offered a 2-state solution. Clinton, that would have been Clinton's legacy to have peace and the 2 states. But Arafat kept turning it down because Arafat's a terrorist. And if he does that, what purpose does he serve? What purpose?
That's it.
Well, to me it is because I'm not the smartest.
That's part of the problem.
Well,
the problem with Israel and Palestine, and I've sat down and thought about this conflict. Not that I'm an expert in it, but it's almost insurmountable. And then now, after October 7th, with all the bombings and the level of Gaza, it's like, how do you fix this? It's like, you've created whatever the number was, it's 70,000 people, 20,000 people killed. You created so many potential terrorists because so many children of those people, brothers and sisters and relatives. So it's like reinforced this desire to fight against Israel. But and you could squash that. You can just keep pounding them down until there's nothing left, which is what it seems that they're doing. But I understand it from a tactical perspective, I guess.
Do we have that animosity, hatred from Japan towards us, where we dropped, until 350,000 people?
Well, they did. We certainly did.
Yeah, but
my friends who
Yeah, but now it's 55.
Yeah, they're not like
later.
that at all.
Yeah,
But it's a completely different generation. So you think future generations will think about Israel the same way we think about Japan or Japan thinks about us.
No, because future generations in the Middle East, this has been going since day one, since the 6-Day War, since the Yom Kippur War, since day one they've been being attacked. So there's never
Well, it's also before Israel was founded. You got to go back to how they were persecuted. There's this guy, Daryl Cooper, who's a lightning rod for controversy. Unfortunately, he's got an amazing podcast. He's got this series called Fear and Loathing in Jerusalem, and it starts out with the Jews being persecuted in Europe, and he takes you through what it was like for those people, the gangs of people running down the streets, raping them, beating them to death in the streets. And it's so crazy because it happened. It was these people's neighbors, and this was why they got so many people to move to Israel in the first place. So he said, "Look, we're setting up a state for just for Jews from all these Eastern European Jews who are cooking in, and they live, and then you got."
and they've also been there since Christ.
Even before that, right?
A couple of weeks.
But I think it predates. And doesn't it predate Jesus?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the historian. This isn't my
Let's find out. Let's find out since we can. What is the earliest? When did Jews first settle the land that's now known as Israel? But it was Judea back then, right? But it wasn't called. It wasn't initially called land. But also, this is like, this is one of the reasons why this area is so contentious, is because Christians really believe that Jesus was back. That's what I know about. So yeah,
But here's another thing. Listen, and I've worked. I'm not going to be that guy. Oh, I haven't.
listen, Jews have been history in the land of Israel, their presence dating back to the second millennium BCE. Okay, settling in the area around 1250 BCE. So that predates Jesus by 1250 years. It's funny they call it before current era. The current era is not 2000 years ago. Just say before Jesus. Second millennium BCE, the Israelites, considered to be the ancestors of the Jewish people, emerged as an outgrowth of the southern Canaanites. Israelites entered Canaan in 1250 BCE, settled the hill country in the south. 10th century BCE, two Israelite kingdoms, northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judea emerged, of Judah rather. The kingdom of Israel was conquered by the Neo-Assyrian Empire in 722 BCE. 586 BCE, the kingdom of Judah was conquered by the Neo-Babylonian Empire. 538 BCE, the Persian Cyrus the Great ended the Babylonian exile, and the Jews returned to their homeland. So they've been there since 538 BCE, started in 1250 BCE, so they were there before anyway. Yeah, the Romans destroyed the second temple of Jerusalem in 70, leading to the Jewish diaspora. Wow, crazy fucking history of controversy in that one place. 48 state of Israel was established, many Holocaust survivors welcomed Israel.
Yeah, 48, and since then,
and so they started settling, the wave of Jews started coming in 1904. From 1904 to 1914.
So, before 538.
Yeah, but the component is like, we're a Palestinian. It's there. They don't even. If you've got people that are right next to you, they don't even have a country. They don't have. What do they do if they're ruled by gangs? How do they fight back? They are protesting in the streets now.
They are.
Yeah, they are. They get executed.
Did you just see that?
Yes.
The big protest? I just saw that.
Thousands of courageous people protesting in the streets.
It's,
They're like, we don't want any more of this. Stop.
well, look what happened. They got because of Israel's help, got Assad out of Syria. Now the rebels are overplaying. Assad killed almost
500,000 of his own people, tortured 100,000. I mean, those are numbers. I don't know if they're exact, but he's got a much person on sides. Yes,
What actually happened, Rocky was back as the rebels. We essentially backed ISIS, which is crazy. We backed Al Qaeda, which is just nuts.
But he was more dangerous in Syria, according to Israel, also according to Israel, because Israel weakened Iran's military. Again, they were attacked by Iran, who was supplying Assad with weapons. Before Iran came, it just it's hot. There was freedom everywhere. People were chilling. It seemed almost like Europe, probably like a resort vacation. They were beautiful. Oh, they were gorgeous. Iran, the first it's like you look at these photos from like some photos of people on like early 1970s. I'm seeing some things on this actually on the way over here. But before I left my house, I was seeing this. It's so hard to imagine that a place that had a democratically elected mayor, it was kind of almost European, and then now it's just a full religious state. Anybody who protests against the government gets assassinated. They assassinated a gold medalist wrestler because he was perceived to be protesting. I don't even know if he actually protested. So some things that he was all wrong. Like if women take off their headscarf, but why? It's crazy that a country can evolve on it. I don't get where gays or women or whatever are back. They're basically from us. Yeah. I don't get the retarded. I don't get it because they just do the new thing. What's the new thing? Is it climate change? Why am I yelling? Climate change? Okay, climate change. Yeah. Black Lives Matter? Okay, Black Lives Matter. It's all it is. There's a lot of people out there that are just retarded, and those things you see get lost in these rallies. There's just a lot of dopes that you get to agree with almost anything. Gay people for Hamas, believe it or not. Trans people for Hamas. Fucking. I watch for the clan. It's hard to tell how many of them are real because people troll online. I'm a trans woman, but I'm also a Muslim. Like, okay. And they will throw you off a fucking not left. There's a couple of boys. Just hard to get into. Here's obviously as a comic, I believe in personal. I say shit that you can't cancel. Anyway, I believe, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe you disagree. I want to see it. Look at this someday. It's on for the 1970s. Look, girls in mini skirts looking hot. That looks like Europe. Look at this. Girl sitting in front of a car. Two people out there. They fucking killed doing that now. Yeah. Look at the beaches in Iran in the 1970s. Fucking amazing. No litter. Look at this. Look at the tits on that. Hot. What else? That was the future. The future's in the lower right corner. Oh, coming up. That's crazy. That's what happened to that place. And look at these people hanging out, being free. 1979, we're all with the shit. They call it the revolution. It's facts. Okay, what's your opinion? What's my opinion? Free speech. Protest all you want at college basis. Protest whatever. But take off the masks. I don't take off the masks. Yeah, I don't take off the society. The people walk around the faces as well. It's too dangerous. It's a public safety issue. It's too hard to identify criminals. It's too hard to identify someone. During the Vietnam protests, those never were masked. Those people were proud to protest against the Vietnam War. But there also was facial recognition software, cameras, and skies. Like, that's true. But now they're hiding in the committee. To me, sometimes on campus, I think, well, they're certainly doing a lot of things they should do, like disrupting classes and screening professors. Yes, but don't organize. Yeah, can't organize. And people
enjoy being because they want to be a part of it. And there's a lot of people in this world, there's leaders. So there's a lot of more followers, yes, and leaders. You know, so we'll get off this because I know. I just wanted to have back. No, I have other things. I have other good points.
It is a good point though, but it's like when you have people that are bitter enemies like this, like these kind of conflicts take thousands of years to work through. And in the case of Israel, it is thousands of years later. It's so how they end up with anything through the UN, 22, 23-hour countries in the UN, Israel. So everything's going to be voted against. Yeah, Israel. 23 fucking hours. Like I said, I can't solve it. Whatever is unfair, whatever. I teach what's going on. That's my main concern. I want to go to college. I don't want her to go to college where she feels scared to go to college, where she feels threatened just to be who she is. I know. That's what I want her to go to some, they have concealed carry on campuses. And so this is just a different place. It's a different time. This is what America is. It's supposed to be a lot more free, less laws. There's laws here. You do abortion 6 weeks. So most women don't even know they're pregnant. I think if a woman, if a lady, okay. I told you I walked out in 11th grade. If a lady, I think, does all her chores. I think once a week they'll wear slacks. Abortion to me, it's not really. I think a man, and I could be wrong, if you're married or you live with your spouse, the male might have like 20-25% of the decision, maybe 30%. But some single guy probably never had a girlfriend, never lived with a girl. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. And you just want to be part of something. Well, people love controlling. Which is why, those climate protests drove me fucking crazy where they protest for climate change by blocking the highway. Those fucking idiots. All they want to do is control people. That's what they want to do. You're not changing it. No, not at all. Hold the flag in the highway. You're just pissing people off. But you're controlling people by stopping traffic. And that's what people like to do, like to control. And they don't know if somebody's given birth or somebody has to get to the hospital or for any it's all self-centered. Fucking, I'm more important than you. Like, pain on somebody with a bird, they should turn around and fucking beat the daylights out. Or they walking into the light museum or the Van Gogh and pull paint on a fucking on yourself to yeah, what the? And you see what they did at the Porsche dealership? They glued themselves to the floor, and the Porsche dealership, they just shut the lights off and left them in there. They glued their hands to the floor. They were stop everything, and they were like, they just shut the doors. Porsche shut their doors, they would never shut themselves. Good. Porsches are nice cars. Why would they attack? They're only doing it because they know attention. That's all it is. It's usually a bunch of very privileged, rich kids, white kids, that come from a family that has a lot of wealth and rebellion to parents or probably fucking investment bankers or something. They decide they're going to fight climate change and math. And they don't even understand what they're fighting. They don't understand the science. They don't. It's complex. It's multi-layered and nuanced. And there's a lot of propaganda that's attached to what they call the green agenda. Because the green agenda, like all things that are big and public, is profitable. They have a bunch of companies that if they can get these laws pushed forward, they can have industries that emerge, and their industry can benefit from all these laws. So they'll fund things. They'll get these things. But it's all 4D chess. There's all these multiple layers of things happening. And then there's the inconvenient actual climate data that the Washington Post printed that showed that over the last 50 million years, we're in a decline. The Earth is in a cooling period. And the Earth's never been. You probably know this, but people don't. There's never been a static temperature on Earth. It's always gone up and down wildly. It's unpredictable. It has multiple factors. Carbon is probably one of them, but it's not a big one. It's not all of it. There's solar activity. You can't control at all. Solar flares happen, and some of them happen. Did happen in the early 1800s. They blew out all the fucking Morse codes. It was like there was a big solar flare in the 1800s that. See if you can find that. But they can blow out the power grid, easy, kill all the satellites, easy. What carbon is food for plants. It's the dumbest fucking thing to protest against. Pollution is a giant issue. Yeah, do we have an impact on the weather? I'm sure we do. We have an impact on fucking everything. But CO2, net zero, all this shit, this is nonsense. Carrington event, most intense geomagnetic storm recorded in history, peaking on 1 to 2 September 1859 when the solar cycle 10 created strong auroral displays that reported globally and caused sparking and even fires in telegraph stations. The geomagnetic storm was most likely the result of a coronal mass ejection from the sun colliding with Earth's magnetosphere. So if we have some of those in the future, it could do anything. Let's see, a geomagnetic storm of this magnitude occurring today has the potential to cause widespread electrical disruptions, blackouts, and damage to the electrical power grid. We've got real problems, and you're not going to solve it with electric cars. You're just not. You're not going to solve it with wind tunnels.
No way. Look, if you drive a Jersey Turnpike anywhere, and the factories and the lights and all the smoke and all that shit, just everything. All right, me turning off my logo is not going to make me think. Well, particularly when you look at the emissions from China. Yes, China is more contributing to carbon emissions, and not just carbon emissions. It's ridiculous. They're not stopping. They built 200 coal plants. You know, they're not, no matter what we do, they're going to do what's best for China financially, period, end of discussion. All these conversations they're having about net zero, go fuck it, yourself, and you're not going to stop that. Okay, and this is what they're looking at for their best interest. That's what they're doing. Just like every other fucking country is basically doing is survival. And that's my point with this one. We're looking at what's going to keep us from being extinguished on this fucking planet.
Right.
And whatever it takes. That's what the Jews, and I'm getting back on this because you lost me on that shit. But what the Jews need is a Malcolm X. But somebody, look, Malcolm X is great. He didn't say, hey, you just go after it right now. He said, do what we have to do. I'm using Malcolm X and the Jews.
Maybe that's your call.
Okay. You know what I mean?
There's no way to tighten that up a little bit.
Could have a little with Bonnie's help. I fired my manager 2 weeks ago, and I had her write it out for me because I knew I was such a fuck up. You know. And another thing, I go, hey, listen, you know, I have 7 years. It's time to move on. I hope you still be there. Definitely. Not like, are you sure? Maybe the work is out. It's like when you fucking leave a car. She goes, okay, wait, whoa. Come on, I added something to fight for. So, no. So, yeah, I would love to speak or maybe that's right. Let it cool. I probably wouldn't be able to get to the auditorium.
Trump's at the launch.
The Mediterranean and the Middle East.
What? We're going to take it.
But he keeps saying, I'm a follower of
if you don't release the hostages, there's hell to pay. Well, what has he done to help release the hostages? I mean, well, now they're being interviewed in fucking Yemen. I mean, what? I don't know. Release the fucking hostages, and then maybe Mitchell's is I don't know. He's dropping, 4 hostages for 1,000 prisoners or whatever. I mean, that's whatever. It's a trade on prisoners. They want to give them for a hostage. And, this would never went on. We would not have put up. I mean, we did with all the they were there for they kept them there until they they kept them there until the election. That was part of the part of the releasing folks after they took over some call. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was great. It was, Jesus Christ. 4 more months, 4 months. It's fucking crazy. Well, I didn't see it. I only read these reporters and journalists. What she said on 60 Minutes. Do you think the hostages? Oh, the Hamas didn't beat the hostages? Yeah, Leslie Stahl said that. Did she really say that? In an interview. She selected one of the hostages. They gave it. And don't quote me, this is what I read. I think she said, what I read, you think the captors didn't feel it because they ran out of food. That's a crazy thing to say. Yeah, I mean, she said, on fucking 60 Minutes. How do you say something like that? But they're down. The problem with these 60 Minutes journalists is the same problem with what they did with the Kamala Harris interview. They took a bumbling answer and edited it out and put an answer that she gave something else in its place. And she gave succinct, clear cut answers. It's not really journalism. They're not doing journalism. That's not a question you say to a hostage. Yeah, when you're talking to a hostage, you want to find out what the experience was like in the most compassionate way as you can talk to you don't ask them, do you have anything that they didn't give you because they didn't have any food? Well, here you go. Look at what their face looks like and look at the sunken in faces of the starving to death hostages. Well, obviously they didn't get any food, so shut up. And you can't watch it. You can't because you're going to go. It's not. It's not clickbait, and it's a business, and it's a shitty business. It's not good at doing what it does. It's all bought and paid for by pharmaceutical drug ads. It's just not the news. It's not. You get some information that you can learn, but it's not like unbiased. This is what happened. This is what caused it. This is what's being done. It's not that. It's like halfway. They're kind of almost activists. I had an argument with somebody close to me because I go on Gunfire and she says, you're pro-Trump. And I'm not pro anything or anti-anything. I go on. Where else is the comic going to sit for an hour trying to be funny? On TV? Yeah. For an hour. There's not much left. There's not. And it's definitely not going to be on the left because they're not going to let me say things that I get away on the gut show. And it's a great show. I mean, if you say something funny, they laugh. It's, to me, the closest to something. To me. And not quite. Not quite, but it's fun. And whatever it is. And I said to this person, you work in pharmaceutical companies for 30 years, and you're going to tell them, yes, and you're going to go on your course about me doing a show that's going to help my numbers. And, well, it's not the same. It's worse. It's worse. It's pharmaceutical companies responsible for imposing helmet against me. Yeah, they do good too. Yeah, absolutely. Some pharmaceutical drugs are great. I'm trying to be on the high horse and look at that. That's great to see. In any other business, they were talking. They lied about what the product does and so much people eat you. Can we talk about one of the reasons I don't know if you remember, I hope I had this called rotate with me. We used to come down. Now, what's the BPC is that bed? Which is better? Stem cells or BPC? There's no one better. They're all very good. BPC 157 it's called body retention compound 157. It's a peptide that helps in the soft tissue damage. So does stem cells. Because I'm not getting my shoulders popped. It's like this 6 months. It's rough. And it doesn't always work. So what is that? So this is the point rotator. I even brought the disc. Oh, did you do any exercises for it? Not the exercise, but you do this. See where this took me. Oh, and how I would go from there. But you know what exercises are always good. Yeah. You keep like a towel pressed to your body. There's some rotations or bands. All those things are good just to keep everything strong. Did you do any of that? Not those. I tried no, for a torn rotator. Just to strengthen and release some pressure in your shoulders. Oh, really? Yeah. No, it's good. It's good for shoulder health in general. To hang from the chin up bar. If you can't hang, what you do is like get on a box or something that brings you to the height of the bar. Yeah. Just hang a little. Just get some weight on it until you hang fully. Look, I can still play golf. I can swing like this. That's good. So there's okay. Well, when I went to the golf, there's a lot of things you can do. Yeah. And here's the only thing, and I could be wrong, you'll know. When they say, rehab to build up the muscle. But I'm 67. How much more muscle can I build? If you're 167, that's the same. Oh, really? 100% if you're alive. Yes. That means your body's recovering. Yeah. So that means your body's generating tissue. It means you can build muscle. Okay? If you can go play golf, build muscle. Yes. 100%. If you're 80 fucking years old and a woman, you can build muscle. I mean, I work out, but I just certain exercises. Good. Yeah, just you need to do exercises that rehabilitate your shoulder. Yeah. You can't just expect it to get better on its own. You're going to put it through some work to strengthen the muscles around it. Well, I'm going to have, like I said, after I do this. What do you think? Wednesday. Okay. So we'll get you. Cool. Did I bring the shoulder to get overnight? No. I thought it was a good conversation. Yeah, it's good. It's a good map. I got more stuff. I don't want to back. I printed out a bunch of stuff. I don't want to go back and have my fucking dumb true friends going, hey, you didn't bring anything up. Is that what they do? Yes. So then my wife, don't say anything stupid. She goes, sorry, Bonnie. Be funny. That's where you are. I was pretty funny. I gotta say, listen, I'm a good listener. You know what? Play racial with me, Colin, that'd be phenomenal. Just like a tough crowd. You probably couldn't do it today unless you did it, but you can still do it. Like Colin's really great at that. I know. There's plenty of guys that can still do it. Like Norton would be fucking phenomenal. We just did Norton's podcast. We Colin and Norton, whatever the podcast is, got 20 of them. And it was one of the most funniest things I've ever done. Us three together, it's like we give back the old groove. Because we're just there to have fun. We're there to have fun. And tough crowd and open because Opie and Anthony, one of the things they did that was brilliant is they just let us just go wild. To be ourselves. They didn't really try to control it at all. Anthony would jump in with some funny shit. The whole show was like, bring out a bunch of comics, have them talk a bunch of shit, give them the reins. I mean, I was in there one day. Anthony was eating. I walked by him and smacked him out of his teeth. He
he laughed as hard as anybody on the planet because the times we had him at, I was on there with, were you with me when they brought in Jerry? Were you? You weren't there? You weren't there? Marion Barry, the fucking, the mayor of Washington, D.C., they got arrested for smoking crack. No, you were in there with him. We grabbed, I thought you were in there. Norton was in there for sure. He was next door doing something and doing another thing. And he was in the hallway. And I think Opie said, Marion Barry's in the hallway right now. Let's go get him. And we got him and we brought him in. And I started asking him about crack. He's like, well, nobody knows who's in there. I'm like, you fucking know. What are you smoking that wasn't crack? That's almost crazier. Really smoked tobacco out of his last pipe. One of my favorites is when he was running for re-election, which he eventually won after he had they asked these people, do you have a problem with the fact that the mayor used to smoke crack? They interviewed this guy, so he was, everybody smoke a little crack every now and then. I was like, this conversation's over. I remember the times I was in there one time. Pete Rose, Bobby Kelly, Ricky Gervais, right? And fucking Pete Rose called me because you look like some rat face sucker, whatever he's right? Whatever Pete Rose is, so I walk over to Bobby, and I walk past Bobby, and I walk past Pete Rose, and I sit down, and Pete Rose says, why are you out of breath? I go, I had to walk around YouTube. You fat fucks. Right? And but you could say anything you want on that show. Yeah. And because I never went on it until it went to XM. You know, I was never on it when they were off terrestrial radio. When they got kicked off terrestrial radio, and then they got on XM. And when they got on XM, it was like the first time. It was like Howard, when Howard got on XM, or Sirius, I guess, first, before they merged. And then the O&A show was on XM. Like, this is fucking crazy. This is crazy. This was like, what great. This is basically green room talk. Green room talk for the whole world. Well, okay, so I brought Patrice. Did you really? Yeah, I brought him. Wow. He fucking smashed me the day I walked in there. Because we went to the back. We went through this way. They goes, what do you think this is good, fellas? And he walked me through the back. He couldn't take me through the front door. So he became fixed. So one day working, O&A, when I'm driving this little Porsche Boxster, he's driving his big SUV. He's fucking, buffet molester. He's in there. So he's saying, he's crashing one of my Rolexes going, you're a fucking selfish douchebag driving a Porsche. To me, don't get it. So you can't have people, and I'm not thinking, well, maybe if you didn't eat fucking pound cake or whatever, you wouldn't be the big ass. But he's beating me down there. I mean, fucking killing me. Speechless. He's fucking just pounding me. And I walk out. So the next day or 2 days later, I go online and he's trashing my car. I look at the price of my car, and the price of his car. And I send it to him. I go, look, my shitty car costs more than your car. And he calls me and goes, you're still thinking about this? He goes, really thinking about it right now? Yes. To this day, you're arguing with him. I would drive him home. One night I was driving him back to the city. And I in the bathroom. We were walking up to his house. And he says, nothing's going on. I can't get work. I don't have to reach you. Nothing. And we just both started cracking up and walking. It was the funniest thing. We were reading for the head of BBC, we were going to be the leads of the scenario. So we go into the head of casting, Marcy Phillips. doesn't want to be there, and I can't act. So, basically, and acting. So people take his face, cop, and I'm trying to read in the scene, and he don't look at me. And Marcy Phillips is yelling at me. Go, what do you do? I go, this fucking guy won't connect with me. How can I act with somebody that won't look at me? He goes, can you two please leave? We laughed all the way down the hall. We laughed. We just got kicked out of an audition as the leads of sitcom, and we just cracked up all the way. Because he just, to us, was the funniest. Also, being funny in the moment.
The idea of getting a sitcom was so unlikely.
Yes.
It was always all so unlikely that when it failed, that you went on audition and fucked up. It wasn't going to happen anyway. I never thought this is going to be it.
Yeah, never once. Never. I walked out of an audition once. I just got back from Master. I had a lot of heat Master, but this is when my anxiety. I've had anxiety. 21. I was hospitalized for anxiety, and they didn't know what it was. They thought we were just nuts and forced and alcohol and shuffling around like crazy.
So explain to me what it feels like. What is this anxiety?
Well, now when I had it there. Well, I felt so disconnected that even when I talked, I felt like an echo almost, like I was outside of myself. Right. Like if I look in the mirror, it was just so disconnected.
And you were 21.
Yeah, 21. Smoking pot and stuff.
Oh, well, that's it.
Well, some of it was probably where am I going in life?
Yeah.
What am I doing?
And you get high.
And I'm getting high.
You're freaking out.
Yeah. You know, so
Yeah, you're right now.
no, what you?
You said you had 45. You were talking about your story.
Okay.
Because I was like, the parent, to like cut it off and let you
No. It's just the best day of my life. This is for the fucking map.
That was great. The map turned out great.
It turned out a good little conversation. I had to talk. Like that, it's Monday. The Thursday ones are so much better. So, my anxiety. What did it feel like, or what?
Yeah. What was like when you say overwhelming? When you had to go to the hospital?
That's one meeting. I didn't know what was going on. Trying to panic or whatever.
Right.
Like I was so fucked up. My friends, I was going. And I was selling meat and seafood out of the car, out of the truck, some businesses back then. I went to this therapist. I said, help me, I'll give you some free steaks and seafood. I was just having fun. And I get anxiety talking. It really gives you a little. So my friends go, let's take them to Florida. You drove to Florida. I was there for a day. I said, I got to take the phone out of here. Take me home. We drove there. Then I checked into the hospital. The fifth floor, basically, for fucking cuckoos. Because they really didn't know what anxiety was.
Isn't that crazy? Because that's not that long ago.
Well, I mean, it was 40-something years ago.
That's just like the last 40 years.
Well, yeah, and also, too, it's easier to say that person's nuts, give him 40, doors out, whatever, antipsychotic drugs are. And I swear to God, my day was I was shuffling around the floor with this girl, this one girl. We shuffled. My friends came up to see me, and I'm like, I can't see you today. We're going for a walk. It's like one flew of the goose, and I was fucking out. So, Jesus. So, well, because I did do acid in my day, and people sometimes do that shit, never come back. And I saw that on Dragnet. So, it is real starting from. Yeah. Fucked up for a long time. I'm gonna fuck you up. Disappeared. Oh, I hope it's from
what's his name again? China
time you say crazy time? Oh, you think yes.
It's not just one person who's been on my heart at Massachusetts.
Yeah, my brother did it when we were joined. He was really young. He was on that trip. Babysitting the whole day. Yeah, it's fucking scary.
Yeah. David Gilmour.
So,
Written by David Gilmour. But it's not, it's about who was it by? Sid Barrett. Sid Barrett did acid. Went crazy. See, right there. Departed from the band in 1968 after dealing with mental health problems and substance abuse. The spirit never came back. It's crazy.
that's the most, that drug is so uncontrollable.
Well, also, what's the dose? Effective doses of drop on the top, which is crazy.
Well, we would a lot of window pane, 4-way window pane.
They're not making this thing laugh.
No,
It's fucking
it's some kind of, too much goes into that. So, I got out of school, and for years, I don't know how to let it pass. I started when and back then, when I didn't know what it was, I would watch my kids. After I got divorced, I would have my kids every day. I'd work nights, watch my, I guess, 4 and 6-year-old. I would do drop them off. I would pick them up and drop them off. I would have them every day. My day was whatever. Go to the phone, do this, do that, just watch them. So then they went off to school full time, first grade. So now I'm at 40 years old, living in some fucking third floor apartment, divorced from my first wife, bouncing off the front porch. I'm 40 years old. No, I'm going, I gotta go down, I gotta go to the site. So I found this therapist who was also, and I was already sober. I found this therapist that was in recovery, and he basically brought me back, some medication. His partner, who was a psychiatrist, he was a therapist. Great, I could talk, I could say anything to him, whatever, and then it just got better, and then I realized, and knowing whatever anxiety I feel, it'll pass. Nothing else. It'll pass. Like I had over anxiety for the last week, thinking about this, a little bit, and with friends, I've done podcasts, and want to go, shut up and be funny, be whatever, I'm learning things like that. Shit, I had fucking Trump on, you know what I mean? And that's my low self-esteem. Because, of course, I should be doing everything in my mind. You see what I'm saying? Does it make sense? But even when I did Coming Out, I was on 30 times. Every episode, I had anxiety. Every special, everything I've ever done, anxiety for the first second. I walk out, oh my God. It's just,
so that's good to hear. What you're calling anxiety is just nerves.
Yeah.
It's whenever if you're doing something that's difficult or something that's important, you're going to have nerves. It's normal. It's healthy. That shows you challenging yourself, which is one of the most important things you can do in life is stay vibrant. You have to challenge yourself.
When I did Trump, when we roasted Trump, this was a prior. Right? It wasn't. It's when they broke away from Comedy Central. So it's at the Hilton in New York, 2,000 people. Anybody that meant anything in New York, clubs, managers, celebrities, they were on. So the first act comes up is going to squeeze from the whole time. He kills like no one I've ever seen kill in the world. Fuck you, Trump. Fuck you, casino. Fuck you. Fuck you, slow. Right? And I'm sitting on the dais. I'm sitting next to Isaac. Toby and Anthony are there. My father, his wife, Bonnie, before I died. And I go, I'm going to do my career. I go, I'm going to do my career. Okay. Then Susie asked me goes out. Slaughters. I guess Camaro's over some funny jokes. And she's great. And I was ready to speak up. Just leave. Go, it might be better if I leave. You go on. Go make dollars for us. So, took a little window. So, we just filmed it as the host. It was 3 weeks of Rabbi day. 3 weeks. They introduced me. And the big man, Regis. Originally, they asked Rodney to host, but he said he'd rather be dead. Zero. Almost zero. Right? I got him. I go fucking up and he goes with that. And then Al Sharpness. I can't believe I said this, but back then it was okay. He wasn't roasting, he was on the base. And that's when he was running for president. And I said, the only way you're going to have the White House is for the land for the people. I said to him, so fucking I don't care. And then I got him back. 3 of the jokes that I said were the ones that were printed in the newspapers. You know, the one I go Trump, the reason Trump gets his names on his buildings is so the banks know which ones are coming back. And that was 20 years ago. But it was the most terrifying moment. One that, next to doing Death Show, as I first went down, was one of the most terrifying moments. I'm going to end my career. But Death Show, you know, Death Show was on for 5 years. The #1 show on HBO. Oh, okay, we're using white comics. Right, so now I got white comics. You better be fine. I have black white comics. Which one? I was 27. Yeah, 20 years ago. The white comics I was doing black rooms. You know what I mean? Then there's black comics, man, that I'm doing it. They're not. You know what I mean? So they're taping every 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Was that from Holland? I don't know. It was in New York 5 nights at some evening. And it was the year I did it, the 5th year when they had a different guest host every night. Like Martin Lawrence was one night, one show Chris Rock, Chappelle, Jamie Foxx, and Steve, what's his name? Harvey was my host. You know, so I'm going every night. I mean, I went one night, and it was just so funny. Like, Guy Torrey would come out into the room, and he would say, listen, this is not your party. There's no fucking reason. This is HBO. We don't look like this. It's a whole nother level. We don't want your own. So this comic comes out. He walks out, and with a black audience, if you're wearing the wrong sneakers, believe me, he's doing it. He comes out on Reeboks. He's wearing an all-black suit. And his first show to the audience. I just want to say I'm not from New York. I'm from Canada. He's following so bad. And when a black audience can't hear you, all you heard in the room was child. It was brutal. So I'm on, now they came 5 nights, 2 shows a night. I'm on the last night, 2nd show, and I go second to last. Now, all the comics that were still in town that were the celebrity hosts, were at the game. I'm going, this is one of the scariest moments in my life. I mean, I'm no white guy. Steve Harvey brings me out. He goes, well, I'm outside. Something you haven't seen special, whatever. And Russell made me wear his clothing. I got on and his baggy pants, And I look back on it, it was 25 years ago. It was different. I family a lot. Just like, you know what I mean? I did grow up in that neighborhood, but I'm out like this, and it worked out, luckily. But I look back and go, I would never do that now. But 25 years ago, and just talking like I'm fucking from the hood, And I had a good set. It worked out. But it was the second scariest moment in my career.
But listen to what you just said. Both scariest moments of your career worked out.
Yes, they always do. Yeah.
So, wouldn't that eventually build some confidence?
Oh, I have confidence. Okay. I have. Oh, no, I'm just trying to scary moments. Yeah, listen, you always got to question yourself,
Right.
in this business because you want to get better. You want to, you just, I don't know. I question myself. I go, I have, not again, not a ego. I have a reputation to live up to. Of the stuff I've done with this business. So I come out, people go, Bobby and Keith, we're at the cellar.
That sounds like Keith.
And Bob, right? So Nikki Blazes, killing. Not the cleanest, but funny. I don't give a fuck what somebody does. She's funny. She was killing. So I had, they killed me. I go see Bobby, he had to follow him. Right, Brett. Well, Brett, I didn't know this. They went to the back corners of the room. And after every joke, they would go, oh. And they had the whole audience turn on me going, what's going on? I would say a joke that might have been a little edgy, and they would go, oh, real loud. And the whole audience is going, what's this guy doing up there? They're groaning. One table goes, what's going on here? And I'm fucking bombing now because these two fucking jamokes are in the back of the room going, oh my God. It's so fucking funny.
Well, that was the culture. The culture of comedy was like constant busting balls.
Somebody would go on stage and we would have to go downstairs and sit in the front row.
There's nothing worse you can do for a comedy. Your friends sit in the front row and stare at you like, how you doing, man?
Kevin Hart was leaving New York to go to fucking LA. He threw himself a little go away fucking show in Boston. You remember Boston?
Sure.
So he's on stage pontificating, whatever. And I don't know why, but me, Keith, and Patrice were in the back of the room. And there was like 10 phone books back there. And he's up and he started throwing phone books at him. Yeah, they were just in the club. I guess they were delivered there. All these phone books at Kevin Hart. And he says, I'm interviewed. He goes, I knew I was accepted when they were throwing phone books at me. I knew I was part of it, But we're just heaving phone books at him. Like fucking 3 assholes in the back of the woods. It was just fun. It was probably the most fun I've had in comedy. When we would just stand out till 3 and 4 in the morning on the horse, just crashing and shouting.
Just talking shit. Yeah.
Just, you can't replicate that. It can't happen. It's so fun. He's fun if you see him, or North Bobby, but it was so much fun. I heard he was killing, even with the strokes. He's special. We were at the table. The fact that he even brought it up, it was so fucking good. It was special. He painted a picture. You could see everything he was saying. In the hospital, in the stroke. It was so good. I walked out there and thought, this is the best thing I've ever seen. It was so good. He was so good. I don't know why. I mean, who gives a fuck? Everybody knows him. All those fucking awards. Award shows for art are some of the most ridiculous things. Really, how many fucking albums? I don't even want to say it. But they don't know. They don't know. It doesn't matter. You're right.
It's just an industry way that they can celebrate each other and put on a show. The show generates money. They make a bunch of money from the show, and then it becomes a thing they hold over your head. Maybe you can win a Grammy. Maybe you can win an Emmy. Maybe you can win this thing. You got to be a part of the club. Like, look what happened to Chris. He wanted to be a part of that crew, doing the Oscars. He gets smacked by Will Smith. They don't arrest him, and then 10 minutes later, or whatever it was, Will Smith's on stage receiving the Academy Award and they give a standing ovation. Oh, it's fucking insanity. That is Hollywood. That shows you what these people are. To want their love and their respect is pointless.
It's so
They don't even know what they're like. They like whatever everybody else is like. They don't understand what they're saying. It's just a bunch of people wanting to be a part of the group that's the like, what do we have to do? Just like, that's all it is.
Years ago, and it's true, that was Chappelle. We wouldn't have smashed Chappelle. Chappelle was a little touchy, a little bigger.
Well, I don't know. The whole thing is it's what it is. One movie is one movie. So you never see nothing of that forever. Fuck I Am Legend. Fuck Ali. Yeah, all those different things that were awesome. Because you like guys to that. So yeah, every days are that one thing. If he hadn't done that, if he just ate it, probably we're not going to look G.I. Jane. Like, this is the most fucking, those are powerful movies. It's a great movie. Yeah. It's a strong woman. Like, it's not even really an insult. It's just silly. To smack a guy like that, and then that's the thing forever. People are going to remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that probably comes from having too much confidence. Too much. Yeah. Too much of a belief in yourself. Too much ego. Yes. In your own importance. You can interrupt this entire enormous award show, biggest award show in the industry. If you're set up to receive a fucking Academy Award in about an hour, or whatever it was, you're going to go up there and smack it on TV. Why would you do that? Because he doesn't have that. So your anxiety shields you from doing
some stupid shit.
Yeah, the fear, the insecurities, which is good. Sometimes it's keep like the lack of insecurity worse.
If you're too cocky, it's say be humble. Be humble, And I thought first was what can he do?
Run off the stage.
Yeah.
Which you probably should have just walked off. Try to keep it going.
Yeah. I worked with him on both houses, and he is the nicest guy. I guess I don't know, just from working with him. He's a nice guy.
Also, he's harmless. Like, you can't smack a harmless person. That's crazy.
Yes, I'll tell you what. That was Tony. That was Tony.
Oh, yeah. Tony, Well, Tony went off on stage right after. Yeah. And Tony's but Chris, he's like, I mean, you can't do that to anybody else. It's crazy. We did the Kevin Hart. The whole thing's crazy. It was crazy. Didn't make any sense. It's like the guy's in some sort of a very bizarre relationship with his wife. And, whatever internal conflicts they have just manifested itself in terrible decision. If he would have said that about my wife, I would have smacked her and said, laugh. Laugh. It's funny. Come on. But, not being able to take a joke is one of the worst problems people can have. Well, do you not want to take yourself so seriously that when someone says something funny, you can't laugh as well? That's crazy. You're missing out on laughs. You're missing out on your own joy. Like, you should have joy about someone making fun of you. You're great. You're great. It's one of the best things about you on O&M is that when they would crack into you, you would laugh. And it's so important. Good jokes. Yeah, they're funny. They're on time. Yeah. And if I was at times lucky enough to come back with something, then I would. If not, then I sucked it. The last time I did Joe Tony a couple of weeks ago, and I told a joke, and Tony goes, "That's the oldest joke in history." And I go, "Yeah, I wrote it." But it was a great episode because he fucked with me. I took it. Well, Kilton is one of the only places left where that kind of fucking people is encouraged. Yeah, that kind of fucking people is like, and Tony's the best roaster on the fucking planet. He's quick. He's like, he's so quick, you think he will, just like, he's so quick, you think he wrote it. Yeah, he's tough. He does it all the time. He does it everywhere. Well, but yes, he's done that show for 10 years. Yes. He's built that muscle in his head. Yep. Yep. It's automatic. That's not going to come back. Well, when you host a show like that, too, yeah. And he's so good at letting other people shine. That's what he's really good at. He wants you to do that. He doesn't feel upstaged if Shane comes on his or when Kyle is doing. Kyle did RFG Jr. and he also did Elon Musk. And then Kyle done again? Yes. Fucking so good. That guy is fucking so good. He's so funny. He is so fucking funny. Yeah. And then he had Adam Wright. Did Dr. Phil, which is fucking amazing, and Biden. It's crazy. I did Kill Tony twice with Adam. And he's fun to be with. One day he loves him. Yeah, they love him. But he laughs and gives you your good too. It's like, I've done radio with Gervais. Gervais is a big laugh. If you say something funny, he'll laugh. You know what I mean? And you gotta have that. People, it's just, if it's funny, they don't get jealous or get mad and go, I'm gonna outdo that. They laugh. And well, the people do so. What's that? No one does it. No. Yeah, it's stupid. You're missing out on the whole thing. It's a show. It's whatever. Hey, I got this. Let's go back. So I heard the stem cell. I can't do stuff for a couple of weeks. You can do things. Golf? Yeah, for sure. With a stem cell? Yes, of course. If it gets shot Wednesday, what's the Tuesday? I can play golf Wednesday. Yeah. What about the DPC? Yes. Oh, really? Yeah. You just can't. Oh, I'm not going to look at it. That's all it is. Just don't tear it apart while it's building back up. That's all idea. Don't aggravate it. Does that hurt when you do that? Then don't hurt. Not really fine. No. Well, you should be doing rehabilitation. You should already have your shoulders right now. They fall apart on the arm. You gotta exercise. If you're having injuries with your shoulders and muscles around them, it's on your strength. You should listen to them. They're right. Well, no, I am listening. I went to physical therapy for my back, and it's working. But so why don't you do it for your shoulder? Because I was waiting to do this shit first. That would help. All of it would help. Oh, the more muscles you have around your shoulder, the better it is. It was only 2 or 3 weeks ago. He said, go to physical therapy. I go, well, he wanted to cut my shoulder. I said, I'm not cutting one. I'm going to try the DPC and the stem cell. So you can definitely heal soft tissue injuries without surgery. They're the real issues with tendons or something. Put back in place, reconnected. That's the issue.
Well, a lot of people do a rotator.
Oh, yeah.
Tear.
Yeah.
I think I did it. I was doing upright rows with 50-pound kettlebells, and I think that was too heavy or too much. I'm doing it. I mean, I know how to work out. Plus,
Nothing wrong with a little bit of help. Look, do you want to get better or not?
yes.
Okay,
Get it for my shoulder. You're saying get a trainer for my shoulder or for my whole?
for everything, for all of it. So someone show you how to do it right, so you're not hurting yourself.
Well, I think I'm doing triceps and biceps right. I know I am. I'm doing least right. No, they're not.
And how you think you're doing well?
They're not bad, but small.
It's there.
It's hard. My chest is nice. You want me to do my chest? You want to see my chest?
No,
I'll take my chest now.
No,
It's, my lats and traps are good. Look, for almost 68, I think I look better than most people I went to school.
that's good.
I think, look, I work out all the time, but I maintain.
Okay.
I'm not.
I feel like I'm helping you through your life.
You are helping it. You are helping it.
I'm helping you out. Get a fucking professional. That's how it work out. Build yourself back up to the point where you don't have these kind of injuries. Yeah, rehabilitated like correctly. But when they tell you to do physical therapy, you should know what to do.
I'm good at it.
You waited 3 weeks. You're 68. You only have a few years left.
So then what the fuck? Come on, you have a few years, so
Well, do it. Want a few years left. Fucking working order.
fucking listen. I mean,
You should listen to Bonnie.
you're right. I'm gonna fucking. You think I'm never gonna get all on bigger than
That's ridiculous. Of course you can.
at 68?
100%.
Yeah.
The reason why your arms exist at all is because your tissue's regenerating. Your tissue is you're healing and you're getting better.
Yeah.
You 100% get strong. 100%. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You will get strong. I was glad. You get to 87.
Yeah.
Still get strong. As long as you're alive, you get strong. Your heart beats, your hormones work, move around, it means your body can repair itself.
Well, I won't do. What is it? No, not the drug that makes you. Testosterone. What's it called? Testosterone.
You won't do that?
Well, because it makes it. It leads to prostate cancer. That's what my doctor did.
Your doctor's
He died.
it's incredible. Your doctor's
He died 2 years ago.
He died too. No,
What do I have?
Let's know the real stuff. It's like, there's a guy named Brigham Brewer who runs Ways to Wealth who explained the flaws in that study that showed that it gave people prostate cancer. But people get prostate cancer. Testosterone's not giving you prostate cancer. It's like across the board, the same percentage of people that take testosterone or don't take testosterone get prostate cancer. There's probably a ton of variables. A lot of it has to do with diet. A lot of cancer has to do with diet. Fuel of cancer is sugar. You eat a lot of sugar?
I stopped for a year. I'm going to get back. Listen, I eat pretty healthy for the last month and a half. For a year.
Yeah, there's environmental factors, there's genetic factors,
You know,
there's a lot of different things. But, if you want to take care of yourself, testosterone will actually make your body feel better. You'll feel better, you'll have more energy, your immune system will function better, everything will work better. You should have your hormones balanced. Like, we live in a time where you can get a full blood panel and find out where your nutrient levels are. And if you do it with a good doctor, what they do is they'll adjust your diet and your nutrients first, and then see, like in a couple months, what your levels are then, and then find out how much you're sleeping. You're sleeping right?
Yeah.
There's a problem there because then your body's not recovering. So you've got to figure out a way to adjust something in your life to make you sleep better. And then after that, once they get everything all worked to this optimum rate, and you're doing all the right things, you go, what are your levels now? Okay, we'll add a little bit of testosterone. Peptides will increase your body's ability to promote growth hormone. Stuff like Somalia makes your body produce more growth hormone, so your body repairs itself better. So there's all rigorous science behind this stuff. It's all just, I'll get Brigham to you. We'll do a much better job. Who's that guy? He's the guy who owns Space Tour. He's been on the podcast. He's testifying for Congress. So I'll bring this. Bring the maps too. Fill up the maps. His map. I printed this shit out. I see. I looks like you're printing these things. They're pretty dull. Listen to me, fix your eyes. Let me tell it. Works pretty good. You want to see some others? Like, oh, right. What else? I want to see those girls land today? We were working. They shot that metal dick up in space. People were mad they wouldn't let the lady drive. Katie Carey, Lauren Sanchez, Jeff Bezos' wife. If that thing blew up and it's just Jeff Bezos' wife blew up with it, it's the captain. Of course, Twitter's big space. There's a whole community out there. Hashtag space is fake. Yeah, it's really retarded. They think the Earth is flat and then there's a firmament. Look at that. They think birds aren't real. Did they land? Is it over? They did it? Yay! How did they land? In the ocean? How long did they go? They land with parachutes? So the thing lands with parachute? Oh, yeah, let me see. I want to see the video. Oh, that's them in the middle of the desert? Wow. That has to be. Would you do that, Rich? Would you go to space? Probably not. I don't even like the others. Those two things are very good. Is that it? You know what? Let's see. Oh. How long do they go for? Very soft rains. Look at this. Here it is. Imagine from space, and the only thing you got to land you is a parachute. Like one of the oldest technologies. Wow. Here. It was. Wow. How long were they up there? Now, isn't it funny that they screen the memory screen like that? Did you and I screen like that? Oh, I don't know if I do, but I know me. Look at that one now. Look at it go back. What's below it? I'll tell you what I'll never do is clap on a private land. That's just fucking child. It's true. What happens if you know? I wouldn't even got on the plane. No. Actually, there's a bunch of them in a row. Jesus Christ. The Delta one in Canada where it flipped upside down. Yeah, can you imagine? The lady just started landing planes recently. Take that one out. But here's 30,000. I'll wait for the loss. Blue Origin declined to say how much the flight cost and paid for it. Trips in 2 months before Sanchez and Davis to marry them. Oh, they're going to marry in Venice in 2 months. Oh, they haven't married yet. Oh, okay. I thought they were. That's hilarious. Actually, Venice. Yeah, you can't tell people how much it costs because then there's going to be retards. Like, that money could have housed so many houseless, so many unhoused could benefit. And you poor people. It's like these fucking retards. Like, if Elon Musk gave $1 million to everyone on Earth, he'd have money left over. There's all these mathematicians out there that fuck yeah. Constantly want to comment on other people's money. And how convenient. And those people would fuck up that money too. Yeah. It's all the rich people on the planet. I'm rich, but I'm not as rich as the richest people. So everybody richer than me is a problem. Fucking all these fucking people. Yes, I own 3 homes, but I'm a United States government. You know, well, they're all worth millions and millions of dollars, but everyone richer than me is the problem. It's a rich people, not the regular rich. Oh, that tour. There's some payment AOC wondering, tax the rich. I'm sure that fucking dress you want, tax the rich. How about fuck off? What are you going to do with the taxes? That's the problem. When Doge is uncovering $250 million that was spent on animal transgender studies where you're fucking chopping the dicks of mice and turning them into pussies. Fuck off. Fuck off with your tax the rich. How about you fix the world without taxing the shit out of everybody? How about that? There's other ways.
I can't even tell you what I sent the other day to the IRS. It's just fucking, and I'm, just a regular fucking, so much money. Like,
Well, they're complaining about Elon. You think Elon doesn't pay taxes? Elon paid more taxes last year than any human being that has ever walked the face of this nation. That's fact. So shut the fuck up. It's like it's never enough. And people that don't have always look at people that do have money. What you can do with that money? What you can do with your money, you fuckhead. 1% in the world, you know what it is? If you're a 1% in the world, you know what it is? $34,000 a year. No. Yes. If you make $34,000 American dollars a year, you are in the top 1% of planet Earth.
Get the fuck out.
That's how
Because you're comparing it
to the rest of the world.
All of yes, yeah.
The whole planet.
Of course.
Most people are dirt poor.
Yes.
Most people. So all this bullshit about what you can do with money. Well, you're saying that from your fucking Manhattan apartment where you're Ubering all over the place and getting fucking takeout. Shut your mouth.
Listen, when I was in Cabo working there, it was amazing. You drive to the airport, people are living in fucking shacks there. It's horrible. It's horrible, but and it sounds narcissistic. I came from a major drug, and I turned my life around. It's all, you gotta find a way to do what you can for yourself. I don't give a fuck where you are. I grew up with dudes from heroin addicts, 5 kids at fucking 22 or whatever. And a lot of people made it out there and found a way to be successful.
Yeah, you can look at it that way, but the point is, like, looking at people that are uber successful and telling them what they should do with their money is just dumb shit. And that's why I don't want to give out how much money it costs to fly this rocket ship in space. Of course it's frivolous and gratuitous. Of course. It's a publicity stunt. They had a bunch of hot ladies. They flew them off into space, and then they landed. Yay! Now you've been in space. But basically, they were in space for like 10 minutes. That's what the flight was. Probably cost them $1 billion to fly people in space for 10 minutes. Wow. That's your thing, right? You're just a fucking veteran golfer, right?
I love golf.
It's fun. Jamie should show you a setup back there. Yeah, he's got a driving computer, big screen.
I was hitting in this morning. It's a screen.
Big screen with you?
It's one at the hotel.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. I went down, worked out twice. No, I'm not saying I walked over there. Please go slow.
Really?
Yeah. No shit. Oh my God. Yeah. And plus, this isn't live.
You and James driving.
I think we played together. Oh, with me, you were Tony, right?
You won. How good you play? How good?
I shoot anywhere from 82 to I want to play the club.
I don't know.
82 is pretty good sometimes. I've shot the 70s. How did you come out? I played.
Yeah. When I was a kid, the guys who golfed all the time were the guys who weren't paying as much attention to their career. I remember thinking, like, a lot of these guys were just kind of stagnant because they're golfing out there.
Yeah.
They were all in Boston, those guys.
That you grew up with.
That's really where I started out with. The golfers all wound up spending so much time playing golf. I thought it was the biggest passion. We should have some activities, but golf is like,
How many hours? 4.5. It's a lot of hours, but also, too, it makes you disconnect from all the bullshit that's going on.
That's
in life. You don't have to deal with whatever,
golf for common students.
Oh, yeah. somehow. Yeah, I think I'm going to go. If I can, after I get the shots Thursday with
Yeah, you definitely can. You should golf on Thursday for sure. It's golfing is not enough. I'm pretty sore for a day or two. That's church.
yeah.
You're gonna be last time. We're gonna do it. You check in with me. I'll tell you what to do.
I'll show you my friends.
So
I'll show you a picture.
I don't care.
So you're saying for a year,
Yeah.
you're not saying,
What are you gonna get an investment in your chest? That's crazy.
no. Well, you say I got small arms. I got to say, well, I got
You're
nice
telling me
shape.
this thing.
I never once said
They're
that.
good. Your triceps and your biceps are good. It's crazy.
Listen, let me explain something to you, okay? Fucking waffle neck. Waffle neck. At home.
Is that bad?
No, I call my kids that. It's waffle neck. No, it's just like chicken head. Okay, you're right. They're not big, but so hard, and they're not flabby. Okay, I'm not something flabby.
Congratulations.
What the fuck?
You
What?
want credit for being okay?
Yeah.
That's crazy. No, whatever happened to Mr. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, get your shit together, whatever all that talk. You barely do anything. You're like, you're okay.
I work out 6 days a week. I live. Yes, I have a nice gym in my basement.
Do you think if I worked out with you, I'd be blessed with the effort?
Not in the least. Not in the least. I can do. I do 500 crunches.
I do zero.
You do sit-ups.
Yeah, I do a lot of these.
Yes. Do you do planks?
I think I actually
So do I.
It's hard to do. Don't get me wrong, but I think in terms of an exercise for your core, it's kind of nonsense. I think you should do things. First of all, you should almost always do things that have a range of motion. Like when I like to do things that make my body work as a So all the ab exercises that I do a lot of different things for abs. I do reverse squats. Those up. You put your ankles, strap your ankles to a cable machine, you lay on your back, and you pull towards you.
Oh, I know. Well, I got one of those machines where I put my knees in it and I pull up to the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Those are good. Sure. Those are good. Anything where you work your core. And then you got also the opposite side, that's extensions.
Yeah, I do it on that thing I showed you. I'll do that. Because, and I got to lose another 10 pounds again. I named it that. But, and because I have lower disc problem, sciatica. So whenever I lose weight, I'm much better.
Yeah, I can tell by got on that stretching machine, the decks.
Yeah.
Body line more.
Oh,
your lower back's very tight.
oh, I'll go there right now and go all the way down. I was just doing it.
No, I'm saying just tension.
Yeah,
You see how my body
yeah.
my body doesn't just goes down. So tension. Stop like right there. You probably could go all the way down, but your body doesn't want to. The point is just tension.
Well, I've never used that machine. It was my first time.
Do you stretch?
No, on stage, they needed to do an extra 20. I've done it in 2 hours. If D.L. Hughley and I'm middling and he's coming 4 hours late, back in the day, it was like paralyzed opening for D.L. And I'm doing all my good stuff.
Oh no.
And then I heard this, and they go stretching. What am I doing now? No, it was because it's walking here and
You get all your best material and you tell you to stretch it. Well, luckily for you, you can work that.
Yeah. So now what was the question? Do I stretch? Yeah, I do for my back. I am this extra eyebrow.
Yeah.
And I pull that's good for my lower back. You know what that is?
Know what it is?
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Just crossing the legs and leaning forward.
Yeah, I pull it back.
Right.
And then when I'm doing sit-up, crunches, I'll do either back machines or I'll pull my legs this way. So,
Ari. Okay, guess what? Mark Norman.
I don't know if Norman works.
Look at him. Oh, he does?
Yeah.
From audiences. He loves, you know what I like talking to Mark? He loves comics.
Oh, he loves.
And he knows the history of it. But he knows the history of it. Like, you'll talk to comics now and go, oh, Steve Lannister is funny. Just, who is that?
Look at him. Come on, man. Of course he works out.
Shit, he's ripped.
He's ripped.
I don't like
How
that.
dare you?
Now
you feel bad.
Now I feel bad. It hurts me to see that.
Yeah.
Hey, he was
Talking shit.
oh, fuck.
You're talking shit. Let's go male model.
But guess what? He's not holding up a newspaper. We don't know when that was shot.
Who cares when it was shot? You never look at that.
Yes, I
Show me
know.
that again.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Take your clothes off? No, look at this. Look, he looks fucking good there.
Yeah, he does.
He looks good.
So does this guy. God damn it.
Look at him right there. He's got boxing gloves on and an iPhone. He's in shape, man. You're incorrect. You feel bad, right?
No, I don't.
Shane works out. He's here all the time.
This is not working out.
We work out.
You work out?
Yeah, he comes in, uses the gym. We work out together. We put glasses in front of your abs.
Feeling this somewhere. Like, listen,
You are looking for your glasses. Are you going to find a photo of you looking good? Forget about that. That's the past. Let's concentrate on now. Let's concentrate on put away the cookies, put away the sugar, listen to your doctor. He tells you to rehab your shoulder, get yourself in shape. Can't believe you're doing this. No people are listening. They can't see this.
they couldn't see the picture of him either.
Yeah, but this you being on your phone, you're looking for a photo back in the day when you were freezing.
This was recently.
How long? What happened?
What happened? Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus.
Listen, look at you. They look good there.
There you go.
Oh, not bad.
Okay.
You look pretty good right there. What happened?
It's not that bad now.
How long ago was this? 2018. Oh, that's pretty recent. That's pretty recent.
Yeah.
Pre-pandemic.
Yeah. That's what happened. And then I came back on track for a year. And then since January, when I was in Canada,
Oh, Canada.
Canada got rum. That's it was,
poutine.
oh, that shit is good. It's some
Late night poutine.
it's just pure heart attack.
Yeah, they have different delis. We used to go to Montreal. There's they call it smoked meat.
Yeah.
It's basically like going to cannabis, right?
Yeah.
Or going to cats.
I've been to a couple of those smoked meat.
Oh, phenomenal.
Like, I heard, and I'm not sure, if you eat too much smoked meat, you can get stomach cancer from it.
Who fucking told you that?
This guy with stomach cancer. No, not told.
Smoke is not what it is. There is some connection between burnt meat, like the carbon in burnt and cancer. I think it's colorectal cancer, but I do not know how robust those studies. I don't buy it. There's a lot of bullshit involved in these studies that tell you that this causes cancer, that causes cancer. Here's what 100% causes cancer: herbicides, pesticides, chemicals, forever chemicals in your fucking food. That paper cup that you're drinking out of when you drink hot liquids out of a paper cup. We gotta throw those fucking paper cups we have. Have you seen what Paul Saladino did when he dissolved the Starbucks cup and it shows you what's really at the base of it? It's basically a condom. Inside, see if you can find Paul Saladino.
Wait, you got all those paper cups?
I know. I saw them today. I poured my coffee in this. We're gonna get rid of all our paper cups.
Okay.
Paper cups for hot liquids are fucking stupid.
Really?
The lining of those paper cups is plastic. So you're basically pouring hot liquid into plastic, which is the worst.
Okay.
Like, look at see, he shows. So he's dissolving the paper cup, and that's what's inside of it. So you think you're drinking out of a paper cup, but it's not really paper. It's plastic. There's a plastic lining, and that's the only reason why those coffee cups from Starbucks hold paper. So hot water to plastic. Give me some volume on this.
Yeah, my wife. Yeah. My wife, she won't take it. She knows what she's a reason. I tried it. She meditates. She's really,
This is weird.
super
Two of you
smart.
guys together, but it works.
And it's crazy. It's like you know what here's the deal. What month? What are we at? April 15th, 14th, April 14th. So let's go. April 14th, May, June 30th. I'm back here at the club on my birthday.
Okay. So you're gonna look good.
I'll look.
I'm gonna go June 30th and take a picture. I'll put it on my Instagram. Take your shirt off. Flex.
Not now.
No, June
Yeah.
30th.
Okay.
I'm giving you time.
Yeah.
I want to give you a goal.
June 30th. Is that enough?
Yeah. Sure. Absolutely.
2 months.
Yes, in 2 months you can lose 20 pounds of fat. Look great. Yeah. Eat healthy. Just get on a very low carbohydrate diet.
That's what I did. I'm not doing keto. I'm not gay, but I went.
Keto gay?
When I try to cut carbs, let me tell you something. It was easier for me to quit crack than it was carbs. Really? Well, I never gave anybody a hand job for a Kaiser. So, part of my act, oh, she's kidding. June 30th, the week I'm here, right? I don't know how much bigger my arms are. You know, I just cut more coverage. But I think I look okay.
Well, we're going to give you a blood test tomorrow, too, to find out where your hormone levels are at. Find out what the fuck is wrong. What do you think? Oh, it's
Blood panel.
They'll draw blood. They'll draw blood and send it to a lab.
You're not going to tell me I have cancer.
They could. You want to know?
No.
You don't want to know.
I already had blood tests at my doctor's office. They sent
Does
me
your blood, does your doctor do a comprehensive cancer scan?
did prostate.
Does it look at the prostate? That's all right.
No, with the blood. And I looked at my sugar levels.
They can do this incredibly comprehensive blood thing, where they take a lot of blood out and then you send it to the lab and they find out whether or not you have. I have zero cancer. I'm super happy because when they did it, I had the same thing.
It's a scam. Waiting for fucking.
Thinking about it, it's a mind fuck himself laying in bed at night. What if I find out tomorrow?
It's fucking too much eggs. When I went back in the day, everybody went for the AIDS test after you got it. So I got my AIDS test. Okay, so this is true. My doctor, whenever I went to my doctor for any test, he would call me and say everything's fine. He would call say everything's fine. Right? So I took an AIDS test, and I get a call from the doctor. And he said, can you come in tomorrow? I'm going, what do you mean come in tomorrow? My heart's wrong because he would say everything's fine. I go, what do you mean? Why do you want me to come in tomorrow? He goes, your tooth came in. And we want to put your tooth to do with my dentist. I heard about it. I thought it was my real doctor. I had fucking AIDS. You know, because everybody took that test in the 80s.
When I first got insurance, the AIDS test, and I remember the doctor, and I said, what the fuck is really nervous about this? And the doctor said, are you gay? I said, no. He goes, do you do drugs? I go, no. He goes, don't worry about it. You don't have it. I go, really? He goes, yeah. I go, what about the fucking news?
Yeah.
The news is freaking me out where I'm scared to touch fucking doorknobs. Like, how come the news is saying that everybody's going to get AIDS? No one's going to get it. Other than people who are going to be drug use.
Well, people on my block who dropped, we went to see Pee-wee in the hospital, and all the nurses were wearing masks. So we go, I think he has a thing. Nobody was really fucking,
Yeah, they thought it was contagious. By the way, that was Fauci, too.
That's bad.
He's responsible for all that. Fauci was responsible for people freaking out about AIDS. Fauci was on TV back in the 80s telling people that children could possibly catch it from people. Yes. Yeah. Do you know the Dallas Buyers Club, where they were limiting the medication that gay people could take? That was about Fauci. He was responsible for that. He was the one who pushed ACT on people.
AZT was that chemotherapy medication that was killing people quicker than the cancer was. So they stopped using it on cancer and they repurposed it and started using it on people that had AIDS. They were giving it to people that didn't even have any fucking symptoms. They had HIV, they had no symptoms. They'd given them AZT, they were dying. It's the only time ever in medical history where they were telling you to take a chemotherapy drug indefinitely. Every time you take chemotherapy, the idea is that it gets your body close to death but kills off the cancer. They were telling you to keep taking it. Just keep taking it. It's nuts. What they did was madness. If you read Robert Kennedy's book, The Real Anthony Fauci, it's all about that. The beginning of it is all about the AIDS crisis and all the different things that they did. It mirrors exactly what they did during the COVID.
So what drugs are they using now?
They started using protease inhibitors, and that really helped. But the whole AIDS thing is very complex. It's very complex because the vast majority of people who got AIDS were heavy drug users. Heavy drug users, gay guys who were experiencing, a lot of different sexual partners. Yeah, that's part of it, but it's also part of it. You're destroying your immune system with fucking drugs. Yeah. These guys were taking nitrate, crystal meth, partying, not sleeping, just crushing.
Well, it's like sharing needles with the blood dogs.
Yep, that too. And then they would get them on medication that would definitely kill them. And then it was a crisis. And then, everybody was running around scared. And I was scared too until I talked to my doctor. He just looked me in the eyes. But no one could say that back then. So this is like 91, maybe 91, 92, whatever. And when I got, and my doctor was like, don't worry about it. I was like, what about the news, man? Like, I remember talking to this guy. He was a young guy. I was like, why is the news telling me I can get, he goes, heterosexuals aren't getting this. Well, unless you're an intermediate straight user, don't worry about it.
I only checked because I shot dope like maybe 3 times. I didn't like it. It's just not. I was more of a, just down. And I can't. It wasn't. I did it with best. It was amazing. It was like a music. He was fun. Frankie's fun. Yeah, I've never seen him. When I was an open mic. Yeah.
He was just a wild dude. He was like one of the first guys that ever saw tattoos. All these tattoos. Yeah. Heroin. When someone did heroin, it was crazy. What? That's heroin. Now, think about how many people are hooked on opiates. Well, back then it's super rare.
Well, if you're between heroin and freebase, you can function. There's functioning heroin for years.
Yeah.
Do it. You can't function on freebase or coke. You got to keep having it.
I had a buddy of mine who would tell me that this guy he would work with, not just one guy, but one guy that he would work with, he would find on his lunch break, get a bag of heroin, shoot it up in his car, sit there, and then go back to work.
Yeah. You can't do that with freebase. It's non-stop. You got to keep having it. So,
was that a good thing? Freebase?
Yeah.
How old were you when you first freebased?
Well, when I first got high, I was, pot. I led my way up to the coke. Yeah, coke. And then,
So snorting.
I snorted coke probably when I started when I was 18. Right? And then when you party, crack probably 25 to 28.
Do you remember the first time you did it?
I think it was with my cousin. Yeah, I was like, this is good. I guess there's I'll tell you what, I guess somebody got so my friend, I was on the road, I came back, he goes, look, I'm gonna buy an eighth of coke, cut it into 5 half grams.
Okay.
And we'll do 2 half grams, and I'll sell the other 3. I know it's well, he did 1 or 2, and then he went to sleep. So, I found where he hid it.
So he didn't hide his vision like that.
No. I went in and I steal 1 at a time. I drove to the convenience store. I cooked it with ammonia. Clear.
Wait a minute, you actually cooked the coke and turned it into crack?
Yeah.
Why was it clear? Was it better that way?
Oh, That's how you get through the crack. You gotta process it. You can do a baking soda. You can do it in a boil it. Who taught you how to do this? Are you a hookah? I was a crack addict.
So, like other crack addicts were like giving you the recipe?
No, I learned it. There's 3 ways to do it. So I did it with 4 to 4 with equal blow up your house. So I would steal a half a gram from it. I would go to the convenience store. I'd cook it, smoke it, pour it out, reemerge it. So I can't. What? How do you do it? I don't want to help. You put it.
It's the internet. ChatGPT will tell you.
Yeah.
So ask ChatGPT right now. I'll tell you, how do you take cocaine and turn it into
You put it in a teaspoon and you light it, and it turns into a rock.
Okay.
And then you squeeze it. You squeeze it, try to get the ammonia out as much as you can in the rock. So I would get the ammonia, steal a half a gram from it, go to the bright early in the morning, come back and get pour the ammonia. Well, now I
ChatGPT, the chemistry, how it's made for educational purposes only, not intended to encourage illegal activity.
baking soda, I said you could do
Cocaine hydrochloride powder, baking soda, water. Sometimes ammonia is used instead of baking soda, but baking soda is more common for crack. Heat the mixture. As it's heated, the cocaine base is separated from the hydrochloride and forms solid blocks. Float to the top. Cool and dry. This is like a recipe. Solid pieces, the crack rocks, are cool and hardened, then dry. So, there you go.
I emptied out the first one. Then there was 2 or 3 more half grams. I went and stole another one. Went back to the convenience store, bought more. And after the 4th trip to the convenience store, I go, hey, listen, I got a cleaning business. I need a lot of money. Well, I smoked all this coke. And all of a sudden, I hear somebody go, fuck. He woke up and saw his coke was gone.
How many hours of that?
Probably 4.
How many trips did you do?
4. And I was just drinking straight vodka, right? And I'm walking home. Now I'm $250 a day. And it was towards the end of the year. But as a drug addict, yeah, I didn't go to well, I think I told this story years ago, but I'll tell it. And he doesn't care because he told it in his book. So me and Frank are doing a one night. And back then, I had the car. We would pick up the Mac at the Improv and then go do the one night in New Jersey. Right. So we pick up this car, little white car. We go to our one nighter and we're supposed to drop him off at the Improv. And I go, hold on, I gotta make a stop. And we go to Spanish Harlem. He goes, what are you doing? I go, my sister lives there, she's not doing it. There's people chasing. There's people chasing people with knives up and down the street. And I go up and buy crack freebase, right? And the kid's like, get me home. Take me back to the Improv. What the fuck is going on? So now we go down to the Lower East Side. And Frankie gets heroin. And now Frankie's in the backseat tying up and shooting heroin while you're driving. While I'm driving, he's in the backseat. And the kid is fucking scared to death. He's a little white kid.
You wanted to Jersey side?
His name is Spade.
Was it really? Oh my God. That's
a little white kid from Arizona. Remember when he first started? He tells the story in his book, and I apologize for it. He goes, oh, don't worry, it's my story. Right? But we kept him hostage. So I'm supposed to be cracking Frankie's banging dope.
I heard a lot of George story. He is working at a club in New Jersey. And he leaves the club with the owner's daughter. And they're headed into New York. And there's another guy driving a car. He stops off at Washington Square Park, picks up a bag of crack, and starts smoking within the car. And the girl freaks out. But he says, classified as what? I thought the broad wanted a party.
Yes. I just did a documentary about him. They interviewed me. They're doing a documentary on Otto and George.
Well, we did a lot of those shows, those prom shows.
Yeah. He was there. things.
JD.
I would, yeah, but I drive with him in his gig, and he would go, you know what George thought of tonight? What, you fucking psychopath?
So you go check on George is in the trunk. We would pull over and check on George. I think there's something. I think that dummy had a mind of its own. And he might have been, he had some weird personality disorder. He put a personality to that dummy. But that dummy, when that dummy would say, you knew it was George.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't even feel like it was us. It felt like George had his own thoughts on things.
I worked with Chris once, and I go into his room on the road, and he's putting away the dummy's clothes in another dresser drawer of his. He's like putting away the clothes of the dummy. And he has a bit on his stuff. Here's a bit I don't want to do. You know, back in the day, you know, when there was bank robbers, outlaws, they would wear a handkerchief and go rob the bank. Well, I want to be the outlaw ventriloquist, where I go for the dummy, put a handkerchief, this way they can't see my lips move, but I can say I'm the outlaw ventriloquist. I can do a whole 5 minutes, and everybody's going, he must be great, I can't see his lips move.
That's good, but you're supposed to talk too. Like the whole part of the fun of being a ventriloquist. So I would say, Otto would say,
I can't believe you're saying that, George.
yeah.
How do you shut the fuck up?
Eyebrows would pop up and you get crazy. Like, it's the banter back and forth.
I'll talk behind the mask. I'm not going to do it. How come? Okay, so I do it. How come there's no ventriloquist on this planet that gets along with the dummies?
Well, there's not even very many ventriloquist acts anymore. There used to be a bunch of ventriloquist acts. There was Willie Tyler and Lester.
Yeah.
It was in L.A. There was a few.
There was Vince Antonio and George from Long Island.
You know what I think it was? It's like when one guy becomes really big, like Jeff Dunham. He became the man when he became ventriloquist. And then he's so popular that nobody touches it. Sort of like Carrot Top did that to prop acts.
Yeah.
Like prop acts used to be,
Remember when we started out the fucking wig? You ever worked with the wig?
He was great.
They pulled it in fucking diaper. I mean, in laundry basket, shoes with fucking props.
Oh, he had so much shit. Yeah, he had a whole trunk full of stuff that you have to carry.
Yes.
But they don't have it anymore because Carrot Top became so famous as a prop act that everybody's like, oh, it's the band, like musical acts. There's no fucking musical acts anymore.
There was Gary on ships. Gary Delano was a musical act.
But guys, who've been around for a long time. They're legacy acts. There's no upcoming people right now that are musicians.
Well, there's no magicians. Valentino
Right.
was a magician.
Right.
There's a couple of magic acts. Like when I did one-nighters, we were, it was jugglers, juggling Jack Schwarzy, a couple of magic acts.
There's a few magic acts still that work in California because of the Comedy Magic Club.
Oh, okay.
You heard in Hermosa Beach.
Yeah.
Like, he used to have it where you have a magician mixed in with the comedy club. Last time I looked.
Okay.
When I started working.
Do you ever remember Chips Cooney where he did the fake magic act? No, it was really funny. Good. Just the stupid stuff.
Lenny Schultz was a prop act.
He was a prop
Crazy
act.
Lenny.
He just died. Like about a month ago, 2 weeks ago. More pigs, Lenny. There were no more pigs. He was nuts. And the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah, I know. He pulled out like a Smokey Bear doll. He's like, oh, you got 4 or 5. Shut the fuck up. He punched the bear. It was so ridiculous. And then move on to something else like it never happened. It was like, it was what?
He would kill. And it made no sense.
No sense.
No sense.
It was just maniacal. It was just crazy.
Like
crazy face, crazy eyes.
Like
it was really fun.
Like Carrot Top is a good prop. If you like prop acts, he's the best prop act.
Yes.
I mean, Rip Taylor didn't like them, but you know, Rip Taylor from how many fucking years ago? Rip Taylor. Yeah, remember the day?
Oh, the mustache.
Yeah, his glitter and stuff. Because Carrot Top was getting real famous at the time. So Rip Taylor was, it was.
But it's like most comics today are just comics. They're just as humorous. Very little, like all the varieties.
Well, Frankie Bass was a prop act. He killed. You're right. There was more variety in the one-nighters and the clubs. then there's like, well, this comedy is anything.
There was no definition. Like, you guys had what, pieces of paper they bring on stage, hold up signs, all kinds of weird shit. Now it's just people talking.
Oh, the guy from Boston I worked with, he was so angry. He did it one night. He said, "Fuck this! I'm cool." Bob something. He had paper signs he pull up. They do a thing on signs. He's just from Boston.
But there was the guy from the blue collar. Bill Lincoln. Yeah, he had signs.
Did he? Yeah. None of them said great. What do you call it? What's his name? Kills my stage. Josh Adam Myers.
Yeah.
He kills.
Well, he also said goddamn comedy channel.
Yeah.
But that's a little different.
But we had him on our show with the band, and me and Bonnie do the show. It's funny. You know the show we do? What we do is Bonnie and I host it. We have like 5 comics, maybe like 8 or 10 minutes apiece. Then we have 3 female judges and a gay judge. And after your set, we discuss whether they were fucking. Oh, thanks. And the gay judge is always the funniest. He's always the funniest. But some of the people, they're just so funny, you know. So he came out. We did it a couple. We do it at a lot of festivals. And we did in New York. And Josh Adam Myers came out, and he sang the whole time. Fucking all over the stage. He's got to close every show in the comedy club. There's nobody following him.
Right.
There's no way as a seller that you're going to go after that.
Yeah.
And I'm not. What he does is great. What he does is, you know.
Yeah, if you go on the road, you got a middle act. Middle act is brought to you by the club, but they decided middle act is doing music. You were fucked.
Yeah.
You were fucked.
Oh yeah. Okay. Fucking guitar. I worked Vegas once, following a guy with a guitar. And he's fucking closing with Springsteen and a bandana on his head. I'm going, what the fuck?
It's a totally different,
You know.
but it's weird that that's not more popular because it used to be so effective. That's what I'm saying. It's like, why isn't there more of those acts like that out there? Because it was so effective.
Well, some of them got older and went to cruise ships that do
I know,
guitar.
but why didn't the younger ones? How come no younger ones emerge? That's what's weird.
It is kind of weird. No impressionist either.
Very.
Hard. They do impressions.
Yeah.
You know, and everyone turned around, fixed their hair, and then
Right.
they always turned around.
Right.
You know,
Imagine Jack Nicholson.
I'd be scared to turn around and the audience left. But they turned around. There were so many. Jeff DeHart, he did Rod Sterling, perfect.
It is interesting. There's not a lot of just impressions, right?
Yeah, Danny Stone, Randy Credico.
Yeah. Frank Caliendo.
Yeah. But
He's like the only one.
you don't really see him. Well, I don't know if he's still in clubs. He does a lot.
He does.
He does. Yeah, he was on the virus.
Yeah, I did with him. Yeah.
Oh, you did the virus.
Yeah,
I hosted every show.
Yeah. One of them in Vegas.
Oh yeah, the Vegas one.
That was the last time I saw Patrice.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're doing the benefits. We do it. I host it every year. Billy closes it. We're doing it. I think in May this year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's next week. In those days. Yeah. So tell everybody that you buy tickets.
Oh, that's sold out. These are dollar store prices. Okay.
Why are you buying it?
My good ones are at the hotel. I don't want to lose it. I don't want to lose it. Yeah. I mean, I would have worn good ones on Theo's.
Jesus Christ, I'm looking at your face when you turn sideways so I can see how much magnification you got. How many X you got?
250.
That's it?
Yeah. They're,
It looks like I'm seeing double the size of your fucking head. You got stung by a bee.
listen.
So it's already sold out, so people can't buy tickets.
I'm sure. It sells out every
That is beautiful. The tree's benefit. Yeah, it's very cool. You talk about a guy that like
touched so many people. It's really
Wait, how could it be on a Sunday with the tree space? Says May 18th. Maybe because Billy's doing 12 Angry Men. He's playing every fucking character. No, he's in Gary playing Ross.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Yeah, him and
Was he coughing his nerve closers?
See the Elvis. Go see it. I gotta fucking walk through Lebanon. Wearing a fucking yarmulke. Go see that fucking angry man. Fuck off, Billy. Shut the fuck up. Send me your stupid policy and bullshit. Shut up.
Oh, does he have a lot of profiles?
I would fight all the time.
He sends
online.
it to you?
I call you on text.
Really? You and Bill Burr go back and forth about Palestine?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. But I'm friends with him for years. Forever. Yeah. Bill, fucking
Between these get political and it's the part where they distance themselves from people who aren't doing that. That to me is hilarious. Hilarious and stupid. But this is where you're gonna fucking draw the line on some shit that barely affects your personal life.
I've not any of my friends that are like that, I'm still friends with them. I don't agree with them on these shit. They're stupid.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's one or two people I think say really vile stuff, and I just mute them. I don't deal with them. You know, they're not friends.
Right.
You know, I mean, shit, me and Lauren don't agree on everything. You know, okay. I mean,
How can you agree on everything?
his wife is so much hotter than my wife.
She's got a better day.
She was the best man at his wedding. Fucking Lord is so quick and funny. He's the best man at his wedding. He's so fucking funny.
He's great.
Yeah. I told him,
He's one of the best guests.
I mean, you know who else is funny? Connor. He's so funny.
Oh.
He's so quick.
Colin's amazing. He's smart. There's a bunch of guys, and I think I put you in there too, that just never really promoted themselves on social media. It's like you're really good, but like even Attell, for the level of comedy that he is, he's selling out stadiums every night. But he just doesn't promote himself at all. All he does is just like all of his following is just word of mouth. Yeah, and other comics saying how great he is, and like people who've seen him before that come to see him again.
Well, he says, one of my videos now is up to almost 5 million views. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. It's really funny.
I believe it.
Really funny. If you want to play it, I will.
No, we don't. Let's wrap this up. So you're gonna be at the mothership. What are the dates again? June what?
June, I think 27, 28, and 20. I do it every week on my birthday.
Take pictures of you with your shirt off.
I get on it.
So prepare for that. Get ready.
Yeah.
Get yourself in shape. Tomorrow I'm gonna review the waist well. Get you on the peptides.
Oh, okay.
Blood work. What's going on with your shoulders? Shoot you up with stem cells.
I do have a special on Amazon called Rick Foss Anonymous. It's pretty fun. Because I take you on an NA convention.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And the backdrop, Bonnie directed the beginning, the backdrop is fucking so good. It's awesome. Look good there. Where's the trailer? Can you play the trailer? No, whatever. Okay, good. Okay, okay, fine. I was doing it. No, I don't care about that. This, I've done this podcast 3 times. This is the most fun. It was fun. It was fun. I had a good time.
Come to the club tomorrow too. You got any sense of fun?
Yeah.
The bottom of the barrel.
What's that?
So, a whiskey barrel on stage, notes in the audience, you pull them out, just riff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you love it. So much fun. It's like a premise back.
So what am I going to do about this thing tomorrow?
I'll set it up.
This was fun. Thank you for having me.
Rich Ross, ladies and gentlemen. Bye, everybody.
Good to see you too. Brother? It's like you got down something. Organized. I actually, I normally don't bring those best. Callie leads on the way over here, and we're really supporting Monty Kennedy's whole model. Trying to fish it over together to really give them some great talking points and bring some of the influencers together to help the message. Around the media. And I was like, what's some of the wins that we've had in the last week that I don't know about? So he just rattled through them. There's some suggestions. What are the wins? Well, I mean, so Trump formed this Strong Kids Commission. And if you remember when he first got into office, he actually, by executive order, he authorized Bobby to do a study with Health and Human Services to look into the genesis of chronic disease. Because nobody's talking about the National Institute of Health or National Library of Medicine, public health policy. Nobody's talking about what's causing this.
Yeah, I wonder why they're not talking about it.
Well, I can give you a couple of. Money is it? No way. Here's conspiracy theorists who take out the rabbit hole. That's my problem. You think that just because people get paid to do things that are shady. Yeah, I know. That's weird to me. I should stop thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, for you. Look at $110 billion for type 2 diabetes. They're trying to put that out of business. Yeah, they don't like it. Yeah, they're like, hey Stan, how do we get this off the balance sheet? Or how do we get rid of this? Is stinking.
So there's a business that relies on people being so disgusted that they get type 2 diabetes, so bad with their diet, just eating pie and drinking soda until their body just starts to cave in.
Yeah, but don't worry,
that's worth how much a year?
$110 billion. That's type 2 diabetes.
It's not yet, that would change it.
But a lot of people could live on that. There's a lot of people that could live like that.
Isn't that funny? A lot of people could live on what's killing other people.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Like a lot of people are buying yachts on what is killing people.
Yes, it's wild. The interesting thing is look at our food stamp program, which is, the SNAP program. It's one of the biggest subsidies that we have. $120 million a year. $10 billion of that is going to subsidize sodas.
Well, they need soda. It's a part of the food pyramid.
It's right up there with Lucky Charms, right?
Yeah, Lucky Charms is right above ground beef.
Yeah, like grass-fed steak. And then you get to the top, and you got soda. So it's just it's phenomenal. And then the American Heart Association just ironically comes out in favor of soda.
We went over that and we found out that they're paid by Pepsi and by Coca-Cola. Wow, it's just so dark. Yeah, it's so great.
It is.
The Heart Association to money for Coca-Cola and Pepsi.
Yeah, I checked in my Airbnb in Austin, which by the way, I love. So I see why you came here. We covered it all on my podcast. Right?
Yeah.
I won't go down that rabbit hole, but it truly is. People are amazing. Food is amazing. The Taco Bell, which I love, catered all my food. But there's like a serious problem. But a lot of healthy people. Yeah, a lot of healthy people. So I check into the Airbnb, and I go into the closet. Like the owner's closet wasn't locked. I went into the owner's closet. Of course, it's like all Cheerios, cookies, crackers. I pulled a couple of bottles of seed oil stuff. And I did a little post about it because I was like, look at all the heart healthy labels on this.
Right.
And we talked about seed oils last time, but it's, and I get attacked a lot for saying it's polyunsaturated fatty acids are bad for you. But sometimes it's actually not the plant itself, it's the distance from the plant you take.
Right. You explained the other day to us the process that it takes to turn rapeseed oil, which is what canola. And then they said rapeseed is problematic, so they changed the canola oil. I always thought it was corn oil. Yeah, corn is good for you. Corn oil must be great for you. Oh, we're using canola oil. Cool. Please explain the process because it's so vile.
It's so rapeseed canola is plant. It's essentially you get a commercial price, and it will come out gum. And so you degum it, you use something called hexane. Hexane is used to solve medicine. You'll see what that is in neurotoxin. Classified as a neurotoxin. Same as fluoride, right? Which is actually fluorosilicic acid. We'll get to that later. But so we degum it with hexane, and then you take this degummed oil and you heat it to 405 degrees, which turns it rancid. I mean, there's no mechanism on Earth that can produce that smells. So I have to deodorize it. So we deodorize it. So I dropped some on it. So we can come in with a powerful neurotoxin. We heat it to 25 degrees Fahrenheit. So we deodorize it with a very powerful carcinogen. And then in some cases, we put it in a bottle and put it on the shelf. You ever go to the grocery store and you see the entire grocery aisle. It's all these like essence oils, vegetable oils, it's all exactly the same color, like exactly that beautiful clear hue. That's not really super helpful. You know, no. If you squeeze 10,000 watermelons into watermelon juice and put it all in this very little bit, but there's no variance. And so this is a chemically controlled process, and it's again it's not bacterial polyunsaturated fatty acid per se. It's the inflammatory process that they cause, bone cells, the inflammation in our arterial wall, which actually causes cholesterol to the site of inflammation. We blame cholesterol for a lot of the heart disease, atherosclerosis, arteriosclerosis, because it's at the scene of the crime, but it rarely pulls the trigger. Cholesterol is kind of like a fire. And it gets called to the fire to put the fire out. Right. So the theory that if we had to do a fire, we'd have less fires is kind of absurd. Right, but that's the theory of the cholesterol. If I worked in California, I can see them passing that legislation. Yeah. We need less fire. But so the theory that if we push down the fire, which was called to the site of inflammation, we reduce the cholesterol, which was called to the site of inflammation to cause repair, rather than fastly starting the fire. That notion is about blown out by big data. I think we're going to see big data, artificial intelligence, and early detection in the next 5 years, and just going to circumvent the entire system.
Do you think there's a possibility of removing food oils from the market? I don't think they'll ever replace food oils. Seed oils.
I don't think they'll ever replace seed oils. Why not? I think what's really interesting is the chemical processing. So another really cool thing, and I'm helping to author this paper with Kelly Beans and a bunch of other folks to present it to Bobby Kennedy, and looking at the genesis of chronic disease. Because and I know lots of people have talked about this on their show, so I won't belabor the point, but if you look at the spending of $4.5 trillion a year, right on this year, and then you say, well, what do we do? Well, as of December 6th, we were ranked 66 in the world. We lead the world in morbidity, type 2 diabetes, multiple chronic disease in a single binary, meaning not just our population has multiple different chronic diseases, but multiple chronic diseases in the same body. Because most people don't just have one autoimmune disease, or they're not just hypertensive and diabetic, they're hypertensive, diabetic, hypothyroid with autoimmune, usually multiple autoimmune. We have to go into one child, maternal mortality. And so you ask yourself, how's $4.5 trillion to these kinds of consequences? And very often, it's actually not the distance from the food to the table. So it's not necessarily the plan, it's what we're doing to process these plants to get them on the table. And so what you want to see is these GRAS guidelines, generally regarded as safe, which is essentially how the FDA decides whether or not you can micropoison the population. So we are allowed to poison the population, right? We're allowed to work certain pesticides, herbicides, insecticides, preservatives. That is very good. It's exactly what it's like. And a lot of experts will say the dosage determines the poison. And that's largely untrue when you talk about cumulative dose toxicity. If I give you this sandwich, this piece of tuna fish, and it has a very small safe amount of mercury or mercury, it's probably not going to hurt you, right? But if you don't get to your body and you keep eating that same fish, I mean, nobody got mercury poisoning from a single piece of tuna fish. What they got mercury poisoning from was continuing the same thing over and over again, and they got the cumulative doses, which is what a lot of foreign countries use. So in other words, I can't just say, if I put, 1 drop of arsenic in this glass, is that going to kill you? It's a inflammatory process, maybe it's not going to kill you. But if you drink one of those 5 times a day, 7 days a week, now you're toxic. That's what's happened to our country. We didn't get here quick
but I slowly started this marketplace.
Right, but is it possible to change all of, like, whatever we use for? Is it possible to swap that out for olive oil or tallow?
Yes.
I know there's some companies doing, like Masa makes these great tortilla chips. They love just organic corn,
Yeah.
tallow. It tastes like it too. Like you feel like you're eating food.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about those band chips.
Yeah, man.
Chips. I love those.
I do too.
Those are just potatoes and beef tallow with salt.
Yeah.
And it tastes like food. Like when I eat them, I don't feel like a piece of shit. If I eat it, I just eat them, I feel like a fucking loser. You know, even while I'm eating, like, oh, you loser, shut up, shut up.
You shame yourself. You're like, yo, so disappointed in you.
Isn't it possible to just replace those, or would it require? Is it one of those things like there's an issue with factory farming? Everybody thinks factory farming is disgusting when it comes to animals, but it's vile what they do to chickens, pigs. But is it possible to give everyone cheeseburgers and food deserts without factory farming? Like, have we gotten so far ahead of ourselves that we don't have sustainable regenerative agriculture as an option into it all? So you think that all the foods, all the salad dressings, and all the French fries, and all the things we put in food oil, we have enough beef tallow, we have enough olive oil, we have enough avocado oil, that we could switch all those things out and everything would be great.
There is no question that we have capacity to produce these, and we have the capacity to produce them now. Because a lot of these farms don't use the bones from these cattle, they use hide from these cattle, they use collagen from these cattle, certainly not tallow from the fat from the cattle. So there's a lot of tallow, a lot of bone broth, a lot of bones, cartilage, that's entirely going to waste. And if you look at a lot of countries, they will use the entire animal to boil down the bones. They'll use the hide, they'll use the bone marrow.
It's kind of crazy because there's a big market for bone broth. There's a big market for beef tallow. Like, why wouldn't they? I mean, they're just wasting money.
I think you have the perception that there's a big market for it because you're kind of right. You're probably in the woke market. Well, right. Anyway, you wanted to. I don't know. He's like, he called me woke.
It used to be cool.
When I mean woke,
But you're using it the correct way. They're using it the way African Americans use it. Black people used to call woke, like you're awake. I'm woke. You can't see that stupid shit by me.
Right.
I'm woke. Right. You know, and then the fucking white people took it over and ruined it. Like a lot of things.
Exactly. Did we fuck that up too?
Not us, but the ones who blue hair.
Yeah, now woke means a whole different.
Yeah. Well, now it's essentially retarded. They can't even use it in a positive way. You know, that's.
But I like it because it's kind of like just triggered about anything now, so it's so convenient.
Yes.
Because I can really silence you if you start out out intellectualizing me. Your feelings.
It triggered me with information.
I kid you not. I talked about this but I went to Harvard University for this thing, this longevity summit. Very good. I won't mention his name because I don't give away the event that I was at. I called my wife and I was like, I feel like a man in Mars. I can't get out of here. What's going on? I used to do a panel of PhDs for 4 hours debate about whether or not microaggression is something that happens to you that you don't recognize, that is causing a micro-trauma. The other person didn't realize they were doing it, but it was still creating an unsafe environment.
I think there should be mandatory jiu-jitsu classes for those people. Mandatory jiu-jitsu.
My head was still twisted.
It's your micro-trauma.
Yeah, when they passed the microphone to me, I got so much trouble. And I won't say his last name, but Daniel, he's still mad at me because this is like this. You have anything to have this conversation. This sounds like a bunch of this whole thing. You guys sound like the board of spaceship, and literally left other people because I had no idea you were talking about trying to identify something that you, by its very nature, say you don't know if you have it or you don't. So let's just admit that it's a ghost.
So how are we going to? We can't measure it. We can't find it. We can't prove you have it. We can't prove you don't have it. So how are we going to treat it?
This is culture of victimization and there's monetization. It's like there's status and victimization. Yeah, that's essentially made it like a virtue to be a victim. So you're looking for little things that possibly happen to you. I think if I'm possibly rolled his eyes. I mean, that is gonna haunt me. I need therapy now. I think he might have rolled his eyes.
And that's absolutely acceptable.
That is a microaggression, like maybe rolling your eyes. Like you say something to me and I go, and I leave. Oh my God, that was a microaggression.
Yeah.
What I just did go.
Here's the minor thing: is you're kind of off the hook because if you didn't intentionally create the microaggression, I just perceived it as
Depends on who I am. If I'm a white heterosexual and cis male, I got problems.
and you're screwed. So anyway, back to the food supply. You turn there for a second. What's really interesting is if you just take a very 30,000 you say, let's just look at the broad strokes. Right? There's no diets. So it's not keto, pescatarian, vegetarian, raw food. Atkins. It's whole food. Just saying.
Whole food and a lot of companies.
Whole food, well, the two things are non-nutritional or something factor. So you didn't have any of those for people that feel a sense of illness. And in fact, there were no such things as assisted care living. Assisted care in those countries, mom and dad moved back in for their kids until the day they die. And there's something to be said for that because maybe grandma's only purpose is to go out and get vegetables for dinner that night. And she has a purpose. And she's part of it. And she's not locked up in a home and a bunch of people don't really care about her. Yeah. We do something in mortality because I used to study mortality and mortality research. We wanted to put somebody's life expectancy and you put that in a situation. So as soon as you create isolation, you dramatically reduce, if not half, the life expectancy. Now, later in life, we call this broken heart syndrome, caregiver syndrome, and these were actually very valid syndromes. So if we actually were doing the life expectancy on an elderly spouse who is still applying for insurance, or we were looking at what's called a sick to die claim on home life insurance policy, and one spouse has passed away, dramatically reduce the life expectancy of the second spouse. The reason that's important is that people don't realize that we are actually listening to something. Right now, we are trying to create connection to our phones and connection to something. And these are not human connections. In fact, it relates to depression, suicidal ideation, obesity, chronic mental illness. We actually have chronic lack of mental fitness, not necessarily a mental illness in this country. And if you look at the skyrocketing rates of these conditions and how they are creeping into younger and younger generations, but 9 depression. So what's happening? What's happening is isolation and anxiety. We got problem solving more. Communities of friends anymore. We actually don't get social connections. We lost our connection to Mother Nature. That's why I like going out to my place in Colorado. I love it's just old school connection to Mother Nature. Freaking good. I really wish I did. I really like it. Get something outside of town. I think that's my next. Yeah, I think nature is a vitamin. I really do. I think it's a mental health vitamin. I think there's something about being in nature. There's a feeling you get, especially when your phone doesn't work. You get out there and you're with your phone with 0 bars. Oh yeah. And you're out there in like real woods, just like yeah, it feels like just snap coyotes. It's like God damn. We have this place in Colorado. My wife and I, she's been going to for 35 years. She was a little we got together 10 years ago. She started living with her family after her father's got 10 acres, her uncle's got 10 acres, and it's 50 acres. We bought it from these old, like really old things. And I write about this all the time because in Miami, I Most of the time I do 45. Okay. This episode is brought to you by Visible. Now, I tend to go down a lot of rabbit holes. I want to know everything about everything. If you're like that, you need wireless that can keep up. Visible is wireless that lets you live in the know. It's the ultimate wireless hack. You get unlimited data and hotspot, so you're connected on the go. Plus, Visible is powered by Verizon's 5G network, meaning fast speeds and great coverage. And with the new Visible Plus Pro plan, you get premium wireless without the premium cost. And the best part, it's all digital, no stores. You can switch to Visible right from your phone. It only takes about 15 minutes, and then you manage your plan in the app. Ready for wireless that lets you live in the know? Make the switch at visible.com/Rogan. Plan start at $25 a month. For the best features, get the new Visible Plus Pro plan for $45 a month. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. That's the way.
Oh shit! No, I'm not even telling the rest.
This
of
is
the
a
story.
short burst. Yeah, this is not like long distance. I just do it to text my sister.
I do farmers carries.
To do that too.
Yeah, farmers carries. I agree.
Right. But that's not even right.
Yeah.
I think farmers carries, like suitcase carries, are actually better. One hand. One hand. Yeah, because then it makes you balance on the other side, and you swap it out to the other side.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, stabilizing the spine.
Instead of just
better.
actually, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because you're not just load bearing the spine,
But farmers carries are too.
Yeah, and I do a lot of farmers carries. It's 20 pound rucksack. Go out by myself, put a sidearm, in my vest, and go ahead. It's just kind of funny to take a picture of myself. See the other day, posting on social media, sidearm people. Bananas.
Yeah, you don't want to get eaten by a mountain lion because it does happen.
Yeah.
It probably won't happen. But guess what? If I have a gun, it's not going to happen.
I just feel, it's never going to happen
I was a fucking great video of a bow hunter who was being attacked by a mountain lion. And the mountain lion is like creeping up on him slowly. He's like, hey, get back, get back, get back. And you see the thing lock on him and start closing in. And it's like 15 feet away. And then bang! And then you see the thing twitching. It's got a hole in its wrist.
He was a bow hunter.
Yeah, he had a pistol. That's why he had a pistol.
Yes. Colorado. Bear attacks.
It fucking happens. Bear attacks are fairly rare in Colorado.
It's only when you cross apparently if you just come upon the cubs.
The real issue is not the bears that are in Colorado. The real issue is the bears in Wyoming. Brown bears. Brown bears are usually black bears, not as much. But occasionally, like a big black bear will go after people.
I take a sucker and I'm marching around that. But when I'm done, I feel like I took a look at this thing. Just something, I totally agree with you, something out there. And I got this little squirrel, it's so funny. I leave my house and start climbing up in the woods. I had this little 4-mile kind of track. And there's a squirrel out there. Every kid can go out there and barks at me. Right? And he kind of growls. It doesn't sound like a squirrel, it sounds like a little bark. And then he chews acorns off and grabs them both hands and throws them down. It's so funny. And they'll follow me from limb to limb. I shit you not. And I look forward to seeing them every day. Like, I feel like he's pissed off. Maybe it's a sign of love. I don't know.
He's definitely pissed off. He doesn't love you.
Yeah.
If somebody probably hunted one of his family,
Take the sidearm.
people do hunt squirrels. They eat them.
But in case I feel like so. But you're right. At some point, we have the capacity to replace these oils. We actually have a way to get them, back away from industrial farming and get back to local farming. There's a very different house that's he owns one of the more profitable grocery stores. His name is called Seed Table. And he took me out on a helicopter at the time. We hopped around to a bunch of his organic fields. He's got thousands of acres in the middle of the state of Florida. And he showed me how he's not only able to grow produce for less money than he would, organically, for less money than he would grow if he had to use herbicides and pesticides and chemicals. He's able to pick it at 9 o'clock in the morning and have it on the grocery store shelf at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I watched the whole process. Thousands and thousands of these acres. And white flies are the pest flies they're trying to avoid. Instead of spraying for these white flies, what they do is they just use this reflective cellophane and run it down the rows of crops, and it creates this reflection, and it scatters them to the wind. And so now white flies are not eating crops. There's no herbicide. There's no preservatives. His team takes this stuff by 9 o'clock in the morning. It goes into a processing center, and by processing it gets washed. That's it. And then it's on a truck and it's on a shelf at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So you can grab a strawberry at the grocery store and eat it. And it was growing. And there are mechanisms for us to do this. Okay? Some stuff we should do chip and store. But most regenerative farming practices are not only really good for the environment, they're economically feasible. They actually make economic sense. And when he talks about the fact that we've been spraying some of these fields for so many decades for so many years with these herbicides and insecticides, that there is not a pest for, in some cases, hundreds of miles. But we are still spraying for those pests. So you've got to start to question the regulations.
Yeah, financial. And yeah, it's, we were talking about, you said something earlier interesting that you think it's not, what was the term that you used? It's not a mental health problem, it's a lack of mental strength.
Mental fitness.
Yeah.
If you think about it, I love these too. Yeah. So hydrogen gas, and this is one of my favorite biohacking world. It costs you about $1 a day. These are called H2 tab. You get them at drinkhh2tab.com. You can actually read the science on it. I think there's two people in the world now. I mean, those that have read the science take hydrogen gas, drink hydrogen water, or just haven't read the science, because hydrogen gas, first of all, it's the lightest element in the universe. It's also the most prevalent element. 10% of your body is hydrogen. Think of that if you took hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen. That's 96% of well. So hydrogen is about 10% of your body. And hydrogen is not just a positive, it's a selective element. Right, so if you look at oxidative stressors like nitric oxide or superoxide or hydrogen monoxide, okay, so all of these oxidative stressors, they can be good in certain amounts, in certain nitric oxide, right, in your body, but too much nitric oxide is bad, too much hydrogen monoxide is bad, too much superoxide is bad. So if you were to take vitamins and take very, very high doses of oxides, this can be very bad because you're suppressing too much oxidation in the body. You're actually suppressing these oxidative stressors too much. Hydrogen, we use the body's homeostatic process to suppress inflammation. So in other words, it works through something called NRF2. It affects a protein called NRF2. It moves into the DNA, binds to the DNA, and the DNA spits out the instructions for the catalyst, the superoxide dismutase, and glutathione. So in other words, you're actually using the body's regulatory system to actually control inflammation instead of external inflammation. And the second thing it does is it targets the only oxygen-free radical that I think all of the scientists do as which is hydroxyl, having no use of it. So it selectively targets that and regulates the rest of the inflammatory process by using the body's homeostasis. So I guess a very long-winded way of saying hydrogen gas can go anywhere in the body, reduces inflammation, improves circulation, improves memory. A really interesting study published in the Journal of Experimental Gerontology, published in December of 2021. In most, these clinical research studies that look at younger populations, like healthier populations, this actually looked at a 6-month study on hydrogen water versus non-hydrogen water in 70-year-old folks. And we use something like tattoo, methylation, they measure cognitive function, sleep scores, sit-stand ratios, how well they sit-stand, telomere lengths of chromosomes. And really fascinating about the studies done during COVID So BBC was basically in prison. So they're not mobile. And the only difference between that the control for it was the presence of hydrogen. At the end of this 6-month period during the lockdown, the control group lost 11% of telomeres. The non-control group gained 4%. They had better short-term outcomes, better cognitive scores, better circulation, improvement in cardiac, inflammatory disease, reactive protein. I think it's very powerful. That is sea salt, some amino acids, perfect amino acids, just cover your bases. I think those are foundational bases for
It's delicious. It comes in these good flavors. It's easy to drink. It's like a pain-free thing.
You know, it's bait.
Yeah,
So bait.
see how tabs and put water.
you can actually put what's called hydrogen bomb. It just looks like a big bath bomb. It just creates hydrogen gas. It's elemental magnesium. It goes right transdermal, goes right to the skin. So remember, hydrogen is the smallest, lightest element in the universe. Right? So it will go right transdermal. And these hydrogen gas will form in between water molecules. So water molecules H2O, where hydrogen gas can exist outside of water molecules. And when you put excess hydrogen gas into the water, it will go right transdermal. And I have two fascinating habits. I never talked about it, so I'll talk about it now. I have literally put people into these tubs. I kid you not, crippled with them, and they will skip out of my unit. It's incredible. I mean,
So transdermal reduction of inflammation in joints from these hydrogen. How long does it last?
or from a hydrogen bath. You get these machines. I mean, one costs $7,500, $8,000. They make some that make nanoparticles or nanobubbles, which are about 1 to 500 the diameter of a human pore. So if you run these things on your face, it'll actually push all the sebum out of your skin. Get dandruff, psoriasis, eczema. If you have any kind of inflammatory condition, knees, hips, shoulders, rotator cuff, arthritis, low back, bathing in hydrogen gas.
Really? Add it to a cold plunge?
You can add it to a cold plunge. What's interesting about adding it to a cold plunge, in fact, I use this cold plunge, and I've got these guys trying to see if we can incorporate the hydrogen gas into the cold plunge. So where the motor pulls the cold water out, it's going to send it into a hydrogen generator and then push it back into the tub, because as the temperature drops in water, it's saturated with gas. So a 48-degree, we're quoting exactly on this, but a 48-degree cold plunge will hold about twice as much gas as a 102-degree warm tub. So you're like, just get warm back. So you're going to be cold plunging for 3 to 6 minutes every day. That's what you and I do. You might as well be in there with hydrogen gas. So I'm working with these guys from Poland to see if we can run these hydrogen generators. And basically, it's creates the hydrogen gas by taking distilled water, breaking distilled water, and then throwing the gas into it. And it is noticeably different when you raise it this much. Like I had Sean Ryan over at my house for a podcast one time. He's all packed up. He's got nursing bills all over his body. He just thought it was really weird because I was like, dude, you get the bathtub.
This episode is brought to you by Me Undies. Something complicated is human mind, relationships, life. But what's not complicated is looking and feeling good with Me Undies underwear. If you're a long-time listener, you've probably heard me talk about Me Undies before. I swear by them. I wear their stuff all the time, and I can't recommend them enough. Seriously, their underwear feels good while giving me the support that I need. And I can't mention Me Undies without talking about their contoured pouch and ball padding. Confidence is key, and you're guaranteed to feel that with a pair of units. They're comfortable, supportive, and make you look good. Or go with another one of their briefs. There's plenty to choose from. I promise you can't go wrong. I like everything I've gotten from them so far. Plus, Me Undies has even more options when it comes to sizes, colors, and prints. You're bound to find something you like. Go classic with a pair of black or blue underwear, or mix it up with a fun print. If you're a coffee fan like me, they've got a hilarious fuck off print Now, as much as I've been talking about their underwear, MeUndies also has some great loungewear. It's made with the same soft material so you can be comfortable head to toe, which, I don't know about you guys, but if I'm kicking back at home, I want to be wearing something I can relax in, but also great for a workout. Try them out yourself. If you're not totally satisfied with your first pair of underwear, it's on MeUndies. Good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Get 20% off your first order, plus free shipping on orders of $75 or more at MeUndies.com/Rogan. Enter the promo code Rogan. That's MeUndies.com/Rogan. Code Rogan for 20% off. MeUndies, comfort for the outsider.
He's talked about it before. Sean, big shout out, brother. But he was like, dude, I just met you, man. And I was like, I go, no, it's okay. I'm not going to get in there with you. All right. I'll sit on the chair outside the top. He's like, it freaks me out a little bit. I'm going to be honest with you. I said, dude, I gave him a pair of shorts. So, because I was like, dude, does anything on your body hurt? Your knees, your hips, your shoulders, and anything hurt? He's like, dude, fucking everything on my body hurts. So, come in, man. And I put it in there for 25 minutes. He said it was like the first time he slept 8 hours and woken up without pain. Wow. Yeah, John Jones, same thing. John Jones has been very public about when he worked with the actor. Talks to me about what he read for his last fight. I brought one of these hydrogen machines to bathe, and we just set up the tub in his house, and we ran hydrogen gas into the tub, so we would do regular therapy, we would drink hydrogen water, and we would bathe in this hydrogen gas. It was about 15 to 20 days after we got a parachute into his camp and set all this up, and he texted me, good shit, I'm out of pain now, 6 days of training. I'm waking up not in pain, sleeping. And so it's really incredible the hydrogen gas into the body. In fact, it's also unbelievable. I mean, there actually is a study published by Dr. Tyler, who's a PhD. And he actually had these PhDs in hydrogen. So I should teach him about what a PhD in hydrogen. But where did you bang the last day you decided to get a PhD? But he published a study looking at electrolyte alcohol. And when they removed the hydrogen gas, all of the benefits of alkaline water were removed. The benefits from alkaline are coming from the excess presence of hydrogen gas. And even when you add hydrogen gas to regular water, it will drop your multi-oxidation reduction potential negative, so it has more capacity to electrons. So I just think it's phenomenal.
When you were telling me that these bottles, water bottles, that generate hydrogen, they're great in the beginning, but that over time they deteriorate. Would the same issue happen with the hydrogen generators that you use for the flow plunges?
They're a lot more robust than normal generators, so they're not actually working like pressure. So water flows through these. So a lot of the ways that you create hypercumulating hydrogen gas in these water bottles, and I actually just wanted to refresh myself. I actually just want to search a fake hydrogen water bottle company used to be a bunch of licenses on tens of millions of dollars for these bottles. But essentially, a lot of these bottles are something called a proton exchange membrane. And this proton exchange membrane comes in contact with the electrolysis, and it creates the hydrogen gas. The problem with these bottles is that this electrolysis process will tap water is chlorine to create chlorine gas. And also create something called hydrochloric acid. So what happens is over time, the bottles that I tested, because I used to be huge these bottles, and I carried them everywhere. And I would notice that it didn't bubble as much, 4 or 5 months after I had the bottle. And so I sent it to we tested, and lo and behold, these proton exchange membranes break down over time. So the first time I used the bottle, I'm very high hydrogen. Before 4 or 5 months ahead of you. It's not like 6 months ahead, you might be getting zero.
Could you swap out the membrane and continue to use the same bottle?
Yeah, but they don't send you a new plug out exchange membrane. Now, some of them you can screw off the bottom, theoretically, and send it to you. But they're expensive. They're like $250, $300. I mean, an H2 tablet, a hydrogen tablet will cost you $1 a day.
Right. And
So it travels, and it gives you a higher part installed in this bottle, and it's consistent. It's high dose hydrogen gas. It's exactly consistent. So every single time I pull one of those tablets of water, it's just a consistent dose of hydrogen gas. And I used to get a lot of shit on that because I was promoting these bottles so heavily because I believed in them tremendously. But the average person's like, yeah, it's only $250, $300.
right. There's a lot more financially cost effective.
Yeah.
So with the cold plunge thing, you're saying so because a commercial unit it would work differently, it would be more robust.
Well, it's not using pressure,
Okay.
right? It's circulating through this machine and it's creating, using electrolysis and creating the hydrogen gas going back to the tub. Because you don't need, you're not trying to drink a therapeutic dose, you're trying to make the dose, you don't need this high part so you don't need the pressure. But the really cool thing is because you do it in the cold plunge, and when I pulled this off, if you do it in the cold plunge, because, as the temperature drops, the more you dissolve more gas and volume of liquid. So, ideally, you would have the hydrogen generator outside of your cold plunge. You let your cold plunge run, fill with hydrogen gas, and you're getting it in the response anyway, a lot of times. Plus the brown fat activation, blood sugar release, peripheral restriction, all that. But you would now be exposing yourself to very high doses of hydrogen gas. You feel amazing. When I bathe in that hydrogen gas, so my wife's age, I really got a car accident right before we met 10 years ago. She severely damaged her spine. Her L5 ended up having a spinal fusion. And so her L5 was used. And even though she's dead, she gets a lot of it. Her back pain flares up because she's sleeping. But when we put her in hydrogen nanobath, 25 minutes in there, she's it's very calming. It's shifting you from that sympathetic state, that fight or flight, to that parasympathetic state of resting and digest. You can feel that the effects of that hydrogen gas goes transdermal and starts to relax you. It feels
So it seems like the more effective way is to do it in a warm tub though, because you can stay in there for longer, so you get more exposure. So you get less hydrogen, but more exposure than the cold plunge.
Yeah, this is where I'd like to see some data, which I don't need. So I do know that the water is cold, you're going to dissolve more gas. So you're going to have a higher part in cold water than you are in warm water. But then you got to look at what's happening in warm water. Probably having your pores are dilated, you've got a little vasodilation, you probably have better surface circulation in your skin. So you might be actually carrying more than your skin. Versus cold plunge, you're going to have that peripheral vasoconstriction. You're still going to get hydrogen to the skin because it's a higher dose. But I don't have any clinical data to say that one is better than the other.
Have you done the cold plunge hydrogen?
Oh yeah, 100%. I did it with a bath bomb. I didn't do it with a bath bomb. I did it with the one in my house that actually three of these machines. I did it with the one in my house that recirculates. You throw a hose over one side, and it sucks the water out of the cold plunge, and then you throw a hose over the other side and puts the hydrogen gas back in.
Well, how long does the process take to hydrogen?
I let it for about 15 minutes because I wanted to get it saturated. The water looks kind of good. In fact, I did it. I had Laura Trump work with we shot this from at that time for her show, for her Laura Trump show, and I did it for us to do this cold plunge shoot. I added the hydrogen gas to the cold plunge before we got in there. I felt amazing. Now I'm trying to actually plumb it right into the cold plunge, so it's just rock. So it's just rock. It's either all the time or I can turn it down, turn the hydrogen gas off, and have the gas going. So that's the next step. But right now, people, you can just go get these hydrogen bath bombs. You can get these hydrogen bath bombs. Where would you get those? Drink H2 tap. Oh, so you drink H2 tap. Okay. Yeah, if you go there and get the bath bomb. I'm gonna try it. Just throw one of those bath bombs in there and feel how much different your body feels when you are bathing in hydrogen gas. It's hacks that so few people are using, and so many people are inflammatory, so many people are suffering from inflammation, not just neuroinflammation, the brain, but non-specific factors of inflammation, like CDX, protein, cysteine, they're causing all kinds of damage. You think about the fact that about 70% of our circulation is not done by our heart. Our circulation about 30% of the blood in our body, the other 70% of the circulation is an activity called vasomotion. I think of snakes swallowing ignorance. And we don't really cater to this part of our circulatory system. You explain what you're saying, what are snakes swallowing them out? So think of a snake. So if the heart doesn't circulate roughly 70% of the blood in the body, how does that circulation occur? Because obviously blood is still moving about 63,000 miles of blood vessel in the body. And so there is, if your heart is not strong enough in its single contraction, the heart that's injecting blood is not strong enough to push the blood through 63,000 miles of vessel. And so how does the majority of this circulation occur? Well, the majority of our circulation is microvascular, right? So microvascular circulation does not move blood pressure. It moves blood by something called vasomotion or vasomotion. And the best way I can describe vasomotion is to think of a snake swallowing nails. The reason why I say that is because there's no pressure coming in from the snake, right? It's not being pushed down the snake's throat. It's being muscularly moved down the snake's throat. So it's a wave-like motion, right? It's this wave-like motion called vasomotion. And vascular laxity, the laxity of small vessels matters, the blood viscosity matters, and inflammation matters. This is why the percentage of high blood pressure diagnoses, for example, if you were to just Google what percentage of hypertension, primary hypertension, essential hypertension, or high blood pressure is idiopathic, right? Unknown origin. You'd see that 85% of all high blood pressure hypertension diagnoses are idiopathic. We don't know the origin. And so we examine these people's heart, EKG, EEG, heart sounds, lung sounds, maybe dye contrast diabetes, and with some other kind of diagnostic heart imaging. We can't find anything wrong with the heart. And we medicate the heart anyway, generally for a time when there's an 85% chance it's actually something other than the heart. And we never looked at the microvascular circulation. We never looked at 70% of our circulation is actually not done by our heart. What are we doing to keep it to 70% of our circulation? Well, things like resveratrol, hydrogen gas, low homocysteine, which is for most people is very simple to do, and there's an acid called trimethylglycine to help people metabolize homocysteine because there's microvasculature is very susceptible to high levels of homocysteine. And there's so many people that have ailments that are consequences of poor circulation, and we're treating something completely different. So, for example, more focus and concentration over lots of autoimmune conditions. If you look at the circulation in the brain, liver, lungs, pancreas, kidneys, you'll see that the majority of the circulation is microvascular. I've talked about why you and I both had a positive experience, for example, with red light. What does red light do to our eyes? Is it fixing the rods, the macula, the cones, the retina? Was there something damaged that red light fixed? No, it just restored the vasomotor activity in your eyes, which is why I never wear protection in a red light bag. No, I'm saying it's like that is going to cure your eyesight. It's a beat up for that. But red light therapy is extraordinarily good for vasomotor circulation. Why do you think it improves your skin? How it lasts the fibers? Why do you think it reduces fine lines and wrinkles? Why does it improve? Why can it improve peroxide? Because it restores healthy vasomotor. And there's so much vitamin structure in our body that we don't really cater to this entire segment of our circulatory system. Think about how small a capillary artery is to carry a fluid to the edge of the lung, exchanging gas with the inside of the lung, pull that gas into the fluid and not bleed into the lung. Just think about how tiny that tube has to be and how many of those you have to have. Because don't forget, right outside of your lungs, you got fluid that goes down the alveoli, grabbing gas and throwing that into the fluid. Well, at some point, that pipe has to meet a piece of tissue. How is it not bleeding into that tissue? It is that small. It's microvascular. This is also where hydrogen gas is. So, where else? I just find it fascinating that we've got so many things that we can do to a lot of these ailments that people chalk up to a consequence of aging. And it can be as simple as catering to that portion of the circulatory system.
It would be so fascinating to run a long-term study on twins, identical twins, and have one person just standard American diet and the other person follow all these protocols. Hydrogen gas, fitness, healthy food, no seed oil, no drinking, and just see. Yeah, what do they look like after
10 years. Yeah, 20 years. 20 years would be wild. You're like sending one up into space, you know. And so, you know, we're so wrapped around our medical system that's really 50 years old, 7 years old. It's how important randomized clinical trial is. And placebo-controlled randomized clinical trial, the peer-reviewed, and all of this, but we need good Eastern philosophies that very often have been around for thousands of years. And I almost have lend more validity to something that's actually stood the test of time. Like something that doesn't work is not going to last 2,000 years. You know, that by virtue of the fact that it doesn't. When we were in mortality space, we never used those. We used big data. And what you're about to see now, there's literature for, is we built an entire system on, you know, the most rigorous scientific study, randomized clinical, placebo-controlled randomized clinical trial. So that is the gold standard. If it hasn't been through this process, it is not valid. Randomized clinical trials on parachutes. I wouldn't jump out of an airplane. Who wants to be in that? Who wants to be in the control group? Hey, Stan. Yeah. You line up here. You're getting a knapsack and a prayer book, and we're getting parachutes. Very good stuff.
It's a very good point. There's some things you really can't run randomized control studies.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we just have data, right? We have really good data. And one of the things I used to get just absolutely slaughtered for is I spoke about the simple LDL hypothesis of cholesterol. There is no correlation between elevated levels of LDL cholesterol on its own and cardiovascular disease. That corresponding increases in triglyceride, inflammatory factors, other metabolic factors like hypertriglyceridemia, hyperinsulinemia, and yet everybody, you know, really come after me for that. And now we're starting to see that the data on stats is really falling apart. You know, I mean, big data is starting to tell us that the extension of life is near zero. But the extension of all-cause mortality is near zero. And the complications downstream, which we never study. You'll never find a randomized clinical trial looking at more than one pharmaceutical compound at the same time. Yet almost everybody at the age of 60 is on 5 or more prescriptions. But we don't study prescriptions in concert with one another. We study them independently. We say, okay, if you have high cholesterol, you're on statin, and that's independent. If you have, you know, your hemoglobin A1C is over 6.4, you're now insulin dependent. It's now not insulin. And with a statin, maybe it's necessary. And your thyroid has hypofunction, so now you're also on sending neurons on the thyroid. And you know, blood testing because you're on hormone therapy, so now you are on hormone therapy. We've never studied the compounding effect of all of these different pharmaceuticals in the same vial. We just assume that the randomized clinical trial in these independent silos is valid, even though it will smack all of these things together. And one of the things that the space was the more pharmaceuticals you were on, easier it was for us to predict your life expectancy. It was extraordinarily accurate. For example, if somebody started a corticosteroid, which is very common for rheumatoid arthritis, there's forms of type. If you started corticosteroid, you had, by argument, 6 years and 1 month until you get to you 6 years and 1 month. So that was the average. So let's say, for example, that. Why is that? Because initially corticosteroids are anti-inflammatory, but then they eat the joint like a tumor. And when you do this in professional sports, a lot of players have been early from cortisone injections. A lot of athletes have been early because they have too many cortisone injections.
How many is too many?
It sort of depends on the joint number. You should want to say
Be beneficial.
one of them is very beneficial. They acute phase of pain or injury, it can be very beneficial. But what they used to do is because of these repetitive procedures, and very often it was just dose the athlete up before a game. So, Joe Biden, how many times Joe Montana, 3 years ago, and you keep injecting the same ligaments tissue with cortisone, eventually you weaken the tissue and snap. First, it has an inflammatory reaction, but then it starts to break down the cartilage like turmoil. In fact, it's so accurate. Very often, what would happen is people would get misdiagnosed with conditions like rheumatoid because they had the same symptomology as rheumatoid, but what they actually had was a long-term clinical deficiency. And you'd see that they would have single-digit vitamin D3 for decades, and then all of a sudden they would start to present with symptoms that mimic rheumatoid. It's also for example, sure when I get out of bed in the morning to go take my first pee, I had a workout the night before when we haven't, my back hurts, my knees and hips and shoulders are stiff, it's my back, it's kind of hard to make a really tight fist. You get those symptoms to long primary care maybe without doing any confirming diagnosis. Said ranges are effective because we only show you got don't worry about the junction. Steroid. Take this pill every morning. You're gonna be fine. Don't say whatever it is. And initially you feel great because it kills the inflammation. But then it starts to erode the cartilage surface. So if you think about the fact that you have nutrient deficiency and you're now being treated with pharmaceutical. And 6 years and 1 day later, now by the way, methotrexate, for example, will give a gene mutation. It will mimic a gene mutation called MTHFR. Yeah, and the motherfucker gene. So even if you don't have MTHFR, even if you don't have MTHFR, if you take methotrexate, you inhibit your folate receptors. I actually saw you sniffing something. What was that? I don't want to do it, by the way. No. I'm not I just see all this shit over here. This is a fresh one. This one I don't know. What is that? This is crazy Jubufu. Yeah, super crazy. Well, he's an influencer, but he's like very he's like super jacked. Dude, you gotta name Jubufu. Incredibly flexible. This is the guy. Oh yeah, he's a freak, like a real. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he's not natural. But I don't care. But what he makes this stuff. We have no affiliation with him. It's not sponsored. So dude, I'm scared, dude. I saw Theo Vaughn almost like Brian Simpson took his headphones off and ran out of the room. No, dude, I'm not getting it. You were here. No. I'm gonna sniff on the top. Just a bag. Oh, give me the bag. I'll do the bag. Just take a sniff of the bag. This is so oh my god, dude! That's just the bag that smells salty. So when powerlifting
shit right before they lift weights. You ready? Here we go.
No.
Oh, Lordy. Come on, bro. Get on it, bro. Come on. Here. Take it. Get it on 6 inches from the nose. Take a haul. It's good for you. I can't guarantee you. No, that was good. Oh, you're such a baby. Come on, you're a biohacker. You're a real man. Get it. Good stuff. Real man. Get in there, bro. Get in there. 1, 2, 3, go. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. And that was a fresh one. The fresh one's really hard. We have these in the green room in the comedy club. Can we get a dick? They're all things. Yeah, come back better. Come back stronger. I'm not getting support that.
Now I'm going to go down the rabbit hole of that.
You're going to want another one in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Round 2. Yeah.
Where were we? You're actually, something important.
I did want to ask you about cholesterol before we forget. Where did the narrative come from that there's good cholesterol and bad cholesterol, and that HDL is good, LDL is bad, you want to lower your LDL, you want to raise that? Where did all this?
So, high density lipoprotein and low density lipoprotein. The HDL, the high density lipoprotein, generally considered good cholesterol, and LDL, the low density, VLDL, very low density lipoprotein, are considered bad cholesterol because they're softer. Right? But what we know now is that the size of the cholesterol molecule matters a lot. In other words, the smaller the particulate size of cholesterol, the easier it is to cross into the arterial wall. It gets eaten by macrophage and form something called a foam cell, which is essentially this foam cell process of oxidized cholesterol is what is the genesis of narrowing of the arteries. But again, we have to remember that cholesterol is called sensitive information. So if you had two people, one with cholesterol of 100 cholesterol and another one with cholesterol of 129, does a person with 129 have a higher incidence of cardiovascular disease? Does the person with 129 have a greater risk of cardiovascular disease? No, just because they have elevated LDL cholesterol. Now, if you start to look at other things like C-reactive protein, which is great for cardiovascular disease, if you look at triglyceride cholesterol ratio, because remember, fat, triglyceride, is largely transported around the body on the surface of cholesterol. So if cholesterol is intense, the fuzzy yellow surface would be the fat triglyceride. And if you remember from high school geometry, the size of the sphere gets smaller. Its surface area to volume ratio goes up. So what that means is if I had two baskets of that is what is it?
Good question.
Ammonia? I remember Dr. Sargent would take these things to the wall. She would do shoulder injections on people who get bruises. She used to crack like this.
Yeah, these things are for boxers that got knocked down. So they got rocked into the corner, they smell and wake right up. Wow. Not really.
So let's say you have two basketballs of cholesterol. This is an oversimplified but you have two basketballs of cholesterol, and they're covered in triglyceride. And let's say I add more triglyceride to the bloodstream, right? Which happens when high glycemic carbohydrate. Why? Because part of the insulin's role is to block forms of energy metabolism that would allow you to burn fat, or to slow those pathways down. So essentially, you have two basketballs, and now I want to add more fat to the table. Those two basketballs become 4 soluble. If I add more triglyceride to the table, they become 8 basketballs. If I add more triglyceride, it's 16 golf balls. And if I continue to increase triglyceride, they'll become 32 little beans. So the point is, the amount of cholesterol stays stable. The amount of triglyceride went up. As the amount of triglyceride went up, the size of the cholesterol so 2 basketballs and the 32 BBs are the same volume of cholesterol, same nanogram per deciliter of cholesterol. Just fascinating. Those 32 BBs, very large. 2 basketballs, very little. One is actually a marker for longevity, one is a marker for cardiovascular disease, and it is the same amount of cholesterol, just different sizes. So different sizes.
I got my blood drawn a couple of years ago, and the doctor asked me if I was on cholesterol medication. He said, your cholesterol is really low. He said, you on medication? I said, no. But I eat most of the week.
Yeah, your triglycerides will usually go down. Your LDL cholesterol will go up from ketogenic. Dr. Peterson is his name. Did an unbelievable cardiologist did an unbelievable YouTube video on this. I actually did a podcast with Dr. Nassim Ultra, who is a cardiologist. Has he been here yet? Unbelievable. Shout out to Nassim. Cut Rabbi. And Nassim will tell you the same. And he fought the British Medical Journal and got publications that he was trying to have published, pulled because he was fighting on statins, which is the drugs in the world. We knew out of this that the centenarians that we were processing death claims. I don't recall a time during my career we had a death claim on centenarians to be over the age of 100 that did not have elevated levels of LDL cholesterol at the time of their death, because very often these people were dying in hospitals or assisted care living facilities, and we process the death claim. In order to get the death claim processed, you have to know, day patient cost of time, they have to get a death certificate. And these people were dying with elevated levels of LDL cholesterol, which you would think, when they have died a lot young from cardiovascular disease, and now the data is starting to become helpful, so these other metabolic issues like insulin, triglycerides, high blood sugar, that these are villains that precede cholesterol attaching to the triple end. So when we talk about metabolic health, we really shouldn't just isolate LDL cholesterol. We should be looking at blood pressure, heart, abdominal obesity, our sugars mainly, whether or not what our fasting blood glucose is, what the 3-month average of our blood sugar is, and hemoglobin A1C, make sure that's low, preferably 5.4. Looking at our insulin resistance develops a long time before a lot of these things show up, and looking at other inflammatory diseases, again, just generalized markers of inflammation, because most people are eating a very pro-inflammatory diet, and this is why I can't isolate one thing and say seed oils are what's killing Americans, vaccines are what's killing Americans, vaccines or fluoride in drinking water. You look at those toxicity of all of these things. We have fluoride, we have chlorine, PFAs, fluoroalkyls, we have microplastics, phenols. I actually did a test of myself and my entire family called a vibrant blood test. And it's a blood urine test. And essentially, it tells you whether you have mold, mycotoxins, heavy metals, all of these different things. I have BPAs in my blood. I would consider myself pretty on top of my diet. The amount of BPAs, there are traces of jet fuel, the aflatoxins, there are traces of jet fuel.
From all your flies?
Like accelerants, like aerosols, maybe from fly oil. My daughter had it in her blood too, and so did my wife. And then we all very similar species of mold, which we got rid of, felt a lot better. It was actually in my daughter's apartment. We actually ended up having a doctor with her break with these and moved her to a apartment next to us in Coconut Grove, Florida. But she was starting to have, and she's a nurse, and she was starting to have these extreme symptoms, just brain fog, joints were just killing her. In the morning, at the end of the day, her ankles were swollen, her mood started to collapse, like some valleys of the mood kind of went away. Johnson obviously is not trying to solve it. So I was like, we got to do this fire on this test this and I'll figure out what's going on. Just jumped off the chart. Our youngest one, she suffered from a chronic sore throat. And you know the viruses, the bacteria and mold, mortal wounds for years. We did penicillin and bacteria, right? And so we live in mold capital. Mold toxicity, it doesn't just, it's not just a constant infection, it has a latent phase, a dormant phase, and a spoiled phase. And so these mold infections, which a lot of doctors will tell you are complete nonsense, are absolutely valid. There are people that right now have severe brain fog, joint pain, they have really poor focus and concentration, short-term memory issues, they've got hormone imbalance, they've got water retention, they've got swollen ankles, and they cannot really figure it out. And they'll do it with standard blood testing. You don't see this on standard blood testing. And when you do something like a virus, you look at these, this mold toxicity, you get rid of it, you reduce the entire blood of it. It comes from amazing. My daughter, you go to the sauna, you've got binders, activated charcoal binders, high-dose glutathione, and everything else that you release want. This mold right now. People start to solve this time. In fact, I've been deep down the rabbit hole, a lot of the foundations on these autoimmune diseases. Because in my previous clinic, we had 150, 160,000 patients come through our clinic system. And nearly everything that we saw autoimmune disease was told by the doctors. You just look at the negative immune system. Right, so you have Crohn's disease, one day you look up infection, antibodies to cold, or hypothyroid, you look up one morning and your immune system's manufacturing antibodies to thyroid, so you have inflammation, so reacts on that, sugar, your blood, lupus, and we can just assume that God knows that the immune system is malfunctioning. Instead of taking a step back and saying, what if actually the immune system is acting properly? What if God didn't make a mistake? What if it's attacking the colon for a reason we just haven't figured it out? And if you just eliminate four things, old microorganisms, heavy metals, viruses, and parasites, just those four categories, I believe you will get to the majority of the genesis of autoimmune diseases. So, some of these autopsy studies on multiple sclerosis, for example, were 100% positive for certain colonies of helminths, which are parasites. And these helminth colonies were the large fungus were actually in the knowledge of 10 of the 10 autopsies that they did on multiple sclerosis patients. I'm not by any way saying anybody who has multiple sclerosis has parasitic infection, but there are healthy parasites. There's categories of helminths that are very, very healthy, and some of the underdeveloped countries in the world are actually have these healthy parasites, which we've wiped out for the large part here. They don't get multiple sclerosis, so they have very, very low intensity multiple sclerosis. And one of the theories is that because we have disrupted the balance of not only bacteria but parasites, and specifically TSA parasites, which are healthy parasites, that the pathogenic parasites proliferate and burrow their lung early into the pathogenesis of multiple sclerosis. My whole point is saying is if you take any pathogen, just take this one. So I don't know if you guys can see this, but let's say this was a most mycotoxin, or this was a heavy metal, or even not. And this was a healthy cell. You see that they don't hide like this, right? Metals, mycotoxins, mold, viruses, even some cases parasites, they don't hide on something cell because they hide like this. And inside the cell. I mean, when a virus, when the nucleic acid protein of a virus attaches to a cell and injects its DNA, that's the way that it takes over that cell. Kind of being bitten by the zombie. Right? I mean, a virus is not a thing. It's an envelope that's wrapped around the DNA. But when that envelope attaches to the cell wall, and it squirts the DNA inside, now the virus is taken over the host cell, right? So it's inside the cell. The point is that the immune system is not after this. It's not after the cell, it's after this. So how does it get to this? It has to kick down this wall. It has to break through the cell wall. And very often, in order to do that, it's to manufacture an antibody to this cell. If you look, for example, at for Hashimoto's, which a lot of people have, these people have Hashimoto's and they're told, okay, well, you look at one day and you're manufacturing antibodies to your thyroid. And so, well, why is it attacking my thyroid? Well, we don't know. What's your favorite history? Well, your mom's sister has it, and your dad's brother has it. Oh, you have familial Hashimoto's, even though there is no gene for Hashimoto's, so you could never inherit it from your ancestor, because it now runs in your family. You're told you have a genetically inherited disease, and now you have to subscribe to a lifetime of medication. Instead of taking a step back and saying, well, what would it call for without suffering? Look at the incidence of heavy metal toxicity, mercury poisoning, and Hashimoto's. Look at the amount of lead and mercury poisoning in Hashimoto's, because the thyroid has an incidence for heavy metals, and very often we treat it to the thyroid, the immune system rejects them. And look at the genesis of a lot of Crohn's disease. Crohn's disease has to do with a disruption of the single cell membrane of your gut that allows bacteria and other pathogenic contents that should stay inside the luminal wall of your gut. They leak out and they're in an area that they don't belong. The immune system is attacking them there. And then we want to hold the immune system responsible for the crime and say, hey, we're gonna arrest the police officer for what this criminal did. Those contents are in areas of the body where they don't belong. And so we're going to put you on an immunosuppressant, or we're going to put you on an immunoinflammatory, and we're actually going to stop the immune system from protecting. Instead of saying what contents could be leaking from the gut that are causing the immune system to light up, and you can just keep going. Lots of other diseases like this, atherosclerosis, a lot of these conditions. But mold, mycotoxins, metals, parasites. If I had ever told you that, I would accept it until I've done this. Yes. Interesting. So back to the narrative of HDL and LDL. How did it get formed that LDL is the bad cholesterol? Because the majority of people that had high LDL cholesterol also other factors going on in the body. And just like a lot of these randomized clinical trials, we look at things in isolation. We study one thing in isolation. One of the worst things we do in modern science is study human anatomy or human physiology or biochemistry in isolation. So we say we're going to take a cell out of the body, we're going to put it in the lab, we're going to look how it behaves in a petri dish, and then we're going to assume that when I put that cell back into the body, it's going to behave the same way. And so we didn't solve for all of these other factors. Well, what was the person's insulin? What was their fasting glucose? What was their hemoglobin A1C? What were their other inflammatory markers like C-reactive protein, creatine phosphokinase? What were the other lifestyle factors that were going on? And what you'll find is a correlation between high levels of cholesterol in people that have cardiovascular disease, but not because of the cholesterol, because of all of the diet and lifestyle risk factors that come around it. But we can build a multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar industry by just lowering this one biomarker. And when we lower this biomarker, if that biomarker is directly linked to all-cause mortality, if it were directly linked to the incidence of cardiovascular disease, then we would see in the population where we lowered this biomarker, we would see an extension of mortality, right? Because we said this biomarker was high in LDL. So if we lower it with statin, then we're going to see an extension of mortality. And lo and behold, we see no extension of mortality. So how is it continue to be reached? Because it's continued to be monitored. you have to understand that there's a box that is called the standard of care, and I don't subscribe to the fact that physicians are trying to harm you. In fact, I have disrespect for people that are licensed practice because I'm not one of them. And you know they go through a schooling to learn the practice within something called the standard of care. If you're outside of the standard of care, your malpractice is at risk, your reimbursement is at risk, your career is at risk. So you may very well be doing something that is in your scope of practice, but it is outside the standard of care. So most physicians will migrate back into the standard of care. So even if you go around to a bunch of allopathic doctors and get multiple opinions, they'll all be with this box. When you jump outside of that box, you've got to be talking to somebody who's willing to say, okay, you probably have to pay me cash. You probably have put my malpractice at risk. I don't have malpractice coverage for this type of treatment. Not because they're breaking the law, but because they're not within the standard of care. It's just like when physicians started to prescribe ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine for COVID. It wasn't the standard of care, even though there were millions and millions and millions of scripts written for these pharmaceuticals that were proven to be extraordinarily safe. I mean, our doctor was getting the right for joint pain, so she would potentially risk her license. So what happens is you develop a herd mentality, the system for reimbursement, how they get paid, the system for coverage, how they get malpractice coverage, and the system for their career is all dependent on certain things. And standard of care for someone with elevated LDL cholesterol is to put them on a statin. If you don't do that, you could be risking your license. And why is that? Because they take the standard of care. They also take the reimbursement. And so if you look at the study that was done in 2016 by Harvard, determined that medical error was the third leading cause of death. About Hopkins in 2019, but the Harvard study in 2016 is very clear that the third leading cause of death in America is medical error. And when you look into the study for why, were doctors just killing people? No. What happened was they looked at ICD-9, ICD-10, ICD-11 codes, how they're coding, the diagnosis of what's happening. I have to, as a doctor, I gotta sort of slot you into a diagnostic code so I can get reimbursed, you can get medication, and we can all get paid. But if I don't have a diagnosis to slot you into, I gotta pick something out of the next year's school. And there is no diagnosis or way for me to be reimbursed or to make a living. It's like, oh, look, Joe, your hemoglobin A1C is 5%. You're early stage pre-diabetic. You've got a little abdominal blood pressure is creeping towards the high side. Your fasting glucose is really high. Let's talk about some diet and lifestyle choices. Tell me what's going on. It's a typical day of your diet. Can I put you on a treadmill? Can I talk to you about your fasting? Can I talk to you about things like whole food diet? So, no, none of that. All of that is outside the standard. If something happens to you, and I have to practice with the standard of care risk. And so I think a lot of that is what's really exciting about laws. I think a lot of that is going to be change. You're going to see Bobby Kennedy and his team. You see Bobby Kennedy and his team have been empowered to make real change, not just getting poison out of all food supply and having the general authority safe guidelines. You look at food safety before we put it into public domain. But you're really going to see corruption in nutritional research, corruption in our governmental oversight bodies. How is it that we can have people that sit with the Drug Administration and regulate private industry, and at the end of that regulatory career go to work for the same industry before you regulate? And sometimes for 10 years what they want because it's regular. It seems to me like you would get arrested for that and not punished. Yeah. Right? I mean, they did that in securities. And 70, north of 70%, I think they have 94% of our nutritional research is funded by private industry. You know, we privatize the profit, but we socialize the expense. And by this I mean we socialize the tax subsidized medical system, Medicaid, Medicare, the expenses. Right? So the expenses go into the tax market, but the payments go to private industry. So we privatize the profit and we socialize the risk. And then the private industry that benefits from this doesn't even have a fiduciary to the patients that they serve. They actually have a fiduciary to the investor. And they can go to prison for not actually performing for their investor. They can't go to prison for not performing for their patient. So I make a pharmaceutical that goes into your body, but somebody invested in my company to make that pharmaceutical. My responsibility is to them, not to you. So now you get harmed. I'm held harmless. But if I harm him by not selling it to you for the right margins, he gets to put me in prison. It's mine. It's so ass backwards.
It's so ass backwards, and it's such an uphill sludge. I mean, what the current administration has to do, what Bobby Kennedy has to do, is sort of restructure decades and decades of what's essentially corruption.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people fighting on it.
I can only imagine because the amount of profit, when you're talking about this industry, the amount of money they generate is astronomical. And they're responsible for so much of the advertising revenue of mainstream media. That mainstream media not only will not cover the negative aspects of their drugs, but will heavily criticize anyone who tries to go outside the narrative.
Very true. I mean, look at this, this Strong Kids Commission. The idea is to try to go to schools, put physical education back into schools, get highly processed foods out of schools, and actually to fat shame kids, but to pro-body morphic encouragement. Like, yes, it's okay to not want to be sloppy and out of shape and to call that out, and to actually be physically fit and healthy. It's not you have to be there to gain status, but it's okay to not want to be fat.
Well, there's the reality. I don't think so. However, if someone pulls you aside and says, "Hey, Bob, you're overweight, and it's fucking up your health. It's really bad for you." If that makes you feel bad, and that feeling bad inspires a change in your lifestyle, your diet, and exercise routines, what do you do? That's positive. And sometimes you have to feel bad. Like someone has to give you an F for you to realize, oh my God, I'm going to fail in this class unless I study harder.
Yeah.
Like that's part of life. And you can't just coddle people and expect success. That's not how it works. It's one of the most important aspects of athletics, because athletics are very clear. It's a very clear formula that the more work you put in, the harder you train, the more results you get, as long as you're not overtraining.
Right.
If you put in the effort, you work hard, you will get results, and that's it's a vehicle for the rest of your life. If you can learn that at a young age, that's why I think athletics are so important. You can learn that at an early age, that the discomfort is necessary for growth. Like being tired, pushing yourself, working out when you don't want to, pushing yourself to the point where your body has to adapt and grow and become stronger is a part of this process, and it's beneficial. And through doing that, you will actually feel better. It is actually a medicine. If you could get the way I feel after I have if I cold plunge, have a hard workout, get in the sauna, stretch out, and then go about my day. If you could put that in a pill, people are like, oh my God, my new anti-anxiety medication is so incredible. My doctor is it's so incredible. I'm so happy that I went to this doctor because he's looking on the right stuff.
Yeah.
That pill, especially if it did all the things that exercise did without exercise, it would be the most valuable pill in the world. But getting people to feel discomfort voluntarily is so difficult. sedentary lifestyle and this lazy life and this entitlement that so many people have, where they feel like the world owes them something.
Yeah.
Instead of, I owe myself. I've got to work for myself. I've got to put off these feelings of, I've got to delay these feelings of, relaxation and comfort. Delay it. And give myself some voluntary discomfort so that I can feel true peace.
Yeah, I actually trademarked the statement, aging is the aggressive pursuit of comfort. Oh, it's not but also, aging is the aggressive pursuit of comfort. If you think about that for a minute, it truly is. The more aggressively you seek comfort, the faster we age. Right. So you really got to stop telling me that the outside is too hot, the outside is too cold.
It's not even really aging, right? It's deterioration.
It's deterioration.
Yeah, your muscles will atrophy, your bone density will decrease, your ligaments and your tendons will seek comfort. Yeah.
I mean, when has a cold plunge not sucked?
Every day. I don't want to do every day while I'm doing it. There's my little inner bitch is trying to talk to me. My little inner bitch has a little whispery voice though. It's like, but thankfully, the general is what I call the one part of my brain that I try to keep the most dominant. That's what I tell myself: shut the fuck up, shut up, Steve. Get in there. This is
I hear
unavoidable. Get in there.
I hear Dave Goggins in my head, like, get that. Call the fight. He's like, what does he say? Don't negotiate with yourself. My son and I went on this race called the Great World Race, which is 7 marathons, 7 marathons in 7 days. And I did a couple of half marathons and one full marathon. He did all 7 on all 7 in 7 days.
Oh, how banged up was he for the end of 7 days?
Yeah, he was. This was in November, so he's 24 now. He's 23 at the time, so this is like 5 months ago. And I guess at 23, you can't get killed by a bullet. Turns out my car to hate. Yeah, he was feeling it, but we took the David Goggins book with us and we read it. I was reading a chapter out of it every day, but it was a crazy experience because my son called and saw Karen production with us. And initially, this is so awesome. God, 7 days I was in Antarctica. Dude, by the 3rd marathon, I was in I was so exhausted and so much and I'd only done marathons. Got off the flight in Antarctica. All the racers go out and start running. I had these big timber boots on, this big puffy jacket, and I was just sitting at the start and I just was going to wait for myself. And as the race director, I'm like, how long are these loops? He's like, well, they're 6 point whatever miles, and there's 4. And I was like, I can easily do one of these. So I just went.
In the Timberlands?
In these size 14 Timberlands. which I immediately regretted because then the snow starts taking to the bottom of my Timberland. So I ended up actually marching and not really running. And it was so funny because my son has these spikes on, so of course he laughs from 5. It's like, Dad, what the fuck are you doing out here? I was like, I thought I'd give it a whirl. So I actually made 3 loops, so I got 18 miles. Oh, wow. He ran the whole 26.3. You get on the plane, and then you fly 5.5 hours in economy. Right, you fly 5.5 hours, and you land in Cape Town, South Africa, and you get off the plane and immediately run. And it's fall time. And then we so now you have one feet South Africa, and then it was like and I ran another half full marathon. And you was running for Australia and you have up and blue system. And the cool thing about this thing is you run on the inside of the run on your inside we did this thing, and this marathon was supposed to be a long trip. It was supposed to be a bit ridiculous at times. The got all the work in the park.
Welcome back to Timbus Shop. Thanks for tuning in as always. Join the Discord, join the Reddit, join our Patreon. We did an extra episode 80. You also do stand-up reviews on there. Some of the popular ones have been Rogan, Schultz, and Juror does that. Out of his ass. He says people talking in their butts. Also, I got a show coming up this Thursday at Brand Improv with Jerry Garcia. Also, April 27th at Flappers. Yeah, we're both on a Flappers show. I might be. I think I'm on it, but, you know, it's in the air. But it's not in the air. He's on the show. Okay, there we go. Yeah. It's been guaranteed. So, yeah, come to that. And then, but that's not why they're here. They're listed at the evolution. I'm going to be in San Diego on April 26th, the day before Flappers. And then at the Live Factory in San Diego on June 6th, 7th in San Diego at the Metro. I'm not a numbers guy, but then go to those shows. Alright, that's not why you're here, though. You're here to watch Timbus Shop, so start the timer at a cheap clip. Alrighty, we got way too many fucking clips to choose today, dude. It's a little different, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so we'll just ride the wave, you know? I'm going to start out with the most conducive clip today, right, which is episode 2 of something that we executive produce apparently. I know you've heard us again. Yeah. But yeah, no, I have not seen it yet. Dude, it is pretty Netflix. Pretty good. Never seen it. It's posted by Mo in the video editor. It's called Schwab Wars, episode 2, The Magic of the Mayor. And if it gets produced off YouTube, you know what I'm saying? It'll be on our Patreon this season. Yeah. A long time ago in a galaxy, not the state, far, far away. Yes.
And I still by the time we were there, I lost so much weight. And then you get to the hotel, you actually you got to the hotel and finally with the weight you're on, and I'm there
This is Life Inside LA Politics Baseball here. You guys will get this reference because it went viral for everybody in the world because the mayor of LA, Garcetti, piece of trash. He's been shoving masks down our throats for 3 years. Mr. Mask Save-A-Ho for 3 fucking years. And then he goes to the Super Bowl last year when the Rams won. He took a picture next to Magic Johnson without a mask. San Jose, I would wear a mask around Magic Johnson, right? You guys know why. Come on, it's early. Be cool, be cool. Don't make me say AIDS. Anyway, if I was in the same room Jack Johnson, I'd have a talking sense. San Jose Jack Johnson. Oh, dude, he pulled it from dude, that's awesome. Shout out to Brendan. Thank you, dude. Thank you. San Jose Jack Johnson.
I was so I was having a sentimental we're going to look back on this one day. Wish we were back here. But look at me.
This part's so fucking funny.
I was quiet down for like another 30 or 40 minutes. And I get shut down again. And you tell me what and then we had to get on the plane and talk. So,
interesting.
It was crazy.
That's showing genius too. Really good.
It was my
my friend Cam Haynes, when he was preparing for one of those ultra runs, when he went for 3 days of 240 miles, he was running a marathon a day.
I was hoping for a banana.
He was running a marathon.
This music is intense.
There's a guy right now.
It's been good for shop in general. Shout out John Miller stuff. It's just
Jake Nassif, this would be one of the sons of Shane Nassif. And he did 150 full distance triathlon in 150 days. When I was there, he was on 15 miles. I kid you not. It's amazing the body if you just continue to push it. The thing about Cam is Cam had been running for so long, for a year, and he had this perfect pace. Like this, yeah, it's not, well, his son, he's fucking crazy. His son just broke the world record in 24 hours. I think he did 10,001 in 24 hours. 10,001. So he broke it. So Goggins had a record. He broke Goggins' record, and then some fat Australia. That's it. He runs jeans on my side. Why? Just for a couple of weeks. He runs with Origin jeans. Have you ever used those stretchy jeans that Origin makes? They're fucking great. They're basically, I don't know if I've run a marathon. They're basically sweaters. They give you no resistance.
Damn, takes some shit out of me. You're not my North. You're not one of my North Star. Shop is misspelled, but it's awesome, dude.
He came in 7th place in Boston Marathon, and he is not built like a marathon. He's jacked. Yeah. I think obviously world tour.
Oh, there we put his kids on the
one of the ideas to
Oh,
carry
no, we gotta go with kids. Yeah, kids on your idea. Yeah, I mean, that's just it's an argument between directors and producers. Yeah, that's all the time. That's something if you're in Hollywood, you know about creative diversity. Yeah, I mean, we are working out, dude.
And I believe that
Dude, what'd you think? Fucking another game better than the other game, man. That was really, really, really funny. Yeah. Look at you guys. Oh, yeah, thank you. I was the video editor for the shout out, dude. You spelled my name correct. Wrong this time. Yeah, it's Jared. It's actually Jared. But anyways, let's get on. If that got produced, you can see it on our Patreon. But check this out, dude. This one's posted by Lamb TNS. It says, looks like Papa got tired of seeing all the killing performing and unfollowed the comedy mothership, dude. Oh, fuck. As you can see, you know he's following in the first place. Oh, yeah, totally 1,000 followers. Yeah, that's trouble brewing and shot brewing worse. Hopefully not, that's like Starsky and Hutch. We got some other picture posts too, so I'm trying to jump scare you. Yeah, Giannis 5'2", by the way. As you can see, probably got a niche on her. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the height stuff.
He does a lot of his workouts are not just like normal deadlifts, bench press, all that kind of shit. Some of his workouts he does carry things. Like he carries things like off one side or another. It's like, what is this, man? It's like,
When there's
mostly you see just as
adequately cooked. Sorry, I don't know if I mentioned the last time we used it, but this one's beige broccoli here. Network beige. Let's see here. This one's posted by Cooking Ski. Oh yeah, I saw this one for the weekend, dude. So everybody is working for the dick juice. Yeah, it's probably from like when he was in another costume. Or it's like it's like a automatic costume posture. Yeah. It was crazier, dude. Let's see here. Okay, so this one's posted by Skull Crusher 44. It's called The Shaw Rogan Comedy Conflict. Now we're getting into the clips, Jim. Okay, so let's see.
I've always loved coming here. It's like when I was like getting ready to go to a gig in Texas, I'm like, oh, that's fun. Go to Texas. It's like, let's go to Harry Chase, for God's sake.
And so I started looking into this idea, like what is it, what's the big deal about carrying from
And all the clips, it's like all three of them, dude, they blended in so hard.
It's the only state where there's
so that's not where I was. Yeah.
Every single shot, dude, I sell Texas. That's why I got that
So
tattoo.
I started doing that in my yard.
Houston's
So
good.
I started doing it
Houston's
farm
great.
style.
Antonio's doing it.
You know,
I
when I
would
run,
move to,
I
obviously,
just use
look
the
at me here, but
45
I'm moving to
pound
Fort.
weight.
That's Fort Worth terrain. That's real Texas. Fort Worth is
This
great.
is a fucking
Yeah,
psychopath.
that's a legend.
Why
Right
you got
there.
all
That's
clothes
true.
on too?
Yeah,
Because
Fort
it
Worth
takes
is
the clothes off. It's super
it
impressive.
has to. They're all talk about property.
I mean, the guy's enormous.
Some of them are just,
I forget it.
it's people weird with the want to headline,
Yeah,
you know,
again,
they
it's
know,
like 6, 7.
like you know, you're not really
Goes
good.
that way.
What are you talking about?
But it doesn't allow
Have this
clients
conversation.
to
I'm
walk.
not there yet. Condensation.
It's like it's very important for
It was
your
raining outside when we were
overall
talking. I took my favorite shirt.
not
I
just
took my favorite
to
shirt.
push stuff,
I was talking to Rabbi this morning. I was like, cannot listen to the podcast of you and you've had the club and all this shit and how fun it is. I know it makes me want to
I like the single
jump off a bridge. Because you want to give a shit about any of it. You can just do whatever the fuck you want to do. Sometimes it works. He does whatever he wants, and he's the leader of the pack. Yeah. Would you rate it? How'd you rate it? On a scale of Brady Chop and 10, would you rate it? Like Brandon's my boy, but he needs a hand. He needs someone like me around all the time. What do you do? Here's why. And he'll go, yeah, you're right. Or if you listen to the wrong people, which I've been, you know, guilty of listening to the wrong people, hey, you should do this, or you should do this, and you realize they don't have your best interest in hand. Then you go down that road, and now, dude, it's like, he can say whatever he wants when he's doing this. I'm just like, it makes sense. This shit, this whole, I know we've seen these things before, but the editing here, putting it all together, is a really great, like, this is what his head, like, previously seen on Jake. It's very on Jake Culver's Drake, or Jake Culver's Kendrick is stupid. Yeah, exactly. It's the two. There's not a big three, there's just big D. Oh, shit, dude. That's what that gets to. I don't talk to some of these people like, how long was that thing playing? Why did I do that? What about not to? And my family was really mad at Joe. Really mad. I told Joe this. Like, my dad was pissed. My brother was pissed at him for that. Like, you see, you know, it's a little embarrassing.
One series of
Who is the most hated man on the internet?
His name is Hunter.
Brandon Schaub is really Rogan is funny. Yeah. Like, he's got a good show. He's a good host. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, not sorry. Story, bro. Yeah, people are fucking banging on that, dude. Cool story, bro. Actually, listen to that laugh. Funny, like,
Yeah, I think it's actually 25 pounds.
And I'm in Nashville next Thursday. 2 shows one night. Only at Satan's in Nashville. I'm at the Step Mothership Vulcan. Friday, Saturday. Bring on it. So straight out. The fuck out. It's been out for 4 weeks just watching it. Just watching it. What's it? Just the fuck out. Just watch that. Well, they're here for that. Those days are over. Just figured out on your own. I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I gotta be spending too much time. And I just gotta be home at, oh my god, I can't miss Tiger's games. Can't miss my Boston growing up. Baby girl. Just, I can't, dude. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I'm freaking tired. I will say this, though.
But I'm doing like, when I'm really training hard.
When I watched this shit, my family was pretty mad that Rogan released this. Like, my dad was mad. My brother was mad.
So
My
now
mom was like, what the fuck? I was there.
I take a 10-pound dumbbell and I hold
it's
it
like,
in my
dude,
right, I put my
get
goal
fucking
right
shot,
on. So
dude.
I put a
My
10-pound
whole family's
dumbbell
furious.
right on.
We used to sit,
And then
we would, every night, even though they're in a different part of the country, the freeze cheese being going on. And now I can start that. My bad, dude. I thought I saw an opening there for a second. I wanted you to keep going. Oh, okay. But, yeah, I mean, I could do that for 10 minutes, though, you know. Yeah,
Exactly. Oh, I understand what I said. Oh, okay. I fully understand. Oh, okay. Well, let's go to the next one, dude. I guess that when I think about all the times where people are conditioned shyman, dude, it's just like the guy is a beast on the mic and they can't handle it. You're right. Dude, I mean, you said it well. Yeah. Anyways, let's go to this one. This one's supposed to be my Astro Creeps. It's Steve brings up the Shaw Brown fight with Ronda Rousey. Let's see here.
Okay, I have a question. In watching Travis knock out your unnamed ex-boyfriend, and he said that as you watched the fight, you felt like you could hear him say, like to this partially conscious, dude, like, Ronda says, fuck you. And I'm dying to know, did he actually say that? No.
I like this. What I like about Steve-O is that he seems to have pure, real joy when he discusses Brendan Shaw's fucking mishaps and mistakes. You know, like when he was talking with Tony Hinchcliffe about the paper cuts or whatever. He was dying laughing. And then, oh no, we didn't lose anyone because I think we lost it. We keep talking about, oh yeah, so, yeah, and he's like, is he trying to, he's gonna interview other people, just everyone. He's gonna be interviewing Jay, he's like, so this whole track, he was like, he was like, at the end of the day, so I heard through the grapevine that there's one time where Shaw's brother thought that you were him. Isn't it weird how Andrew Schultz talks like you, but he doesn't look like you? Master of thinking, yeah, I don't know what's happening with the internet, so maybe the stream levels are a good boost right now. So let's go on to the next clip. There's more to that one, but shout out to the chef. You can check him out on Chase. This one's posted by Icarus Lives. It's called Vince's Kitchen. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, so I used to do all that. Yeah, and then but I wasn't doing very close.
That's like us watching. You now know how Gordon Ramsay fails from watching Chin Lips. Yeah, I definitely enjoy my Gordon Ramsay arc with fucking burger pizza, dude. Can you imagine going to Chin's apartment as Gordon Ramsay and you're just like looking around, you're looking at this stuff, you know, the thing he does where he like wipes dust off his head. Trying to feel disgusting. And he looks at the burger pizza and he's like, this burger pizza, mayonnaise, what? Mayonnaise, wild onions, burnt onions. Let's see. Oh, fucking shit, I think the internet's fucking with us right now, dude. Alright, so we're back, let's do this. Nice.
Cell phone signals, I think they have an effect.
They got that Slugcast in the camera. I got that Slugcast in my house. Hey, Shannon's in Trinity, you don't know how to cook it all, dude. Fucking Steven. Dude, yeah, another character had just did a shit. Let's see here. Okay, so we might still have internet problems, but that'd be fine. This one's posted by, I think, one of the mods, right? Thurman, Brian. Oh, yeah. Yeah, great guy, never met him. Let's see what this is about. It's called Theo, Jelly Roll, Chris Stefano, Schultz, Mark Norman, all of other careers to Brendan. The delusion is insane. Oh my god, let's see.
Curtis Jurgens should have been an agent because he picks vacancy talent. 5 years before it happened, before it's full. We saw it with Theo, the season with you, season with so many people were just like, that guy's gonna blow up. He would always just be like that guy, tell me, look out, even before Jelly was big, if you went to Nashville to check out Jelly, guys had to write themselves like Nostradamus. Who else is if I'm not going to drip to hell? How would you make? I don't know, but I think it's funny that he had the I think it's funny when people like blacks it without having the voice. Oh yeah, like yeah, when I go to Nashville, I have my chicken with Jelly. But Andrew Schultz and like bro, I had the chicken with Jelly. I hit my guy. My boy. I hit my guy, my boy. Hey, when you go to New Jersey, your boy got a chicken with Joey Coco. You got a chicken with other Coco. Brands always got a chicken with other brands. Like if I'm in your brand city, I'm like, what up? I hit the phone hard, bro. Blue on blue. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got iPhone. Yeah, I don't want to see no green bubble. So you have to green? I didn't know you was like that, though. Whatever I am, Jelly Roll's brother, bro. For sure, Jelly Roll's brother, Ian Sandwich, has a green bubble. I know his name is Green Bubble, and his also I knew I got it. That's good. But he also has green bubbles. Alright, let's see here. The internet's trying to confuse us leftist, right? The narrative that my internet is bad. Yeah, it will every amount of Patreon subscribers so I can get better sponsors. It's a scheduled thing. They schedule it right before they do it. Yeah, this is us being shadow banned. Yeah, we're being shadow banned by internet. This one's posted by Important Jeweler 67. It's called Rick taking the absolute piss out of Charles Schwab to his face will always have a place in my heart. Let's see. This has been great. It's been fun, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. I know you've been good. I'll tell you what. Thank you, man. Oh, man, that's nice.
Why would you have 100%
Thank you so much for tuning in to Yeah, dude, I love Shaw's reaction. Like, I'm shocked. I want to come back to what Shaw thinks. How does he react to something like this? What is the director doing? Let's see what he does. Take your shoes off. My name's Rick Glassman. This is Charles Schwab. Please follow him at Brendan Shop on Instagram. And you can also check him out on The Fighter of the Kid, or you can check him out on King of the Sting, or you can check him out on stage, or you can check him out on the Showtime thing that he does, or just give him a call. I'll put his phone number up here. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name's Rick Glassman, and as always, have a sad night. That's good. Yeah, I'm just like, cool. Cool story, bro. He does all that. I'm like, great. He's like, that's probably the best anyone's ever told me, dude. In his mind, he's checking off all the things. He's like, wait a minute, you got all that? It's a food truck diaries. Yeah. It's cool, like, hey, Glassman, so there's this one time when you had Chop on, and you called him Charles. Did he like that? Alright, let's see what this is about, dude. We got a shout out to the Cappuccino, you know. Yeah, I saw this. This is a great one. I haven't seen it yet. Let's see. This is posted by Brain Rosa Alexandros. It's called JJ Watt, referring to a guy who claims to have a cup of coffee in the NFL. Let's see. For a lot of people say, like, I played in the NFL for a cup of coffee because, like, they came in for their 3 weeks before training camp, got cut, and they never actually played to an NFL game or something. But that's another big difference between them and
you have to be careful with aerobic.
It's crazy. Football players do, just like us. Yeah. Right? I mean, we drink a lot of coffee. Yeah, shot, drink coffee, and then I guess a lot of guys drink coffee while they're practicing. That motherfucker homeless as hell, bro. JJ Watts confirmed homeless. Yeah, shout out to JJ. I think he was also in the bird video, right? Was he in that? I don't know.
Using 60 days.
Doing the push-ups? One of the wild okay. Yeah. Yeah, dude, he's like, enough of this shit, I gotta speak up. Yeah, dude, I'm sure both my brothers are homeless. Yeah, dude, virtually identical. We got there's a lot of random shit cuts in here, dude, so apology for the jump scares to people. But this is OK Cupcake 8101 posted this one. It's called I think the point of food is to keep it in your mouth and chew, whatever. Let's see here. It's very delicious. Why? Yeah, we gotta have to do something about these clips on here too. I don't like seeing it. He's not. I mean, that's like it was it the first time you've ever eaten a bun. Yeah, dude, you're letting it fall out of your mouth, dude. I know. Shut up, going everywhere, dude. That straw for that sandwich is just disgusting. That's the way. It's like so much protein is falling out of that, dude. I would understand if you let some of the shell fall. Or is he like, or sorry, it's like as if he doesn't want it to, too. It's like he's looking at like, wow, it does seem like that. Yeah. Or is it that he's like a comedic genius? He's like Jim Carrey style, falling out of the mouth, being wacky.
Biological equivalent of
you know, if it smells like wacky and it looks like wacky, it might be wacky, but he's being pretty serious. It's just one sense of wackiness happening. You're not just trying to see something wacky. I said it kind of deficit system. Yeah. And you know, I think more power to you, B. You know, playing these clips is always dicey because it's a Showtime thing or a thing. But fuck you, dude, we ball. This is posted by One Usual 4460. It's from the Grammys to pulled hammies. The follow-up needs to be studied. And it's a great shot, dude. I just want to marvel at this really quick. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Whoa, yeah. Well, slow-mo. Vanderpump Rules type deal. Yep, there we go. I actually was on Vanderpump Rules slow-mo shot. Or what is it? Set day. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was so many hot chicks. Just that's cool. Yeah, nice. It was a dark time. Special time, dude. Yeah. All right, let's get back into some podcasting. That's what we discuss here, bro. Yeah. This was posted by Brandon Queen 3. Update on coaching Little League. Asterisk T has attitude problems. Uh-oh. Do you want to guess what's going to happen here, or just want to let it roll? His son's not playing hard enough. Bro, I already have an issue with the fucking jersey. Oh, what does it say? Oklahoma. Yeah, why? He's got a king fucking motorsport hat on, dude. Yeah, I mean, he just has the most shirts. I used to think it was the shoes, because he's all in the shoes, but the amount of shirts that he has, sports jerseys in particular, has got to be. I mean, how many closets does this guy have? Does it fit? Like 1,000 closets. Well, and then he just started pitching, and they had him starting pitcher and then batting fourth, right? So he's like a little tiny. And his mom knows baseball. They live inside the family, like he sleeps and lives. They know baseball. Her mother went very far baseball. They went to all his games. They know baseball. See, once we get it, and I feel like the reason he's saying it so many times because they don't know baseball. Well, yeah, I mean, that's actually, you know what? That is probably what it is. It's the opposite. But what I was thinking, my painted narrative brain, was he saying it over and over again because they're the team. He's doing coded Mexicans stuff. Like the Mexicans love baseball. They're fucking balls. Yeah. So that's why I think he's. Oh man, let's see here. Baseball. When Tiger first started pitching, Joe goes, he doesn't like pitching. What are you talking about? And I was, coach there too, so I just
just go. I want to tell you the pitch, and then they had him start, and I'm a coach there too, so I just go as fast as the words that come out. It's like he has these mannerisms he just always has. Yeah. He's always like loves playing baseball, and then just at the game, I was like, hey, you're going to close out the game, let's go. And he tells them, we usually have on the platform. So he does that thing, strikes out 3 guys, but he's like, his mood is awful, his attitude's awful, and that's not like, what the fuck, he's going on? I don't even know, man. So then he goes in for the second inning, throws a strike, but he threw over at this level, he threw for like 60 pitches, so he take him out. His attitude's awful. I couldn't figure out so his attitude was different. The worst you've ever seen. I'm like, that is not myself. You have to worry with Brendan that he really thinks that, though. Like, literally, it's like, wait a minute. He's like, and we get back and I'm talking to him, and I was like, yeah, I don't get it, man. You haven't been pitching that long. You can pitch, dude. Like, most kids can throw strikes. You're striking kids out. You're not excited about it. What if deep fake story is a punchline at the end of this? Like, he goes, what's going on, man? Like, why are you so different? Is because he pulls this off the kid to take this. You live your brain today. Promo code shot. My wife, she knows baseball. Trust me, she knows baseball. She knows all the baseball she knows. Dude, I know right now. She works. He keeps good. That would be what he would do if he's funny. Damn it. Throw some jokes in this story, Brandon. Something else that works for my son, Magic Mind. Dude, I forced my son to have Magic Mind green, blue chew. He's hard as fuck out there pitching those balls, dude. Look at the ridiculousness of the rain that's in. It's like blue and purplish. What kind of flavor is that? We need to get it. Bro, we need a bigger studio. We need more rain. We need a fucking studio, more rain. Right? Let's go for it. What are you going to say? So I was going to say, dude, I thought you were going to say more thing. I was going to do it. My bad. You go ahead. Please go. Bigger rain, bigger studio, these chairs, Magic Mind, Black Rifle, Blackfish, an orca, pictures of an house with cylinders like Pete Davidson, and that with a bunch of guns pointed towards her, right? Yeah. Kilo slice, that would be amazing. And then we could start slinging. That's what I was going to say. Someday. I wasn't going to go spoiler alert, but the rain energy drink that's in this thing is on already. I'm pretty sure that's the new flavor. Sour gummy worm. Right. Dude, is it anything like cherry lime? I don't know, because I wouldn't, as I said, drink that again. But, yeah. They don't have cherry lime weed there, dude. That's reserved for raccoon treaties only. You ain't got it, right? Not like that, Brad. Not like us, dude. There's levels to this shit, Brad. We don't have internet here, dog. Our studio comes with no internet plan, bro. We ain't got nothing on the wall, dude. Signing stickers, Brad. He was like, I don't know if you want to, like, maybe he didn't understand what's going on with some kid. Well, the thing is, and what I realized last night is, I was missing the signs. He doesn't like pitching, but I was like, oh, do it. Like, the team never do this. So that's on me. Notice the love part, the one on the right, or the on our left, is just there. It's a gun, dude. It's a gun. This is a gun pointed at his side. The CT is scary. So you don't like pitching? Oh, it's interesting because I'm just drinking out my favorite shit, and it's a little different. And there's ladies in the crowd tonight. Look at the ladies in the crowd saying, you're going to do bad in front of them. There's a lot of ladies in the bleachers. And he said this, he was just because I'm good at something doesn't mean I have to do it. Big boy statement. And I was like, well, what you do, right? I didn't say that. And then, but see, what I realized is he doesn't know how to, he doesn't know how to deal with failure.
I can't even say it the way he said it. Failure. I think he said failure. But that's almost right. He said, I don't know. He said failure.
And then C, what I realize is he doesn't know how to deal with failure. And I think
Failure. He almost got failure. I think he got closer than I thought. But it sounds weird too.
all the stuff we've done, so shit's dominant, gifted, right? Nobody could have better. Took everybody down. Football, undefeated. Never had any issues. MVP, no issues at all. Baseball, yeah, the season 8 months in. Made the all-star team, made the travel team, MVP of the team. Didn't know how to fail MVP. Now, what's different, more competitive, he's never pitched before. A lot of that he's got off with his athletic ability. He's put a lot of work in. Pitching, you can. Just because you're pitching on your faster, pitching gets yourself sometimes. But pitching is mechanics. You don't have the mechanics, and he doesn't have those tools. So when he throws a ball or he's down on the count, he doesn't know how to manage it. So he's getting really
Day Junior. It's a boring shit. He ain't missing a word. He's bored, but yeah, I'm pretty bored. God damn. I want him to start talking about workouts, dude. Or something like interesting, dude. So he wasn't good at pitching, so he had to go to SeaWorld. Yeah, and I'm like, yeah. And so I brought my hero wands out and we started fucking eating fish together, dude. Yeah.
straight. And like there's so much pressure. Yeah, and he just. I said that I was talking to the head coach last night. He's like, dude, T just laughs nonstop. He's the life of the team. He has so much fun. He's hitting over and doing his thing. He goes, if you've noticed this season, he's not smiling as much. So the only thing that's changed is pitching. I was like, all right. So then last night, T was just about to go to bed. I woke up and went, hey, buddy, spent this long talk about his attitude. And I just told him, I said, hey, you're not going to pitch anymore. And he was so like, wow, dude, I couldn't sleep. I felt so bad. Like, how did I not see it? All right.
Oh, man. I know you didn't see it. You're drinking too much Tucker. So I was hoping that they would right now and be like, you're going to keep pitching. But here's a free raise. But I think you're going to like it and give us some sour gushy words by rain. Tries it up.
I want you to go until he shows signs. I think everybody else can see it, but I think because of the level sports I play, I was like, how did I not see these signs?
You already said this. Dude, what the fuck? There's no repeating in baseball. There's no baseball repeating.
Figure it out. We're taking the fun out of it. Like, these are fun.
Foot, dude, you always have that foot. Dude, that's why I like this show, because it's fucking fun, Goose. Yeah, you don't play baseball for the butts of it. Oh, man. There's a never-ending stream of fucking bullshit here that FO's connects for fun. I was wondering the whole time, like, why is there an FO? Because he's a fighter. That's right.
He has fun doing it. Stop. I know you're out there. That's the FBI.
Listen, bro, it's the same color as Hachiro.
Stop it. Awful. Well, you apologize also. We're going to last through these semester signs. I think part of the problem is because I'm so close to all movies with him and with the team. So you can dude, this is dope. Listen, I'm always with the teams that work so hard. I can't be expected to just know people don't like to do things they tell me they don't like to do. I wasn't, but you like to do it. You don't like to do it. Dude, this is what I was saying, but we were talking about we were waiting for some. Yeah, I think this is an old script. Oh, fuck. It's posted by Max and Weiss. It's called O.J. Simpson Dies at 76. He was accused of murdering Hollywood actress Nicole Kidman.
that's why.
I don't think I've ever seen this dance.
Like
O.J. Simpson can't make money off
other times where you're
But you can't profit off of the part that you put in.
But like I thought he does that thing with NFL where he gets money. O.J. does it, but that's different. That's just football. I know, but they're not paying him because he were a crime kid. Oh, fuck, dude. I don't think I have seen that movie, dude. That was great. They're not paying him because he did that. That means not like dating Miley Cyrus's daughter. I'm praising OJ because he killed fucking Kate Winslet. Because you
and so and it has to
restaurant to the argument. I know, but like while he was in prison, he was still getting that nice. He probably talked to them. He's like, guys, listen, you're great, but you gotta stop making fun of me. He's like, I'm gonna fuck up things, dude. That's in my thing. It's not on my show. Two things are right. I came here to fucking talk, or I came here to fuck up names and chew bubble gum. Let me tell you something. I never had any bubble gum.
But
I got Team Daddy. This was supposed to be a haphazard one of our guys. It's called He Learned It From You, Papa. He Learned It From You. Do you want to guess what it is or not? I think he's cooking eggs. Some fucking chick. We're cutting people off, I think. Yeah, that's always kind of smart. Let's see here. So, you're a tiger. The other day, you go to school. Girls in the corner. He's like, I take a lot. My friend, chocolate, give me chocolate face. I'm like, because it's not real. Because it's not. Yeah, you're right. That's great. That is an insane thing to say. Why would your son say chocolate face? How old is I feel bad. I just said it right now. That's 2 words I should. Chocolate City? Okay, that's cool, right? Oh, yeah, that's your nickname, yeah. Call me Chocolate Face. Those are your friends, Danny. Yeah, dude, that is very strange. Yeah. There's not right speech so out here. I was when I see hilarious. Immediately, don't call your new friend Chocolate Face. No, it's just guys. Oh, that's you know, people are doing it nowadays. They'll make themselves like their own makers. So they're well, they go chugging down there, they go chocolate face. How do we not see this stuff coming? Oh my god, dude. Yes.
Because I do what's called
he's just in the lab. He's like Kanye West. What's that with lyrics in there? Before summers or just creating fucking vultures 3
I don't work with him ever, but I do see my chocolate face. So like say if I have 7 chocolate, right? And I'm doing things if I do chocolate, that's why you just
all right, enough. Stop saying it. It's just a light chocolate. Chocolate friend. Yeah.
If I put a failure, I don't know.
I was just looking on Snapchat.
But I don't do fail. And then I put it down, and then I wait
he's like trying to Eric's like, all right, okay, that's enough of that shit.
several minutes more.
Well, yeah, I said Snapchat though, right, guys? They're all in their 50s. We all are on Snapchat, right? And Crystal, thank God he's using the subject Snapchat. He's like, oh, fuck. He's like,
You get the same amount.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's crazy. You know, when Chop got the seeds and now start rotating, it's going to be different. Bro, when I get back on Snapchat, bro. All right, let's see the next clip here, dude. Great clip happened. You can see the internet does not like us today. Red bar for every clip here. Another half has a thing, dude. He's watching. It's called He Flipped His Truck, so he was invited to race a Class 1 vehicle. Alright, like, no weird periods. Is the Class 1 vehicle fucking out? Let's see. I'm not saying that love the player check thing. I don't know what it is or why it happens, so it makes you say that.
So the way he says it is, he
What's
says
up, guys? Welcome back to the channel.
skill.
Now, last time you
And
saw
that you
me,
shouldn't
I
take
flipped
skill
my
to
T-Rex.
he doesn't believe in all these
It's terrible.
workouts
Worst
people
moments of
want
my
to
life. Got something good did come out of this whole mess.
Fox
Fox News did. Extensive background novel racing.
I understand. I'm not. I don't think so.
Actually,
One
shake
time
this
we were
up.
doing this
You know what I really
podcast and we were drunk and we all went to
He's
see
been
it.
doing so
I
many
don't think
clips.
I don't
His
think so.
fucking beard
But
is starting to
I've
become
expressed it 15 times. I don't do it.
I thought you were going to say it as kind of as like a C. He's a C on his face.
No bench pressing. I don't bench
Wild.
press.
If you did
But you
kind of threes, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you might, I know you're saying 2 C's, 3 C's right there.
yeah, so I don't
That's
know
like you say 2 3 C's. I did not see that coming. If I said I had a C on my face,
every day.
build some crazy vehicles, a lot of horsepower. You need to learn how to properly drive these things so you can grip and take have some fun. Let's do it. Show me the way. What do? Well, connect you with some of the best off-road racers in the world, and you should probably compete in the mid 400. I said, say less. He was telling me there's a bag on the floor. I said, I'm going to scoop that up. Say less, he like would use that in a part of a meeting where I say like people on his board. They're talking about numbers. He's like, say less, King. We are investing in neutrals. So then I went to Nashville. You know, I got to check in with Jelly Roll when you're in Nashville. Say less, did that. You know, scooped up the bag, drove up a fucking butt, class 1. Hey, Brandon, what did you say when they were like talking about that mid-race? Say less, bro. Say less, King. Weren't you like behind freaking jump during that whole race and then you got last place? What was that like? It's just so I jumped with the rigid race team. They put me in a class 1 car. These things are fast. These things are wild. It was so much fun. So I tell my buddies, they saw me post all the cool highlights in Arizona, me doing my thing, you know, and BJ Baldwin, Brian, give me taking runs like class 1's wild. First race in class 1 vehicle. I was like, that's awesome. This is what everybody does, right? That's insane. BJ's been doing it for years before I get in class 1. I'll figure it out. But being in that class 1 car, it was so much fun. I thought that's what you did. So much horsepower, so fast. You know, one thing I'll say about Brendan is he fully commits to bits sometimes. Like this whole truck thing and driving thing, he is really trying very hard to get it to be like his thing that he does. He's driving in the desert somewhere, some car, I keep saying class 1, which is a little bit tilting, but he's doing it. He's doing something. Class 1 with 3 C's, dude. He does it. Real clear rocks and never think was possible. I thought that was just what everyone did. So fast forward, a few months goes by, your boys put in the training, put in the time, get used to the vehicle. I cannot wait. I arrive in Vegas, and I find out that the rigid vehicle is having massive issues, and it's not going to be ready to race. This happens, so there's nothing new to them. It's devastating to me.
With the electrolytes.
What do you do now, man? I'm dying inside. I was my time, it was Eugene's time. My manager, my brother's here. He was all excited. He's been training with me. I was like, the trip's rolling. Sure, I'm always feeling down. Got in the car, put on all this work, and then the line of mustache looks like a C. It sounded a bit like a rigid residency. It's not going to happen. You got Street Princess in the dirt. All you need to do to fix a rigid car, you know what to do. You turn off traction control, you go Bahama. Don't bring it stick. I'm going Bahama. You flip the rigid truck, that's what happened. My friend for 15 years, the great Dom Towers. There's another post on James where he's right. Doesn't follow Brendan Chow. Doesn't follow? Yeah. Hilarious. 15 years, he can't be followed. Yeah, but I'm not a numbers guy, dude. He just follows so many other people. Yeah. As I get this phone fighting bug, put the brakes on the floor, but it's tough. You know, it's a stick shift. Finesse this thing and get this through the track, through this entire mental run. That's what, man, if you can get through the mental run and focus on your love, you can do this, my man. If you don't die, let's finish it up. Let's do it. And you know, I'm signed up for mental run. All right, impressive, dude. Yeah, dude. I mean, very impressive. Only 1,000 can do it, dude. Less than that, I think. 400. I think. Yeah, so what we do on the Patreon, we wait for 3 episodes of, you know what I mean? Because it didn't come from us, it's not 3 episodes. But we'll be watching and reviewing those. It takes about 4 or 5 months to film, right? Yeah. Yes, it could be a year. Yeah. That was a race. Volkswagen, sure. In a hybrid Corolla, dude. In last place. Yeah, in last place is Mr. Cooney with small teeth and big gun. 4105. It's called Papa Podcast. New chef at Chango Seafighter buying views on socials and begging him not to do it and ignoring the advice of the beast. So WWE got your show. Oh, never heard of him. I mean, he's a great guy. So there's a jail sentence on Michael Bisping's. They were like, why? I'm just going to buy views. I paid this person not to. I had to walk through exactly why this is a terrible, terrible idea. Like, well, I've got a sponsor who's paying me 20 grand. I'm going to reinvest 10. It's like, just do some work like that. You can't game the system. What you can do when there's a facility on the back end of YouTube is that if you have a 30-second promo, you can boost that. That's basically an advertisement. That's no different from saying this Saturday on pay-per-view, you know, Bobby Wilson staying the story. But when you buy views for your actual videos, you are baffled. YouTube has 6 algorithms. All they do is try the best they can every day to serve the right content to the right people. But when you add thousands of bots into it, you're giving them yourself, dude. Fuck this guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm sure he's a marketing genius like what is he? Some British air sauce on it? Yeah, dude. Oh, is that your fucking takeaway, dude? Sorry for cussing so much, but I'm just livid. Yeah. Oh, Brandy, no, I think I know how to do it wrong because I just started out with the dialect. Shut up. Suck me off, dude. That's what Brendan's gonna say. You freaking, like, mod a truck? Yeah, what are you even doing there? Yeah, dude. Right? How many shoes do you own? What kind of car do you drive? Yeah. Who owns a car? I drive a truck. My life's got sauce all over it, dude. Yeah, right. And, yeah. And, you don't want bots with fat asses commenting on your shit? I'm sorry. I can't help you in there. Dude. Go back to wrestling, WCW or whatever. Yeah. Get our fish off. What is that? Fucking biscuit with sauce on it? Okay. Yeah, dude. Banger and mash. Fucking bitch. Sorry, I'm so mad right now. It's okay, man. Chill out. It's alright, dude. It's all good. It's all good. I'm not even mad anymore. Okay. This one's posted by a deleted account. It's called Why Is He Like This? I hope it's not PP stays in the front, dude. Oh, no. I think it might be. I remember that, like, this guy looks really familiar, though. Oh, the guy in the here? Yeah. Oh, well, have you seen this stuff yet? No. It's pretty funny. Let's see. Just Chris's son. Oh, you don't see. Oh, God. You're giving it away. What? You really think that's funny?
a baby girl, that's a boy. Waluigi. I started really? Like on wow. Like full on clear evidence of CTE. Right? This is what you show the judge. Or the jury. You'd be like, okay. Yeah. He says he doesn't get it. And then he says he started it. Wait, you guys told him on Adderall? What the fuck? God knows what Adderall really does to him. He's on so many different things. They're counteracting each other, dude. It was pretty sure. Yeah, they can team us all together. Alright, so this was posted by Brotify. Great user. Brotify best braids for the earth. It's called Dicey Dicey. Whatever happened to Rick's announcement that he was going to be a weekly regular in Texas on Louder with Rifter? Let's see. I haven't seen this yet. Who's that? Loser. He's like a Joe Rogan's just too confusing. Like, he didn't have time to be a stand-up. He was a stand-up. One, and he got fired because they were like, you're not funny, and now he's going back and it's funny, it's hilarious. When I was at the Comedy Cellar, when he auditioned, the owner had seen him on Fox. I was like, I like a conservative voice, and then I got to watch him just eat the hottest of hot dicks for 5 minutes on a Sunday. And I'd see him tomorrow, so I laughed thinking about what a loser he is. We gotta get him on the pod, Aaron. Gotta get Tucker. I want Steven Crowder's wife on the pod with the kids. God damn, yeah, dude. Like, as I said before, I've done a full 180, or let's say 360 to mess it up. But yeah, no, I mean, he's coming out. The kitchen fire, the post comes up. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna, like, whenever somebody asks me who's your favorite comedians, I'm gonna go check it's just like, with 3 C's, dude. There's 3 C's in this game, yeah. It's spelled like K, but really the K. Yeah, well, movie we called it, Publication and title was in the wrong. Yeah, dude, that was weird. Did you see that? In and out, jam. I got see them trying to do the work again. I'm so sorry. Oh, man. All right, well, I'm feeling more redacted already. Let's see here. This is posted by Haphazard. It's called Highlights from the Chin Vlog. You know this is going to be fucking jam-packed with, good content. Yeah, some gunfire, some gunplay. Let's why are the cops always after him, dude? Yeah, well, because they know where the crime is being. Sir, put down the condom fish.
Yeah, like someone was trying to help people to run alcohol.
Sir, put down the burger pizza.
Most of the guys that I race
At this moment, I'm trying to go fish, but I also have a work call in like 10 minutes. So it's kind of a struggle, but let's see what I can do before I do the work call. Let's see if I can troll and do the work call. You know what? No, I'm not doing that. I'm going to freaking do the work call first. Gosh dang it. You know what? Screw it. I'm putting one money out. That's great. Put it out, we're trolling. Now to the work call. We troll. So I'm going to keep trolling at about 2 miles per hour. And, do this work call. Alright. So you guys want to see me catch a fish right now? We shall see. Yeah, that'll be awesome.
Yeah. So, lot of fun, you know. Fishing, he has like the energy of that guy who's here that's remote for fishing. It's good. We're having a lot of fun.
Trout, bass, crappie, bluegill.
And so
I'm actually making.
What if it was like Barack Obama, fucking Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos on the call? I'd be my big boy. Alright, guys, like this shit, like they're in fucking tech, Silicon, big town. Working on thumbnails when I'm too chin. I'm fishing. Calabasas is the Silicon Valley of the Redemption podcast. I'm lost. I'm trying to make it catch a fish.
One of the biggest restaurants that was like cooking fish like well, moves are no different. I say, just do whatever move you want. You serotonin. So now any move that you go to assemble that requires serotonin, you can't manufacture. So now you have moves.
Just a quick update. No fish. Still trolling. So we're gonna keep trolling all the way down to the dam and see what happens. But you know, I gotta be honest. I'm not feeling that confident. However, I do feel like there's a chance. So we shall see. We shall see.
So like Chan is like doing this fishing bit, and he's fishing. He's talking about fishing a lot. You think Brendan stole the fish thing from Chan? No, I think Brendan showed Chan blackfish, and he lost. He just jumped the shark and was like, I'm hungry. Hilarious. He watched blackfish and got hungry. That's it. The hilarious take is like watching blackfish make you horrid. Not just fishing, but also eating fish. You see this horrifying documentary. I gotta get fish. I gotta eat at work. Look at this condom.
Water is really brown.
Disgusting. Why are you fishing in it?
You see? I'm not sure if that affects the fishing or not, but that's my way. Because this is too
Alright, well, Blockbuster. Didn't even catch a fight, too, so it was a rough weekend. Chin land, dude. Yeah, you know what to do with that. Treasure control. Flip your truck. Alright, so this one's a eye roll emoji posted by Successful Capital 217. Yeah, dude, there's been YouTube videos already about this episode. I listened to the whole episode because I had nothing to do with it. And yeah, it's a lot of just Schultz cringe. Let's see here.
boys. He goes, I stare at my sneakers sometimes for 30 minutes before I put those motherfuckers on. Yeah. He'll tell you, but he always wins. Taking it off. Feeling, don't do it. I'm like, shut the fuck up, my boy.
No, I don't think they're gonna show it. Oh, no, because like, you know, my boy's so cool. Like, when it broke an ice punch. Iced out.
And I climb right in.
Now, what is the best time
Shit off of the win. I won. I beat the inner bitch. I conquered the inner bitch. I got in there. So by the time the day is over, I've done shit that most people never do.
Yeah, dude. It's always a comparison.
Versus a team of joy.
Meanwhile, fucking, what is the
You know it. Yeah. Flattering. Yeah, flattering is the highest form of mockery, dude. Yes.
Seesaw.
Yeah, there's no sharp tools in this cram box, dude. Alright, so let's see here. This is posted by Astros. No mention of Brendan Chalk. Just trying to gadoosh my boy, but you know. I mean, Jelly Roll is 40% of this fucking screen. Dude, fit on that stage. I mean, last night, here, guys, you gotta say shout out to my brother in elementary school. Let's see. Listen, you know, I'm notified my way of counting my shit here. I don't think tonight kill Tony's phone. I think I'm telling you. I love it. All right. We're gonna be there, dude. Tony ain't playing with the kid. I like it. My brother Danny Rowe. Danny Rowe will be there. My cousin fish baits in town, so I think he's gonna roll by too. I'm sure I can be here. I can't leave Deja work. Some of the audience is kind of torn with our Jelly Roll jokes. Oh, really? Yeah, some of them are. I don't read the comments, but there's one time and there was like people that were like, hey, I was put my boy Jelly Roll on it. It's not great. Cool story, bro, but we're going to keep it funny ways to it. This next one's supposed to be Hey Mark Braxky. It's called Please Watch This Ad Read and Try Not to Laugh. Do we do that or do we just laugh? I'm not going to try not to look over the cover finder. The ground is yours.
Guys, leave us at W8778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY, which is 467-369. In Connecticut, though, help is available for problem gambling as well. Call 888-789-7777. Or visit ccpg.org. Please pay responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.co/MMA for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gambling resources.
You know, Robert Winter. I did try not to laugh. I reverse psychology myself. Yeah. But that is so long to have on a show. The advertisers think that people are like, oh yeah. I think it's legal. Yeah. Okay. It's just, I hate it every second of it. Dude, they must be making bank off these sports betting websites to allow that minute long spiel on the show. Yeah, maybe. You get the best rates. Use promo code Gerard at whatever. My fucking dick inside the sportsbet.com.
Every
Put my dick
time
inside
I
the
see
sportsbet.
people
I found this real site. Yeah, but dude, 1-800-3 seasons. I'm just gonna keep saying 3 seasons this whole episode. Let's see it. This one's posted by Skull Crusher 44. It's the Street Trucks interview, dude.
It's one of the great culture victories.
Are you considering? I haven't seen any of this yet. No, I haven't seen it. Look at that Ford Lightning B. Oh, yeah, I recognize it, dude.
You know, wherever it's screaming over each other.
Shit is legit. What? This is free feet.
Just rational conversations.
It's kind of like
discuss things. And
I have no idea what that is. Is it the climb into the bag or something?
I bet you
It's a
agree
climb
on a lot
into
of
maybe
things.
it's like you got multiple points of access back, fucking front. Yeah, I mean, it's probably something to do with the blowers or the. Excuse me, Debs. It'll definitely keep you busy for sure. Yeah, we'll see.
What's up, guys? I'm Brendan Chalk. This is my 2004 Ford Lightning. I bought it with only 20,000 miles on it. This is the holy crap. When I was in high school, this thing was an icon out all around. I can afford it. I found a pretty good one.
Let's say,
I'm obsessed with this vehicle. I can't and without the popping on the front of the yeah, keep the stop wheels in the front. Gotta put the motherfucking bag in the back. Yeah, my footrest is weirdly placed on my truck. You know what I'm saying? Everything was stock. 20,000 miles. CPU didn't work. Had to take it to the block. The block to nose. They was eating hot Cheetos. I got fat. I can park it and talk about it. Slow-mo driving. Street trips magazine. What's a Jeffrey Dahmer? He's like, can I get my truck out of here? Because we're going to catch a murderer, y'all. He's like, where's Hitler? And I'm just like, things in the back. As far as the engine goes, we're about 700 horsepower the crane. Yeah, headers, snake eater injectors as well. Oh, dude, you gotta take this in slowly. Pause. You're right, the flow hard fucking something injectors, dude, whipple belts, dude, snake injectors, I think. Snake eater injecting yours. Yeah, the snakers. Yeah, dude. It's a lot of fluid with the new supercharged on there, so it's shot snake eater. So this thing's got what's the name of it? I thought I made that up in my head. Yeah. So it's fun truck. Looking forward to it.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, dude, he's on the back of the floor. He scooped it up.
Or I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I'm not here.
All right, this is the part of the show where we should stop, but we're going to keep going. I still have like 10 clips to go. Yeah, let's see. This one's posted by Hayward Wixky. It's called We Get It, Brian. You're not racist. You bet 3,000 K grand on J Bill. We get it. I'm going to go just hard to I haven't seen it on Jamal Hill. I'm going to go with Jamal Hill. I'll tell you another reason is why. I don't see colors. I don't see colors. I believe Jamal Hill has a bit of a championship mindset. It's fucking stupid about that statement at this level of UFC 300. What is you're assuming the guy who's a multi-divisional champion is not that talented? You fucking moron. Now hold on. You have a thing for Alex, and I understand why. I do too. I love the way he looks. I love his head. I don't think he's that handsome. You know what I love about Jamal Hill? Every time he wins, he goes, I got so much work to do.
I'm saying you've decided.
He's always going back to the drawing. He's always going back to the drawing. I want to put multiracial Brian only does this if it's a black guy.
I think if you're on the outside, you say, oh, look, they're trying
to me, this is so black.
It's very polarizing.
Like when you look at their credentials, it's the chaplain. It's just like, he's like, he's supposed to fire like doing a rosary just over and over again. He's doing anything he can to chaplain smoking up blood, just like I'll try anything, maybe. This will stop. I need some parents to help him break down too. So I don't know what that is. After black guy, you shut the fuck up. That is not your situation. If you gotta get, I've been getting Russians out of Jim Strap period prior to that will jack off to any black guy, whatever sport it is. You're gonna need my money back. What am I down? Am I down $3 grand?
When you get
I'm not going to go free. Yeah, I told him, I spent the money on a car park. And I need my money back. So $3 grand. I know you I need to put a cover on how much money you spend on all the bullshit in your drugs. The only favor I'm taking is Alan's. To me, it's very black and white. I just don't like what I'm seeing. Sometimes guys have injuries. Like, that's a very early time to come back. I mean, that's serious. Don't backpedal now. You're just, sweet black skin. It's like water. Because his body, like, I'm not that turned on by it. There are black guys who get obviously. He's going to go into it now. Earlier on, he was like, I like the way he looks. Because he's like the kind of guy that has, like, his head, like, the way it's shaped, like, the way, it looks like it, like, the way it hits the sun. He's going to do that now.
he said, I can't.
He's got a 10-pack. He doesn't trigger my game. No, he's not first team. No, he's not. No, he's soft, but he's I like his hair like that. He ain't playing college basketball. Or was it just high school? That's racist. No, because he was involved. His basketball was his thing. Homeboy's good. Homeboy's athletic. For sakes. You're the one who brought this black white thing in. But Jen brings up the picture of Jamal Hill, who's African American. Right away, this is
just the guy being black short circuits their brain. They cannot be normal around black people. They're like the kind of guy that like they have something like their black friend over to a party. He comes over and they're trying to be like normal. So they're like, all right, I'm gonna play on the NBA game, but not because you're I was gonna play in the playoffs. It's the buggy. It's like, oh, it's your playoffs. I mean, you're not in that. It's a year playoffs. We all enjoy basketball. This year's Super Bowl was just kind of weak record. Because they're much still black, but because at halftime, he brings a halftime performance up out of nowhere. And this one is just like, all right, I mean, you can just say that. I'm just like, what? What are we doing?
Because he doesn't know what
No, he did. He passed the basketball to me, played basketball, and then the next follow was he looks athletic. And I believe he was a basketball prospect. I don't know what that means. Coordinator from local high school, Wyoming, Michigan, after that's on basketball career. Cameron University, which probably means he wasn't very exceptional at basketball. Again, it's just like that. There's no points in this dude.
He's like ham-fisting his race in this clip.
Unfortunately, they just have nothing else to talk about. And then it just goes into subjects of fisheries.
Yeah, we're trying like the main topics that cover the podcast. I mean, that's what we do over tweets. Check that out if you want to see our other show, Wrecking Tweets. Mainly that. Those are living glass houses, right? Yeah, they throw bricks at them. Yep, you can trick us. They start fucking each other. This one's Toronto Rapture, but you get my point, right? If it's the same thing, we'll just skip it. Yeah, let's see.
But is there D2 and D1?
and then
Like, just like that. It depends on sports and basketball. It's everything in football. It's everything. Across. It's not a huge difference. Yeah, in wrestling, not a huge difference. No, there's like the JUCO guys are badass too. But when it comes to football and basketball, it's too different. I can't wait for UFC to help this for me.
Daryl has some of the most nuanced,
Search this.
balanced,
Just
charitable views.
who's the last Division II basketball player to get drafted in the NBA?
That's the longest Google
No,
search.
you're wrong. You're wrong.
I didn't catch that. It's crazy that you can watch all these clips and still start. You like when you're watching it towards the end, you're like, all right, this is a lot, but then you still laugh. He finds a way. He's an entertainer at his best.
It's as if he's trying to tell Brian that he's racist, but he's also trying to out-racist Brian.
Yeah, dude, both ways, man.
That's why this show is one of the best.
Downplaying it to win. He said he was downplaying it to win over popular support.
It's so tough to make that game.
There is
If
no
you compare that to North Carolina,
we think
it's crazy. Austin is good.
Basketball player to get drafted.
Yeah, into the NBA.
he got his power on it, and he grew it on the back. The idea that you can't
Look at all my Google search.
help picture down paying the anti-Semitism. There's no historian who would agree with that. So why not throw out the idea that in the 1930s Hitler was not being committed to that was what he was doing in public. He announced the German parliament. So when you're throwing out claims like
Brendan's like,
he was keeping down in the 1901,
Davis Word or something. Davis Portugal.
kind of hard because I don't see what exactly what their point on that was. And so I'm not really able to argue what he was saying there. I don't think we really know that.
That's a picture of Wallace and Wallace.
Most casual interpretation goes, okay, look, anyone
else that made it.
what he said on this show and others. What these two
There's a
guys
lot.
in particular
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, that Austin, whoever Derek White is. Derek White is a great dude. I mean, he's chill too. He's I don't watch that. He's along to this league stick guy. But also, this is great.
I said, in conversations with you,
They go from Division 2 to they go that
they decided this every and I was very, very interested and also very dangerous. Because we live in an ideal era now that the right
but you get my point back. Get you
Point sucks. Why are we talking about that before?
where they
Oh, you're talking about Dutch
make
importers.
us say the craziest
point, man.
and
Yeah,
completely
Dutch French bros, I love them.
there are now
Einstein's bagels, dude.
playing really dark and ugly stuff on their
I think it was a guy
and
passing
they
around
are
and
made
trees on his other side.
hard to maintain by the two people I described. Both
Which is insane. 640
and
undersized.
you don't get on the historians who know
Oh,
about
yeah.
it. And that's just
Earl Roman was so good at this.
I kind of do agree with all the stuff you said.
And German, dude.
I do think it is
German's like one of those secret players
almost
used to
as
be
a
on the
reaction
fucking
to like the
back in
local
the day,
channel that
whatever.
we've seen on the left. And I think literally, I mean, nobody's been more effective at that. I do think there has kind of been a right-wing reaction that has
I was thinking about it about like NBA Live or something. Okay, I thought you were talking about NBA Jam.
danger
No,
and not
NBA
just
Slam.
that. And
I found out your name was German was not that.
That's just a list of guys who play in
And the other thing, I'm quite sure I'm missing something. You think people that hide that conversations get that down
You're wrong, admit it, stupid. Shut up.
I've never podcasted with Ian Carroll. I have
Why are you
podcasted with
talking
Carroll
about this?
once, and they're absolutely
Alright, let's go. We're at fucking an hour 38 and the internet hates us, dude. So, oh shit, fucking I do this where it gets dicey. This was placed by OK Cupcake 8101. It's a fast one. It's called Crumpec Steak to anyone. It's cheap cooking, dude. What do you expect? Let's see.
The reason why it's trouble half it was because he's complicated. When I first got here, but I'll send him. He's on the back end of the fucking Adolf Hitler is viewed as the evil thing.
to the point that, I mean, just my entire life growing up, if there was a guy who sold soup on Seinfeld who was like authoritarian, he was a soup Nazi, everyone was Hitler.
This is
They left
fucking
George Bush Hitler, they called
disgusting,
Obama
dude. He's
Hitler,
gonna
they
cook it
called
still?
Trump Hitler. Every single
It
enemy that
seems
he's done
very
war
likely
with
that he
is
great.
always called
I'm
Hitler.
worried
Saddam
about
Hussein
you
was
because he
Hitler,
left a
Muammar
lot
Gaddafi
over
was Hitler,
nothing. These
Putin was
clips
Hitler.
now. It's like he's always by himself. He's by himself. He's got a miner's hat on. He's got the fucking invite to bed lunch for just camping. I mean, why? I my biggest problem is that how would the crow get to the steak? Why do you just cut the steak out? Like, what are you doing? I don't. That needs to be explained. You know, ice box.
They still march on occasion.
We need an igloo cooler. I'm just gonna lay the steak out for a while, walk around, kind of thing.
The steak tastes better if you have it out in the wild.
Alright, well, let's go to the next one then, dude. Sick and Badder Than Fuck is the name. And it's called Just a Group of Badasses Doing Manly Stuff, dude. Hell yeah. Let's see what's up. We got Tony Hinchcliffe in a Wu-Tang shirt, baby. Let's see.
He's a game warden, and he started off his career just like, you know, checking your fishing license, that kind of stuff, like they normally do. And then along the way, he started finding these diverted streams where the stream had dried up, and so he had to follow the stream. He thought maybe like a farmer was illegally moving the stream, or there was maybe some blockage, something happened. And what he found was a grow up, and then it was run by the cartel. They had these like toxic chemicals they were using for pesticides. That if you smoked the weed, you get sick as fuck. And that was a lot of their weed. And so this guy goes deep into it, and he finds out that there's this huge movement of cartel guys growing weed on public land. And then him going from being a game warden, he becomes basically like a fucking tactical operator. Just where going fast, and they got dogs, and they're going into these places and they're shootouts with the cartel. It becomes that one of those other guys died on America's dogs got shot. Yes, in the fucking public land. It became super dangerous.
This is like just nuts. I mean, he just pulled out a gun and they all got cigars and stuff like that. It's just crazy that it's exactly what we
people with power,
Yeah, like there's
bring them podcasts.
your couch, dude. Yeah, there's almost no difference between this and out there. I got the same fucking hot, the thing that keeps your house hot on the wood. And the couch right here is exactly the same. And I broke it down when Brendan pulls up the gun, he's pointing it everywhere. Firearm, very low discipline on the firearm training. So I look at him and I go, there's no stopping me from pulling out the gun. Yeah, you're calling me out. Yeah, what are we going to do? Should we fight about it? No, yeah, you got a gun. You don't fucking you're my daddy.
Look, here, it's called Hidden Wars. It's very good. Tony, you want to trigger and draw away on that?
Yeah, I just figured it's sitting next to me. It's kind of we're at our age, and I can do it, so why not pull it out? Safety's on, guys. Safety's on. Flip it.
Safety's on as well. This is so many people's last night. We should say that is the kind of gun that does have safety. Most 9mm don't have safety. That's until that last
It looks to me like Rogan had has created two adults that can talk, like they're two boys that can't. They're like the Russian. I think you can put Tony into fucking Shafir. They can come out with Ari first, then Tony, then Joe, then Joe. I was thinking Joey. All three of them, they're like one Russian doll. That's a great observation there, dude. This is what we were recording. Alright, this is posted by Haymore Wixie. If you're wondering, we have 34 most quiet as rates to self-flex and a random suck-off of jokes.
Just takes one click, and it works on all your devices, phones, tablets, desktops.
Time to be successful, and I've had some success. I've had some non-success.
At the same time, this is why ExpressVPN is the number one rated VPN by the experts at CNET and the Verge.
Maybe they just go a little better. They can just better in focusing, and they just more strategic.
At expressvpn.com/Rogan or by tapping the band. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can get your 4 free months by scanning the QR code on screen or by clicking the link in the description. I was representing New York calling races with the funniest thing ever. That there was a sophisticated lie where they were developing this guy became a function research. And I go, no, what happened is
Dial down all the details on every detail. Control on every aspect of it. And I'm a little goosey-goosey. Just like your wallet in some way, force comes in. Well, I will say this. I'm swerving in very, very narrow ways, and for the most part, probably dumb shit. I'll admit that. Force Gump.
You help those minds blow themselves out.
I also like the idea
You decide,
having that inflated an idea of who I am, like my image of myself has diminished a great deal, and I find it rather refreshing. It's okay. Maybe I should have a big image of myself. Maybe it's just, this is who I am. I do my best. Pretty good stand-up comedy. Give myself that. Fairly coordinated. As we come out later,
meetings, and the support for that kind of thinking wasn't as ridiculous as it was in 2016.
What the hell? What was the point of that? Just to compliment Rogan or something? Yeah, they were dumb, but then they are coordinated. Sounds good. Alrighty, well. Yeah, dude. We're not even coordinated. I'm not looking at us. Alright, this was supposed to be haphazard. It's called Number 2 Dad Podcasting with a question mark, dude. It's going to keep us busy. Let's see what happens.
We get there, I park, my mom and I would walk into the restaurant. I hate it. 2 seconds in, 4 seconds. Yeah, let's go to the next one. They're already seated. My wife
series. And when this comes out, you can see
Where's Tar?
the drum form.
Where's Tar?
When this comes out,
Where's
I'm
Tar?
quite
Brian?
confident to say beforehand that if you're going into it
George,
expecting him to be
Michael.
downplaying the atrocities of the Nazis or downplaying the evil things that they done with it, you're going to be disappointed. Why would you
She's
do
so
that?
pregnant, dude.
If you go to
Tore them at the fish
it,
bar.
because
It's called the
it
fish
comes
bar.
on,
My wife says
I
too
told you,
close.
this is not the case.
Where is my baby?
His story. You gotta remember, he's been doing these long-form podcasts and subjects for
Oh,
over
that's
a
why they
decade.
said,
If you go back to
God.
2015 and listen to Fear and Loathing in New
Interesting. Dude.
it's incredible.
So I'm a little interested. What was that board meeting thing we had like so many episodes back where they're like, yeah, oh God, no, it's talking about Bud Light. Oh yeah, the Bud Light.
Being driven out of Europe. It's
Like,
horrific account
oh, so,
of what happened.
like the situation. Yeah, the Bud Light executives are like worried because he's like endorsing them or whatever.
The world
So when he goes
goes
into like Brian Cal of the kids in the car, and Lex like, so can you make a work with this? It's just what you're not doing. And he goes, he's talking about on the podcast.
They're living in
Oh,
Europe, that all of a sudden
freaking
their
hell,
neighbors
it's
are
so funny
turning on
this,
them
dude.
and they're being attacked. Like, it's incredibly charitable. But what he's trying to do
Well,
is show
my mom
what
didn't
happened
realize what I was doing when I
to
put the baby in, and I'm not used to
when they're
having a baby.
confronted with unbelievable atrocities of how
I
things go
the
so
horror
outside.
of realizing because the baby was born, and I'm not used to having a baby. I fell asleep on the baby fell asleep, the baby was already asleep. So I'm talking to my mom, and how can I get out? Because
They are welcome.
I had flip-flops.
I'm not saying they shouldn't be popular.
And when I tell you I took my flip-flops off, and I ran as fast as I could, and I took some of the skin off my feet on that roadway because that doesn't matter, because I gotta get to my baby, and that I could get arrested for long as I forgot about him and involved.
More pushback than any one line I've ever heard on the podcast. There were numerous articles written by historians, numerous shows that covered it, people went to Twitter threads about it. So I don't actually get your point. Like, there was a lot of things. That's now, you're saying you should go and debate somebody, okay,
Yeah, my brain is just dead at this point. I'm trying to stay in it. We're way too far.
Sleeping, but I forgot my child in the car, and when I hear that from other men, I'm like, you forgot your
there's a little bit of conflict in what you're saying now that there these are fringe youth and you're also saying that these are enormous powerful
baby, I can't imagine.
Yeah, the chat one is they lost faith in Jesus too.
Not in a million years. Guess what? You know why? Because my newborn tonight had a milk shirt. Full circle. Because you were partaking in nonsense hour with your mom. I was partaking in nonsense hour. I was having a conversation with my mom. I forgot about my newborn mom feeling worse. Her excuse was she didn't know I put the baby in the car. She's 83, so she was just talking to me. She didn't see that I put the baby in the car. Because the baby was so quiet, so little. She didn't know that the baby was in the car.
very
I think it's because the baby doesn't want to bitch anymore, dude.
are going to start playing with
The baby's probably like if it can hear,
people are such experts in how
crying all the time. So right,
society
so
goes weird.
they say that twice. It's called fucking right tired nation.
Playing
If she had known, I guarantee she would never have forgotten. But she didn't realize it. The whole pride.
I am aware that
We forgot the baby. Here's my just be stupid.
I do agree with you.
You're taking that. He's a Michael.
You're just taking the
I'm just stupid. Well, like.
and then when we're trying to joke around with this
Eater, leopard.
there's not very many Churchill stuff. Churchill was involved with that. Churchill was the author of this whole operation of Peninsula, right? So they wanted to use the Nazis to
Alright,
invade
thanks for tuning in. Check us out next week. Join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. Bye. Come see us live. Bye. Come see us live.
we're going to have to get rid of Churchill. There is always going to be a corner that you will get me on a bit of Churchill. But that's the point. But that's the point. To have a comprehensive view.
Churchill was never working with Germans.
No. This was a plan that was drawn up.
When I dive straight in with our mates,
You know about Operation Unthinkable? Hold up, Jimmy.
Overnight, ABC held a late night
Operation
talk show
Unthinkable
hosted
was
Jimmy
at
Kimmel
the
off
end
the
of
air. Over comments earlier this week on Jimmy Kimmel Live concerning influencer Charlie Kirk's death. ABC calling the bluff with a spokesperson for the network saying Jimmy Kimmel Live will be preempted indefinitely. President Trump weighing in on the decision. Great news for America.
The creation of the plan was ordered by the first Prime Minister Winston Churchill on May 1945 and developed by the British Armed Forces Joint Planning Staff in May 1945, the end of World War II in Europe. One plan assumed a surprise attack on the Soviet forces
whatever the hell they served up.
the war with the United States over the will of the United States and the British Empire from Russia. So the war was qualified as a squared deal for Poland, but added that this not necessarily limit the military commitment to assessment signed by the Chief of Army Staff on 9 June 1945 concluded it would be beyond our powers to limit but limited success. This is
Shop for their ideas is horrifying. That is true. No matter what those ideas are.
Yes, at the end of
Kirk's ideas, it has been hard to stay quiet. They see flags lowered to half-staff. It does seem like someone are willing to recognize Kirk's death with things they've been wanting to do for years. Bring up liberal groups, listening influencing critics, all of which brings us back to Jimmy Kimmel. Because look, it is not news that the administration been wanting to win any writing one of our writers opened his thank you speech with a line that was followed by a camera cut of that now feels pretty impressive.
Thank you so much. We share this category. We are honored to share it, but not to exist.
Now, obviously, I'll write it down. You'll know the future. On some level, that is just a coincidence, like when a young Shirley Temple Secretary was in 1935 was saying, you were not to this, on January 28, 1986, in Spaceship Challenger will suffer a catastrophic failure, killing 7 people. You know, kind of spooky stuff. It's not just a coincidence because everyone in the administration having a people even Daniel knew that. To be honest, he doesn't know a ton of stuff. Just weeks ago, he told me that Alfred Molina is more famous than Bad Bunny. He's a very good writer, but he's wrong about a lot of things, and what his work, he will never be speaking publicly on our behalf ever again. Now, Terrible is going to drop another fucked up fortune cookie. But the pretext that's been used, we definitely expect it's just laughable because what he might say hadn't taken the top of the remarks about Charlie Kirk himself and his remarks about his death. That's not strictly accurate.
Any other blunders that were made? Now, personally, what I feel much more comfortable would be that I try to learn everything I can on virtual world as much as I can to just call it so much that smart. But I think American entry into World War I was really a disaster. And Hogan Treaty of Versailles, Antonio was a disaster. I also think that's kind of
regarding the killer's motivations, he could be was on the far right, someone that killed alluded to like this.
the Hogan Treaty of Versailles ended up in disaster.
Trying to characterize his kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Was it? I was a guest on his show that night, and I didn't even register that comment, and that's only partly because I wasn't really paying attention. And I'm not alone. After he was suspension, many struggled to believe the inventive line ran on the part of Jimmy's film and comment under the video like, I'm still waiting for the inventive part. Or did he say they got it fine after rewatching the last weekend episodes? I haven't heard it yet, and what you've on the network saying, it just streaming the Dutch Jews. To this, I've watched this show.
including the Holocaust, and then goes to Stalin. I'll correct that. There is a worse outcome. But that's not a great sign.
About the ship's ideology, which, okay. It's also pointing out that many other lines seem desperate to recognize the world's development of the debates pretty well, given, everything that's happened, since. It's not one line, certainly Arsenal in some ways on some major Chairs the FCC and James Cromwell minus the all sense of people. That right-wing podcast has said this. If you look at the conduct that has taken place by Harry Kane, it appears to be some of the sickest conduct possible. Frankly, when we see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way.
Quite hard not to.
These companies can find ways to change conduct and take action. Frankly, on
People say,
oh, we do additional work with the FCC ahead.
It's wrong ahead.
Frankly,
He didn't solve every problem in the world.
a lot of these
He solved
broadcasts themselves push back
and
on
that requires some kind of generational spirit and understanding.
until you straighten
As
this out.
opposed to find something that he did
The possibility
I
of fines
think
or
as if
license
I
case for the FCC.
British Empire 1939, that's
It's the
great.
easy way or the hard way. As times go, and it's pretty close. So we'll put a brick through your window and a message that said, shut up or else.
But I don't think that's what
For the number one clarifying brick saying, right or else, we need you all to visit. This is the mafia, by the way. Like King Goodfellas. Next up, one of the largest OTT stations in the country announced it'd be clicking from its stations. Now, in turn, Century is suspension by ABC. And a key thing to note about Next is they have a big incentive to keep both Carr and the Trump administration happy right now, because Next Up already controls public services to 24 local TV stations. But trying to buy regulatory changes from the FCC for that deal to go through, as it would be which to 80% of US households, which is double. The FCC's current 39% cap, which is a demonstrated company ownership television and Next Up, sounds like a bankrupt flip-flop manufacturer. And check this out, like I'm sort of saying, an absolutely gorgeous Italian restaurant. When Carr specifically said companies should pull care of the air of its consequences it quickly the concept jump. And Next Up took his tea out of their mouth for just long enough to say, how high exactly? Now, I should say, Next Up insisted acted unilaterally, and that they had no FTC their decision, but already they didn't need to communicate directly. Guys, essentially told them what they wanted to happen on a podcast, then they unilaterally decided to do it. And it wasn't just Next Up, it was Alexander
First time, just pick something simple, like a fighter to win and make your own. It's that simple. And if you draft it, good enough. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bet. Step in the October drafting sport. Download the drafting sport.
yourself going too hard for a man.
new customers get $150
Just solid advice for the Islands of Love Hamster business.
only on
And it is one way we are self-trying to dissuade people from getting elected officers and wrongly report to us every 1 December. It's slightly emotional. And when CNN say this is what they got,
that on behalf of our German representatives came to himself in his off the air, we're putting it out the screen. It's it was the image from the office and the chairman of the FCC.
oh, very cool. Just when I thought this factory setting white man couldn't get any hotter, it whips out the office clips. And look, I'm not going to be able to tell, I'm not kicking you out of bed. That said, I'm going to run through your family's story.
to know whether the nation's history and listen to his work, not his history. He's basing it on historical.
At least one for a friend, right? Just be honest. You know when you invite stuff just because you're afraid no one else will show up. There are three friends like that person might be you. It didn't stop there when someone wrote in, this is all in Project 2025. This is true, the person that you write to.
You know all about this.
You say, I'm
not an
t-shirt and shit on the each on the former lead cast member on X. It's a trading platform owned by the richest man in the world and father to most of you retailers. I should probably formally by repeating my father, being the dorkiest man ever to hold that job. I simply did not know how much worse things could get. So I'm sorry I make fun of your big dumb mug. I'm sorry we've made it inappropriate way to hold the amount of alcohol I now need to get through each newsday. Clearly had fun, winking at his involvement in firing off gigs once Kino was suspected. He went on TV to suggest this was actually a spontaneous grassroots movement.
Action today by Nexstar. Frank, it's unprecedented. I can't imagine another time when we've had local broadcasters tell a national programmer like this
That's true. We haven't had a long haul show if we've been picking on third world countries after.
Okay, everything you just said there is right. First, because I spent long history of local broadcasters refusing to carry national programs. And it's not an especially pretty one from a state in the south refusing to carry Sesame Street because it had a multi-generation cast. To one that refused to show Ellen's sitcom, which came out as gay. Those decisions don't take two days to well responding to their community values. It's pretty hard to take it, but this wasn't. It was independent stations taking a stand as two of the biggest local TV ownership groups in the country, making sweeping decisions for all the affiliates they own. These companies, local broadcasters, is what described a couple as a neighborhood social shop. Although it is a mom-and-pop plane crash business, it has that sometimes even directly citing car while doing so, and their car celebrated with a fun gift. That shot scene not even Trump is trying to hide it. So Thursday he said yes to reporters.
I'm still like
There is a license for 97% against Megan, 97% negative. And then 97%. They're getting a license.
I'm not a historian, but I'm
Maybe their license should be taken away. We have to really
This is a man who doesn't seem to have an internal moral. In fact, everybody puts the apple on the plate saying, fly safely. You know why I say that? I have a penalty. No way to live it through.
my track record against any of you
first playoffs on COVID, I'm glad to do that. So should I?
Having some fun with voices. And I gotta say, he threatens it.
I think you have to
He
take,
says,
I think you should agree
you can do this the easy way.
one major thing to break down.
And I gotta say, that's right out of Goodfellas. That's right out of a mafioso coming in. That's why you have to be ashamed of something that happened.
Ted Cruz is an incredible vocal talent. Should definitely quit his job right now and go do that instead. But he was actually on his way.
Sometimes by people who say, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out.
We don't like
Let's have a bit of
ban
fighting
you
on our
from
own
the
time.
airwaves. Bad for conservatives.
Funny about the fight section.
I still don't like that man.
I just want to
Because how often used distortion. Now, Tom never used that power and involved to do so. He's incredibly high, carving out things like in that routine. What Kimmel said, and honestly, I don't think Carl wants what Kimmel said to be the standard here, and I'm not sure that Sinclair does either. So we've talked on this show before about Sinclair and his understanding tendencies to use violence with people. It's not like they've been consistently careful in their delivery of news roles in handful of stations operated by Sinclair, and he can be pretty conspiratorial and other pieces on air that when it's made drug sightings after every week every day by the deep state against Donald Trump and maybe in an attempt to cancel the inauguration. He's also spread wild allegations that Columbia University student
So I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just obsessed with all this stuff that I am. I mean, like, okay, I'm a weird guy. I like this at nightclubs and then get obsessed with politics and monetary policy. And like, okay, fine. But I just fundamentally disagree with this idea, that which I really do think is quite anti-democratic. Hysterical, quite, elitist. That we are, for any regular person, we just read about it.
Not like I conceded already one thing is that I believe it's a much bigger smart let itself fall down. And in some areas it's chosen in the area, but that does not mean that it's just free. Some things will verify we still agree on as basic.
Wow! That aired on nearly 2 dozen Sinclair stations.
Everyone agrees to air their views, not me, but everyone.
The motivations for someone's murder without having all the facts is grounds to have your license revoked. And I'll say this to Kimmel, at least he didn't say the word obviously 4 fucking times. Can't go to half the station again. It was distortion.
You would want to find
Investigation or delay in reviewing a merger can be enough to get Congress to comply.
I don't know, like, if
FCC chairs
we
that are
can smack all this stuff down and just
having
destroy
these
everything
coercive activities that are not appealable. The thing is, Kimmel is by no means the first casualty in Trump's attacks on free speech. He's just the latest canary in the coal mine that at this point now seems more dead canary than coal. Take seriously. We all need dead birds right now. With this Kimmel situation does feel like a tiny bit. Not because comedians are important, but because we are not. If the force network to a late night show on the air and do so in plain view,
that what you hope is a restored market. And that is what I'm suggesting happens on a podcast level and maybe on a wider level beyond that. I get stuff on Twitter. I just do not want. I do not feel on next to be pushed. And effectively what is happening on Twitter is happening everywhere else as well. And we're all good in our and once I but it is different once you get into the thing. If something manipulates the algorithm, if the algorithm is why am I doing this? Why am I not doing this? Why am I doing this? Whatever happens next, let me say now, it has been the honour of my lifetime. Whatever happens tomorrow, to our parent company, it should be clear to everyone that the people affected are not getting paid for tweeting. Free speech is the counterweight, is the check on government control. That is why censorship is the authoritarian stream. And I'm guessing the Trump is probably you and I know, like, live stream, not being involved, JFK. The money comes. I'm saying that there's a similar algorithm all of our lives, but not as aware of as we should, which is that we, because we all know this is something, that there are certain things that get your video page going, get people going, interesting, crazy, and then they start thinking it and all that. I don't disagree that there's certainly more occasional stuff will get you more clicks. I don't think that there's much food you need to social media or podcast. It sounds crazy, but I'm
Welcome back to Timbers Shop. Thanks for tuning in. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Hope you're having a great time. We're trying to get in the holiday spirit. There you go. Turn Santa into a little bit. Give Santa some Chablis. Oh, so you want a gift? Right, Colin, it's nice. Say nice, I like it. Who's your favorite person in the shop person as Santa? You know me. What do I do in the dollar ideas? I don't know. You gotta do some stuff for the elves. Or Diddler. Do you have any Diddlers? Oh, Diddler?
I don't know. I mean, well,
That's kind of like Colin.
okay. You're
Colin
totally
Diddler.
allowed to have that option.
The beats. So they don't fuck you dolphins and fucking people. I gave that my best. One gift that you can give us is joining the Patreon deity. Never heard of it. It'd be nice, but no pressure. Do you have any shows you want to plug? I think I do, but we're shooting this a little bit early. Right. So December 28th, I'm at the Ontario Improv. But that's not why you're here. You're here to watch Timbers and Shots and start the timer. Play the J clip. Play the clip, Gerardo. Here we go. This first one is posted by Secretive Fox. It's called Snoop Dogg Knows What's Up, dude. You ready for this? Yeah.
Look at your fine little skinny ass sitting up there. I'm wrong blood's fatter than you. But you've been passed around a little bit more. Right now, things are powerful with me, y'all. Everybody in my group is talking. And they all saying the same thing. I think that bitch gave me herpes.
Whitney's about to get caduced up in the Hizzle, busting up Dizzle. Mr. Whole Foods she put her nacho cheese in everybody's nacho cheese. Dee Whitney, you get laid? I heard it both ways. Oh, I can't do it good. Gerardo, I can't either. Yeah. Hizzle for shizzle. That's all I have. It's a Uncle Hank's chick to roll me a blunt. I don't smoke weed anymore because I saw shotgun. Time I was like, damn, is that what? Try that.
You end up, I know that
Back with you. Come listen to Snoop Dogg.
end up on like
Snoop, you're doing great. I don't know who this woman is. She's very annoying. She's not good. Not good. I went in there and said, oh my god, she's not funny. He's like, I heard it. She has herpes. I know. He said people are saying that she has herpes. I don't know whether that's true or not. She's a great comedian. She's one of our best. 28,000 they can do it, and I love it. Okay, so this next one is posted by King Demo. It's called Richard Simmons tried picking shop up in West Hollywood while he was in booty shorts. Is it true? No.
I'm not know how an algorithm works or what it's pushing. And it's an interesting thing that we probably should all learn more about. But I think there's a danger in it to just classify everything as well. The algorithm is this, it doesn't put this, but it could also be that someone really read more and someone gets more popular. But I also think that something like the reason why they're talking about the training structure is more interesting.
So they believe it's like that video you watch. The Patriots state the community law state of fact. When you're bombing, always state of fact. Yes. Corn chicken place. But shout out to Bradley. Got like a Bradley's like right away. It's no story, right?
Whatever. But the point is that obviously, if there is a country that we are propping up, funding, arming, and I would say my starting point would always be to be more concerned with that direction than an enemy country, which is almost counterintuitive. I'm sure there are fringes of the right who might think that is the argument.
Rampage, Rick Glassman, anyone that talks of they repeat what he says is so ridiculous. Now we see another instance of this, right?
You're walking out, we know it, booty shorts.
So you had booty shorts on in your West Hollywood, and Richard Simmons saw you this to hang out.
You were leaving the corn store.
Actually, every out possible to be like, yeah, just fucking around. You decided to stick with the story.
And the whole thing about losses and all of this.
I don't know. It'll be the first time I've seen him drink rain. No, it's definitely Diet Pepsi.
Very boring.
Alright, interesting. Is that an actual hotline type thing? Yeah, you go ahead. Hello? Actually, hotline. That might be true.
And
is there more context? You just want to know if he wore booty shorts one time? Well, I mean, I kind of believe the other part where he said Richard Simmons tried to have sex with him. No. That's not true. I am confident that Richard Simmons has never been Brendan Shaw. Okay. Give me a question. Oh, he did say he was the white boy that walked too much in booty shorts. Brendan might have said that. That might be true, that he actually said those words. Okay, but no, he's never met Richard Simmons. I'm sorry, there's a lot of calls. This next one's posted by Stone0777. It's called Behind the Scenes with Chin and George. Gotta love the behind the scenes thick boy stuff, dude.
So on that, I think we have a good area of agreement. And I do think that even while I much prefer the path that Donald Trump is pursuing to the path that Joe Biden pursued when it comes to the war in Ukraine, and of course this is Donald Trump's thing. It's once you piss him off, he's going to call you every bad nickname that there is. But when he said,
it's like watching Ryan and Shaw before they got started. They started by doing switches just like that. And look where they are now, dude. Tens of thousands of KVUs, dude. Right? Titans of industry. Shout out to George. That nipple looks weird, but I like it. It's kind of like my nipples. Alrighty. Has he ever put Sharpies inside of him? This is the question, right? This is posted by Scammy. Remember Papa's Carnivore Diet. Let's see. Have you seen this book yet? I read it. I think it's pretty old, but I think it's quite nice.
Just again, as I say, not to use
He's expecting a cold hot dog.
I will say this, as somebody who is
so used to Big Mike Studios food being cold. Treating him like shit. Oh, you did a good job. My team always messes up. They get me uncooked meat. It's like dangerous. The other day I went to the fridge and the milk was like past it. It's like, guys, milk, come on, what are we doing here? Right? I'm eating this thing in front of me.
Scott Wharton, who I always try to promote on here, just wrote this book called The Vote. It's a book that's been written on history leading up to the war. It basically takes from Islam to Soviet Union up to the insane. And even in that book, the book is called The Vote. And the argument is that Western policy was very provocative towards that. There were a lot of those off-ramps that criticized George Bush for it. But But he has an entire chapter in the book where he is saying, like, look, Putin had a lot of other options. He didn't have to do this. It's not as if any of that justifies his invasion. And so I do agree with you that whenever we're talking about a war, particularly a war of aggression, that should always be in the front of people's minds. I mean, you can criticize, I would say, across the board. You can criticize lots of things about the insurgency in Iraq. But what you should remember that this doesn't take and take that back. So I'll say that when my government does it, I'll say it when the Russian government does it also. That being said, there is a very strong argument that there were many policies that the U.S.
Oh, yeah, it's easy. Yeah, it's the effect it has on you, you're like, it keeps you just that awake.
Like,
You're
if
like
you
so
wanted to
tired
come
that
to this
it's like,
inevitable conflict,
make your eyes open just enough where you can sing the Mortal Kombat theme songs from your marketing genius. What do you say? I didn't even think of that. Well, that's a terrible ad for Ring. Oh, yeah. He's like, I got so much energy here, so remember to take rain energy, keep it for your day. What's another like video game theme song? Think of any off the top of your head. Play your ringtone, dudes. Call me. Alright. I couldn't even think of doing that. This is electrifying content. This next one's posted by Smiling Ivan. It's called Theo Going Through Some Stuff. I'm assuming it's not anything bad, right? It's here. Oh, yeah.
What's up, guys? Happy to be in the building tonight. It's always the best night of the year, baby. Christmas came early. Son, let's get it.
And
definitely rough time for him. Alright, we got another classic, dude. You know whenever Chin is singing, we gotta play it. This one's posted by Organic Possession 53. It's called Fast Car Chin.
Maybe together we can get somewhere. Many places better. Start from zero, got nothing to lose. Maybe we can make something happen. Me and myself got nothing to prove.
Damn, man. What do you think? I think it's it writes itself, Yeah, right? You got a fast truck. I'm a comedian that just did a set. I'm gonna be outside. Cause I just crushed for my fans. But you, and I need someone to laugh on. You, and I need someone to laugh on the stage. It's like what Ian from Annie's perspective. You got a plan. And I'm gonna make fun of it. Right? Yeah. You're a hot guy in the crowd. I'm kinda straight, but I feel gotta get Wanna start on your daddy. When I want down from there, Mr. Fool. You got some hot Cheetos. And you're throwing it all over the place. You got some nachos. And I got a microphone in my hand. You just took your nachos. Right inside your nacho cheese and so you stick your finger in. Have a special last 25 minutes. You got a mind child. Gonna drive my truck to you. Alright, let's go to the next one, dude. Shout out to Chin. Always make those bangers come through, dude. This one's posted by Motorist Operando. It's called Heavy Lies the Crown. Let's see here.
Stating the headlines snatch a lot of money. Heavy Lies the Crown. It's all pressure. It's death threats, bomb threats. Heavy Lies the Crown, but it's worked out for them.
That's true. Heavy does lie the crown.
I get your point.
Shop knows that more than anyone. He is the on top of podcasts, audio is what? King, right? So what does a king wear? Crown, right? So he's talking about himself. The crown is literally, like, some of Shop's hats are literally empty too. Yeah, they're big hats. Yeah, they're big trucker hats. He doesn't show up with hats that are, he's not wearing visors. No, okay. No. He's going to show up with a big camouflage Chief Wahoo hat. And, especially when you're wearing crowns, they lie heavy, right? Especially when you're building the ground that we walk on, right? Exactly. Heavy lies the crown that the king walks on the line of not putting all your quarters in one basket while maintaining shooting for the stars and ending up somewhere. Yeah. Definitely. Being the sharpest tool in the shed, the crown don't fit all tight before his enemies. And when he gets news like, hey, we're at a rain energy drink in the office, what does he say? Good. Right. Yeah. All right, let's go to this next one. It's posted by Haphazard. It's called This Is How You Start a Show. Great way to attract new listeners. Yeah.
You don't hear a lot of except for 2022 is tough. Listen, we had to figure out our schedule is for shop shows. Our last one today because Christmas is next Monday. Maybe we take Valentine's Day and I'll take because I'm going to be in Florida. I'm going to go to Charlotte. Okay, too much. Charlotte. He's the one that started the conversation. Too much already. Are you excited for 2024? I mean, 2023 is pretty rough. I don't really hear a lot of people talking about 2024. We got to figure out what we're going to do with the show. Right? Yeah. Because we're not meeting Monday. Oh, yeah. No. Wait. Because you're gonna be somewhere else, right? Yeah, Alarcon show is not happening. Today was the last day for Alarcon show. I thought you were gonna be in like Melbourne. Oh, I'll be in Ontario. Yeah, that's right. Melbourne, Florida, and I'm gonna be in Raleigh, North Carolina. Very important. And you would say, if you're in Australia, that's 7 days ahead. All right, it's not right. Come on, that's what they talk about at the beginning of their show. What dates they're going to be at for a long time, not skillfully like these two guys. Right. That's how we do it. Yeah. Two hawks. Two fucking cacos. That's as they say with me. Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, can I ask you a question if you put yourself good at this? Where are those either? Just actually last 2 weeks. Wednesday next week or just Wednesday next week. Yeah, Wednesday. That's it. No Monday. Wednesday. That's it. I'm so happy. So January 1st week. So we'll take a week off. So it'll be Wednesday. This Wednesday's our last day. Watch the Watchmen, dude. If Chin is like, we still have too many. Come on, we weren't going to, but we like that. It's pretty awesome, though. Yeah, we need to get full chair shots. Their chairs look like newer than ours. We got they have some freshen them up. We need to figure out who freshens up the team. Outfit. Jordan, yeah, treats. He treats them like he treats Chin.
Well, that's certainly a strong in my position.
This is next Monday. I could. This Wednesday, it's good. I can do it.
I think someone is watching this like a huge TFK fan, just like, he's obviously, shit. What am I gonna do Wednesday? Fuck. We're losing Thursday too? Ken, what are you doing? What are we doing here? Oh, it's a show. It's all I have. It's the best show. It's riveting though. It's riveting them talking about when they're gonna be there or not. Dude, if you really want to get into TFK, go to episode 780. How the beginning when they're talking about the schedule. It is so good. Why? They were talking They talked for like an hour about whether they were going to be there or not. And then Hitler came there with the sword cane in a cane, and he was like, "Go check it out." And he snapped something like Chin's veins like that. The employees can just get like injuries and scars and stuff like that. Like Chin has a neck problem. He's working there before they get more shit. Like Shop hurt his, I was gonna say Chappelle hurt his leg, but actually Shop. He could have though. Yeah. I mean, the King also. I realized the credit dude, so he's getting injured too. Theo's not doing very well. This show's kind of cursed. It curses people in the shop. Nothing bad's ever happened to them. It's cursing their schedules. Yeah, they're too busy. This is the price of fame, success, and talent. Something we would know nothing about. We're amateurs, two freaking guys who just we're studying the great. Every day we're asking. Heavy lies the shoulder of looking over the shoulders of giants with the claws of a hawk. The giants are fucking. Alright, so this one's posted by Haphazard again. It's called Is Someone Forcing Papa to Do Fight Companions? Let's see here. Can I get in your truck or is it my one still? It's still a little. Not now. I'm out of the truck. Come away. You missed your I can use your campaign. Of course. Sounds good. Go Bradley and Brandon. He's not. We talk a lot of fun. We talk a lot of flat earth. And then, Rampage, he's not. Like, he doesn't watch UFC fights. Like, he's not into the UFC. It's just, he currently does. I call Bradley, he's picking people that don't know enough about UFC to talk about. Well, I would definitely go for Brian Kelly because he's very well trained in MMA mixed martial. Oh yeah, maybe. No, still talking. I was thinking you were gonna say you picked Brian because Brian is always like ready. Brian always makes something out of nothing. You just talk about his thigh. Look at this thigh bone. Yeah, I mean, the clip we saw of the shop and Rampage and Bradley was pretty good, I thought. They were riffing and talking about kind of funny stuff. If Brian was there, he would be like, guys, like, I'm like, you ever like, talk to like another guy and like, realize he's having, things get like, here. It's not like, he's like, and they wouldn't, they'd have to focus on waiting until he's done with this weird band that has nothing to do with anything. And then, alright, yeah. Definitely, Brett. Alright, so this fight. Even if they don't like fights, it's better than that. Hey, Rampage, let me see your thigh. That's a thigh. Keeps me busy. Alright, let's get Genghis Khan on the ranks. When the poachers are coming and kill the big male, the lesser males. What? They didn't grow up with the big males telling them how to behave.
So they would start bullying everybody and like coring the older Khan. When Genghis Khan was taking over the world, the young boys would follow, they would watch the older men so they could learn how to be warriors. But the younger boys would watch the older boys come in, raid, kill, just indiscriminately take shit, right? Guess what happened? Those younger boys would come back, they would turn on they would like, well, what? That's how we act. That's how I feel your brother, that's how my dad does it. What's wrong with it? And then they'd see a girl over there, they'd rape her. And then gangs.
Oh my god, so wise, dude. Dude, just like, they're so wise. Like, how does he know all that stuff? And then the way he gives speeches, it's like, I'm just listening, I'm like, fuck, dude. That's, goodness, I bear myself. I'm sitting over here thinking, I can't wait to do it. Yeah, man, I kind of want to have the show down. Dude, Genghis Khan, like, you know, when he was around, the young guys would watch the old guys, and that's how they would know what to do. Exactly. Right? And then they would assault. That's why Gen Z is so fucking stupid, dude. They don't do that. No, they're not. Gen Z doesn't watch it. They're on TikTok. They don't have time to even see older guys assault people. And what are they doing now? Yeah. They're on the audio. They're not on, I guess. Yeah, well, they're just. They're on audio. TikTok. Yeah, well, basically, that's the only way what are they gonna? We're not gonna be men. Yeah. There's gonna be no more men. Not like, or at least not men like Brian Shaw. Dude, you got a fast truck posted by Unit Contest 4667, dude. Shout out Genghis Khan. Let's see this one.
Together we can get somewhere. Many places better. Started friends or got nothing. Maybe we can make something. Maybe silver got new crew.
This one rips, dude. You know what I'm picturing? I'm picturing Shaw. He's before this. He gets in this truck to do like donuts in the parking lot of his office. He's in his own office, and somebody comes in. They're like, "Hey, Brandon, I don't make big deals, but I'm missing like 2 weeks or last week's pay." And I was wondering, like, is there some issue with accounting or whatever? And Shaw looks up at him. He's like, "Oh, God, dog, I'm so sorry, bro, but dude, I'm so busy right now. I will look into it right away. But right now, I'm like up to my knees. I can't get back to you." And the employee's like pissed off, but they think, all right, well, that's unfair. He's very busy. He's going for the work, so I'll come back. And then he leaves the office, and he walks outside. He sees Shaw doing donuts in his truck. Like,
I'm just saying that you have
and he's like on the phone and like he's batting. I want to say, dude, look how much fun this guy's having. Dude, that's just like, it's contagious. The fun is contagious. Pretty awesome. This is how Shaw, this is how he really gets you. Yeah, I mean, look at this. You got a fast truck. I mean, it's a Portland state too. He's not really driving the truck. Somebody is doing guns for him, right? Do people talk about that on shows like Kitchings? That he doesn't really drive the trucks. Someone else is. Yeah, you don't really see him driving on the truck. A lot of what you see is him like revving engines. Yeah, you can actually see an engine pointing at it and saying, "Look at these blowers." A lot of valves in this one. Skip-dee-dip-dee-dip. I wonder if he skip-dee-dip-did that truck. Alright, so we have some explaining to do, dude, because we posted a clip on TikTok. Ever heard of it? And we're trying to do more of that nowadays, right? Yeah, try. If people have a lot of stuff to say about this one, dude. It's newly posted the one, dude. It's called Brendan Finally Comes Clean About the Mustache. Parentheses, one of his dumbest lies ever. Let's see here.
Like you still made it. That's crazy. How did it?
As it keeps on, if my tradition starts off, I'll get like it's very. It actually doesn't nice.
Sure, there's a lot of that. What I certainly concede that us going that into Afghanistan was the mind of a place like that 9/11. But okay, that's
I want to say that there's some posts about how his new look is redacted. I don't think so.
He looks fine. They're good. The rampage, though, I mean, like, him saying all that stuff to me, I would get angry in a second because he would just be mad. Like, there's no comeback. And I'd be afraid to say anything back. Like, he's kind of crazy, too. You try to say that for yourself, but it's just him looking back like that. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry. I apologize for what I just said. Shut the fuck up, Korea. Small ass team, got a small team. And you ball too. But you don't care about that because you're a homeless cat. Like, no homeless cat don't care about that kind of stuff, right? That's such like an insulting thing to say to somebody. You don't care, you're married, so you don't care about how you look at that. It's even, it's supposed to make that, like, making you feel better, but actually makes you feel worse.
all I'm saying here is that, like, if the dynamic.
Well, let's see. I'm sure it doesn't stop here, dude. It's Rampage isn't afraid to speak the truth, posted by King Demo. And it's like an entire thing that he stops. Why is Shop? I think he's a masochist. He likes bringing in people that train. Well, UFC Rampage. It's a big thing. Right. I guess Shop's okay with someone just making fun of the whole show. Good on him. Right, he's used to it from being a team. You can take it, you get this back. Yes, he's a master of that. You better watch out, he's going to get caught, Mr. Old Foods. Yeah, let's see here.
I'm not even arguing that you're strong.
That's the magic really paid in this dude. Like, by stupid ass chairs. They sit in with Santa Claus hats on. We're like, dumbass basketball sauce on them, ball guy, big gums. You know what I mean? People do that shit. I hate it. We're like, well, I think too, the subtext, at least on Chang's, is, Brendan Chops like, jeez.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the central pointer. It's like, no, I'm sorry. This is like, my beef isn't ever with talking about corruption or the evil things that other governments do. What I don't like is this whitewashing over our own corruption and the evil things that are. The idea that America, we have a history of just standing with the people because we love democracy so much. We use that as an excuse when we think it's in our strategic advantage. We will put democratically elected governments with no problem about democratically elected. But I'm not trying to do and I'm sure a lot of them will protest against their own corrupt government. The point is that, look, imagine on imagine on January 6th, if like Chinese politicians were coming over and handing out sandwiches to the rioters and saying, we have
I was actually wondering the word about some chinchillas that I was told that I would look like.
Yes, that's right. If you get chin fillers, very well done. Regardless of your race, you will look like Morgan Freeman or Liam Neeson, two actors, famous actors. Only if you're a woman. Yeah, it doesn't come with guys. That's true. Have a good one. See the rest of this.
Pouring $100 million into a school program against the democratically elected president of Ukraine, and the whole issue is over, essentially, whether he's going to go towards an economic deal with Europe or go towards an economic deal with Russia. I mean, that was like, if anyone did that in all regions of the world, he would
BBLs in the crowd tonight. I would be like, I'm married. I've been married for a long time. Can we talk about something else? You know, this is mine, right? Look at that punch there. That was good, huh? It's a punch. I mean, well, honestly, look at that punch. Looks like they're going to the ground, right? Oh, it's all over. It's not. It's like just begun. Just trying to get him to stop fucking douching me. Do you think that these guys each other talk about I mean, the fact that it's coming up like this, I feel like probably not a lot of people, not a lot of it's probably the constant, especially these two. Like, they're very into their bodies. Oh, yeah. At least Bradley is. So it's supposed to make things go quite a bit.
Well, so they've been, so they're pouring money into G6, and so you think that they are influencing U.S. policy through doing that?
I think about what else would they be talking about? They're not going to be talking about this. I agree exactly what they're talking about. You think they're not going to be, like, discussing philosophy or getting shots or rid of poem. You know, Chin's got poetry. He's got that voice of an angel. Right. Yeah. It'd be funny if you went over to Ao's shop and just doing a puzzle. He's like, I got bored. There weren't any bananas or anything to eat. What if he's really good at puzzles, though? Like, leaving her just on at puzzles. That'd be interesting. Yeah. I'm sure he'd say he's good. But puzzles seem like one of those things that Shop just claims to be really into, but he's not. And you're like, you're not into puzzles. He's like, hey, dude, come over, actually. And you go over to his house, and there's like all these puzzles that have clearly just been bought. That he made someone do, and in the back you hear a noise. You're like, what is that, George? He's like, no, it's not George. You open the door, George is doing a puzzle for Shop in his basement. That's so funny, dude. Yeah, I can't wait for the puzzle phase, dude. We're kind of like out of the fish phase into the truck phase, you know what I mean? The puzzle phase would be funny as fuck. That would be a funny thing to go into. Every week he just brings a portrait out. He's like, check this one out. This is week, dude. My girl and her roommate are so into puzzles. If I was like, you're kind of like Shop, she can both like puzzles, she'd be like, it's over. It's kind of important. I told you not to bring it. Let's see. He said,
Well, I think that obviously, like, I don't want to trust anyone that's
that'd be so funny. I'm used to rock hard. It looks like he is. I would change my posture on that. So I'm going to big things
Well, this is kind of like saying that I'm going to trial I'm the prosecution.
You called it, dude. They went to the fight. Oh, look at that punch. Yeah. Eventually you got to go back, dude. That's the whole point. It's a fight companion. Alright, so I don't really understand this one. I don't think the show is over. This one says end of an era. Maybe they're changing studios or something. But it's posted by Glow Year. It's called End of an Era with the truck and walking to it. Quite funny though, you haven't seen it, right? No. Yeah, our CEO.
So, what are you doing? You don't talk like this. You just have fish tank video reviews. That's incredible. Then why don't you just review what it's like to go into a circle
Hilarious.
You popped the controller with that. You know, I would say If we weren't so washed, then we'd do a shot of Tiger Thick.
Should we do one?
Just be shot. They do shots of Tiger. That's wild. Wow. That's good. Did they have Tiger Thick in the studio? Because he lived in there when he was there. I don't know, maybe. They'll get every day. Oh, I don't remember that. Yeah, let's see.
Yo, chocolate.
I have to take medication after that.
Yeah, makes us whip hair as well. You gotta do it on your MK book, Luke.
You're gonna really have a very
Then we gotta do that whole Colombian powder, whatever, Utah.
There it is. There's one thing though, you gotta recognize the bottle. The bottle's very hard to miss. So I'm gonna now give him credit for that. It's spottable anywhere. Yeah, most bottles probably are, I guess, but that one, I don't know. Well, there's some counterfeit ones with 2 C's. So you gotta watch out for that, kids.
But this is always on Chop's channel with Chop. We lost the bomb shelter and launched Warrior Combat. It was on the Below the Bell channel, right? Beyond the Bell. These are mini shots, but that's fine.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, my name is Luke Thomas. That's Brian Cannon. This is fine. I'm not going to fight you for him.
Oh, where's my
Oh,
call?
by the way, you want an okay bet? You want an okay bet? You want an okay bet?
Okay, well, this is all those guys from Big League.
Here we go. For one last time,
What does it say? It's Colombian. Colombia. I think that's probably Luke's hat. Colombia, not Colombia. Yeah, okay.
go put the fucking, there we go. For one last time, I'm going to show you. So here we go. Hey, everyone, thank you for making this the studio what it is. We love you. We'll see you on the other side. LT, BC, MK. Arriba, abajo, Los Angeles,
Positive Incorporated.
Well, we'll see you Monday.
That's big. 3 C's. Oh, wow. Walk me in my truck.
So good, dude. Yeah, that's how it's done. That's the real gold standard. No skits and bits for us. I'm trying to actually do skits and bits like that. Skits and bits. People think Scala needs to quit doing stand-up by minimum Sky 2305. Very mistaken title if I do say so myself.
That's for Tony stuff. All day this week. So don't count the stuff instead. I can't. I know. Stop. Okay. Whenever you come back on the road. Oh, I gotta keep doing it.
Wait, can you play that again?
That's for Tony stuff. You're never gonna get it. Stop. All day this week. So don't count the stuff instead. I can't. I know. Stop.
Oh, so doesn't he say that Callan should not understand it? He is kind of because people think he should stop fighting. Yeah, that I know. He's lost 6 fights in a row or something. But then you're also making assumptions that Chop understands symbols. You know what I mean? It really sounds like he's conditioning Callan hard. Because Ferguson absolutely should stop right because it's fighting. He's risking his life. He's old. He keeps losing. And it's very bad. Okay, so comparing Callan doing stand-up to that is crazy. True. That's like him saying that his stand was so bad that it's causing him harm to his health. I'm protected, dude. I thought it was a bad title, but it's true. He's delicious. What is the title of the clip? Papa. Thanks, Callan. I'm stupid. Sometimes I go so fast I don't hear him when he's saying. They're always the same speed. But that's so funny. He's like, I'm telling. I just don't understand why he would say that. That's like I'm telling Callan, you gotta quit. You gotta take my bills. Callan sounds sad. He doesn't make enough for the T-Fat and the creator show to support himself. He also has a good amount. It's so sad that the guy that cannot talk or do things correctly in front of the camera does 4 shows. And is also way better than, not you, but Callan. Callan has been doing stand-up
then you have a
did it longer, and is probably more considered more legitimate, but Shab is way funnier than him. And now Shab's like, yeah, you gotta quit, man. Fucking stop doing stand-up. You gotta be here all the time to hear me like my nonsense. Is he? That clip is wild. Yeah. All right, well, let's go to this other one. It's called The Meeting of the Minds. But meeting is spelled big surprise, right? Otherwise, Fox 2482. Let's see.
There's again. Red line. That's let's get back. I am so not just but in what
That's one way to get hepatitis. That makes sense. Well, I guess I just made that awesome.
and the desire to be over the person and go on all
Yes, the doctor just offered them some sort of, and he was like, he got really mad. He's like, you see, Rusty Nails here. The doctor's like,
and discovered that later they were
you know, Rusty Nails, you see any Rusty Nails? The doctor's like, I guess not. He's like, this right motherfucker. Never offer my daughter a fucking vaccine again. He turned kind of macho man Randy Savage. And he's like, hey, what's that polio? You see that wheelchair?
why
And then he sees like a guy with some chips. He's like, whoa. You see fucking nacho cheese? You see cheese anywhere in the
neither
It's like this.
several very one is
you know, it's easy to get him out of that though too. I think if the doctor would have been like, can I ask you a question? And then Chop's like, yeah. That's how you trick Chop. If he gets mad, just ask him if you can ask him a question. If he mad, he was angry and asked Spider Chop, like, can I ask you a question? Just to get fucked up. He's like, no, man. It's like the kryptonite is flattery. That's a construct. A chance to compliment myself. Shut up. All right, you can ask me a question if you mind. He's like, how many chicks? This one's posted by Haphazard, another studio tour behind the scenes from Chid. You know, we like these dating. Let's see.
You hear me, Case? What up, Case? You're out. What's up?
I like the hostage room, huh? Yeah, it's a little bit smaller, but it's about this. Yeah, it's very similar. What are we gonna say? That's the same guy. That's the guy I keep saying he's an ISIS or whatever. He's always dressed like that. He goes to some media. Shut up. Yeah, black guy.
and there are many reasons. One, most fundamentally, a part of the generation coming up has been told there is something especially wicked about Israel, that there is something especially wicked about Israel's existence and action.
It's kind of like Hard Knocks. You know, you get to see the groundsmen and all that. People that cut the grass.
Shocking. They are uniquely unconservative. And I think it is
It's like a coach or like assistant coach.
and as a result of its atrocities,
Oh shit.
I think in addition to some of the darkest of the recent
Making sure everything works.
like one hard drive from TFAK. I might have to be like a monk. Yeah, just like go. Like I think of solitude and something where you don't speak anymore. Mute. Yeah. Monk. Like a veil of silence. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, all silence. So much pressure. Yeah, less crowd. 40 tabs open. Like our show. What is that? Is that a tab for everybody? He's got 40 tabs open, dude. That's a lot of tabs on the laptop. Why so many tabs, B? What are we doing here? Already, dude. Each one of those tabs is what else you got, shit. That's why. That's why.
Just to double check. Usually we use hello there. It is now. As you can see there, 6:54, which is actually pretty early for
I'm not arguing that they're all young people who are
for Monday, considering I've done pretty much everything as far as uploading stuff.
that what happens
So I'm sure
is that a lot of people get put in that category of do not belong.
What are your thoughts there? Very dedicated to his craft of producing, you know what I mean? Yeah. And also, I noticed his shop, like, he came right and he was like, what up, fans? I am the Lord. Like, he's ready to go. There was no, I guess maybe it could be edited, but it seemed like he right away just like, like we've seen. He's a professional dude. He's done it a lot. Made the movie. Yeah, that's, you know, that was like, sat down that day, just like, just the vibe I got driving his whole way there. He's just like, that's what we're doing. And then the crisp Monday morning, you know what I mean? Let's see, one more time. One shot at choosing the best part. Funny, doubling up.
And it was horrible, but I think that
Yeah, they started right away, dude. There was no edits there. NASA scientists. Yeah. Ready for launch. 10, 9, I guess. 2. Made the movie. Houston, we have a show. Houston, we have a problem. Alright, so I got another one from Otherwise Fox 2482. It's called White Boys Who Work Too Much Are Public Enemy #1 right now. It's a nice title.
So you're saying from 2005 all the way until October 7th, there were 2 states that had been achieved. Okay, right. What I'm saying is Palestinian state. Okay. So what's interesting about that is that this is not how any of their leaders really describe it. I mean, when Netanyahu himself is not claiming that they already achieved 2 states, which is why we're talking about it. What happened in 2005 was that essentially
your father's
went from
fourth layer
occupying the
or
place
something there.
to surrounding the place. And they
This
ended up
dad was recently murdered, or I don't know if it was recent or
and
what.
just
I don't know. There's a lot of narratives going around about that. But, well, there's Colby's narrative, and then there's the end narrative. In any facet, too. I don't know. Public enemy #1, dude. That's right. Also, since I'm public enemy #1 now, just found out, I gotta be careful about my words. You know, people are coming for me right now. You probably have seen, right? I have to fight them off when I get here. And I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate you sticking up for me. Yesterday, I took a screwdriver to throw you off. I didn't want to tell you that I was chasing down 4 different
Oh, Gaza. So just for,
So you took a scooter here because you didn't want people to see you come into the house and go, wait,
one year,
I get it.
something worse
A
than
lot
all
of people
Great
coming after
Depression.
you, dude,
That
specifically.
was just 1 year.
Right. Well,
In
listen,
2007,
keep your head
was
down,
gonna block
dude.
it with that
You know,
you know that's
I'm
blocked the
messing
country
it up.
for?
All right, let's see here. This
Why
next
is there a
one is
blockade? Well,
called Rampage is not impressed with Brendan's truck. Posted by Leach Schwab.
I would say, okay, I think that the disengagement, I think Smotrich was correct what he said.
I changed my pronouns to electric car.
I think
No, the like the old school ladies got real famous and Fast and Furious.
he was a
From
senior
1999, 2004, like the
He essentially said the reason we're doing this engagement, the reason we're doing this is so that we can help the peace process and put out this is the reason we're not.
That's what he said.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So I think they disengaged in order to kill the peace process. I think they put the full blockade levels
Your car sucks, man. Women that you like suck, they got BBLs and fake.
and they don't want
Hey, yo, does your car have a BBL? Your whiskey's got a stupid name. It's a stupid name. They call Schwab. Or Rampage. Yeah, Rampage is great, dude. Yeah. Try to have your main antagonist on the show. We're on our last thing for the day, dude. It's a picture post. I thought it was pretty funny. It's posted by Fucking Dense. It's called Any Facet. These sneakers look familiar. It's a post by Russell Lee saying breaking news Nike is suing social media influencers who are promoting counterfeit sneakers. This is great news. The whole unauthorized authentic industry is just another way to shrill counterfeit products. The lawsuit against Adidas is a whopping 76 pages, almost 300, and it's taking 3 times the amount of damage and related expenses for the lawsuit. As you can see, he has the Freddy Krueger's. Oh shit, dude! Look at those things. Hilarious. That's so funny. And so it's like just probably an article they got from 2 artists. They put it overshot. Yeah, I think it's a joke. I think it's hilarious. Or is that? That's a joke. They're just wearing that way, just wearing the shoes. Oh yeah, it's probably not shots. He's talking about that. You know, Shop just finds a way to get himself to be like in the story. Like he's always gonna be there. He's the Forrest Gump, redacted Forrest Gump.
It was a very
So good, the redacted Forrest Gump. I think you've said that. Have I? Well, I don't have the best memory. So roll back the clip. Alright, well, again, happy holidays. If you want, join the Patreon as your gift. Yes. Enjoy everything. Bye. Later.
Am I not allowed to talk about it now? Have you ever been to Nazi Germany? Have you had feelings about them? You're right. Okay, so what? What's the point? Like, no, I just, a lot of people have been there and agree with me, and a lot of people have been there and agree with me. So I don't know I have a jealous degree. I never feel like something is impossible. Okay, but that's not normal things to do. We're talking about talking. And not only have you never been to talking, now you get to it. And now you can do it. Again, I think you're
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Show. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon. We're going to make the Joe Rogan catalog. Yes, and Cody survived COVID, so we're going to hear about that. Go listen to Rabbi Tweeties. I've got a couple shows coming up December 21st at the Stand-Up Comedy Club in Bellflower. Opening for Jesus Sepulveda, and then December 28th, opening for Eric Schwartz at the Ontario Improv in Ontario, California. Absolutely, check those shows out. One last shout out. Thank you to everybody in the Patreon that wished me well.
I'm okay. I took all the ivermectin I needed. Bang, bang. But anyways, that's not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 minutes of shot. So start the timer and play the jingle.
Alrighty, so it looks like we have a clip posted by Hayward Wicks. It's called Rinks, calling out Papa's drug grift. Let's see this one here.
We're just talking about trucks and the subculture that is trucks. I want to get you over onto the truck side, dude. I gotta get on the truck side. That's like me talking about wide receivers in the NFL. Like me faking that I'm in a truck with me. I can you imagine if I was like, alright, this is my angle. Guys, I'm in the truck now.
In 1996, the one year of the playoffs, this is a non-argument. Yeah, I'm saying the world gets its own analysis of this. And this is
Jimmy Decker, dude. Suspension, definitive best description of what it's like when you're faking something.
You're a leader, anything like that. Donuts in 2007. So are you saying that this hasn't had an economic effect? Is that the argument? So you're saying that it's on the ground and being water and the
description of what it's like when you're faking something. He said that we're talking about this one guy. He says he's straight, but whenever he talks about women, it sounds like a guy who is pretending to speak French, but he doesn't know French.
Rogan got best brains.
Alright, maybe the devil's assistant. Okay. He is a guy that just gets in, maybe. He's a guy that just gets in it, you know, like any guy. But he's, he goes a little too far. He's redacted, and maybe he sees things that other people enjoy. He's like, oh, I enjoy that too, and he pretends like he's really into it because he wants to be in it quicker. He's not a guy that earns a lot. He's used to, he was blessed with this amazing athletic.
You could take on the argument if you don't, but I don't think
It became an athlete, right? And then comedy,
then present a counter argument to it. But you just tell me I'm not allowed to talk about things I'm not
to sort of used to the fastest way of getting things, right? I guess they're because he's one of the greatest comedians. Like, he's got the brains and the bronze to, like, he feels like he can tackle most of these just course tracks. This easy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Right? Yeah, nothing else needs to be said. And
Hey, guess what, Brian Callen? Watch yourself, dude. I know. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, whose show is it, dude?
B-Shot.
H. That's how far you need to stay away from these controversial topics of him not being in drugs. But we do have another clip about that. I was skipping forward a little bit because I knew this one was coming up. It's posted by High School House Party. It's called Papa buys a Ford V8 Lightning, claims to be 500 horsepower, only to dyno around 180 horsepower. So it's a duck on the internet talking shit about Papa, like always. So let's see what this is all about. I want to hear your takeaway from this.
Marcy has had an influx of fake car guys recently. Over to town. I thought it'd be great to cover it. This is the guy that told Joe Rogan he had a V8 Porsche, and Rogan had to correct him. I saw this video floated around about the shop picking up the Ford Lightning, so let's go over and check this bad boy out. Still on truck sick. Alright, I'm confused. I thought you said it was stop.
Just said if the shuttle bomb is not. Yeah. No, I'm saying she got everything right. So as Jim just said, if
New York these seats, if it's low mileage, it's maybe the previous owner was very slow to the drug state, Now here's where it gets really weird. He buys the car in Arizona and takes it to get done.
125 horsepower. How do you not realize it drove like shit when you bought it? Same thing drove all that horsepower stuff. It then does what any car guy would do. When your obviously non-stock car is broken, he takes it to a Ford dealership. Look, I am all for non-car people getting into the scene. Everyone has to start somewhere with their knowledge. What I don't like is when people fake it and pretend to know what they're talking about. I've been working on cars on and off for like the last 17 years making this kind of content. He just needs to be more honest about what he actually knows. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a pretty, nice take, I guess. I mean, he reminds me of, he's like a James guy, you know, but for trucks. Yeah. He's like, he's okay with, they don't matter. He wants to make sure that they realize they don't care. Yeah. Nobody matters. With trucks instead of posting clips of Bob. Also, I want to know if all truck guys just have mustaches. Is that why mustaches seem to be a big thing? Like Bob, they accuse him of copying that guy Taylor Lewin. Oh yeah, football guy. I don't know if this guy is also doing that. So maybe somebody should have a video about him copying Taylor Lewin. Or he's copying Bob. Yeah. Well, for sure he's copying Bob. They have the best grades. I mean, you would be smart too. You know what I mean? But you know what, dude? It is sick that it has a step up. Why are you making fun of that? A step to get in your truck? I thought he was saying that was good. Okay. Yeah, I think he might have missed because he was like, step up for a couple. Oh, okay. Does that make sense? Sarcasm. No, sir. Is that you like win? Yeah. And Papa, I believe Papa more than that fucking weirdo in his room. You know what I mean? When you in your mom's basement, you know? Yeah, he didn't even say skip detected or whatever. Yeah, Papa said you detected. Like with the truck guy, I didn't hear the word raptor. I didn't hear the word blower. You know, I didn't hear demon one time. Never mentioned about once. So it's like, how do you know who's telling the truth? Yeah, well, you really be effective. Richard is the smartest tool to show. If we believe him, then that's us putting all our quarters in the best. Yeah. And honestly, if a crane's not sharp, it's not my book. You know what I mean? True. Alright, well, this is posted by Eddie Paul 8mm. It's going to be a long reading session. If it sure be so. That Sharpie not blacker than my hands. Alright, this one's posted by anxiety and the people that don't listen to us.
Much like I said
when I was very young. Okay, so this is posted by Eddie Paul 8mm. It's called Shop Question on the Follow of the It's going to be a lot of clips from this little podcast. One major thing I have an issue with Shop going on this podcast, I don't have an issue with Shop going on podcasts. You already know that, right? But the audio engineering is so fucking bad. It's like they're just using the camera mic or something. They need a chin. Yeah, you guys need a chin desperately. Let's see what happens. Another piece I wanted to hit on was this is like, I can't address that. I'm glad you brought up the audio. So the plan of whatever this podcast is that, all right, we're going to meet in a hotel bar. I'm going to wear a full suit and tennis shoes. And my co-host is going to, who is that? That's Jay. That's Jay. I can't really see his face because the hot official is there. I'll say his block. That gives it away. Not to listen. I'm defending James. I am defending and I will defend Jay again. He looks fine to me. I guess that I take back my only criticism now is that they're in a hotel bar where guys just tennis shoes. It's one thing to wear like blazer jeans
make you
I
think
don't
about
know.
it. I mean,
Maybe he's a
there's
tech
been
bro.
people who have embraced
What is
violence
this? What
as
the
a
fuck was
means
the name
to
of
achieve a
it?
power,
I can
including
look that
early
up for you
violence
later.
networks,
Yeah.
including
I know also
Israeli
obviously
government,
it's a
including
very
U.S. government, and lots of
tends
governments
not to
around the
know
world.
that.
The
That he doesn't have any
tragic
idea that
mistake in
people
terms
say
of political effort
rift.
from the
Yeah.
Palestinians
This
is
guy's
that
like, there's
they
an
really
ocean of
just
drama on the
underestimated
road.
the fact that
No, let me tell you how it is. And he just goes through like the
and you
history
can
of his
fly
life.
like a plane
As
from
he was
Algeria
like,
and go,
super
we're going
interesting.
back home to France.
I mean,
The Jews
if
have been
Trump was
so
smart, you could say,
persecuted
well,
in
I
Eastern
don't
Europe.
think
There
about
was no home to
you
go
know what I
home,
mean?
of course,
He
after
never
World War
addresses
II.
it. He just
But they
saying
were
it's got
here
a
to stay.
birth
And so, of
certificate.
course,
Yeah.
it's been a tragedy. And of course, a lot of Palestinian actions like this
Fly back to
Hamas
LA.
didn't exist. It should be pointed out, by the way, that in 2005, as you did mention, that it was really part of the Bush administration for democracy around the world and for president to have these elections. It should also be mentioned that Hamas is not being involved in one single thing. They want plurality of all elections. Just saying. When we're bringing up this election, half the population of Gaza today is under the age of 18. They were toddlers if they were alive in 2005. Of the other half, maybe half of them voted in the election. It was never a and then, of course, there was the emphasis, and after that, the national Hamas used complete control of the state. Regardless of any of that,
I didn't even notice that too. That's
like, the Palestinians have agency, and I wish some of them had made better decisions. Now, many of them have made better decisions, and it's still resulted in nothing better happening for them and their people. And so I do find it kind of hard to like lecture a group of people who are going through so much. Like the level of human suffering being inflicted on the people of Gaza right now cannot be overstated. And so, to lecture them about how you're supposed to handle that exactly. But I will say now, I think there's kind of this collective empathy that you have here. Like, I agree with you, talk about these broader stuff. Somebody killed me. But at the same time, we're not having this conversation on October 9th. Or December.
That's a real tell. Like,
2025.
there's one clip of a famous comedian
in some
podcast. The most interesting part is
great. There are just every day
that's what caught my attention. That's your takeaway. We don't have an old lady that walks in our shop ever.
And like several metrics that really,
this is really good.
the number of
Cootie just walks in the background. Mama Cootie,
where
how many views this podcast had? Not the views, man. After 2 days, it was like 600. Well, that's a nice thing.
Like a fundamental framing bias that you get into
honest
people
have
have
for a
these
moment. Child doing these random podcasts of people that are, I guess, fans of it. It's kind of cool. I don't find any fault making a good product for you.
And to even like, we've gone this far into this conversation, I haven't even talked about the fact that like, Israel has, you want to argue everything that stuff like this in the blockade. This is a constant that Israel has dominated since
Yes.
many of them are there because of the creation of the state of Israel, who used to live in what is now called Israel. And they are just, I mean, the amount of human suffering being inflicted on them, when even as you come to knowledge the work of evil supporting Hamas, in many ways is forced protests against Hamas this week. So, I don't know, I mean, that seems to be the greatest human tragedy. I think much more so than you can characterize it as people being pro-Hamas or people being anti-Semitic, but I actually think that the mass movement around the world to oppose this war.
I think it's a funny bit where it's like we do things that we criticize and then we comment on it, and then you don't know whether we're doing it on purpose or it's like meta or what, and you're just like these super acts. Alright, so this next one made me giggle. It's called Congratulations to Whitney and Her New Baby, posted by Old Barney. And whoever clipped this chin is fucking hilarious, bro. Congratulations, Whitney. The baby looks healthy.
You already has a mustache, or maybe grow that much hair as a baby. You're different. What's up, baby? A lot of ladies in the crowd, in the crib tonight. Baby alert. A lot of hair follicles above that lip tonight. More mustache than head on the hair. Alright, this next one is just a quick picture post. It's called Goodwill is Blockbuster B. That's the Gringo baby. Why don't they have the Gringo Poppy poster on a shirt just like that? I don't see I love that shirt. I have a Gringo Poppy shirt. Yeah, we don't have it too tight. Oh, really? You guys are getting curious. But check this out. This is Goodwill is Blockbuster B. Post by Matt BPM. It's a shirt on sale at Goodwill. It says we don't matter. Oh, you're going to buy that? I don't know about that. Shit, you shit posting on This one made me laugh. It's called Mothership, posted by Dice Let's see what this is about. I need that on this Mothership yet? I have not.